Chapter 161. Woo dong dong dong. The water tank fell to the ground like a big metal drum, making a huge roar, instantly startling all the corpse crows on the infinity. In an instant, a deafening cackle sounded. The overwhelming black corpse crows flew madly towards the falling metal water tank. And the metal water tank rolled down the hillside, and the roar sounded all the way. At this time, Lin Xian and others suddenly discovered that the entire platform ceiling and the sky above the passenger terminal were all densely packed with black corpse crows, rushing down to cover the sky and the sun. It turns out that there are so many above our heads. Kiki looked at this scene with some horror. Lin Xian started to operate the train directly. Girl, help me change the switch. We will drive into the maintenance workshop to rescue Shu Qin and the others. Okay. Woo, the infinity started again at this time, taking advantage of the black crows in the sky to attract attention, and quickly drove towards the maintenance warehouse. At this time, the people in Shu Qin's team saw Lin Xian's car coming, and immediately started to push the door of the workshop to facilitate the infinity to enter. Quick! Come in! Shu Qin stood at the door of the warehouse with a walkie-talkie, constantly waving at the infinity. Hua wah, bang! After the infinity drove in, Shu Qin's men quickly closed the mobile door again. Bang! The sound of the door closing echoed in the empty maintenance workshop. Are you alright? Shu Qin heaved a sigh of relief when she saw the infinity coming in. At this moment, the car door opened and Lin Xian and others got out of the car. She looked around and saw that all 7 cars in Shu Qin's convoy were still there, but they were all covered in black blood and a lot of crow feathers. It seemed that they had narrowly escaped from the siege of those dead crows last night. Why are you hiding here? Lin Xian got off the car and looked around. This is a large train hoisting workshop with an arc-shaped ceiling and an all-metal structure, which is quite sturdy. Most of the more than 30 people in Shu Qin's team are still hiding in the car. It's hard to explain. Shu Qin looked tired. Last night we came down from the high-altitude corridor. We originally thought that we would not enter the city first, find a safe place to stay for one night, and wait for you. Who knew that a large number of convoys were attacked by these strange birds as soon as they left Jiazhou Airport? It was very scary. Many cars had car accidents, so most people didn't have time to stay and rushed out of the city along the way. However, these things flew very fast, and I don't know how many people escaped successfully. We also found this place in the chaos. It was also the movement of the Silver Star and Longshan No. 1 behind us that attracted those strange birds. We were lucky enough to hold on until now. Lin Xian frowned. Are there these birds in the dark night? They eat at all times of the day and night. A young man from Shu Qin's team came over with a horrified look on his face. They are everywhere in the sky. We saw those dead people being eaten clean in the blink of an eye. Not even bones were left. It was so scary. Eat people? Kiki hissed. No wonder we didn't see a single zombie. They were all eaten. That should be right. Ding Junyi, wearing a pair of sterilized gloves, used tweezers to pick up a slowly wriggling black nematode from a windshield of Shu Qin's team and said calmly, "This thing even eats inorganic matter." She pointed to a tiny scratch on the windshield that was almost invisible to the naked eye. She had prepared a test tube, but seeing this, she simply changed it to a thick metal box, put the black nematode in it, and immediately took it to the car to analyze it. So powerful. Chen Sichuan was shocked. Could it be that the black worm on the crow's face just now was trying to devour our porthole? It's possible. Lin Xian looked at Shu Qin's broken cars and said solemnly, "But it seems that those crows are extremely sensitive to sound, but they have no vision. If so, it's easy to deal with," he said, and turned to look at Kiki. The girl's ability is often too useful, and can save a lot of trouble. So what are we going to do now? That's right. Shu Qin turned around and pointed to the distance of the maintenance workshop. We found this here, by the way. I don't know if you can use it. On that track, there was a city passenger train and a freight train. The locomotives of the 2 trains were hoisted on the repair table for maintenance. They didn't look too old. Generally, whenever he arrives at a large station, Lin Xian will look for available carriages or locomotives. Just now, Lin Xian has paid special attention to the passenger center and branch tracks. There are many rusty tank cars and retired freight trains of various types parked on the branch tracks outside. Many of them are overgrown with weeds, like a train cemetery. These scrap cars are basically difficult to use. Who knew that Shu Qin found him a few good ones here? Not to mention the freight train, the main thing is that the city passenger train still looks neatly painted in white. Excluding the locomotive, there are a total of 5 carriages. The model is not old, and the passenger facilities inside should be relatively complete. Wow, what a beautiful carriage, Shasha said. This is the original first-class passenger carriage. The configuration is still very high, but... Chen Sichuan looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian smiled. It's just a little thin-skinned, right? Hearing this, Shu Qin's eyes flickered and looked at Lin Xian. Captain Lin, I have discussed with the members of our team. If possible, we would like to follow your car. After listening to her, Lin Xian saw many eyes looking at him from all directions, some standing outside, some hiding in the car, all with a bit of expectation. From the Tsuwan bonfire to Daoyuo Mountain entering Yubei City, Shu Qin's Bigfoot car team has come all the way to now, and only these few cars are left. There are still more than 30 people on the car. If it weren't for the alliance with Su Jin's team and the Infinity into the airport, they wouldn't have come this far. There are still more than 100 people in Su Jin's team. Lao Mo is also a group of relatives and friends from several big families. Unlike Shu Qin, he is in urgent need of a backer. Maybe when Lin Xian's team grows stronger, there will be another chance to unite, but now they have been dispersed by the corpse crows in Jiazhou City. In the future, we can only rely on fate. I said that if we can survive and cross the Daju Plateau, we will unite together, form a fortress train, and survive together. This is not a joke. Lin Xian looked at Shu Qin seriously, and did not hesitate at all in the face of her request. Chen Sichuan, Kiki and others here also smiled when they heard this, and their eyes showed eagerness. Really? Shu Qin looked at Lin Xian in surprise, and then said excitedly, Thank you, Captain Lin. Wow! Really? That's great. The people in Shu Qin's team were very excited at this time. Thank you so much. We have new companions. At this time, Shu Qin's eyes seemed to have a little more hope, and she turned to the members of the team and said, From today on, our monster truck team will be officially merged into the Infinite team. Everyone, including me, must obey the command of Captain Lin. Yes. No problem. Captain Lin, we will follow your arrangements. Chapter 162. Lin Xian looked over Shu Qin's convoy. He was familiar with the people in it. He had seen many of them before at the Tsuwan Bonfire Mutual Aid meeting. However, there were fewer people along the way. The survivors' convoy was basically a group of refugees in twos and threes. At first, everyone was not familiar with each other, but as they faced more life and death dilemmas and time passed, they naturally became familiar with each other. Under such a common crisis of life and death, keeping warm together became the only choice, but at the same time, when facing personal life and death, not everyone has the same spirit of sacrifice as the Iron Guard Brigade. Lin Xian pondered slightly in his heart. The incorporation of so many people will inevitably bring greater survival pressure to the team, but it will also burst out with stronger combat effectiveness. This depends not only on the core leader of the team, but also on whether the people within the team can work together. He can see that Shu Qin, as the leader of the team, protects the team members like a big parent, but the Infinity number 1 faces many dangers along the way, and he can't take care of everyone. I welcome everyone to join, but I must say something in advance. The train is a closed space, not as flexible as a car. Although the sense of security will be higher, once a problem occurs, it will cause a series of troubles. I know that each of your cars is a family or a relatively familiar group of friends, but once you join the Infinity, everyone is a whole, so I don't like small groups or people who don't consider others on the train. If there are such people, I will drive them off the train directly, or you can think about it now. After all, once you get on the train, we will abandon many of the vehicles here, and there will be no turning back. Lin Xian's words made Chen Sichuan and others all look at him with approval. People can be added to the train, and these are all decided by Lin Xian, but the Infinity has come all the way here thanks to the cooperation of all team members. Once there are more people, a small society will be formed. The train is like a moving city. If the team loses its previous closeness, it will be a disaster to face danger. Shu Qin nodded when she heard it, and naturally approved of it. She glanced at the people behind her. Team Lin asked for your opinions. If you want to join, just ask for it yourself. She understood Lin Xian's intention. Joining a team is equivalent to handing your life over to others to make a decision. It is related to personal life and death. The team is not her opinion, and the decision is still in everyone's hands. I agree. I want to follow Sister Shu Qin to join the Infinity. A girl who looks outgoing raised her hand first. Lin Xian looked at her, and the girl added in a panic, My name is Miao Lu. Everyone calls me Lulu. I am responsible for logistics and food in the team, and I also know some hygiene care. I agree too. The short young man who was responsible for opening the door just now also said loudly, LV Chang, I don't know much, but I run very fast and shoot more accurately. And me. My name is Yifang. Zhou Yunyao. Zhou Yishuan. Our Zhong Jiahao family also agrees. Me too. Everyone began to respond together, and Lin Xian listened carefully to everyone's introduction, and he felt a little relieved. Qin Sichuan looked at Lin Xian, with a little joy in her eyes. From the first time she contacted Lin Xian, the cold and decisiveness he showed, to the many disasters along the way, she could clearly feel that Lin Xian's survival concept under the Doomsday was constantly changing. At first, he was extremely wary of getting on and off the train, but now, he is willing to accept a team of 30 people to join. This is enough to show that Lin Xian's character has become much stronger. Lin Xian. Qin Sichuan looked at the surrounding environment and said, "What are we going to do now?" "Leave the city first." Lin Xian said decisively, "I originally wanted to prepare the train in Jiazhou City, but looking at the current situation, we can only leave the city as soon as possible and get rid of these crows first." Originally, he saw that the sun was shining brightly in Jiazhou City, and was ready to upgrade the Infinity here. In addition to scanning the robot at Yubei No. 1 Airport, he also got some useful accessory blueprints. For example, the automatic explosion-proof door of the airport, the sentry monitoring system of the tractor, the base of the lifting platform in the maintenance workshop, etc. With these things, he can design a carriage as a weapon station, spend time to build an 1130 close-in defense gun, and also build an engineering robot to help with precise welding and maintain the ammunition chain, etc. However, these plans had to be disrupted with the appearance of the crows all over the sky. Even the giants, like the Silver Star and Longchamp No. 1, did not stay here. It is conceivable that the crows might be more troublesome after nightfall. So Lin Xian planned to directly tow away the 2 trains that Shu Qin found in this maintenance workshop, escape from the city first, and get out of danger first. "Then we will also drive with you on the track," Shu Qin said. Lin Xian nodded. For the time being, he could only leave Jiazhou City like this. There was only one carriage on the train that could be used for loading. The other 2 trains were passenger and cargo types. It was impossible for so many people to abandon their own vehicles and escape on the Infinity. "Everyone, get ready. We set off in 30 minutes. Lin Xian immediately arranged. "Okay," everyone responded in unison. A tense atmosphere began to spread. Lin Xian immediately began to unload the locomotive that was being hoisted and repaired, and mounted them behind the Infinity, so that they could be used to devour and modify the train later. After doing all this, Lin Xian returned to the train. At this time, Director Ding asked him to go to carriage number 3 on the communicator. "What's wrong?" "2 questions, I need to synchronize with you." Ding Junyi was immersed in observation with a microscope at this time, and said to Lin Xian without looking back, "This parasite has obvious fear of light, which is consistent with the characteristics of the Nightweird body, and has no visual system. If it is separated from the crow carrier and exposed to the sun, its activity will quickly weaken." "You mean that if this corpse crow is in the dark, the threat will be greater?" Lin Xian knew that he guessed right. Yes, if in the dark, this black nematode attacks the survivors' convoy with crows as carriers, and then falls onto the vehicles, it will bite through the survivors' vehicles at a very fast speed and devour the people as well. Lin Xian frowned when he heard this. Can it devour anything? From the current traces left on the porthole, the devouring power is relatively strong. The high-strength alloy of our train should be slower, but if there are too many of these worms, it will definitely cause great hidden dangers to us. I didn't expect it to be so troublesome. There is also good news. Ding Junyi said calmly. In addition to not having vision and smell and being able to catch prey only through air vibrations, that is, sound, I just discovered its second weakness. What weakness? Fire. Ding Junyi turned his head and looked at him. It is afraid of light and fire. I cut off a section for splitting experiments and found that there is some kind of flammable substance in its body. If it is ignited, it may explode. When Lin Xian heard it, he immediately understood. This is better than using a gun. What is the second question? Lin Xian continued to ask. Ding Junyi raised his hand and pointed to the right-hand side, where a plant cultivation cabin was placed, and the hell-black chrysanthemum was slowly emitting a deep red light. I have been paying attention to the growth of the No. 1 blood disaster plant. In a short period of time, this flower has changed twice. One time was after we escaped from the No. 9 underground city. The other time was last night. Chapter 163. What do you mean? Lin Xian looked at the strange disaster plant. He had not paid special attention to it before. Now, after Ding Junyi's reminder, he found that the flower was indeed a little redder. It's not your illusion. Ding Junyi seemed to have guessed what Lin Xian said. In fact, she picked up the mobile terminal and called up a set of comparison data and handed it to Lin Xian. Red light, stamens opening and closing, there are great changes. Lin Xian looked at the monitoring comparison on the mobile terminal and frowned immediately. So what does this mean? The flower is blooming. Ding Junyi raised his glasses. It took 21 days from the time the number 1 blood disaster plant was sent to the laboratory to the time it left the underground city. During this period, there was no change. It was on the night we left the number 9 underground city that the first change occurred. At first, I thought it was the arrival of some kind of growth stage, but it wasn't until last night, after we left Yubei Airport, its stamens opened and closed greatly, and the red light on it increased by at least 50%. Lin Xian was confused. Then what? Nothing. Ding Junyi put his hands in his pockets and said calmly, blood plant number 1 is a valuable asset on the train. I need to tell you this. If you want me to make some analysis on this, I can only say that there are many guesses. For example, what you said just now is indeed a sign of plant maturity. I also tend to think so. But these two changes are related to the major events we experienced, and this change in red light is not continuous and predictable, so there are other guesses, such as being related to environmental changes, such as being related to strange bodies and dark energy. Lin Xian nodded and glanced at Hell Black Chrysanthemum. As long as I don't turn into a monster on the train, it seems to be acceptable. After saying that, Lin Xian seemed to have thought of something, and immediately went to the number 1 carriage, and then took out a bottle of water from a storage cabinet. This bottle of water was put into a plastic bottle by Chen Xishuan using a water purifier before entering Yubei City. The purpose was to test the shielding effect of the heterogeneous magic cube on the dark invasion force. But after entering Yubei City, he encountered troubles one after another, and forgot about it. Opening the bottle of water, Lin Xian took out the water quality tester and tested it directly. Drops. A green light came on the tester, and Lin Xian raised his eyebrows immediately. Sure enough. Lin Xian looked at the heterogeneous magic cube placed on the wall, his eyes burning. It can block the pollution power of darkness. It is indeed a magic weapon. If so, even if there are more people on the train, there should be no need to worry about someone being infected and degenerated, and causing chaos inside. Relieved, Lin Xian looked at the time and returned to the cockpit to prepare for departure. Pay attention, those crows are afraid of fire. Don't shoot later, so as not to alarm more. Just close the windows and follow the infinite number. Lin Xian shouted to everyone in the team's intercom channel. Received. Everyone responded in unison. Lu Xingchen, it's your turn. When he heard that crows were afraid of fire, Lin Xian first thought of Lu Xingchen. Shuqin's team didn't have any flamethrowers. It would be a waste of bullets to use guns to deal with these beasts, and the gunshots might cause a chain reaction. Are you afraid of fire? Hee, fire is the nemesis of all evil spirits in the world. I am responsible for cleaning these monsters. Don't worry, I will take action. Kiki and others heard the narcissistic voice in the intercom, and everyone couldn't help frowning. This guy is too narcissistic. The building heard what Lu Xingchen said on the intercom next to him in the number 5 car, and couldn't help looking up and looking at him speechlessly. At this time, Lu Xingchen was standing in front of the big mirror and constantly fiddling with various moves. God crossfire. Lu Xingchen crossed his fingers in front of the mirror, and then looked at the mirror and kept adjusting. No. Then he put the cross in front of his left eye. It seems a bit vulgar. Then he put it on his chest, but he was still not satisfied. Too evil, not suitable for my style. So he simply put his hands flat and made a cross-finger gesture, but when he saw himself in the mirror, he couldn't help but sighed. Why are you getting more and more coquettish? Change one. Building, bang. The iron gate of the maintenance workshop opened, and the Infinity dragged 2 trains slowly out, and the rusty rails made a whimpering sound. The 7 cars on Shuqin's side also started the engine at this time. The people in the car looked nervous and began to drive out of the lane, and then turned onto the track at the fork. The main track of the Ring Star uses a wide hard base metal track surface. Some sections can be directly accelerated by electromagnetics and maglev. Cars can drive on it almost like walking on flat ground, without much pressure. Gaga, the sound of the track shaking instantly startled a large number of black crows under the hillside to fly into the air, like a cloud of black dust, flying towards the direction of the train. Everyone, pay attention, speed up, the cars behind just keep up and don't fall behind. We find a way to deal with the crows. Woo, the motor of the Gemini 11R nuclear-powered electric locomotive began to roar, and the internal combustion engine of the giant whale gas turbine began to accelerate wildly. On the other side, Lin Xian had arranged Lu Xingchen to the back of the car to cover the convoy behind. Dong dong dong, the crow corpses startled by the roadside began to fly out frantically, and hit the front of the Infinity. In an instant, the black feathers and broken meat burst everywhere, and the crow corpses made a noisy cry and crashed into the car desperately. Countless black nematodes flew out of the broken crow corpses and landed on the front of the car and the portholes and kept climbing, which made people's scalps numb. Girl. Kiki was specially called to the front by Lin Xian to deal with this situation. Ouch. Kiki looked at the densely packed insects with a disgusted face and pushed forward with his hands. An invisible telekinetic shield instantly pushed away the black nematodes, and the crows that hit from behind all hit the invisible air shield and could not get close to the front of the train at all. Seeing this, Lin Xian said, "Okay. That's it." Lin Xian asked Chen Sichuan and Kiki to drive the train and block the corpse crows in front, and he rushed all the way to the rear car. Huh. The corpse crows in the sky roared like an avalanche, and a large number of corpse crows began to hit the side and roof of the train. At this time, Shuqin's convoy behind was full of flying crows. Fire fist. Boom! A huge column of fire blasted through the roof of the train, burning a high-temperature flame wave. A large number of crows were instantly engulfed by the flames, and burned white flames, like saltpeter, accompanied by crisp explosions. Puff, puff, puff. Instantly, chain reactions continued to ignite in the air, and waves of fire spread out, engulfing the crows in the sky. Ah! Faced with the fire, many people in Shuqin's team screamed in fear, and the high temperature instantly oppressed them. Clusters. Several hooks flew out of the train and accurately hooked onto the trailer frames of several cars. Lin Xian opened the door of the empty carriage at the back and immediately mounted all the cars on the trailer hooks of the train. The fire is not big enough. Lin Xian shouted at Lu Xingchen. Then burn the whole city. Lu Xingchen said, stood up and jumped out of the door, stepped on the trailer chain made by Lin Xian, and then sprayed fire with both hands downwards, and flew up with the help of reverse thrust. He jumped high into the sky, looking at the crows, like a dark cloud in the sky. His eyes were cold, the corners of his mouth were slightly raised, and his hands were crossed in front of his chest. God burning the sky. Boom! The blast spread out from his body in a radiating pattern, like a fire cloud from an explosion, with scorching waves rising. Lin Xian frowned as he watched this scene, and said speechlessly, "This guy, don't even think about wearing clothes in the future." Chapter 164. The sky full of corpse crows devouring everything may be like a natural disaster for other teams, but for Lu Xingchen, who has the fire ability, it is completely within his domain. The dark cloud-like corpse crows in the sky burned and exploded, and a large amount of ashes fell like rain. But despite this, the large number of corpse crows flying from the roadside still rushed out and crashed into the jeeps and off-road vehicles of Shuqin's team, and blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Crack, crack, crack. Lin Xian was anxious when he saw this scene, and immediately created a series of metal plates to cover those vehicles. But there would still be fish that slipped through the net. Boom! Lu Xingchen landed on the roof of the train with his upper body naked, and began to set fire with his hands to clean up the corpse crows for Shuqin's team. God firewall. Lu Xingchen looked at the guardrails on both sides of the track, and directly ignited the fire, protecting both sides of the convoy. Finally, as the speed of the train increased, the corpse crows began to catch up, and the pressure from the collision suddenly decreased. And when the Infinity drove away from the edge of the city and the suburbs, getting farther and farther away from Jiazhou City, the noisy screams finally disappeared. At this time, the Shuqin convoy was forcibly taken out of the flames and crows by Lin Xian with a trailer chain. It was already a mess. The armor plates and windows of the vehicles were covered with blood and blackbird feathers, and various corpses accumulated like a thick layer of ketchup. The strong fishy smell made the people in the car unable to open their eyes. If it were not pulled by the train with a car chain, I am afraid that the convoy would have overturned and killed people. Lin Xian glanced and found that the coating and paint on the outside of many cars had been eaten away, revealing a silver metal layer, which made people secretly shocked. What a terrible parasite! There are such things in the dark. Fortunately, the black bugs have been burned by the flames. If they didn't have this method, they would have to abandon the car and run away even if they escaped. Shuqin, how is the situation? Lin Xian picked up the intercom. It's okay for now. Shuqin was driving nervously at this time. She looked at the rearview mirror, and was relieved that no car was left behind. Lin Xian looked at the convoy and realized something was wrong. He raised his hand to untie the connecting chains of all the cars. Bang, bang, bang. At this time, the last off-road vehicle suddenly lost control and crashed into the high metal wall beside the track. Something happened. Lin Xian's face sank, and he immediately controlled the train to slow down. The people in Shuqin's convoy also found something wrong at this time, and stopped the car one after another. Everyone ran towards the out-of-control car at this time. Shuqin opened the door, and found that there was only blood in the car at this time. The 3 people who were originally in the car were gone. Ah! Someone covered his mouth in surprise. They were eaten by crows. Oh my god! Lin Xian came over at this time. Shuqin widened her eyes, looked at him with a heavy face and said, "It's Zhong Jia's family. The car has been eaten through, and there may be black bugs inside." Lin Xian took a step back and said to Lu Xingchen, "Burn it." Lu Xingchen sighed, raised his hand, and a ball of flame sprayed out. Boom! In an instant, the car caught fire. Others looked at this scene at this time, all with sad and complicated eyes. Lin Xian looked over, and saw that many people's faces were even numb. Every time facing danger, for this team, there are almost casualties, and everyone seems to have gotten used to it. Shuqin's eyes flashed with sadness at this time, and she turned around and said, "Let's go quickly. We may not get rid of those crows yet." Lin Xian glanced at Shuqin, but didn't say anything. He restarted the train, climbed onto the roof, and started running towards the infinity. At the same time, he pointed to the roof to Lu Xingchen, "Vulcan, disinfect the train as well, and pay attention to fire prevention." The so-called disinfection is to let Lu Xingchen clean up the black nematodes that may remain on the train to avoid hidden dangers. "Leave it to me." Lu Xingchen nodded. Lin Xian ran directly back to the infinity cockpit. At this time, Qin Sichuan was observing the route. "Lin Xian, there will be a small station about 100 kilometers ahead, called Puca. It is a level 3 station. The main route usually does not stop there. Should we stop there and check the vehicle?" Qin Sichuan was also very worried about the black nematodes, and thought it would be better to do a deep inspection. "Okay." Lin Xian came over and said, "If we get rid of those crows, we can prepare the train during the day so that Shuqin and the others can stay on the train, which is relatively safe." Lin Xian felt a little heavy at this time. He took a bottle of water and drank most of it, and sighed deeply. It's really not good to encounter casualties when the team just expanded. Lin Xian. Qin Sichuan looked at him. "You don't have to blame yourself. You have done everything you can. I know that if you are given time, you will definitely find a way to make this car safer and protect more people. Now they have just joined, and we can't load their car into the train. Look at the whole Jiazhou city. There is not even a living thing. We are lucky to escape from the mouths of those crows." Lin Xian nodded. "You watch the road? I go to the back to check." In the number 1 carriage, Lin Xian opened the R&D center and chose to put Shasha's VOG grenade launcher into the upgrade page. Please select the weapon development direction. Firepower, 13 hours, mobility, 12 hours, firepower mobility. Lin Xian looked at the options on the interface and thought about it, and decided to increase the firepower first. Reminder, the VOG grenade launcher blueprint is being upgraded and developed. 12 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. This time is still acceptable to Lin Xian at present. In less than a day, he can get a weapon blueprint with powerful firepower. It is definitely a good deal. The PX-05 engineering robot blueprint and the G3 land-based electromagnetic railgun blueprint he obtained from the airport are both very advanced things, as well as the 1130 blueprint and a set of mechanical arms that Shuqin obtained from Guolao. He has not yet built these things, so he is not in a hurry to upgrade them. Anyway, his current mechanical manufacturing level is not high, and upgrading the blueprint is a waste of time. Even if it is upgraded, it cannot be built. Considering the increasing pressure of the crisis, he plans to upgrade the team members' equipment first to improve the combat capability. Lin Xian, didn't you scan the electromagnetic rail gun at the airport? Do you want to build one on the train? Kiki saw Lin Xian sitting alone in carriage number 1 with a serious expression, so he came over and asked. Yes, but not so fast. Lin Xian saw Kiki coming and responded. By the way, there are robots. You build one, and I will write a program to let this robot help us maintain the train. You can be more relaxed. Kiki floated in front of Lin Xian like a fairy, and said with a cunning face. I do have this idea. Lin Xian nodded. I have a blueprint now, but I have never built something this complicated. I will try it when I have a chance. Then you build it now? Kiki stared at him with her big eyes. Lin Xian poked her forehead with a finger. Build a fart. Can't you see we are still running away? Even if you want to build it, you have to get the new carriage armor first. Of course he knew that there was a robot that could help improve efficiency. But Lin Xian also knew from the blueprint that this thing was not easy for his current level of mechanical manufacturing. It had to start from the basic chip central control architecture, and there was also a Hall electric propulsion engine. If it was to be built, it would also require material conversion and preparation. From a pragmatic point of view, the first thing he had to do in a dangerous environment was to get the train carriage first. These sophisticated things could be slowly built in the carriage. Okay, then I also renovate my number 2 carriage. How do you want to renovate it? Beds, toilets, and the central control server of the nuclear-powered locomotive, aren't they going to be moved here? They must be rearranged. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows to show his approval. Okay, if there is enough time, I'm also going to renovate the interior. Kiki was full of joy. Hee, you're so nice. At this time, Lu Xingchen came over with his bare chest. Brother Lin, in carriage number 5, I need a dressing room, a tea maker, and a few suitable tops. I wonder if Brother Lin would be willing to help. Chapter 165. Makeup room? Kiki frowned and looked at him. What do you need a makeup room for, as a grown man? Heh. Lu Xingchen put his hands behind his back and looked at her sideways. You don't understand this. As a god, you naturally have to pay attention to your manners. He lifted his bangs and said confidently, in a chaotic world, you must also know how to deal with the world, and you can't be chaotic. TSK. Kiki looked at him with disgust. Then you set fire to your shirt all day long. I think you should just stop wearing it. It's a waste of clothes. Lin Xian on the side also felt that this made some sense. Or I can prepare a full cover armor for you later, which can not only improve your firepower, but also prevent you from being shirtless and avoid being attacked by cold guns and cold bullets. Brother Lin, that's a good idea. Lu Xingchen looked at him eagerly. It's best to be handsome. No, tailor-made, which will not hinder my Vulcan power. Brother Lin is the god of machinery, so it must be easy for you. Lin Xian looked at him eagerly and hesitated. You wait too. Lin Xian did have a plan to customize the full cover armor. The so-called full cover armor is different from the combat armor. The former is a fully enclosed exoskeleton device, similar to the Iron Man armor, while the latter is a war weapon with a large size and strong firepower. His original plan was to scan the exoskeleton combat armor of the Iron Guard Brigade first, and then slightly improve and manufacture it, or upgrade and develop it through the R&D Center. After it is manufactured, he will use it for himself first, so that he can use his combat talent of mechanical manufacturing. In the current battle, his wind gun and ice wall are obviously not good enough. By then, he could even tailor-make suitable armor for everyone. For example, although Kiki has powerful abilities, the little girl's abilities obviously do not enhance her body. She is so delicate. The red mark on Kiki's forehead where he poked his finger just now has not disappeared yet. However, time is tight at Yubei Airport, and he did not scan the extremely complex exoskeleton device, which is a bit regrettable. He could only find another plan. Wah, the Infinity is speeding on the high-speed track. The sun is shining in the sky, but the intercom in the car is a little silent. Shuqin's convoy followed closely behind the Infinity, not daring to be careless for a moment. Driving out of Jiazhou City, the track entered a mountainous old forest with a complex road system. Several highways gradually appeared in the parallel direction of the track. Many abandoned cars, and some wandering zombies also began to appear in the field of vision. Perhaps it was because they had just experienced the crazy group of corpse crows in Jiazhou Dead City. At this time, everyone saw those howling zombies. Not only did they not feel scary, but inexplicably felt a little familiar. Zombies have appeared. It seems that there are no zombie crows around. In the cockpit, Lin Xian and Shen Sichuan sat on each side of the cockpit. Lin Xian, do you have any direction next? Lin Xian looked at the long orbit around the star in front of him and shook his head. Although I know that the world will eventually be swallowed by the night, it was not until the countdown of the Phoenix Society came out that I felt so desperate. 1 year and 96 days. If the people of the Iron Guard Brigade knew that the survivors they guarded might not even survive for a year, I wonder how they would feel. It's not like that. Huh? Chen Sichuan looked at him and said gently, when they gave up retreating, they no longer considered gains and losses. Even if we just live until tomorrow, it is a victory. Because courage is never a measure of distance, it can transcend time and dimensions. So why is it 1 year and 96 days for mankind to go to extinction, instead of 1 year and 96 days for mankind to prepare for counterattack? Lin Xian was slightly stunned, and then smiled. You are right. 1 year and 96 days are not left for us to escape. There are still many things we can do. The Infinity drove out from a mountain, and was more than 100 kilometers away from Jiazhou City. Puca Station should be approaching soon, Qin Sichuan said while looking at the driving screen. Just as she raised her head, her eyes did not change. Lin Xian looked quickly. Lin Xian was taking a nap in the driver's seat at this time, seizing the time to recover his energy. Hearing Qin Sichuan's words, he quickly looked up and saw that the main track in front of him entered a small platform. The platform was located in a valley. On a wide road next to it, more than 30 vehicles of survivors were parked neatly. But from a distance, many of those cars had their doors open, and the body and windows were covered with blood, but there was no one. Lin Xian's face immediately became solemn, because he was very familiar with these cars. They were the survivors' convoys that they had taken to the high-altitude corridor together at the airport before. Squeak, the train slowly stopped and entered the platform. The Shuqing convoy behind also drove up. Shuqing got off the car and said in surprise, "Isn't this the Fireline convoy?" "No." Lin Xian and others also got off the train. "Yes, we were fighting with them in Area C at the airport." The young man named Lu Chang from Shuqing's team frowned and said, "And it's not just the Fireline team. Let's go and have a look." Lin Xian immediately led people to check and found that there were 2 modified heavy trucks in the team. The configuration of the entire team was quite high. Woo woo woo, there was a strong wind blowing in the valley, whistling through the open door of the heavy truck cockpit, making a woo woo sound. The whole team was neat and quiet. Everyone checked each car carefully, and found that there was indeed no one. Shuqing took out a scraper from her waist, scraped a little blood on the window of an SUV with the tip of the knife, and put it in front of her eyes to check, then frowned and said, "They died last night, but there is no body. Although there are some signs of crows gnawing, it is not that serious. They should not have died from crows." "That's strange." Kiki came over and looked around. "There are at least 100 people here. How can there be no resistance at all?" As if no one reacted. Lu Xingchen looked like a detective. There must be something strange here. Xia hid behind Qin Sichuan, looking at the neatly parked cars at this time, feeling creepy. Did they encounter some terrible monsters? Qin Sichuan said nothing and looked at Lin Xian. "I don't know either." Lin Xian looked at Shuqing. "Are there any other convoys here?" Shuqing came over and nodded. "This is a merger of 3 convoys, all of which came from the airport with us. They should have also escaped from the corpse crows in Jiazhou City, but not as serious as us, so they must have encountered something else." Lin Xian's face was heavy. These cars are almost intact. Even if there is a degeneration and mutation inside, it will not be this phenomenon. Someone will definitely resist or drive away, but no car here has moved. Kiki said, "That means they rested here at night, but something happened." At this time, Lin Xian heard some whispers, turned his head, and saw several men and women from Shuqing's convoy, one of whom was the young man named Zhou Yishuan. "What are you talking about?" The faces of these people were a little wrong at this time. Their faces were pale, and their eyes were stagnant, as if they were frightened by this scene. "Qin. Sister Qin, isn't this what was rumored before?" "Zhou Yishuan, stop talking nonsense." Shuqing seemed to know what he was going to say, and stopped him sternly. Chapter 166. What? What rumors? Kiki asked in confusion, after hearing their conversation. Shuqing looked at Kiki with a complicated expression, then at Lin Xian. "They are talking about the rumor of the herd hunting effect. Haven't you heard of it?" "Hunting effect?" Lin Xian's eyes shone. "Does it have anything to do with the situation here?" Shuqing's eyes darkened. "It's just some unfounded rumors." "What are rumors?" Hearing this, Zhou Yishuan came over with an urgent look and said, "Didn't we encounter a zombie tide that night after Chu Guan and Lao Su joined forces? Didn't I tell you that it was done by the Black Crow 4? Shuqing. He immediately replied, "But what about the vampires behind us? We lost 4 cars that night." Zhou Yishuan became more and more excited as he spoke. "And Yubei City? How could there be so many zombies and monsters? Many people think it is too unusual. It must be that too many survivors gathered there, so the group hunting effect was triggered. Now we have come all the way, and we have not seen other teams. Only the Fireline team had an accident here. They merged 3 teams. Sister Qin, isn't this the fact?" Lin Xian understood immediately after hearing this. In fact, this conjecture was not only Zhou Yishuan, but he also thought of this point. So the meaning of the group hunting effect is that the more people there are, the more strange bodies will come to hunt. Is that what it means? Qin Sichuan also asked at this time. Shuqing nodded and said in a deep voice, "That's right. There have been some rumors on some survivors' radio stations before, saying that the larger the survivor team expands, the more strange bodies and monsters they will encounter. But there is also another explanation, which says that if two prey being chased meet together, what does it mean? It means there are two hunters following behind. Lin Xian replied. Yes, no matter which one, it means that the bigger the group, the greater the danger. Now many survivors are starting to group together. I think this may be what the monsters want to see, Zhou Yixuan said. They want to catch us all in one fell swoop. Another girl also said with fear. Lin Xian's face brightened when he heard this. This statement did sound credible. He even tended to be more inclined to the hunter's judgment. From the pursuit of the red centipede to the pursuit of the white giant, including the pursuit of the Iron Guard Brigade by the atmospheric mica, whether it was a coincidence or a figment of the imagination, it seemed that there was a little meaning in it. I understand. Lin Xian nodded. You think that if you merge with us, there will be more danger, right? Captain Lin. Shu Qin was about to speak, but saw Lin Xian waved his hand at her, indicating that he should finish. Zhou Yixuan heard Lin Xian's words, and his excited expression suddenly froze. He opened his mouth and his eyes flickered. At the beginning of the maintenance workshop, he did not show much enthusiasm. In fact, Lin Xian also saw that not everyone in Shu Qin's team had this idea. No, Captain Lin, that's not what I mean. Zhou Yixuan looked terrified, and his voice was trembling. Everyone thinks that if they can follow the superpowers, or the big car group, the survival rate will be higher. Indeed, it is true, like the Silver Star, Longshan number 1, so many people, including the Phoenix organization, but for us ordinary people, the increased risk of rashly joining together is not proportional to our strength. I am just worried. I am worried that we will become a burden to your infinity. When he said this, everyone in Shu Qin's team had a complicated look, and their eyes were different. Lin Xian looked at Zhou Yixuan, and saw through his lie at a glance. His worry about becoming a burden was false, and his worry about becoming cannon fodder for the superpowers was true. His worry was not unreasonable. According to the theory of the group hunting effect, the troubles encountered by powerful superpowers or large groups of vehicles combined together would be a disaster for ordinary people in other teams, or even an unprovoked disaster. But under the overturned nest, thinking about the problem with such a sophisticated refuge thinking is completely extreme. In short, normal people would not think like Zhou Yixuan, and even if they thought so, they would not say it out loud, and it should not change anything. It is human instinct to stick together, hug thighs, and seek benefits and avoid harm. Zhou Yixuan's expression at this time clearly showed that his fear had overcome his rationality. He attributed the troubles he encountered along the way to the fact that Shu Qin and other teams did not believe in the group hunting effect. As an ordinary person, he could not change anything, so he thought that Shu Qin's joining the Infinity team would bring more troubles, and such troubles would definitely be suffered by ordinary people like them. The death of Zhong Jiahao's family in front also made Zhou Yixuan's idea of escape more concrete. Lin Xian looked at Zhou Yixuan and then at the others. There was a strong smell of blood on the road. He said in a stern voice, whether the group hunting effect is true or false, unity is a way for humans to amplify individual influence, so I respect your choice. Shu Qin. Lin Xian said to Shu Qin, who had a complicated expression at the moment, there are many cars available here, including heavy trucks. It's still early now, and we should be able to get to Hengshan Pass before it gets dark. If anyone wants to join us, I still welcome them, but they must hold the belief that they will die, because the monsters we encounter must be more terrifying than before. If you have concerns or ideas, you can choose a car and drive away. As soon as these words came out, Zhou Yixuan suddenly felt his head cleared up, but he was a little hesitant at this time. In front of him was a fully equipped heavy truck of the Fire Line team. According to the theory he firmly believed in, this was indeed a good opportunity. Zhou Yixuan looked at Shu Qin at this time, and Shu Qin just looked at him calmly. I respect your choice. Thank you, Sister Qin. Zhou Yixuan's expression was tense, and the whole feeling was a little depressed. Then he didn't say anything more, and went back to the car to pack his luggage. At this time, 3 people in the team also followed his actions. The 4 of them drove a heavy truck and an off-road vehicle, said goodbye to everyone and drove away. The atmosphere on Shu Qin's team was bleak. Lin Xian looked at this scene and sighed. In fact, when he formed the team before, he was also prepared for someone in the team to go their separate ways at any time because of life and interests, including Chen Xishuan, Kiki, and Delu. No matter whether the other party's reason looks stupid, it is everyone's own choice. In this ruined end of the world, it is too naive to talk about human nature. No matter whether they are ordinary people or not, they only care about one life. Shu Qin. Lin Xian looked at her and said seriously, "What about you?" "I've been following you." Xu Qin said solemnly, "If you don't welcome me, I will take them away immediately." Looking at this scene, Sasha grabbed the corner of Chen Sichuan's clothes nervously, and the Infinity team felt a little depressed. The people in Xu Qin's team who stayed behind all looked at Lin Xian in unison, and the desire in their eyes was self-evident. No matter what the considerations were, these people who stayed behind were eager to join Infinity at this time. Lin Xian looked at Xu Qin, then at the others, and said sternly, "Be it the herd hunting effect or just catching wind and shadows, maybe we will be wiped out tonight like this fire line convoy. If you want to get on my car, you better be prepared now. The unity of the survivors is the general trend. If we can't win even if we unite, then we will be ashamed of the sacrifices made for us by the Airport Guard Regiment and the Iron Guard Brigade. So now you all see clearly." Lin Xian suddenly pointed to the black armored train behind him and said loudly, "This is not a safe travel train, this is Doomsday train." Chapter 167. If you choose to get on the train, then all the vehicles here will be devoured and recycled by me, which means there is no way out. Lin Xian's words suddenly interrupted everyone's thinking. Whether they were weighing the pros and cons, thinking about the group hunting effect, being affected by the tragic situation of the fireline convoy, or worrying about whether they would be abandoned or used as cannon fodder. At this moment, everyone looked at the heavy black armored train behind Lin Xian. There was still a lot of dried meat on the thick armor grill, and the side of the mechanical wheel was full of dark brown blood spots. The dense bullet marks, the holes bitten by the white giant monster, and the giant centipede's claws and mouth parts, and the huge dents scratched by the atmospheric mica tentacles, all prove the tragedy that rushed out of the darkness. "Yes, cowards, don't enter the Infinity." A childish voice came, and Sasha raised her little face at this time, breaking the silence of the scene. Everyone saw the little girl's proud face, and their faces changed slightly. When Yaolu saw Sasha, she stood up and said, "We are not cowards." LV Chong also said excitedly, "Yes, Captain Lin, we will follow you." "Captain Lin, wait for your order, we will move the supplies from these dozens of cars to the Infinity now. The person approved by Sister Qin must be right." "That's right. Please let us join, we will not be deserters." The bleak atmosphere was broken at this time. Lin Xian looked at Xu Qin and said loudly, "Count the number of people, get ready to get on the car tonight." Xu Qin nodded and looked at Lin Xian, "Thank you, Captain Lin." She looked at Lin Xian, her eyes full of complexity and gratitude. For a team like Lin Xian, which was full of superpowers, being able to accept them was actually more disadvantageous than beneficial, at least from the current point of view. Although there were a few people in her team who had evolved well, and she also had a certain combat power, most of the others had not yet shown too strong combat power. Apart from helping with some logistical work, they could not help much for the time being. Hearing Lin Xian's words, everyone felt a shock. There was excitement on their faces. Lin Xian. Chen Sichuan looked at everyone at this time, and seeing that everyone's enthusiasm was mobilized, she consciously asked Lin Xian, "What are our plans for the next step?" Lin Xian nodded, and everyone's eyes were cast on him, and he began to talk. At present, in addition to the survivors hiding in the original place, there are basically three choices in the world. The first is to escape from the polar night, according to the situation and path of the star abyss announced by the Phoenix Society. In this process, they will either gradually gather together or be accepted by the rescue points dispatched by the Phoenix Society in various places. In any case, the final goal is to escape to a wider area with the Dawn Center to obtain living space. The second is to gather in some large shelters or main cities to form a resistance force, such as Star City. Will anyone else run to Star City? Aren't you afraid of being treated as slaves by the Federation? Kiki said immediately after hearing this. Yes. Xu Qin said at this time. In fact, many survivors have no direction. As the capital of Dragon Country, Xingqing is the first destination for many people when the apocalypse comes. Because Xingqing has a very strong city defense force, and the Phoenix Society's guidance is more about escaping in a general direction, many displaced people are eager for a stable place to stay, so even if it means hiding in the sewers, many people will go there regardless of everything. Lin Xian nodded. Xu Qin was right. After the apocalypse, information was blocked. Many survivors didn't even have dark radio stations. Running to big cities or shelters was just an instinct to seek collective shelter. Just like the underground city number 9 they had visited before, a doomsday shelter plan that had not been announced on the internet attracted tens of thousands of escape convoys to Daoyuo Mountain. Lin Xian still felt shocked when he thought of the car buried for dozens of kilometers in the blizzard. What about the third one? Kiki asked. The third is what Director Ding said before, the polar ice cap. Lin Xian took a deep breath and said, since most people think that it is the last safe place, someone must have set their sights on the polar regions from the beginning, but it is now in the polar night period. After 4 months, no matter whether they are dormant or wandering, they will run there regardless of everything. Lu Xingchen nodded. That makes sense. What about us? Do we also run to the polar regions? Lin Xian shook his head. Lu Xingchen frowned slightly. Not to the polar regions, or follow the guidance of the Phoenix Society. Didn't I tell you that we are going to run along the orbit around the star? Kiki glanced at Lu Xingchen. Of course we will continue to head east along the orbit, right Lin Xian? Lin Xian smiled and said nothing. Neither? Kiki said anxiously. Hey, you don't want to go to Star City, do you? What are you thinking about? Lin Xian took a deep breath, looked at everyone and said solemnly. Before we passed Yubei City, my idea was to enter the orbit around the star and escape all the way east, but now, my idea has changed a little. Qin Sichuan looked at him. Aren't we going to orbit the star? No. Lin Xian said loudly. When I say change my mind, I don't mean change the route, the means of transportation, or the destination. Everyone was confused. Lin Xian looked around and said slowly. We have been to the number 9 underground city, which cost trillions of underground defenses, but there are even bigger underground creatures that swallowed up 360,000 people overnight. In the sky, the Iron Guard Brigade's powerful War Eagle gunboats and Lightning fighters could not escape the fate of crashing even the aerospace city Qingwan. Entering Yubei City, the more people flee, the more monsters there are. The world is like a huge hunting ground. Those hunters hide in the darkness and turn us humans into prey. I told the team before that I would use my mechanical ability to make the train fly high in the sky. This goal has not changed. I also said that if we are destined to not escape the darkness, we might as well prepare for the worst from now on. This is the same as the purpose of the Phoenix. That is to gain the power to defeat darkness in the process of chasing the dawn. Lin Xian's words suddenly shocked everyone. Under the background of the apocalypse day, everyone is fleeing frantically, every day for survival, and to see the new sunshine. But the Phoenix's Doomsday broadcast also said that the blue planet will enter the global night in 1 year and 96 days, and this polar night will last for more than 571 years. If the whole world is destined to be unable to escape the fate of destruction, such an escape is very negative and torturous for the spirit and mentality of the survivors. There is no safe destination, no harbor to stop at, and after living for 1 year and 96 days, what awaits him is still death. Escaping with such despair is equivalent to chronic suicide. In fact, this is one of the reasons why the old federal government has been insisting on the underground city plan. A war with no dawn of victory can only rely on the firm belief and will of a few people. After experiencing the incident at Yubei Airport, Lin Xian felt extremely depressed and heavy. If the sacrifice of the 52nd Brigade of the Iron Guard can only bring back the survival of these 20,000 people for 1 year and 96 days, it is almost meaningless. Those young soldiers who died for us must have believed that we who survive can defeat the darkness one day. Lin Xian said and looked at Shu Qin. Shu Qin, you must have never thought that you can fight those monsters with your bare hands and become so strong now, right? Shu Qin was slightly stunned when she heard this, and then nodded. And these people? Lin Xian looked at others. Whether we are superpowers or not, we are constantly evolving every day we survive. There are many people like us all over the world who are resisting. This is our opportunity. So our next goal is not to escape for the sake of escaping, but to find every opportunity to improve and strengthen ourselves in the process, so that we can face the night one day. If we can defeat the night by then will the polar night still be the end of the world for us? As soon as this was said, everyone's eyes widened. Qin Sichuan, Lu Xingchen, Sasha and Kiki all had a sense of sudden realization, and even the building nodded repeatedly. Yes. Kiki crossed her arms and looked at Lin Xian in surprise. As long as we can survive in the dark night, it doesn't seem to matter if the whole world is swallowed by darkness. Qin Sichuan also nodded. In that case, the countdown of 1 year and 96 days doesn't seem so scary. Yeah, that makes sense. Qi, a ball of flame ignited in Lu Xingchen's palm. The flame of this god will illuminate the endless night. Shu Qin looked at Lin Xian with a relaxed look, and the fatigue in her expression seemed to have faded a little at this time. Such a goal sounds more motivating than the endless escape and survival. Then Captain Lin, what is our next step now? Lin Xian raised his eyes slightly and looked at the empty platform, the 2 trains brought out from Jiazhou City, and the more than 30 cars parked on the road. The sun was shining, and the breeze was blowing. Such a good place, of course, is to prepare the train. Chapter 168. Yeah! Kiki cheered. Finally, the train is going to be upgraded. Although the people on Shuqin's side knew that Lin Xian had mechanical abilities, they still looked at each other in bewilderment when they heard him say that the train was being upgraded. Lin Xian's heart moved slightly, and then he raised his right hand, and the palm of his hand emitted a fluorescent light, and several materials flew out, condensed, shaped, forged, and assembled together. Bang, bang, bang. Aurora K-23 electric rotary machine gun was created out of thin air, and the huge gun body fell to the ground in front of the building. Building, a new toy for you. Looking at this magical scene, everyone in Shuqin's team was shocked. Such a Gatling machine gun is simply a killer weapon for the team, and it is usually only seen in medium and large teams. Unexpectedly, Lin Xian raised his hand and turned one out, which really shocked everyone. Wow! Sasha and Lu Xingchen were stunned, and the building widened his eyes, and bent down to pick it up from the ground. Click, the heavy feel, the 6-barrel muzzle carries a destructive aura, and the tower-like size of the building instantly gives people a god of war-like posture. Brother! So handsome! Hey! The building licked his lips, holding the killer weapon in his hand with joy, and said to Lin Xian, "Thank you, Brother Xian." "Thank you for what?" Lin Xian pointed to the infinity at this time. "Since we have time now, let's upgrade our fortress train, equip it with weapons, and renovate the carriages. With so many people, shouldn't we make our living environment better?" "Great!" Kiki was excited. "My number 2 car also needs to be upgraded." "Captain Lin." Shuqin looked delighted at this time. "Just tell me what you want." Lin Xian nodded. "Take people to take down all the useful things in these cars, including your own, and then let Teacher Chen count them together." "Understood. I do it right away." Lin Xian said, and looked at Lu Xingchen. "Vulcan, you take a few good hands, and help me find a few places with good sight lines to stand guard here. If there are zombies or other troubles, start to clean them up." "No problem." Lu Xingchen said very arrogantly. "Leave it to me." Building Sasha, you two collect all the weapons and ammunition. Lin Xian pointed to an open space. "Sort out our firepower." "Okay, Brother Xian." "Yes." Sasha became excited. "Others, help me clear out those passenger cars." "Girl Teacher Chen, let's replan the cars." "Okay." Kiki and Chen Xishuan agreed. Lin Xian looked at the infinity. Now he had the manpower, time, and space. With such an opportunity, he must seize this rare opportunity to upgrade the vehicle. So, at Lin Xian's command, all the staff began to act. This time he planned to first make the train's combat car door, lift, outer armor electric blade device, sentry system and 1130. In car number 2, Lin Xian, Kiki and Chen Xishuan were studying the car layout on the computer. The Giant Whale 03 heavy gas turbine locomotive is the front of the car, and the Gemini 11R nuclear-powered electric locomotive is the rear of the car. These two remain unchanged, but there are 2 problems that need to be solved. Kiki pointed to the rough model of the train on the computer and said, "It's better to connect the control system of the nuclear-powered locomotive to me, so that I can monitor the operation of the entire train. Then connect the sentinels and radar systems, integrate water, air, heating, electricity, and information systems, and our infinity will become a smart train." "What's the second question?" "Of course, it's the arm firepower." Kiki pointed to the last car. "After adding 5 cars, excluding the power train, we have 12 cars. If we want to defend such a long car when we encounter danger, we can't run around with a walkie-talkie like before, especially with this nuclear-powered locomotive that needs to be protected. So I think it's best to transform car number 12 into a weapon station, and put the 1130 close and defense gun you want to build here." "Lin." She nodded, and Kiki's idea coincided with hers. "That's what I planned too. If there are too many people, if there are no accidents, our nuclear-powered carriages will be closed on a daily basis, and the number 12 carriage will be converted into a defense carriage to protect our power train." "Do we need to do more protection like Longshan number 1? Chen Xishuan said. "I observed the layout of Longshan number 1's carriages last night. The light and heavy firepower and air defense are evenly distributed, and basically the entire train can be taken care of." "Well, that makes sense. Then let's do it this way. Carriage number 5 will be used as a flexible defense carriage, and a lifting Gatling gun and personnel entrance and exit will be installed on the roof. It should be no problem for the building and Lu Xingchen to guard the middle section." "Huh?" Kiki widened her eyes at him. "I thought you were going to install another 1130. Lin Xian looked at her speechlessly. "Do you think I'm a mobile arsenal?" I can build anything I want. I don't even know if I can build one after using up all the materials in this maintenance workshop. You want me to build too? Kiki stuck out her tongue and glanced at him secretly. Is this all you have in stock? Lin Xian, why does this sound weird? By the way, Kiki pointed to the roof. Didn't you promise me to make an armed roof for car number 2? I am going to do it. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. I am going to install a G3 electromagnetic railgun and a bulletproof shooting cabin in front of it. Wow, really? Kiki's eyes lit up and was about to stand up, but suddenly her face changed, pointing at Lin Xian and said, Is there a but? But? Lin Xian smiled. It's still the same. I can only make the bulletproof shooting cabin first. The electromagnetic railgun will have to wait because of material problems. With the preparation center, the material problem is theoretically solved, but it is only theoretical. When it comes to high-level materials such as level 2 and level 3 materials, if Lin Xian can only use low-level materials to convert, the efficiency is very poor, and the output is not much. It will probably take a long time to wait until the materials for the electromagnetic railgun can be assembled. Also, if this electromagnetic railgun is installed in car number 2, your living space will be much smaller. Lin Xian shrugged. After all, this thing is quite large. For driving safety, it must be built into an embedded lifting platform, and it must be equipped with an extremely high-energy capacitor device group below, which will take up a lot of space in the car. What's the big deal? Kiki sat on the swivel chair with a nonchalant look on her face. Sasha and I just sleep in a bunk bed. Most of car number 2 is empty. A car is almost 30 meters long. We don't need such a large space. She glanced at Lin Xian unhappily. Do you think we like to mess around like you two? Qin Sixuan didn't expect Kiki to suddenly say something out of the blue, and her face immediately turned red. What are you talking about? Aren't we talking about business? Lin Xian smiled helplessly. Okay, then arrange it in car number 2. Servers, drones, sentry systems, and nuclear-powered locomotive central control are all integrated here for you. Are you satisfied? Chapter 169. Hee, that's more like it. Seemingly enjoying the feeling of being in control of the overall situation, Kiki chuckled and continued. What about the remaining carriages? How are you going to arrange them? Lin Xian looked at the corridor of the train. My idea is this. Carriages 1 and 2 will remain unchanged. I promised Director Ding that carriage 3 would be a research carriage, so it will remain unchanged. I plan to slightly modify carriage 4 as a planting carriage, and the building and Lu Xingchen will live there. If it is used as a defense carriage and needs to be equipped with light and heavy firepower, I plan to store some of the weapons on the car there, and will install an explosion-proof automatic door to facilitate the entry and exit of armed personnel. Then, there is carriage 11, which is used as a carriage for storing tools and sundries. We can keep 2 high-configuration vehicles for our armored vehicle and Shu Qin and her friends. At that time, I will design a large. The lifting door is convenient for unloading vehicles. Sometimes, we also need these cars and motorcycles for exploration. Lin Xian looked at Qin Sixuan. The remaining carriages are mainly for daily life. Teacher Chen, do you have any opinions? Qin Sixuan's expression slightly raised when she heard the words. She felt that Lin Xian valued her. She was happy and didn't act pretentiously. She began to speak seriously. The 5 carriages from number 6 to number 10 can be used as living carriages, but my suggestion is to transform number 6 into a dining car and number 7 as a material storage car. Shu Qin has a few women who know cooking skills and can be responsible for logistics. Now that we have so many people, we can arrange to supply food for the whole car. The food and materials of the whole car can be concentrated in number 6 dining car and number 7 carriage. This centralized management can accurately know our food supply situation and avoid hygiene problems. Then we will directly transform the number 8, number 9, and number 10 carriages from the sleeper carriages of the passenger train. Each carriage has 12 rooms, and each room can accommodate at least 4 people. According to our current number of people, a single room for each person is enough. Qin Sixuan continued, also, there are rotations. Although you said that you want to set up a sentry system, I think it is also necessary to arrange people to take turns on duty every day. There are too many dangers in the dark that we cannot predict. Sometimes people are more sensitive than machines. Lin Xian and Kiki listened with a look of surprise. Surprise? Wow, Sister Chen, you are so thoughtful. Lin Xian also nodded. Yes, I agree with this arrangement. Each carriage has a gate system, plus the information call system in the carriage. It will be more convenient for us to dispatch. If there is a dining car, we don't have to look for a place to eat everywhere, and it can also facilitate food management. There is one more thing. Chen Sichuan looked at Lin Xian. Director Ding, you haven't made any arrangements yet. Are you going to let her live in the laboratory? I ask her later. Lin Xian thought for a while and said, Oh right. Kiki also said at this time, I have a suggestion, shooting holes. We have many people and many guns now, so we can't design lifting shooting cabins in all carriages, so we can design some closable shooting holes in the living carriages at the back for easy defense. Speaking of which, Teacher Chen can use a sniper rifle now, so it's better to have one in carriage number 1. Chen Sichuan waved her hand and said anxiously, Carriage number 2 has a rooftop bulletproof shooting cabin. I can use this, it's more convenient, and I'm not particularly skilled now, so there's no need to give it to me. Not skilled? Kiki was shocked. Sister Chen, you have turned that psychic into a mobile phone holder, and you are still not skilled? Mobile phone holder. Lin Xian was stunned for half a second when he heard it, and then he reacted, and it seemed that he had a bit of image. After some discussion, Lin Xian preliminarily confirmed the upgrade and renovation plan of the train. Although there are still many problems, you can't do everything at once. The renovation of 12 carriages is not an easy task. Fortunately, there are enough manpower and time, and there are various tools, which are very suitable for modification work. The final plan is that in addition to the front and rear power groups, carriage number 1 is Lin Xian's living cabin, but the current space is relatively empty, and Lin Xian also decided to renovate it. He gave up the original carriage and prepared to take a new luxury cabin for renovation. There is an independent, enclosed first-class cabin living area with good privacy, and a clean and bright large bathroom, which can be convenient for several girls to bathe. In addition, there are many available storage areas for storing some more important materials here. Carriage 2 has already built an information center, so the carriage remains unchanged. In addition, there are many things that need to be integrated, so the vacant spaces can be designed and utilized. The beds of the 2 little girls, Kiki and Sha, are transformed into a cabin space with stronger wrapping for the crew. Because a bulletproof cabin needs to be designed on the roof, and space for the electromagnetic rail gun needs to be reserved, the complexity is the highest in this train maintenance. Carriages 3 and 4 were originally Coal 3 biological science research cabins, with a high level of technology. Lin now needs to manufacture a series of plant culture cabins, or some soilless cultivation brackets, for the transformation of Carriage 4. At the same time, the water purification system and the air circulation system of the carriage need to be integrated here. It is the second most troublesome carriage. The main purpose of the number 5 carriage is to transform the automatic explosion-proof door and the lifting firepower platform to facilitate the fire suppression of the building, and then design some gun racks to store the weapons of the team. Although the number 6 and number 7 carriages need to be transformed into dining cars and storage cars, it is much simpler for Lin Xian. He has obtained a lot of those kitchenware stores in Yuqi before, and Shuqin's original team also has a part of them. Lin Xian only needs to build some simple dining tables and chairs, and food storage cabinets. At the same time, he also has the blueprint of the Binger TG56 commercial refrigerator obtained in Jiang City. If he builds a few, he can store some food with a shorter shelf life. For the number 8, number 9, and number 10 carriages, Lin Xian directly used the sleeper car of the passenger train for simple transformation, and basically finished it with armor on the outside. At that time, everyone in Shuqin's team can live here, and there are still a lot of places left, so it is not crowded for the time being. Carriage number 11 is Lin Xian's original number 5 tool carriage, which is used to place tools, motorcycles, and 3 modified armored vehicles. With automatic doors and large lifting side panels, people and vehicles can get on and off flexibly. Finally, there is carriage number 12, where Lin Xian plans to build a 1130 close-in defense gun system. At present, his materials are still a little insufficient, but they dragged out 2 intercity transport train heads and carriages from Jiazhou, plus more than 30 cars parked outside and Shuqin's vehicles. If all of these are swallowed up, it will be enough after conversion through the preparation center. If this killer can be handled, Infinity should be much calmer when encountering a zombie tide or sea level and B-level weird bodies in the dark. In addition, there are the equipment of this group of survivors' convoys. At present, Shuqin is still leading people to collect and organize them, and there should be a lot of gains. In addition to these, Lin Xian also plans to install explosion-proof monitoring outside the train and an active phased array radar on the front of the train to form a sentinel system to monitor the entire train and the outside of the train for 24 hours. At the same time, The blade module of the previous GK-03 electric knife is designed on the train and installed near the flap armor to provide strong protection against zombies and thugs who attempt to climb the train. In this way, the external armor, sentinel system, external armor electric blade device, plus the internal protection artifact heterogeneous magic cube, and the soul value detector, the defense and safety of the Infinity will reach a new level. Chapter 170. With a clear plan, Lin Xian came to the number 3 research carriage to find Ding Junyi to arrange her accommodation, but saw that she was still studying the black nematode taken from the corpse crow seriously. I don't like people disturbing me when I'm working. Ding Junyi stopped her work and turned to look at Lin Xian, but you are an exception. Lin Xian was stunned for a moment, then I'm quite surprised. You are my employer now, and also the partner I chose. I should show respect and attention to you. Lin Xian walked over and looked at her with a smile. I won't pay you, so I'm not your employer, and I don't think people who experience life and death together are called partners. This world is already full of dangers and challenges for us. Since I have agreed to let you get on the train, you don't have to judge the pros and cons of communicating with me from the perspective of a cooperative relationship. Relax a little. I don't have any research results requirements for you. If you have to set contribution conditions for yourself, just help me plant those seeds. Lin Xian's mentality has indeed changed a lot. When he first formulated the infinite train plan, he hoped that everyone could play the greatest value to the train. At that time, he was both nervous and cautious. But now, he no longer wants to simply evaluate the contribution of the people who got on the bus. For survival, everyone shines within their own ability. These people gathered around him, making him feel the support of the team. This kind of united power is the source of support for everyone to stick to their beliefs in the endless night. Ding Junyi looked at him with a slightly changed look, and then broke the silence and said, Thank you, your attitude towards me makes me feel much happier. But I'm a scientist, not a gardener. In addition to the planting carriage you want, I will not stop my research on dark creatures. This is my self-worth realization, and it's also what I want to do. Okay. Lin Xian understood, and was very supportive. He now made a radio specifically for Ding Junyi to listen to various useful scientific research information on the Doomsday radio. Combined with her research, it can indeed provide the team with a lot of valuable analysis. By the way, Lin Xian remembered the business at this time. I'm reorganizing the carriage, and I haven't arranged where you live yet? No need to arrange. Ding Junyi pointed to a compartment not far from the research table. The disinfection room has a lot of space. I have sorted it out. I can use the nap bed to rest, and it can also be used as my personal lounge. Lin Xian looked at the compartment with some surprise. There was enough space for a single bed, but the space was indeed a bit crowded. Seeing Lin Xian's expression, Ding Junyi said directly, It's just a place to sleep. My work area has 2 whole carriages, which is the largest space in the entire train, so it's not crowded for me. Of course, if you want to sleep with me, it's a bit crowded there, and it's not soundproof. Ahem, Lin Xian cleared his throat and changed the subject. After passing the high-altitude corridor, we have gained some time for renovation. Now we are upgrading the train. If you need anything, you can ask for it. Indeed. Ding Junyi walked to a computer next to him and opened a panel. Now that there are more members, there are more samples to study, so I want to do a test of the supernatural evolution data of all the personnel on the train for the study of dark forces. Test? What do you mean? Physical test. Ding Junyi said, Shu Qin, Qin Sichuan and other people without superpowers have clearly shown the state of evolution, and the body mechanisms for improvement are different. Others will also change in different aspects. I believe that the Phoenix Society is also observing this law. If this aspect becomes clearer and clearer, ordinary people without superpowers can also find ways to improve their survival. Do you think everyone will evolve? Lin Xian asked. Yes, it's just that the individuals are different, so we need a wide range of data sampling, including the type of evolution, growth rate, causes of evolution, individual differences, etc. If we can regularly survey and monitor the personnel of the whole car, combined with the data released by the Phoenix Society, I may be able to give the whole car an evolution plan. Evolution plan. When Ding Junyi said this word, Lin Xian felt a shock in his heart. He immediately asked, What about the evolution of the superpowers? The Phoenix Society should not have a clear plan now. The group of black crows we met before hunted other superpowers everywhere, including a superpower with strange limbs I once met. He said that killing strange bodies or superpowers can lead to evolution, but the problem is not accurate enough. Ding Junyi raised his glasses. In the early Angel project, There was indeed an experimental result that after the strange bodies and superpowers were killed, there would be an energy overflow. This energy has a certain similarity with the soul value, and can be absorbed by the experimental subject and get a certain improvement. However, after we studied the strange blood essence, we found that this overflowing energy is completely inferior to the energy density carried by the strange blood essence. Therefore, if you want to evolve your superpowers, whether you are an ordinary person or a superpower, swallowing the strange blood essence directly is the most direct way. Lin Xian frowned when he heard this. So simple? In theory, it is true, but swallowing strange blood essence is a very dangerous behavior. The first human ghost in the Angel Project's laboratory was created after the experimental subject swallowed strange blood essence and evolved and mutated. Degenerate? That's right. Ding Junyi said, you can think of the dark tide as an energy invasion from a higher dimensional world, and the strange body is a creature from this world. Most humans cannot withstand such energy invasion, so they degenerate into zombies, and those of us who survive represent our gradual evolution. We have to adapt to this invading power step by step, but this dark invading power has too many unknowns for us. Why do we get superpowers, and why some people can evolve faster than others? We have not found the exact reason. So without knowing this principle, it is obviously very reckless to forcibly swallow the power of blood essence and try to directly evolve. Lin Xian was silent for a moment when he heard this. He remembered that when Kiki experienced degeneration, he had used strange blood essence for Kiki to swallow. It was indeed a bit reckless, but at that time he had run out of options and had no other choice. So evolution is not just about acquiring the power of this dark invasion, but also has different prerequisites, or inducements, depending on the individual. Ding Junyi nodded, yes, but there is one condition that is currently widely recognized, that is, mental willpower. This is why many superpowers feel that they have a better chance of evolution in a dying situation, because when people face death, they can often burst out extremely strong mental willpower, commonly known as the survival instinct. For example, Lu Ye's evolution looks very dangerous, but Qin Sixuan's evolution is more in line with the path of mental growth of an ordinary person, which is also a very critical factor. Lin Xian sighed. Then in this environment, if the willpower collapses, or if the blood essence is swallowed, resulting in the dark invasion force that exceeds the limit of the body's tolerance, it will easily lead to wrong evolution and become a zombie or a human ghost. This has been confirmed. Ding Junyi said, so I think it is necessary to regularly test all personnel on the vehicle. In addition to being used for research, it can also understand the situation of internal personnel and prevent the personnel on our vehicle from degenerating and causing chain infection. Okay. Captain Lin nodded, and now looked at the hell-black chrysanthemum. The red light on it was still bright. What about this one? Ding Junyi looked at the black flower in the plant culture chamber behind him, and said lightly, I am still observing the red light reaction on it. It has not yet been tested. There is a very obvious pattern, and the previous statement is just my personal guess. Can you take the flower down and study it? Lin Xian asked. This is not a plant in our world. From our previous research and analysis, it has an energy density far exceeding that of the strange blood essence, but we can't do specific experiments now, because it is the only experimental object in our laboratory. The superiors require us not to physically damage it, so we did not extract samples for experiments. I understand. Lin Xian smiled and pointed at the flower and said, except for not being able to do human experiments, you can do whatever you want. If you don't use a treasure for research, you can't just worship it. Lin Xian doesn't care whether it is the only sample or not. If it can't provide value, then this thing is a useless grass. Ding Junyi raised her eyebrows and looked at Lin Xian with admiration. That's what I meant. Thank you for your authorization. Chapter 171. After communicating with Ding Junyi, Lin Xian gradually had a vague understanding of the night. Under the influence of this power, the surviving humans are like Qin Sixuan, whose bodies are undergoing unknown evolution every day. It is also thanks to Teacher Chen's increasingly strong heart and belief that a weak woman can persist until now. Lin Xian also had a brief communication with Qin Sixuan and Delu. At present, it seems that Delu's evolution is the same as Kiki, which is a staged evolution of a superpower. It should have reached the evolution level in the previous angel plan, reaching the primary level that can truly develop its own superpowers. Even so, Delu's entire person is already very powerful in terms of strength and recovery in the eyes of ordinary people. Qin Sixuan is changing imperceptibly, the most important of which is her perception. She has become extremely keen to subtle movements and observations in the dark after so many nights of vigil. This is something Lin Xian did not expect at all. With Ding Junyi's research and analysis, plus the changes in Delu and Chen Sichuan, and the addition of Xu Qin, a strong woman, Lin Xian feels much more confident. After getting off the train, he quickly started to work on the train transformation. Although it was daytime, because the carriages had to be split and they were in the wild, for safety reasons, Lin Xian specially arranged Lu Xingchen and several team members to go around for a walk, and even the little girl Xia was actively patrolling everywhere. Qi, with the help of Chen Sichuan and Kiki, the Infinity train began to separate each carriage. This train maintenance and upgrade was different from the past. It was a major project from the inside out. Fortunately, after the Xu Qin team joined, there were a lot more people. All men and women were in high spirits and began to work in an orderly manner under the arrangement of Lin Xian, Chen Sichuan and others. Lin Xian directly asked people to move all the things in his number 1 carriage down and completely empty it, and then put this carriage in the back to prepare it as a defense carriage, and the comfortable and well-equipped passenger carriages were used as number 6 dining car and 8, 9, 10 living carriages, and a first-class luxury carriage inside was reused as his number 1 carriage for transformation. His first step was to transform the carriage body first. Carriage number 2, carriage number 5, carriage number 11, and carriage number 12 had to make holes in the body to facilitate the manufacture of lifting platforms, weapon bases, automatic explosion-proof doors and lifting plates, etc. Then, the roof armor, side armor and flap guards were manufactured in batches to reinforce the whole car and make it a complete steel fortress. He currently has no shortage of these materials. He also made a simple door crane on the platform. After he made the armor plate, the building brought people to use the door crane to assemble, weld and install bolts, which greatly saved his time. On the other side, Xu Qin led people to move the supplies from the more than 30 survivors' vehicles. Lin Xian took a look and it seemed that there were quite a lot of things, including all kinds of guns, bullets, food, equipment, etc. The remaining heavy truck was even more loaded with daily necessities. After these supplies were cleared, Lin Xian prepared to use those vehicles for mechanical devouring, which could be used to upgrade the mechanical heart and obtain more materials. The 1130 close and defense gun required a lot of advanced materials and a large number of bullets, and the same was true for the PX-5 engineering robot. They were all advanced things he had never built before, and they were not like door panels that could be built at will. Bang, bang, bang. At this time, Lin Xian was like a creator. He created thick armor out of thin air, and was lifted away by the crane, while still emitting residual heat. Then there were the automatic explosion-proof doors of carriages 5 and 11. Lin Xian used the explosion-proof door blueprint of the internal garrison area of the airport. With such doors, it not only has strong protection capabilities, but also makes it convenient for people to get on and off the car. It is much more effective than the original access through the protective tail plate and the cockpit door. Then, there were the lifts of carriages 2 and 5. The main purpose here was to be used as a rooftop machine gun bunker. However, the building used a mobile Gatling gun, and Chen Sichuan used a sniper rifle, so there was no need to build a separate machine gun tower. Lin Xian's idea was to make a flexible entrance and exit for personnel. After the lift came out, a bulletproof cabin cover that could be opened and closed would rise, which could ensure airtightness. If it was necessary to shoot outside, it could be opened from the inside. Lin Xian left a large area in the number 2 carriage to prepare for the subsequent installation of the G3 electromagnetic rail gun. This guy is not small in size, like the 1130, and it has to be made into a hidden lifting type, which is quite troublesome. In addition, Lin Xian also accepted Kiki's proposal and installed some hidden shooting holes on the sides of other carriages, which can be completely closed inside. These are all external modifications of the train. On the other side, Chen Sichuan and Kiki took people to empty the train from inside to outside, preparing to recount all the supplies, and then lay out the carriages according to the determined plan. Inside, the living area needs to build some bed frames, dining tables, and chairs, lockers, freezers, as well as the toilets and water circulation systems in the car, heating systems, etc., all of which need to be mechanically manufactured by Lin Xian. In the eyes of others, Lin Xian is like a creator. Some parts in the carriages that were originally very complicated and required industrial matching are easy to make in his hands. For example, the original Xu Qin team basically ate, slept and cooked on the train. Many things were either spliced with discarded materials or fixed with ropes, which were all simple facilities. But Lin Xian didn't need it at all. For example, in the number 2 carriage, the space capsule-style living cabin bunk beds that Kiki wanted were actually the simplest mechanical structure for him. As long as he had the materials and drew a blueprint, he could get it done in a few minutes. The most important thing is that it can be directly fixed to the train, just like it came out of the factory, without any shabby taste. The new team members were stunned. At the same time, after the number 8, 9, and 10 living carriages were transformed, these people were even more excited. The carriages not only have heavy armor on the outside to bring a strong sense of security, but also are clean and tidy inside, and there are comfortable beds in each compartment. For these survivors, who have been squeezed in the car for a long time, it is simply a paradise. Wow, it feels so safe living here. Oh my god, we can actually have our own room. I can't believe it, Captain Lin is so awesome. I just love this train. In the living carriage, the newly joined survivors were excitedly decorating their new living home. Everyone was very active. Both men and women were busy in tacit understanding. Chapter 172. In carriage number 7, Qin Sichuan led people to move and count all the survival supplies in the storage room. 172, 173. Shaoli, put the biscuits and other things in area C1. Qin Sichuan commanded while counting. Okay, Captain Qin. Captain Qin? Qin Sichuan pursed her lips secretly when she heard this. A little bit of joy flashed through her heart, but her face was still serious. Put the dried meat in the refrigerator. Be careful not to put it in the wrong place. Seeing that all the carriages were already being arranged in full swing, she came to carriage number 4 to find Lin Xian. We have gained a lot. The food is very abundant for us. We also found a lot of medical supplies and weapons. Lin Xian was making the soilless cultivation rack and plant cultivation chamber for carriage number 4 at this time. He nodded and said, food and medicine are the key. Other weapons can be collected for now. By the way, have you found blood essence? With Lin Xian's mechanical manufacturing ability, he does not need those mechanical equipment and firearms at present, unless they are very advanced. In addition, blood essence is more important. Shu Qin also came over at this time, holding a modified radio in her hand. It's very strange. Even the blood essence on the dark radio station is gone, but the supplies seem to be intact. Lin Xian's expression was slightly gloomy. It seems that some kind of monster has swallowed up the people as well. The people and blood essence are gone, but the important survival supplies and cars are left. Lin Xian feels a little creepy. Even if he encounters a strange body or a corpse tied, it shouldn't be such a scene. At least there will be some resistance. Shu Qin nodded. We arrived in Jiazhou a few hours earlier than you. The night here seems to be different from that in Yubei. Different? Why? Qin Sichuan asked. Maybe it has something to do with the 3 Xingyuans. Lin Xian said at this time. This was also one of his guesses. Although the daytime is longer away from the tides of several Xingyuans, the night is affected by number 3, number 5, and number 7, and things may become different. At this time, Lu Xingchen ran onto the train. He was just taking a walk. Seeing the train being assembled in full swing, he hurried over to find Lin Xian. Brother Lin. You say. Remember to help me get the tea maker I mentioned before. I think the water on our train is very good. It must be a great way to make tea. Lin Xian looked at this guy in surprise when he heard this. He admired his mentality very much. He still had the mind to study the tea ceremony while fleeing. However, Lin Xian did not say anything, but smiled faintly. After all these are assembled, I will help you build a tea table separately. These are not difficult for Lin Xian. For example, Kiki, this girl, is also a big-headed person. The entertainment equipment he got in Jiancheng has long been forgotten. As a result, the girl took it to build an entertainment area in the number 2 carriage and played games with Shasha when she had nothing to do. Confident. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Lu Xingchen's eyes lit up, with an exaggerated expression of you know me, raised his finger and said, with Brother Lin's care, I, Lu Xingchen, will definitely protect my human race forever. How did it rise to the human race forever? There are less than 30 people in this car. Lin Xian opened his mouth, but swallowed the words when they came to his lips. I thought it was a good thing that this guy was so enthusiastic. Now the firepower of the entire car has been upgraded. Kiki and the building are both evolution-level psychics on the car, and with the addition of Lu Xingchen, who is also an evolution-level fire-type psychic, the sense of security has really improved a lot. Preparation factory. Material conversion completed. Lin Xian opened his own preparation factory at this time, and his eyes lit up immediately, so he came to an empty carriage and prepared to try to build a new thing. That PX-05 engineering robot. This kind of robot can do more precise welding and fixing work. When he was at the airport, Lin Xian was very envious of this robot. It can greatly improve efficiency and help Lin Xian do a lot of carriage maintenance work. Try it. Lin Xian took a deep breath. The light flashed, and many precise materials kept flying out and began to assemble in front of Lin Xian's palm. But this time, the manufacturing speed was slow, and those materials kept changing in the air. Lin Xian's forehead was sweating, but the core processor of the robot didn't even have a prototype. Oh my god, is it so complicated? Lin Xian's pupils condensed slightly, and he immediately stopped the manufacturing in his hands. Ding! A small piece of unfinished black object fell to the ground, making a crisp sound. Lin Xian wiped his sweat, picked it up, and saw that it was a corner of a chip that had not yet been formed, and immediately clicked his tongue. It seems that the level of mechanical manufacturing is too low. Mechanical manufacturing. 2, for 20/500, Lin Xian opened the panel of his mechanical heart. At this time, the mechanical manufacturing capacity has been increased from 260 to 420 due to the airport and the large number of train parts just now, and it is close to level 3. Then let's upgrade the mechanical manufacturing to level 3 today, and try it again in the evening. His concerns were right. Lin Xian really underestimated the difficulty of manufacturing such a robot. After all, it has a very high level of intelligence, and comes with a Hall anode layer thruster. Although it is just an engineering robot, it is not so easy to manufacture it at will. It seems that even if the materials are available, the difficulty of manufacturing is still a problem. It will probably take a long time for 11:30. Lin Xian took a deep breath and walked down from the carriage. Bang, bang, bang. At this time, the black infinity began to be disassembled in sections, and the door cranes continued to add new defense plates. The upgrade work was in full swing. Okay, do the rough work first, and then deal with those sophisticated systems. Carriages, armor, living areas, restaurants, and material collection and sorting are just needs. Get these done first, and you can run away if there is an emergency. Although sophisticated systems like robots are very useful, their priority is definitely not as important as the external defense of the carriage, and they can be solved slowly later. Many previous experiences told him how important the defense of the train is. Many times have helped the team resist the disaster of group annihilation and survive and run away. The feeling of having a whole day made all the team members of Infinity feel a little uncomfortable. The assembly work of the train lasted from the morning to the afternoon. With the help of dozens of people, the prototype of Infinity with 12 carriages and 2 sets of power locomotives has been basically configured. The black armor is tightly covered, and the 2 sets of explosion-proof automatic doors look very technological. Inside the carriage, Chen Sichuan and several women in the team are sorting food and tableware in the dining car. In carriage number 2, Kiki and Shasha are happily arranging their new space. The onboard server of the nuclear-powered locomotive has been moved here. Lin Xian also specially built a weapon assembly table for Shasha to toss. Dalu and Shu Qin are laying out the pipes made by Lin Xian in the carriage to connect the water tank, water purification system, and heating system of the vehicle. In carriage number 4, Lin Xian asked Zhou Yunyao and several young people from the Shu Qin team to help Ding Junyi. These young people were all well educated before the end of the world. At this time, they helped her arrange the soilless cultivation racks and plant cultivation cabins made by Lin Xian. Click. Lin Xian slowly made a small explosion-proof monitoring system and installed it on the side of the roof of the train. This monitoring system has infrared night vision detection function. After all the cars are installed, it can have a comprehensive monitoring of the entire train and design emergency alarms. Combined with the electro-optical sighting and active phased array radar of the front car, the Infinity will have a clear and sharp external monitoring method, and the safety can be greatly improved. Lin Xian stood up and stretched and rubbed his old waist. He felt sore all over, but time waits for no one. He must get all the external defense devices done before dark. There is only one thing left on the outside, the outer armor electric blade device. Chapter 173. The outer armor electric blade device was Lin Xian's own idea. There was no blueprint. It was purely based on the principle of the GK03 electric knife. However, with the power supply of the nuclear-powered locomotive, he could roughly make this simple high-voltage blade device on the armor of the train. When the whole car armor was just reinstalled, Lin Xian reserved a groove of metal-embedded ceramic between the flap plate and the side plate of the steel plate in advance. Now he only needs to make the body armor blade to embed it, and then connect the discharge module. It seemed simple, but Lin Xian thought that the effect and power should not be much worse. The electric knife can cut off the defensive skin of an evolutionary human ghost like Tang Hai. Even if the ghost's body crashes into it, it will definitely tear off a layer of skin if it doesn't die. Crack! The silver electric blade with a width of 10 centimeters and a length of several meters was made by Lin Xian section by section, and then embedded and fixed. After finding a few helpers, and spending more than an hour together, Lin Xian finally installed it with sweat all over his head. Chi, the automatic door opened, Kiki came out excitedly, and seeing Lin Xian still busy, she couldn't help but say, "Wow, you've worked hard, busy man. I'm the only one resting in the high-altitude corridor. You all didn't sleep. Of course I'm more energetic than you." Lin Xian finished the installation, and said to Kiki. Kiki looked at the long blade installed by Lin Xian, nodded happily. "Is this the electric blade device you talked about yesterday? You really made it." Lin Xian reminded. "Just test the retraction and extension, don't turn on the power." "Got it." Kiki returned to the number 2 carriage, and operated the system. In an instant, a secret motor sounded, and a circle of silver blades slowly stretched out on the side wing of the Infinity, flashing with cold light, which made people's backs cold. Lin Xian was very satisfied with this. Not bad, although it is a bit simple. Cold weapons may also have miraculous effects at critical moments. Congratulations, mechanical manufacturing has been successfully upgraded to level 3. The light screen in front of him flashed, and Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at the time. It was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. He looked up, and saw that more than 30 vehicles of the Fireline team were still parked neatly on the roadside. The materials in the vehicles had been emptied by Shu Qin and his men. "Let's deal with these cars first. If there is trouble after dark, these dozens of cars will be completely wasted if they cannot be pulled away. The train is mainly passenger carriages, and does not have the flatbed trailers like before. Moreover, it is useless to bring so many cars. It is better to let them decompose them into materials for use." So Lin Xian took a bottle of water from the car, and drank a few gulps, and began to devour the car without stopping. In addition to the heavy truck that was driven away, there was still one left. Lin Xian walked to the side of the car, and started to devour the largest heavy truck directly. Swallowing progress 1%, the light screen appeared. Lin Xian calculated the time and found that it would take less than 20 minutes to complete the swallowing of this heavy truck. In fact, his mechanical swallowing was already level 3 when he was in Yuchi. He ran all the way from the number 9 underground city of Daoyuo Mountain to Yubei, and only swallowed his own Huanqing 7F electric locomotive once in the middle. The swallowing level did not improve much. Swallowing success, mechanical source points plus 20, mechanical swallowing skill proficiency plus 10, additional reward, strength 2. Decomposition. Obtain high manganese steel *10, hot rolled forged steel *10, cold rolled dual phase steel plate *5, ordinary carbon steel *20, non-metallic foam material, non-metallic composite material, A modified heavy truck can only increase 20 mechanical source points. It looks similar to the previous dump truck, except that the engine does not have a very advanced mechanical structure. Without hesitation, except for 2 armored off-road vehicles in good condition, all other cars were swallowed up by Lin Xian one by one. It took only about 5 minutes for each car, and some cars were even faster. When the sun was about to set, all 30 cars had been swallowed up by Lin Xian. The road was empty, leaving only bloodstains and wheel tracks. Lin Xian opened his mechanical heart panel at this time. Current mechanical heart level LV.3, 565/5000, strength level 3, 30%, burst 300 kilograms, speed level 2, 40%, limit 13 meters per second, defense level 2, 26%, iron bones, mechanical awakening, mechanic, awakening skills, R&D center, manufacturing factory. Mechanical devouring 3, for 66/1000, improved devouring efficiency. Mechanical manufacturing 3, 10/1000, improved construction efficiency. Mechanical passive, scan, /repair decomposition, special skills, wine cannon, normal, level 3, full level, eyes shield, normal, level 2 9%, flashback, rare, level 1 30%, electric surge, rare, level 1 23%, reminder, VOG grenade launcher blueprint is being upgraded, 3 hours 15 minutes and 34 seconds after swallowing the car. A total of 320 mechanical source points were added, and the mechanical swallowing proficiency was also increased by 160. In terms of attributes, the strength accumulated 20 points, speed 15 points, and defense 18 points. What surprised Lin Xian was that he didn't get any skills after swallowing so many cars. Speaking of which, it seems that the swallowing car has never gained any skills. Lin Xian frowned as he looked at the panel. The wind cannon has also reached the maximum level, and there are fewer and fewer means. It seems that we have to find a way to speed up the progress of mechanical combat. At this time, it was getting dark, and the external assembly of the train was basically completed. More people means faster work, and his mechanical ability is also very efficient for modification. At present, the armor plates, sentry monitoring, and electric blade armor of the 12 carriages have been installed, the automatic explosion-proof doors of carriages 11 and 5, and the roof lifts of carriages 5 and 2 have also been completed. Only the internal water and oxygen circulation pipelines are still in progress, and many team members in the living carriages are still busy tidying up their small homes. In addition, the machine gun tower on the roof, the 1130 close-in defense gun in carriage 12, and the PX-05 robot have not been completed, and there are 2 intercity train heads and several material carriages pulled behind the Infinity. However, Lin Xian planned to do all these in the car, focusing on safety. Beep beep. The reminder sound of the watch sounded. Lin Xian took a deep breath, wiped the sweat from his face, and immediately called everyone to get in the car. The night is coming. Swish. The heavy door of the cab, the explosion-proof automatic doors of number 5 and number 11 were slowly closing at this time, and the figures in the car were busy, and everyone was waiting for the arrival of the night. Thank you for your hard work. In the cockpit, Chen Sichuan saw Lin Xian coming in and immediately said, "This should be our first night in the Yunjang plane." Woo! Lin Xian started the train and nodded. "The dawn will be earlier. I just hope there will be less trouble at night." "Do you want to get to Hengshengwen tonight?" "Yes, it is a large transfer station with many branches. We don't need to change the route. If the situation is clear, we can rest there. The weapon station has not been built yet, and I am still a little worried." Lin Xian looked at Chen Sichuan. "There should be a lot of trains, materials, and machinery in a transfer station. We have people now, so we should collect what we need. There is nothing to eat in the wild." Chen Sichuan nodded, and as the train gradually accelerated, she said, "During the day," Zhou Yishuan said, "What do you think of the group hunting effect?" "It is possible. In fact, I had similar speculations before." Lin Xian took a deep breath, sat in the driver's seat, looked at the gradually darkening sky in front of him and said, "Before we entered Daoyuo Mountain, I had no such idea at all. I just felt that the appearance of the strange bodies in the dark was too abrupt, as if the night was a kind of overlapping space. As long as it was dark, they would suddenly appear. Even, they were in a higher dimension, and could see us during the day, but we couldn't see them." After Lin Xian accidentally saw the fallen demon in the 1542 frequency, this idea has been lingering. These strange bodies don't look like they came out of some kind of nest. If you have to say a nest, the Xingyuan where the dark tide is carried out may be it. Chen Sichuan was surprised by his idea and frowned. If that's true, it's terrible. It's possible that the crowds in Yubei City have attracted many strange bodies, or it's possible that these strange bodies are the hunters who chased the survivors' convoys before, but they all came out after entering Yubei City at night. Lin Xian shrugged. "After entering Yubei Airport, I thought I was wrong. After all, after nightfall, so many survivors gathered together, but those strange bodies did not appear directly at the airport. But now I hear them talk about the group hunting effect, I start to think that this seems to be explainable. If that's the case." Chen Sichuan took a deep breath and looked at the time on the train screen. At this time, it was still a few minutes before dark. Then she looked at the long corridor behind the train and said, "We have expanded our team now, so the danger. It will also be upgraded soon." Chapter 174. Wow! The hundreds-meter-long black train began to accelerate under the setting sun. 1840. The track extends into the old forest in the valley, and the skyline seems to sink into the black tide. Chen Sichuan looked at the driving map and said, "It's going to be dark soon. I don't know why, but I have always felt a chill since I came out of Jiazhou City." Lin Xian glanced at the sunset in the distance on the skyline, and his face changed slightly. In fact, he also had this feeling. Hearing Chen Sichuan's words, he was a little surprised. Empty. The speed of the train suddenly slowed down, as if it had run over something. Lin Xian and Chen Sichuan leaned forward due to inertia, and both frowned. "What?" Chen Sichuan frowned and shook her head. "I didn't see anything." Lin Xian felt something was wrong. At this time, there were no zombies or obstacles on the train track. He didn't know what the train had run over. Does anyone feel anything wrong? To be cautious, Lin Xian picked up the communicator and contacted the core personnel in various compartments directly. Feeling a little cold, Shasha was the first to reply. Did you run over something just now? Kiki's voice also came. I feel something is wrong too. In compartment number 10, Shu Qin looked a little solemn, pacing back and forth in the compartment with the Remington M96. Maybe I'm overthinking, but we got into trouble several times when we felt this way before. In compartment number 5, Lu Xingchen was fixing his hair and looked at the building. Big guy, is Brother Lin calling us? Lu Yi raised his hand and pointed at the communicator. Brother Xian said he felt something was wrong. Did you notice anything? Lu Xingchen frowned, raised his palm, and a ball of fire ignited in his palm. Swish, suddenly, the flame suddenly became stronger, began to shake violently, and soon recovered. Swish, swish, swish. He ignited the flames directly with both hands, and the carriage was illuminated by red. Then his face sank, and a rare solemnity appeared on his face. This cold is not the temperature. It seems that there is something evil at work. In carriage number 2, Kiki sat in front of the information center, frowning, constantly checking the parameters of the whole car, and mobilizing the monitoring of various parts of the sentry system, but found nothing. Lin Xian, there is nothing, but I also feel something is wrong. Should we stop and check? Kiki said while picking up the communicator. Nothing at this time. The speed of the train slowed down again. This time, it seemed that not only did it seem to have pressed something, but the train also became much heavier. Lin Xian in the cockpit heard the feedback from several people, his eyes slightly fixed. He thought of something, turned back to car number 1, and opened the heterogeneous Rubik's Cube installed on the car body. Ding! Using non-mechanical force for reflection detection. Detection successful. No fear risk in the train. The invasion of dark forces has been shielded. No in the car. Am I overthinking? Lin Xian's heart beat violently, and then he picked up the soul value detector again, clicked, pressed the button of the detector, and saw a light red energy radiating from the strange blood essence, and then quickly retracted, and soon the pointer on the detector began to slowly move. -100, -200, -300, -500, -1000. Looking at the decreasing negative soul value, Lin Xian's face gradually became solemn. -1000 is not the real data of the test, but the numerical limit of Lin Xian's simple soul value detector. Looking at this scene, Lin Xian picked up the communicator with a solemn expression and said slowly, Everyone, please pay attention. The soul value detector has detected a very high level of dark power. We may be targeted by some strange body. As soon as this was said, the personnel in each carriage became nervous. Lin Xian walked to carriage number 2. Kiki frowned at this time. No, I didn't find anything here. Are there those crows in the sky? No. Lin Xian. Huh? Lin Xian, who was about to go to other carriages to take a look, was suddenly stopped by Kiki. Kiki looked at him and said, It will be dark soon. Lin Xian's eyes changed. He stopped and turned around and ran towards the cockpit again. Teacher Chen, are there any bridges or tunnels ahead? We may have to speed up and see. Chen Sichuan responded directly. A lot. This area is still mountainous. It's only after passing Hingshan Pass that it becomes a large plain. And if you enter the forest area, there will be swamps and wetlands. Ding ding. The second reminder sound of the watch rang. 1845. It's getting dark. Lin Xian looked forward. The sunset had not yet set, but the skyline was already flashing with mysterious light. But the next moment, Lin Xian's face changed drastically. Chen Sichuan on the side shouted in surprise. Lin Xian, look, there are 3 flashes coming at the same time. Lin Xian certainly saw it. Every time it got dark, the mysterious light of the dark tide flashed across the skyline like a sky curtain, and then the world would immediately fall into darkness. But at this moment, 3 mysterious lights flashed from different directions at the same time, just like ripples on the water surface rippling across the sky. This is the tide from the 3 directions of Xingyuan. Before Lin Xian finished speaking, the whole world instantly fell into darkness. Empty, the train encountered a delay again, and at this time, all the windows of the Infinity, including the monitoring of the Sentinel system, were instantly black. What's going on? Kiki jumped down from the chair, came to the window, and opened the sunshade, but found that the window seemed to be covered by something, and he couldn't see outside at all. In the cockpit, as darkness came, the porthole of the Infinity, which was on the way, was suddenly completely blocked by a black object. Chen Sichuan's eyes condensed, and she suddenly found that the object that completely covered the porthole of the front of the car seemed to be swimming slowly. Like the abdomen of some insect. Squeak! Instantly, Lin Xian immediately slowed down the Infinity, and a scream broke out in the carriage. Lin Xian! The urgent voice of Kiki came from the communicator. There are strange bodies crawling all over the outside of our car. When this was said, everyone was shocked. At this time, outside the Infinity, which was slowly slowing down in the deep mountains and old forests, countless terrifying strange bodies were clinging to it. These strange bodies were all scary in size, and they were wrapped around the entire train in all directions. There were bursts of empty sounds of steel plates being squeezed in the carriage, and everyone was shocked by this sudden situation. Caw caw caw. Suddenly, the entire Infinity train was surrounded, and various sounds of climbing and swimming appeared in all directions. Outside the windows of the carriage, various strange limbs and insect legs kept passing by, making people dare not breathe. Where did these things come from? Watching the huge black insect belly swimming from the porthole, Qin Sixuan's face turned pale at this time. She suppressed her inner fear, and said to Lin Xian carefully. Lin Xian didn't say anything. The mechanical heart connected the whole train, and felt that there were countless external forces in each carriage. His heart sank suddenly. Why these things suddenly appeared outside the Infinity was simply unbelievable. Even though he was very cautious, these things that suddenly appeared in front of him still scared Lin Xian. Dong dong dong, the black giant insect just crawled past the front of the train. A slowly crawling existence on the roof slowly came to the front of the train with heavy steps. In an instant, a strange creature covered with countless human-like arms hung upside down, revealing a huge spider face with 6 eyes, 2 large and 4 small, but the 2 big eyes were 2 pale and distorted human faces, with their mouths wide open, bringing a terrifying breath of fear. Chapter 175. Bang! The strange body surrounded the entire train. At this moment, the monster seemed to sense the fear in the train. It screamed and slammed directly into the porthole grid armor plate of the Infinity cockpit. Bang! Some strange insects began to collide and bite the steel plates of the train. The huge human-headed spider screamed, and the countless pale human arms on its legs trembled wildly, making people's scalps numb. Woo! In an instant, Lin Xian's first reaction was to control the Infinity and start to accelerate wildly. Do it! Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat, knowing that these monsters were finally alarmed, and immediately asked everyone to do it. Woo! Bang, bang, bang. The mechanical heart turned, the engine of the giant whale 03 heavy gas turbine locomotive, and the motor of the nuclear power locomotive began to roar, and the train began to accelerate. Lin Xian raised his hand, and made a mechanical manufacturing, directly creating a heavy guard plate covered with spikes outside the front of the porthole, and the spikes ejected. Bang! The huge force of the human head spider directly bombarded the guard plate, blood and flesh splattered, and a painful scream was heard. Lin Xian didn't know the means of this thing. In order to protect the porthole, he first protected it. At the same time, Kiki flashed out, raised his hand, and a strong mental wave, directly pushing out the heavy guard plate covered with spikes. The human head spider grabbed the edge of the train with several claws and arms, emitting a lot of sparks, screaming everywhere, and even a huge black centipede on the roof rolled down. Boom! Everyone fire! At the critical moment, Lin Xian immediately ordered. Bang bang bang! At the command, the convoy members in the living carriage began firing their guns towards the outside of the shooting hole. Bullets splashed on the limbs and feet of the monsters outside, instantly bringing up a string of flesh pulp of unknown color. In the number 5 carriage, Deleuze stood in front of the automatic door with a Gatling gun ready to go, while Lu Xingchen opened the roof platform. Boom, boom, boom! The moment the roof was opened, a strange snake head and a large number of black insects rushed in frantically. But at this time, a red pillar of fire shot up into the sky. God, burn the sky! Evil demons, all make way for me! Boom! The blazing flames gushed out of the battle window. The huge pressure difference caused the flame jet speed of the circular window to double suddenly. The flames rushed up to a height of more than 10 meters, instantly burning all the black insects and rushing out of the window, and the strange snake head roared and retracted its head. Chi, the automatic door opened, and the building immediately pulled the trigger. Woo, the motor tube began to rotate, and just as the light shone on the monster's limbs outside the automatic door, the Roarer K-23 Gatling gun really began to roar. Beep! The violent metal jet instantly smashed the swimming tentacles, and the smell of gunpowder filled the air. A fuzzy tentacle like a scorpion's tail frantically reached in, and was smashed to pieces by the firepower of the building. Bang, bang, bang. Countless enraged weird monsters began to violently crash into the train carriages and roofs. The huge black centipede directly climbed onto the train carriages and tried to bite the side panels. Hundreds of insect legs jingled and hooked on the armor, which made people's scalps numb. Lin Xian stood in the cockpit and felt the train being dragged and slowed down. His eyes immediately narrowed. You like to steal cars, right? That's right. I've prepared a handle for you. The mechanical heart came instantly. The high-voltage electric knives on both sides of the infinity rose under the operation of the motor, and the silver blade began to emit a slight sound of electricity. At the same time, the blade began to shine, and a large number of arcs flashed, swish, as these two electric blades over 100 meters long rose. The several indescribable strange bodies clinging to the side of the train immediately screamed violently, their limbs broke, their centipede abdomens were cut open, and they screamed and rolled outside the track guardrail. At this time, the speed of the infinity finally increased. The flames caused by the explosion caused by Lu Xingchen in the number 5 carriage fell on the roof, and the flames spread directly to both sides. From a distance, the roof of the train was all burning with raging fire, and crackling sounds were heard under the rapid rush. Shake it off. Kiki, put out the fire. The train accelerated, but the roof was burning at this time. Lin Xian was worried that the flames would spread to the carriages through the armor plate, so he immediately asked Kiki to clean up the flames and strange bodies on the roof. Okay. Bang 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 bang. Kiki quickly flew towards the carriage behind, and continuously used telekinetic shock waves towards the roof, instantly shaking off the flames on it, along with various charred strange body remains. Squeak, sharp howls sounded, and those strange creatures began to chase the train frantically. In the darkness of the forest, a large number of black insects emerged and crawled towards the rails. Why are there so many monsters? Is it really because of the group hunting effect? Qin Sichuan looked incredulous, frowning as she watched the unknown black insects constantly emerging from the forest on both sides of the road under the headlights. Lin Xian also looked heavy at this time. Whether it was the group hunting effect or the dark tide from the triple star abyss, the current situation told him that the night was more dangerous than before. Those monsters that kept pouring out seemed to have set their sights on them, constantly coming out of the forest in the dark night. I thought that with more daylight, the safety and survival rate of the survivors would be greatly improved, but who knew that the danger level in the dark night would increase exponentially? Just now, the whole train was crawling with strange bodies. Just thinking about it makes my scalp numb. In the deep mountains and old forests, the trembling roars continued to come. The train was moving at a high speed. Lin Xian didn't dare to be careless at this time. Bang! 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 The fierce collision sound continued to appear on the outer armor of each carriage. Because of the armor electric blade, no monster could climb onto the train at this time, but those smaller black insects could climb up quickly. Damn it! These strange bodies in the dark night were just like the night in Yubei City, rushing out in groups. Lin Xian wanted to curse at this time, but at the same time, he was a little relieved. Fortunately, he raced against time to use the daytime to prepare the train carriages and armor, and let Shu Qin and others get on the train, otherwise there would be heavy casualties at night. There seemed to be countless horrors in the dark night, and no one knew what would suddenly jump out of the darkness of the woods and hit the front of the infinity train in the next second. Lin Xian, look! At this time, Qin Sichuan suddenly exclaimed. Lin Xian raised his head, and a light on the distant track suddenly caught his attention. There it seems. There is a person? Qin Sichuan's eyes were urgent and strange, because she saw a figure standing in the middle of the track in the distance. Zombie? It doesn't seem to be. Ding ding ding. At this time, the train's transponder suddenly sounded. A mechanical voice came from inside. Ahead, please merge into the number 3 track branch line. What? Lin Xian was startled and quickly pressed the transponder button. Who is talking? No one responded. The mechanical voice seemed to appear out of thin air. At this time, Qin Sichuan patted Lin Xian's shoulder. He looked up and found that the shadow on the track had disappeared, and a branch line appeared on the main track in front, and the switch had been changed. The track has been changed. No matter what, rush in first. At this moment, countless strange bodies attacked the train from the darkness, and the dense black insects crawled on the track, making a sound like rain. He had no time to stop and change the switch, so he could only bite the bullet and turn from the switch to a branch line. Under the light, this branch line seemed to extend into a mountain forest, and the surroundings became darker and darker. Many towering trees blocked the sky, and steep rocks appeared in the field of vision on one side. Chapter 176. Duh. The gunfire in the rear carriage was deafening, and the monster's roars and attacks on the train's armor plates never stopped. Lin Xian was extremely anxious. At this time, the view in front of the train gradually widened, and a platform with many tank cars parked and the outline of an industrial town in the distance appeared in his sight. Yunjang Station? Qin Sichuan nervously checked the driving computer. This branch line is connected to the main track of Wanqing, and it should be possible to return to the track by going forward. No! Lin Xian stared ahead, and on the track, there was a tank car blocking the front of the Infinity. He immediately felt something was wrong and immediately controlled the entire train to brake. Squeak! All the iron wheels stopped turning, sparks flew on the track, the rails turned red, and everyone in the car was unstable due to inertia, and screams came. As the car braked, the roof of the car fell to the ground with a clatter, and the hot steel smell of the wheels mixed with the fishy smell began to spread. What should I do? Back off. Rush out. Lin Xian gritted his teeth and was about to start backwards in desperation. But at this time, a strange scene appeared. The attack sound from the rear of the car suddenly stopped, and the gunshots gradually stopped. Just when everyone didn't react, Kiki found a clue through the monitoring system. Lin Xian, those monsters don't seem to have caught up. What's going on? Shu Qin. Captain Lin, those strange bodies are gone. Shu Qin's voice came from the communicator. I checked, the rear compartment is intact and there is no damage. The middle section is also fine. The building also said in the communicator. Carriage number 2, Kiki checked through the sentry system. Although the armor outside the carriage and the roof were in a mess, the integrity of the armor was not damaged. There were only many pieces of dead insects in the gaps. Lin Xian and Qin Sichuan looked at each other when they heard Shu Qin's words. He immediately got up and ran to carriage number 2. Sure enough, in the sentry system, there were no monsters outside the Infinity. She came to carriage number 5 again. Lin Xian opened the door. A strong fishy smell came. There were still some monster limbs hanging on the roof of the carriage, but there was no movement outside at this time, so he closed the door again and said to Kiki, Girl, use the drone to check. That's what I meant. Kiki knew that Lin Xian was very cautious, so she immediately raised 2 drones and began to check the entire train in the dark. From the drone's perspective, the outside of the Infinity carriage was filled with a tragic scene, but fortunately the defense inside was not broken. When the drone raised the camera angle, Lin Xian immediately saw a large number of black shadows disappearing quickly into the old forest on the side of the road in the distance. What's going on? Sha, who was standing next to him, said in surprise, Brother Lin, it seems that those monsters can't get in. Can't get in? Lin Xian was confused when he heard this. Kiki looked at the scene, frowned slightly, pointed at the screen and said, Yes, Lin Xian, how come there seems to be something? Like a barrier? Yu Town is not a famous place. There are many chemical plants here. Qin Sichuan said at this time, Is it possible that there is a leak in a chemical plant that makes those monsters afraid to approach? Lin Xian shook his head, stood up and opened the sunshade, looking at the empty freight platform outside with a serious expression. There must be something wrong with the abnormal situation. Girl, use the drone to scout the road ahead and see how long the car blocking the track is. All of us should not get off the car and observe here. Shu Qin, is anyone injured in the back? Captain Lin, everyone is safe, nothing happened. Shu Qin's voice came, and Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Just after nightfall, he encountered a series of situations, which made Lin Xian tense. He was still racking his brains to escape the suffocating strange insect tide, but suddenly he entered this ghost town, and the weirdest thing was that he was safe when he came to this place. This situation was something Lin Xian had never encountered before. Because it was not a steel wall, Lin Xian thought, is there anything that can block those monsters invisibly? Lin Xian walked all the way from carriage 1 to carriage 12 to check it out. Although the interior of the carriage was filled with the smell of gunpowder and anxiety, fortunately, no one was in trouble. Many people in the living area were confused at this time, and some were glad to escape. Wow, if we still stay in the car tonight, we will definitely be finished, there are so many monsters. Yes, I was scared to death. Captain Lin, are you okay? In the living area, the little girl Miao Lu saw Lin Xian coming over, and stood up and asked enthusiastically. Lin Xian said, I'm fine. When we entered the station just now, did those monsters suddenly run away? Miao Lu shook her head. I didn't pay much attention. It seemed that the monsters retreated suddenly, and there was no movement in an instant. Yes. At this time, Shu Qin also came over, It's very strange. I have never encountered such a situation before. Lin Xian nodded. Okay, everyone cheer up. There may be so many monsters just now, so be mentally prepared in advance. The whole car was crawling with strange bodies. Not only Lin Xian, but also Shu Qin and others were caught off guard. If it weren't for the heavy armor, the dozens of people in this car would have become food for the monsters. Lin Xian used his mechanical heart to check the integrity of each car along the way, and repaired some fasteners by the way. When he came to car number 3, he was stopped by Ding Junyi. Ding Junyi pointed at the number 1 blood disaster plant with a serious face, took a deep breath, and said, I have been paying attention to it. Just now, the black chrysanthemum of hell has changed. Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat, and he hurried over, frowned and looked at the black chrysanthemum, and immediately said, Is the red light a little dimmer? Yes. Ding Junyi nodded and said, Not only that, in the fight just now, I saw a wisp of black smoke being inhaled by it, and then its red light weakened a lot. Black smoke. Lin Xian frowned. When we killed a weird body before, this kind of smoke appeared. So we should have killed some weird bodies in the process just now. Ding Junyi said. What does this mean? Lin Xian asked. Ding Junyi crossed her arms. The appearance of the strange blood essence is also accompanied by that kind of black smoke. According to this logic, the disaster plant should have the ability to absorb the power of this black smoke. It makes sense. Lin Xian nodded with a slightly gloomy face. But we don't know what this does, or what it represents. We can't monitor this kind of change in the laboratory. Ding Junyi said, so now we at least know some of its characteristics. If you have time, please kill a few more, or catch a few strange bodies, so that I can test the degree of change of the disaster plant caused by the black smoke produced after the death of the strange body, or the distance factor it can absorb, etc. The more experiments are conducted, the sooner the experimental results can be known. Lin Xian was stunned. Huh? He thought he had heard it wrong, and pointed at his face, and said, Catch a few strange bodies. What are you talking about? Ding Junyi tilted her head slightly. Her eyes under the black frame glasses looked very serious. Yes, from a scientific point of view, the conclusions drawn from more experimental controls will be relatively accurate. Is this sister talking human language? Forget about catching them. If there are monsters dying near the train later, you can observe them again. Lin Xian walked away speechlessly. Although he knew what Ding Junyi meant, he really didn't feel like talking about the experiment at this time. Catch strange bodies? Who can do such a stupid thing? It's impossible in this life. Lin Xian said so hatefully in his heart. Chapter 177. Strange things happened frequently, and Lin Xian was filled with deep anxiety. The preparation center in his hand lit up, and Lin Xian looked at the progress of the material conversion inside. Basically, all the materials needed for 11:30 were already available. Hurry up and make one, otherwise I won't be able to sleep well. Lin Xian. As soon as he entered the number 2 carriage, Kiki's voice came. At this time, Chen Sichuan and Sha Sha were gathered in front of the information center, watching Kiki's drone screen. Come and see. Chen Sichuan also called Lin Xian. He walked over and found that the drone was flying towards the town far away from the platform. What was strange was that under the night sky, there were faint lights in many houses in the town, as if they were lit by gas lamps or candles. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian frowned. There are so many people living in this town? Strange. Kiki floated up cross-legged on the stool, constantly getting closer to the drone. But because of the distance, only the outline of some buildings could be seen. If it was a survivor, who would light the lights like this? Lin Xian also understood what Kiki meant in a second. These lights looked like before the end of the world, the town had a power outage, and the residents were all lighting candles. In short, it didn't look like the end of the world at all. This town is so strange. Not only are there people, but those monsters in the dark can't get in. Is there any special superpower? Kiki held his chin and thought. With such a superpower, wouldn't it be invincible? Sasha widened her eyes and opened her hands, exaggerating. One person can protect everyone. Chen Sichuan looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian, what do you think? Lin Xian shook his head and didn't have any thoughts at this time. I don't know, but judging from the situation, we are safe for the time being. Girl, I asked you to explore the road ahead just now, how is it? It's just a chemical tanker. We just need to move it away, and the road conditions ahead are fine. Okay. Then do you want to go to the town to have a look? No need. Lin Xian looked at the dark and empty platform outside the window, as well as the outline of the town in the distance, and said, even if we have to go, we should wait until daytime. Let's move the tanker away first to keep the train passage from being blocked, and then see the situation tonight. Someone specifically asked us to turn to this branch line, and I am also worried that there may be trouble. Anyway, we will stay put and use this place to avoid the night." Chen Sichuan and Kiki nodded at the same time. Lin Xian was still very cautious. In this strange situation, it was indeed not a wise decision to get off the train and explore the town rashly. The door of the cockpit opened. Lin Xian and Kiki got off the train one after another, and Delu and Lu Xingchen also got off the train to guard the side of the train. The train platform in Yunjang is a large chemical freight platform, and there is a closed warehouse on one side of the platform. The dark platform under the moonlight is shrouded in a layer of clear light, and it is quiet and silent. Lin Xian is agile, and quickly comes to the locomotive of the freight train along the rails. The mechanical heart starts, and begins to cover the entire train. Soon, the scan is completed. He starts to start the freight tank car. Kiki helps him change the switch, and then Lin Xian quickly moves the freight tank car off the track under the light of the infinity, opening the track passage for the infinity. Chirp! There were insects buzzing around him, and he was anxious and extremely alert, but there was no accident as he had imagined, and he completed the car moving work very smoothly. After everything was done, he did not hesitate and asked everyone to get on the car. When Lin Xian was about to step into the cockpit of infinity, he suddenly stopped, turned around and looked at the dark platform behind him, which was empty and deserted, and felt a chill on his back. "What's wrong?" Chen Sichuan asked in a low voice. Lin Xian turned around, didn't say anything, and got on the car directly. Swish, the cockpit door was closed, and everyone felt safe. But Lin Xian didn't know why. He always had a feeling that something was watching them. "I be on guard tonight, Teacher Chen. Girl, you all take a nap. Shu Qin and I will be on duty." Lin Xian called everyone over and began to make arrangements. "I won't sleep," Kiki said at this time. "I'm in good spirits. Are you going to assemble the 1130 close-in defense gun and engineering robot tonight? I can help you debug the system." Lin Xian looked at her and nodded. "Okay." At this time, Lin Xian saw that Sasha's expression was a little strange, so he asked, "Sasha, what's wrong with you?" "Brother Lin." Sasha frowned slightly. "I feel a little scary here, and my heart is creepy." "Me too," Chen Sichuan also said in a deep voice. "Although those monsters are gone, this town always gives me an uncomfortable feeling. So we will wait in the car until dawn." Lin Xian said directly, "I will close the train, and I can only open all the doors. You can rest first." Although Lin Xian was also full of doubts at this time, as the team leader, he did not want to deliberately convey some negative feelings of uneasiness. After the explanation, everyone felt relieved. Those who needed to rest went to rest, and those who needed to be on duty began to keep watch. Lin Xian. After everyone left, Chen Sichuan stood at the door of the bedroom hatch of carriage number 1 and said to Lin Xian, "Be careful." Lin Xian nodded, "Yes, I know." He opened the heterogeneous Rubik's Cube and scanned the car body again. Ding! Non-mechanical force is being used for reflection detection. Detection successful. There is no risk of fear in the train, and the invasion of dark forces has been blocked. Immediately, I picked up the soul value detector again, clicked, and pressed the button of the detector. 0. There seems to be no abnormality inside and outside the car. Lin Xian's eyes moved slightly. I don't know why, although he got a good result, he always felt a little uneasy in his heart. Can it shield this strange body? The superpower? Or, thinking in his heart, he suddenly looked at the heterogeneous Rubik's Cube he had just used, and frowned. Could it be some kind of taboo? Lin Xian could only think of these two situations, and after thinking of this, he actually preferred the latter. If the survivors have such superpowers, they are simply invincible, even more amazing than his mechanical heart. If it is a taboo, Lin Xian had some ideas in his mind at this time. It was already amazing to have a magic weapon, like the heterogeneous Rubik's Cube on the car, to shield the power of darkness infection. If there was something that could isolate the strange body, wouldn't the major survivor organizations in the world fight for it? Forget it, let's wait and see tomorrow. Lin Xian connected the transponder system in the car to the communicator, took it in his hand, and then inspected the car all the way to the rear car. Many people in the living car were already asleep, and Shu Qin and Lu Chang turned off the lights and guarded outside the passage. Kiki followed Lin Xian into carriage number 11, where 3 cars and a motorcycle were parked. They were used for the subsequent maneuvers. Carriage number 12 was completely empty at this time. Lin Xian was going to build a 1130 close-in defense gun here, and turn this carriage into a weapon station carriage. Arriving at carriage number 12, the lights were bright and empty. Kiki took a mobile computer and said to Lin Xian, Lin Xian, you can build Gatling now, why don't you build a few more? Then our firepower will be much stronger. Do you think I don't want to? Lin Xian smiled helplessly. You girl, you really think I'm a factory, right? Chapter 178. It is not difficult for Lin Xian to manufacture these upgraded firearms, but the main problem is the bullets. Gunpowder preparation, material conversion, bullets are not complicated, but Lin Xian's manufacturing speed is limited. This thing is used up quickly, and he can't do two things at the same time. The current 1130 has not been made yet. Once this guy is made, it will be another big consumer of bullets. Lin Xian has calculated that in order to make this thing fire for 15 seconds, his preparation center will have to work all day. After the gunpowder and materials are out, he will have to continue to manufacture them before they can be turned into bullets. In addition, he has to devour machinery, manufacture other things, and upgrade the R&D center, all of which require his time and energy. Unfortunately, Lin Xian's mechanical manufacturing is a single-threaded work, and it is impossible to be comprehensive. If he is supplied with the firepower of an entire train, it is not enough to use him as a stud, so how can he have time to devour and upgrade? I'm still waiting for you to build an electromagnetic cannon. When I get 1130 out, the next step is to make that. By the way, Kiki said that. She tiptoed off the ground and lightly passed by Lin Xian. She floated in the air with her hands on her chest while flying backwards and looking at Lin Xian. Hey, I think we need to go to Star City. Anyway, we have already torn our faces with the people of the Federation, so why not get some high-end technology from them? Are you saying that we should drive directly into Star City and fight with their Federation garrison? Stupid. Kiki poked a finger on Lin Xian's forehead. We won't sneak in quietly. Just let me access their system terminal. I can steal some blueprints you want directly, or you can scan them quietly. Lin Xian smiled. That makes sense. I forgot you can fly. It's worth considering. You can give it a try. This is indeed a plan that can be referenced. The world's high-end war equipment is either in the hands of the Interstellar Army or the Federation. In the absence of a panic escape, it is also a good idea to take the initiative to obtain the blueprint. You are willing to open your mind. Okay, let's get started. Lin Xian took a deep breath, lifted the sunshade of the carriage and looked at the dark platform outside, then sat down in the empty carriage and prepared to start work. Which one to build first? Of course, the robot. Lin Xian stretched out his hand at this time, and the light in his hand appeared. Many rare materials began to fly out, and a black chip was slowly taking shape. The PX-05 engineering robot of the climbing elevator can connect to the system program autonomously. In addition to inspection, welding, and transportation, it is also fast and solid. With this, it can directly help me maintain the weapon station ammunition chain. Kiki's eyes lit up when he heard this. Wow, smart. Have you ever thought about transforming this robot into combat mode to defend against the enemy? I have thought about it, Lin Xian said, but my current ability level is not enough to mass-produce drones. It takes several hours to build one. Kiki nodded. Okay, then you build it first. I will help you overwrite the system, and then let this guy help you transform and maintain the train. Yes. Assembling 1130 is a huge project. It is not just a matter of building it and throwing it on the carriage. No one else can help, so Lin Xian plans to build this engineering robot first to solve some key tasks for him. Moreover, for this large equipment, Lin Xian needs Kiki to use telekinesis to help. With this thing, we will have a powerful mechanical helper. Seeing that materials kept flying out of Lin Xian's hands, Kiki said excitedly, Don't be too happy too soon. Lin Xian looked very serious at this time, and his mechanical heart was running wildly. Although the mechanical manufacturing has now been upgraded to level 3, he still felt great pressure when he started manufacturing at this time. Mechanical core, central control, frame, Hall anode layer thruster, various sensors, small motors, energy groups. 2 hours later, the prototype of the engineering robot finally took shape. Kiki was very nervous watching from the side. Seeing that Lin Xian was sweating profusely, she ran over and fanned him with her hands. Don't worry, it's almost successful. Do you still think it's so easy for me to make things now? Lin Xian said, Okay, I know you work hard. Kiki smiled and said, Then let me massage your shoulders. No, don't disturb me. Lin Xian was speechless. He was concentrating now, so he didn't need her to show her courtesy. Cut. Click. With the last piece of mechanical shell skin assembled, This small engineering robot was finally successfully built by Lin Xian. Wow, it worked! The yellow two-armed robot quietly leaned on the floor, with smoke curling up. Lin Xian was sweating profusely. At this time, he finally let out a long sigh. Looking at the small robot in front of him, he suddenly felt a little emotional. He had thought about making a robot army for combat before, and this engineering robot taught him a solid lesson. The road to becoming a mechanic is long and arduous. If you want to reach that stage, you probably still have a long way to go. Try it. Lin Xian wiped his sweat and said to Kiki. Kiki immediately turned on the power button of the engineering robot. Beep, the program started. The sound sounded, and the main control panel of the PX-05 engineering robot in front of him lit up with fluorescence. A very low electric engine sound sounded. The thruster on the robot lit up with a light blue light, and then slowly lifted off and floated in the number 12 carriage. Wow, so powerful! Kiki's eyes lit up. You wait. After saying that, she immediately took out the mobile computer, connected the program interface of the engineering robot, and started to configure the system. Okay, you do it first. I hurry up to get that cannon. Okay, Kiki said cheerfully. The two of them had come all the way from Jiang City, and had a good level of tacit understanding. After saying that, Lin Xian began to inspect the materials in the decomposition space, and then he stopped hesitating. While Kiki was debugging the robot, he started manufacturing directly. Wow, the light flashed in his hand, and a large amount of metal materials began to fly out, condense, shape, forge, and assemble. Gradually, a large 1130 close-in defense gun was manufactured by Lin Xian. In the number 12 carriage, Kiki was also helping with the work attentively. As this heavy weapon gradually took shape, Lin Xian's eyes began to get excited. Finally, I will have a big killer. Bang, 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 base, lifting platform, roof automatic hatch, rear-end ammunition feeding device. Lin Xian did not use the original paint, but made some adjustments. The electro-optical sighting and phased array radar were assembled, and a mobile close-in defense gun that could be lifted and lowered appeared in the number 12 carriage. The behemoth weighing more than 10 tons was full of tyrannical murderous aura. Woo! At this time, the PX-05 engineering robot in Kiki's hand also completed the basic configuration, flew over, and began to help Lin Xian install the turret base. Done, but I still need some time to get the ammunition supply configuration you want. Let's let it help with the chores first. Kiki put his hands on his waist and said proudly. Huh? Lin Xian nodded and sighed. Finally done. It was already early morning. For Lin Xian, it was the first time to make such a large device, but he was still inexperienced. Before, he made guns, armor, car accessories, including the refrigerator in the dining car, which were relatively simple mechanical mechanisms. The water purifier was considered to be a relatively sophisticated thing made by Lin Xian. Lin Xian had no experience with this engineering robot and 1130 close defense gun, and spent a lot of time. Mechanical manufacturing. 260/1000. Lin Xian opened the light curtain of the mechanical heart and found that these two things directly increased the manufacturing proficiency by more than 200. It has increased so much, not bad. Mechanical devouring and mechanical manufacturing are the basic skills that Lin Xian is eager to improve. They can greatly improve his upgrade efficiency. Although the materials in his decomposition space have basically run out, he finally got it out. Chapter 179. Woo, this is easy. Woo caca. In carriage number 12, Lin Xian and Kiki sat on the empty floor of the car to rest, watching the PX-05 robot busy assembling on the weapon station. Lin Xian. Yeah. How could it be such a coincidence that we didn't encounter monsters anywhere else, but we were surrounded by monsters as soon as we entered the night, and at the critical moment, someone came out and led us to this town. Kiki supported herself with both hands and tilted her head to look at Lin Xian. Lin Xian smiled helplessly, closed his eyes, and took a long breath. I also want to know. If I know, maybe we can change from passive to active in this Doomsday. Hey. Kiki sighed softly, lay directly on the ground, rubbed her belly and said, I hate the Doomsday, miss my ice cream and potato chips, and milk tea, and when I think of what unknown horror things are outside the car, my stomach is cold and painful. Lin Xian said speechlessly, what does this have to do with horror? You are having your period. I don't care. Kiki snorted lightly, closed her eyes, and grabbed a handful of air. When my superpowers become stronger, I will fly to the sky and crush those monsters to death. I will also fly to the Xingyuan to see what the hell is. Girl. Lin Xian said, do you remember in your dream? Oh, I don't want to listen. Who knew that when she heard this topic, Kiki immediately covered her ears unnaturally, as if she didn't want to discuss her memories with Lin Xian. No, Lin Xian said seriously, I saw a giant floating in the air in your dream. After hearing this, Kiki was also stunned. A very big person, a huge mummy floating in the air, right? Lin Xian nodded. I think this kind of thing should not be a fantasy. Since I can see it, you must have seen it at some time. That day when the helicopter crashed Jiang City. Kiki looked at the roof and said, because the helicopter crashed at that time, I don't remember it very clearly. It was only after some time with you that I remembered a little bit. I seem to have seen a particularly scary monster in the clouds. Monster? Isn't such a big thing a monster? Lin Xian was speechless for a moment. That's right, such a giant is a dried corpse, and I don't know whether it is alive or dead. Who knows? Kiki closed his eyes, as if he didn't want to think deeply, and complained, we can't even deal with what we encounter now, so we can only run away. The more we run, the more monsters there are, and the stronger they are. It's as if we are being targeted, and those monsters in the dark have issued a bounty order. If so, our car with so many superpowers must be worth money. Lin Xian frowned slightly when he heard this and fell into silence. Seeing that Lin Xian didn't say anything, Kiki also sat up. What's wrong? Lin Xian shook his head, feeling a little confused. Nothing, just thinking about what you just said. It's late now, you should go to sleep for a while. Lin Xian looked at his watch. I wait until I finish here, and then I have to deal with the train behind. Okay. Kiki nodded sleepily, stood up and glanced at Lin Xian, took a few steps and stopped, and then she suddenly flew back lightly, wrapped her legs around Lin Xian's waist like a koala, hugged his neck, and then buried her head in Lin Xian's arms. Lin Xian raised his hands, a little at a loss. What are you doing? Don't move. I sleep here for a while. Kiki in his arms whispered. Lin Xian felt the girl's body temperature and tender waist, and couldn't help but said helplessly, is it a bit ambiguous? I mean in this situation. Shut up. Kiki closed her eyes and took Lin Xian's hand and put it on her waist. Hypocrite, why weren't you so serious when you peeked at my underwear? You asked me to hug you, and you said so much. Anyway, you don't need to move when you devour the machine, and I can still protect you. After saying that, Kiki moved her posture, and seemed to like this action of entangled with Lin Xian. Her legs were tightly clasped around Lin Xian's waist. Her body was light, like a well-behaved cat, making people feel soft. At this time, Kiki suddenly felt something pressing against Lin Xian's lower abdomen, and her face immediately turned red. She closed her eyes, frowned, and gritted her teeth and said, pervert. Lin Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You are being unreasonable, aren't you? I don't want to move either. If you insist on hanging on me, what can I do? TSK. Lin Xian lowered his head and looked at Kiki, who was sleeping with her eyes closed in his arms. He felt a little warm in his heart. He knew that Kiki actually wanted to protect him. The situation outside was unclear at this time. In order to devour those trains, he could only take some risks. If he had Kiki, who had the telekinetic ability, guarding him, he would indeed be much more at ease. However, he also knew that this girl had not slept for 2 consecutive days. He had consumed a lot of energy climbing the elevator and fell asleep, but Kiki was actually not much better than him. Are you sure you really want to do this? Yeah. Kiki in his arms was breathing weakly, and seemed to be about to fall asleep. Okay then. Although it was a bit weird, since it was Kiki's special bodyguard service, Lin Xian didn't hesitate. He immediately stood up, holding Kiki in his arms, and got off the nuclear-powered locomotive cockpit door, and came to the front of the intercity train towed out from Jiazhou City at the back, ready to start swallowing. Before getting on the train, he looked around the dark freight platform, took a deep breath, and went directly to the train cockpit that had not been used for a long time. With Kiki by his side, Lin Xian inexplicably felt much more at ease, and this girl seemed to be able to fall asleep in his arms, and her breathing began to stabilize. So Lin Xian just held Kiki like a koala, sat in the carriage, and began to mechanically swallow. Lin Xian opened his mechanical heart panel at this time. Current mechanical heart level LV.3, 565/5000, strength level 3, 30%, burst 300 kilograms, speed level 2, 40%, limit 13 meters per second, defense level 2, 26%, iron bones, mechanical awakening, mechanic, awakening skills, R&D center. Manufacturing factory. Mechanical devouring 3, per 66/1000, improved devouring efficiency. Mechanical manufacturing 3, 260/1000, improve construction efficiency. Mechanical passive, scan repair decomposition, special skills, wine cannon, normal, level 3, full. Equals level, eyes shield, common, level 2 9%, flashback, rare, level 1 30%, surge, rare, level 1 23%, reminder, VOG grenade launcher blueprint is being upgraded and developed, and 34 seconds, hey, the blueprint is almost ready. Congratulations, you got the Thunderstorm A1 grenade launcher, blueprint, wow, single shot becomes continuous, Shasha must be so happy. Lin Xian was delighted. This R&D center was simply amazing. If it wasn't for the practical purpose, Lin Xian really wanted to put the electromagnetic railgun in there, and see what he could make. But he could only think about it. With his current level of mechanical manufacturing, it might take him 50 or 60 days to put that kind of thing in there. Even if he got the blueprint, he couldn't make it. It was just a waste of time. So Lin Xian thought about it, and decided to take Teacher Chen's A33K heavy anti-material sniper rifle in there to try it out. Please select the weapon development direction. Firepower, 3 days and 15 hours. Mobility, 3 days and 12 hours. Ah! Lin Xian was confused. My mechanical manufacturing has been upgraded to level 3. Why does it take so long? He thought about it, and thought that this anti-material sniper rifle itself is a higher level weapon, so it will take longer. For the purpose of experiment, Lin Xian put the drawings of the Roarer K-23 electric rotary machine gun and the Thunderstorm A1 grenade launcher he just obtained into the experiment. Sure enough, the former takes 4 days, and the grenade launcher also takes 3 days and 20 hours. Chapter 180. I see, what about 1130? Lin Xian put the blueprint of the 1130 clothes and weapons system in again. Ding! At this time, the R&D center flashed again, but the last time it was red, and this time it turned yellow. This blueprint is of a high level, the current mechanical manufacturing level. 3. The R&D time increased by 25%. Please select the R&D direction of this weapon. Firepower, 15 days and 18 hours. Mobility, 11 days and 22 hours. Precision, 12 days and 9 hours. Almost, if the mechanical manufacturing level reaches level 4, it should only take about 10 days to develop this thing. Now Lin Xian had a plan in mind, so he didn't think about it anymore, and chose to strengthen the sniper rifle. But this time, he didn't choose firepower, but mobility. This gun is still too big for Teacher Chen. If it can improve mobility, it should be more suitable for her. Lin Xian is not worried about the power of the gun after the blueprint is upgraded. The most important thing is that it can be more suitable for Chen Xichuan. Moreover, Chen Xichuan has now joined the battle sequence, and Lin Xian is also more worried about her safety. Reminder, A33K heavy anti-material sniper rifle blueprint is being upgraded and developed. 3 days, 11 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds, develop it slowly. Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief, stopped wasting time, and began to devour the front of the intercity train in front of him, devouring progress 1%. Lin Xian felt the speed. The front of this intercity train is not at the same level of power as the Huanqing 7F electric locomotive, and the size is also quite different. He estimated that he should be able to handle one in about 2 or 3 hours, and all of them should be handled before dawn. Time passed by minute, swallowing progress 30%. Swallowing progress 60%. Swallowing success, mechanical source points plus 300, mechanical swallowing skill proficiency plus 100, additional rewards, strength 10 points, speed 5 points, defense 10 points. 2 hours later, a prompt appeared in front of Lin Xian, and the front of the intercity train suddenly turned into a cloud of ash. His feet were empty, and he quickly hugged Kiki in his arms, and landed directly on the rails in the smoke and dust. Kiki, who was sleeping in his arms, was awakened by Lin Xian's movement at this time. He closed his eyes, and hummed softly, twisted and climbed up, and leaned his little face on Lin Xian's shoulder to continue sleeping. This girl has a very special sleeping posture. She pressed her face to face Lin Xian, and pouted her little mouth slightly. Her tender little mouth kept breathing softly towards Lin Xian's neck, making his neck a little numb. Lin Xian couldn't help himself when he saw this scene. His heart skipped a beat. Suddenly, he lowered his head and sucked on the delicate lips. In an instant, he felt a soft and fragrant touch. Kiki didn't know if she was asleep or not. She suddenly took the initiative to come forward. She hummed and pouted her lips. Kiki's active response instantly made Lin Xian react. His chest and abdomen were burning. He immediately broke away from the lips and forced himself to suppress the restlessness in his heart. Damn, she was not swallowing the locomotive. Why did she kiss? He looked at Kiki again, and found that she was still sleeping. She seemed to be completely unaware of the action just now, as if she was really just unconsciously catering to him. He quickly opened his system panel, breathed a sigh of relief, and began to divert his attention. Now a locomotive only has 300 mechanical source points. If I want to upgrade to level 4, I have to eat 16 such locomotives. After upgrading to level 3, the benefits of mechanical source points decreased again. He estimated that the Yunjang 7F electric locomotive that could get 500 mechanical source points before now only has about 400. Quality cannot be improved, so we can only rely on quantity. The proficiency benefit of 100 points of mechanical swallowing is still very considerable. If he upgrades the mechanical swallowing to level 4, plus there are more daytime hours now, then he can also rely on swallowing more large machines to get improvement. The transponder did not sound again throughout the night. Except for a creepy chill on the gloomy dark platform, nothing happened. Lin Xian swallowed the locomotive while being on guard with fear. Time soon came to 6 o'clock in the morning. On the freight platform of Utown, it was still dark, but the track was empty except for the infinity. The locomotives of the 2 freight trains, plus the locomotive of the chemical tanker, 3 locomotives and several carriages were all swallowed up by Lin Xian. This almost drained Lin Xian's energy. If he hadn't had a soft but powerful koala hanging on his body, he wouldn't dare to fight so hard. Swallowed successfully, mechanical source points added 320, mechanical swallowing skill proficiency added 100, additional rewards, strength 20 points, speed 15 points, defense 8 points. Swallowed successfully, mechanical source points added 280, mechanical swallowing skill proficiency added 100, additional rewards, strength 15 points, speed 12 points, defense 15 points. Swallowed successfully, mechanical source points added 330, mechanical swallowing skill proficiency added 100, additional rewards, strength 13 points, speed 15 points, defense 13 points. Swallowed successfully, mechanical source points added 15, mechanical swallowing skill proficiency added 5, additional rewards, strength 2. Swallowed successfully, mechanical source points added 13, mechanical swallowing skill proficiency plus 5, additional bonus, defense 1. Decomposition. Get high manganese steel * 500, hot rolled forged steel * 500, cold rolled dual phase steel plate * 250, ordinary carbon steel * 1200, non-metallic foam materials, non-metallic composite materials. Decomposition. Get glass, plastic, iron, aluminum, copper, semiconductor components, transistors, diodes, field effect transistors, integrated circuits, resistors, capacitors, inductors, circuit boards, 3 locomotives plus more than a dozen train carriages. Lin Xian suddenly gained 1155 mechanical source points and 375 mechanical swallowing proficiency points. And at the same time, he also gained 55 strength, 50 speed, and 41 defense in terms of attributes. At the same time, the preparation center also obtained a large amount of metal materials, and a lot of high-grade steel. Absolutely a big harvest. Current mechanical heart level LV.3, 1720/5000, strength level 3, 85%, burst 300 kilograms, speed level 2, 90%, limit 13 meters per second, defense level 2, 67%, iron bones, mechanical awakening, mechanic, awakening skills, R&D center, preparation factory. Mechanical devouring 3, 841/1000, improved devouring efficiency. Mechanical manufacturing 3, 260/1000, improved construction efficiency. Mechanical passive, scan repair decomposition, special skills, wine cannon, normal, level 3, full level, ice shield, normal, level 209%. Flashback, rare, level 130%, surge, rare, level 123%, hint, A33K heavy anti-material sniper rifle blueprint is being upgraded and developed. 3 days, 5 hours 49 minutes, and 55 seconds, it was still dark at this time. Lin Xian opened the cockpit door with a heavy head and returned to the car, ready to put Kiki back on the bed. Who knew that this girl was sleeping soundly on him? Lin Xian had to bend down and put her on the bed, and put down her legs wrapped around his waist, but the girl hugged his neck very tightly. Lin Xian struggled for a while, looked at the girl's murmured breath, and couldn't help but sucked hard on the fragrant and soft little mouth, and then got out. Kiki closed her eyes and licked her lips in her sleep, then turned over. Lin Xian felt a little guilty when he saw that she didn't wake up. He got up and rubbed his sore waist. Because he hugged her all night, his chest was warm. Back to Carriage 1. Carriage 1 was now a first-class carriage in excellent condition with a separate bedroom, which had been cleaned up by Chen Xishuan last night. Lin Xian pushed the door open and entered. Chen Xishuan woke up immediately after hearing the sound. Lin Xian. Is it dawn yet? Come and sleep for a while. I get up and guard. Lin Xian felt warm in his heart. He walked over and got into the bed and hugged Chen Xishuan's delicate body into his arms. He closed his eyes and said, "It's not just the two of us now. Let them guard for a while." Chen Xishuan blushed when she heard this. Then go take a shower first. Now there is a bathroom, and you should take a shower too. Taking a shower is a luxury for survivors of the apocalypse. But now Infinity has a water purifier system that can basically meet basic living needs, and the problem of water resources has been solved for the time being. And I don't have that anymore. Chen Xishuan's heart pounded. She thought Lin Xian wanted to have an intimate relationship, so she mustered up the courage to speak out this worry. Who knew that after the words fell, there was no response from Lin Xian. She turned around and saw that the exhausted Lin Xian had fallen asleep peacefully. She was a little surprised and stared at him with her almond eyes, puffing up her cheeks and said, "Actually, it doesn't matter if you don't need it, as long as you..." Really fell asleep? Chen Xishuan bit her lips lightly and gave him a look. Then she felt a little distressed. She reached out and stroked Lin Xian's head, held him in her arms, suppressed her restless heart, and fell asleep. Chapter 181. At 10 a.m., the sky was already bright. After a night of anxious vigilance, the light finally came. The tense atmosphere of worry in the Infinity finally eased a little. Because the door was not opened, Chen Xishuan began to lead a group of people to continue to complete the assembly work of the living area in the carriage, and distributed water and food at the same time. Sasha slept for a night, and got up early to sort out the munitions with her brother in the number 5 carriage. Lin Xian slept for 3 hours, and recovered some energy. When he pushed the door out of the living cabin, he saw Kiki sitting in front of the computer in the information center, chewing bread, while operating the drone to observe the information of the town. Seeing Lin Xian walk into the number 2 carriage, Kiki glanced at him, with a meaningful smile on her lips, and then turned back to look at the screen as if nothing had happened. Lin Xian looked at this girl with a strange look in his eyes, and suddenly felt embarrassed, thinking that maybe she found out that he kissed her secretly last night. If that's the case, then his image in Kiki's mind should be that of an unshakable beast. "Are you awake?" At this time, Chen Xishuan also came over and said to Lin Xian, "Just sleep for a few hours?" Lin Xian was about to say something, but when he saw Chen Xishuan coming over, he cleared his throat and responded to Chen Xishuan, "Enough, I can't sleep too long. Now it's dawn, I'm going to take people to the town to have a look. I want to go too. I want to go too." Sasha ran over from the aisle, looking eager to try. "Don't go. We need to leave some people on the car for defense. If you really want to get off, search around the freight station with them to see if there is anything going on." Sasha was a little disappointed when she heard this. "Okay, then you guys be careful." "Right." Lin Xian remembered something, mobilized the materials from the preparation factory, and started to manufacture quickly. After more than 10 minutes, a Black Thunderstorm A1 grenade launcher was manufactured. "Wow!" Sasha's eyes widened, and she took it from Lin Xian's hand, with a surprised face. "Oh my god, brother Lin, when did you make this?" The petite Sasha looked a little abrupt holding this big guy, but Lin Xian found that this big guy didn't seem to be that heavy in her hand, and was a little surprised. "You seem to hold it easily? Is it heavy?" Sasha took it in her hand and weighed it. "It's a little heavier than mine, but this one can hold 6 rounds at a time. It must be much more powerful." The previous disappointment seemed to be swept away. Sasha's eyes were shining at this time, and she couldn't let it go after she got it in her hand. Chen Xishuan looked at Lin Xian at this time. "What about the rest of the people? You take people to clean up the outside of the train. Sha and brother would check the freight station together, collect all the good supplies. Xianyo, Shuqin and Delu, I will split up and go to the town to check the situation first. There are also Ding Junyi, and some women in the living area on the train. Lin Xian will feel more at ease if Lu Xingchen, a fire-type superpower, stays behind. Anyway, this guy doesn't like to stroll around. He just likes to bask in the sun and drink tea, and he is very strong. He is a perfect candidate to guard the car. And Shuqin is very skilled and cautious and sharp. Lin Xian plans to let her take Delu to check the situation around the town. He wants to know if there is anything special about the area and range of this town that can prevent strange bodies from entering. And more. Lin Xian glanced at the direction of the cockpit and said to Chen Sichuan, "Pay attention to the transponder and communicator, and tell me any situation at any time." "Yes. By the way, the weapon station has been deployed now. When necessary, you can use the automatic firing mode. Director Ding has entered the facial and physical information of our personnel into the friendly system. If you don't know how to use the search, you can find Sha Sha. I have taught her this morning," Kiki said to Chen Sichuan. Chen Sichuan was confused and looked at Lin Xian. "The cannon?" Lin Xian nodded. "Just in case, you also have countermeasures on the car." Although it was daytime, since the vehicle-mounted weapon station had been built, the guards still had to be able to use it. If they encountered trouble, the people on the car could also use the close and defense gun for cover. "Okay, I know." Chen Sichuan nodded, feeling a little emotional. Before, she could only hold a wrench and wait for Lin Xian to come back, but now she not only has an armed team, but also a vehicle-mounted close and defense gun, which has greatly improved both defense and firepower. Under Lin Xian's arrangement, all the personnel in the car were ready to go, and the combatants all took their weapons and stood behind the automatic doors number 5 and number 11 waiting for Lin Xian to open the door. "Everyone, pay attention, there may be other survivors here, and it is unclear whether they are enemies or friends. Be cautious," Lin Xian said on the public channel using the communicator. The automatic explosion-proof door opened quickly. Although the sun was shining outside, there was a cold breath blowing. The temperature in the carriage was higher than outside because there were more people living there. Everyone got off the train with their guns raised. Lin Xian waved his hand, and Lu Cheng, Miao Lu and other evolved players quickly dispersed and began to check the situation on the platform around the train. Sha Sha also got off the train with Lu Xingchen, holding her new weapon. The lift of carriage number 11 was lowered, and a bulletproof SUV drove into the platform. Xu Qin sat in the passenger seat and said to Lin Xian, "Captain Lin, be careful. Those hiding in the town are probably some lawless people." "I know." Lin Xian nodded and pointed to the back of the railway. To Xu Qin, "You guys just search along the periphery of the town from the area we came in. It's best to determine the approximate range. If there is an area that can shield the strange body, then there must be something special in this area, which may be in the town or in the periphery." For the sake of caution, Lin Xian divided his troops into 2 groups to investigate. It was precisely because of the strange situation in this place that Lin Xian did not let the ordinary team members enter the town to search for supplies first. He did not want to use these teammates as cannon fodder. "Okay, Brother Xian," Dolu responded, and immediately started the engine and drove out of the platform. "Buzz, let's go too." Kiki also got off the motorcycle that had not been driven for a long time, and drove Lin Xian along the road to the town. The entire Infinity train was guarded by combatants. After Lin Xian and Xu Qin left as a reconnaissance team, Chen Sichuan also began to take people off the train to use high-pressure water guns to clean the blood stains and mince meat on the train after the battle with a strange body last night. These things exuded a foul smell. Lin Xian was also worried that these smells were one of the reasons for attracting the strange body in the night. Since the day of the apocalypse, he has always had the habit of cleaning and removing odors. This has also been recognized by Chen Sichuan, and he will try his best to clean the train every time. "Let's go, let's check those warehouses." Sasha, a little kid, wearing a pair of sunglasses, holding a Thunderstorm A1 grenade rifle in her hand, said to Lu Xingchen in a very stylish manner. At this time, Lu Xingchen was carrying a stool down, ready to guard the train while basking in the sun. "TSK, Sasha glared at him. "Stop being lazy, aren't you looking for tea leaves? Are you still looking?" Lu Xingchen folded his arms, glanced at the closed warehouse door, and chuckled. "Stupid, I can tell at a glance that this is a place to store chemicals. How can there be tea leaves?" Sasha was immediately furious when she heard this, and was about to explode, but suddenly her eyes rolled, and she muttered with a cunning face, "Okay, since you don't want to go, then I will go with them by myself. Anyway, if I meet some bad guys who kill me, it doesn't matter. At most, they will say that you are a fire god who is just a name for nothing, strong on the outside but weak on the inside, and just a show on the outside." Chapter 182. Undeserved reputation? Outwardly strong but weak. All show and no substance? The smile on Lu Xingchen's face suddenly froze when he heard this, and his face became paler and paler. Every word seemed to accurately guess his weak spot. Sasha glanced at him and found that it worked, so she continued to fan the flames, You can't even protect a little girl, and you want to protect all of humanity. Alas. If it were me, I would probably find a crack in the ground to crawl into. It just so happens that your fire ability can be used to heat the Kong to keep warm, so that people can sit on it and keep their butts warm. Shut up. Lu Xingchen stood up suddenly, clenching his teeth and pointing at the warehouse in front of him viciously. Tell me, which warehouse to go to first. If I don't burn all the snakes, insects, rats and ants in it, I think they have good hygiene conditions. Sasha smiled proudly, raised her sunglasses, and waved her little hand forward. Send a secret. The motorcycle was driving on a quiet road. The trees around were lush, under the sun. Lin Xian sat in the back seat, looking at the outline of the town street in front of him. Not far from the town, a chemical plant with a large reactor and a distillation tower stood behind the town. Generally speaking, large chemical plants are far from residential areas, but this one doesn't seem to be that far away. Lin Xian said. Kiki said, maybe there really is some pollution leaking from the chemical plant, so those monsters can't get in. Lin Xian had a headache after hearing this. Monsters can't get in, but we can. So who is the monster? That's not necessarily true, Kiki said stubbornly. Maybe there are things that humans can adapt to but monsters can't. Haven't you seen the movie about alien invasion? A cold germ that is not fatal to humans can wipe out the aliens. Lin Xian was speechless. What the girl said seemed to make sense. So he sniffed the air to see if he could smell any strange chemical smell. When approaching the streets of the town, the motorcycle began to slow down. Houses appeared in the sight of the two people. The streets of the town were full of low buildings and shops. Many of them had their doors closed tightly, and some had their doors half open and were swaying gently in the wind. The streets were full of leaves that had turned yellow and fallen prematurely due to the temperature. The shelves of the convenience stores were empty, full of dust and moldy items. Kiki looked at the mess on the street and couldn't help frowning and said, "This place is so strange. It doesn't look like anyone lives here." Lin Xian kept observing the surroundings and picked up the soul value detector to start the test directly. Buzz, a faint light spread out and converged. The pointer on the detector slowly fell from a negative number to the number 0, which surprised Lin Xian. He didn't know if this old-fashioned detector was faulty or something. He felt that the pointer was turning. Seemed a little slow. Squeak, the motorcycle drove into a crossroads, which seemed to be the center of the town. It was called the center because there was actually a supermarket and a bank on the street, and a relatively large movie theater on the opposite corner of the street. The two got off the motorcycle and looked around. The streets they saw showed a sense of depression and decay in the sun. They were quiet and dilapidated. There were also rotten and dried corpses of residents on the roadside. Their clothes were shriveled and stuck to the ground, and flies were buzzing. Strange, I clearly saw these yesterday. And these. Kiki looked up at the upstairs of the shop. The windows were empty. There were a few mannequins in the glass window of a clothing store. Their clothes had been stripped off long ago. They stood crookedly behind the window, as if staring at Lin Xian and Kiki on the street. Lin Xian also felt very strange at this time. He didn't see anyone on the way in, but last night he and Kiki saw candlelight in the town, and there were more than one household. Be careful, Lin Xian reminded, and turned his eyes to the direction of the cinema. Go into the mall and take a look. There were no zombies in the town, but no living people were seen either, which really made Lin Xian a little unpredictable, and he didn't know if Shuqin and the building had found anything. Kiki nodded. Let's go, maybe someone is hiding and deliberately not coming out. Lin Xian stepped into the door of the cinema, and suddenly a smell of decay and dampness hit him. He frowned, walked in front cautiously and said, "It stands to reason that this place can prevent the weird body from entering, and it should be an excellent place to survive. Building a shelter here is definitely better than fleeing everywhere, but if there are no living people, that means there are things here that are more terrifying than the weird body?" Kiki responded directly. Lin Xian put it aside, just hoping that his guess was wrong. The cinema hall was dark. Lin Xian quickly produced a strong flashlight in his hand. The dazzling white light instantly illuminated most of the hall. The scene was a mess. There was a row of ticket machines and popcorn machines on the wall. There were several tattered tents in the corner. Several bodies were lying there. They looked like the residents of Town, who had fled and hid here not long after the apocalypse. It doesn't look like there are any survivors here. Lin Xian glanced around and was about to leave when Kiki suddenly said, "Lin Xian, there's a sound inside." He immediately turned around and shone the flashlight in the direction where Kiki was talking, and found that it was the corridor of the theater. The two of them looked at each other, reached a consensus, and walked carefully inside. Click, click, the sound of water dripping from the deep corridor came intermittently, and the whole space was extremely quiet, which made people feel a little uneasy. Kiki floated up directly, flew to the location of the door of a theater and stopped, then pointed at Lin Xian, meaning that the sound she just heard came from inside. Lin Xian nodded, and the electricity in his palm gathered. At the same time, he stretched out his hand, and slowly pushed open the door of the theater. Click, ah, a rusty metal whimper suddenly sounded in the corridor, and in an instant, an extremely strong smell of rottenness burst out. Kiki's face changed immediately, and she flew back suddenly, pinching her nose, looking nauseous. Lin Xian also frowned. The smell almost made his eyes go black. He had seen many mountains of corpses and seas of blood along the way, but it was the first time he smelled such a strong stench. Resisting his nausea, he opened the door directly, but apart from the stench, there was no movement in the theater. Lin Xian picked up the flashlight and shone it inside, and found that the aisle inside was extremely empty. The screen in front had been rotten into a cloth strip, so the two walked into the aisle one after the other, and Kiki followed behind and kept pinching her nose and fanning. It stinks, it stinks. Shoo. Lin Xian looked solemn and motioned for her not to make a sound. The two walked out of the aisle, and only then saw the sloped viewing seats extending upwards to the side and rear. He immediately swept the flashlight upwards, but as soon as the flashlight shone over, the pupils of the two tightened instantly. Kiki was so scared that she let out a cold breath and immediately hid behind Lin Xian. Under the white light of the flashlight, the rows of seats in the theater were actually filled with people. But these people in front of him were neither living people nor zombies, but rotting and moldy skeletons with skin peeled off. Chapter 183. Lin Xian. Kiki, who was originally quite courageous, was frightened by such a scene for the first time. She hid beside Lin Xian and said with disgust, How could these people? Lin Xian frowned at this time. The scene in front of him really gave him a strong psychological shock. He looked at the rows of human bones and said in a deep voice, It's a bit strange. The degree of decay is very different from the corpses outside. It looks like it's less than a month old. That means it's not safe here at all. Kiki adjusted her breathing and said, Do we still need to explore? No need. Lin Xian shook his head and shone the flashlight row by row, but when his flashlight reached the end, he found that there was a complete woman sitting in the middle of the human bones in the last row of seats. Lin Xian, there is another person, Kiki exclaimed. From a distance, the woman was disheveled and in a mess. At this time, she was leaning on the chair, not knowing whether she was dead or alive. Let's go and have a look. Lin Xian ran up the aisle to the viewing platform without saying anything, and Kiki also resisted the nausea and flew up quickly. As the distance got closer, Lin Xian became more and more certain that the woman might still be alive. Caw. Being cautious, Lin Xian directly made a long pole and walked over to poke the woman's back. The woman sitting on the chair fell sideways crookedly. Her body was not stiff, and she was still breathing weakly. Lin Xian and Kiki's eyes met, and Kiki immediately raised her hand to use her supernatural power to grab the woman from the chair, and then slowly put her on the ground in the aisle. She is still alive. Kiki frowned and said, but her heartbeat and breathing rhythm are very chaotic. She should be dying soon. Lin Xian walked over and shone the flashlight on the woman. The woman looked to be in her early 30s. She was gray and malnourished. Her hair and clothes were extremely messy. She didn't even have shoes on her feet. She looked like a dying person. He looked at the last row of human bones. The degree of decay was not high. It looked very new. Maybe she is a survivor. Lin Xian squatted down and prepared to check the woman's condition. But when he shone the flashlight on the woman's face, the woman seemed to be blinded by the strong light. She suddenly frowned and struggled to raise her hand. Lin Xian and Kiki's faces changed. At this time, the woman's breathing began to become rapid, and then she slowly opened her eyes. The next moment, the woman saw Lin Xian and Kiki in front of her. Her eyes widened in horror, and then she shrank back nervously on the ground. Don't be afraid, we won't hurt you, who are you? Lin Xian didn't expect the woman to wake up suddenly, and seeing her frightened look, he immediately spoke. But the woman seemed to be frightened, and didn't hear Lin Xian's words at all. She kept backing away, then struggled to stand up, turned around and ran. Catch her. Seeing this, Lin Xian decisively asked Kiki to take action. Okay. The two cooperated tacitly. Kiki directly raised his hand, and used telekinesis to catch the woman and dragged her back. Don't be afraid, we won't hurt you, Lin Xian said loudly. The woman struggled frantically under the control of the invisible telekinesis, but her mouth seemed unable to make any sound. Kiki frowned and looked at Lin Xian. Is she deaf-mute? Lin Xian also reacted subconsciously, and was thinking about how to communicate with the other party. But in an instant, he saw that the woman's face became more terrified at this time, and her eyes were not looking at Lin Xian and Kiki, but at the passage behind him. When the two saw this scene, they hurriedly turned their heads, and found that a strange human face appeared in the passage behind them at some point. It was actually a person walking backwards. Be careful. When Lin Xian saw this monster, his pupils immediately shook, and he raised his hand, and a surge of electricity greeted it. Woozy. The silver light flashed and directly bombarded the white upside-down monster, burning a charred hole. The monster paused for a moment, and in a flash, it suddenly climbed over at a very fast speed, without making any sound, and rushed to Lin Xian in less than a second. Lin Xian didn't expect the monster to be so fast. He didn't even have time to build an iron door, and he had to swing out an ice shield under conditioned reflex. Kiki also decisively raised her hand, and pushed the ice shield created by Lin Xian forward. Bang! The white upside-down monster directly hit him head-on, and its slender arms flew wildly, blowing away the flesh and bones on the seats. Various pieces of flesh and bones flew across the room, making a rustling sound. Retreat first. Lin Xian immediately asked Kiki to lead the others to retreat outside the theater. There were so many flesh and bones in the hall, which meant that this movie theater must be the same as the enclosed space in the number 8 underground city, and there were strange bodies even in the daytime. Okay. Kiki couldn't move here, so she fell to the ground, grabbed the woman with her supernatural power, and started running towards the escape passage of the theater. Lin Xian followed closely behind. Puff puff puff. He fired a few wind gun shots tentatively to see if he could deal with this strange body, but the white upside-down monster was extremely fast. After lifting his ice shield, it caught up with a few climbs. Buzz, Kiki attacked while running, and a strong mental force suppressed the white upside-down monster, but it only suppressed it for a few breaths, and the monster began to struggle frantically. The two sides were deadlocked. Kiki gritted his silver teeth and raised his hand to push, and a shockwave blasted out. Boom boom boom. The carpets in the corridor and the hanging lights on the wall exploded layer by layer, directly blasting the upside-down monster to the end of the corridor. The strange limbs struggled in the shadows, and then suddenly got into the shadows and disappeared. Lin Xian looked at Kiki and found that her face showed a sense of urgency, knowing that this thing might not be easy to solve. Go out first. Lin Xian saw that the passage connected to the projection room of the cinema hall, so he wanted to move to the street outside quickly. Although he could make heavy firepower such as the Roarer K-23 electric rotary machine gun, he could not instantly make a Gatling gun weighing dozens of kilograms and hundreds of bullets at such a critical moment. It was daytime outside now, and this strange body should not dare to follow. Even if this thing was not afraid of the sun during the day, they could run to the train. 11:30 would definitely calm it down. Taking advantage of this gap, the two hurriedly ran out of the projection room corridor. But at this time, there was no sound behind him, and the white upside-down monster did not seem to catch up. Lin Xian's heart trembled, and just when he noticed something strange, he raised his flashlight and found a man standing at the end of the corridor. The man was motionless, looking at the two with a half-smile on his face. Who is it? Kiki said nothing, and when he saw the strange appearance of this man, he raised his hand and prepared to use telekinesis to control him first. Who knew that the man suddenly opened his mouth wide, his face tore apart, and the brown-red tentacles kept extending from his throat, roaring and rushing over. Human ghost? Kiki grabbed the man ghost directly in midair, and Lin Xian raised his hand, and a charged electric surge directly pierced his head. Puff, the man ghost screamed and roared, and was directly blasted to the ground by Kiki. Lin Xian took a step forward and fired a wind gun directly at the man ghost's head with both hands at close range. Clusters, blood and flesh flew everywhere. He took out the GK electric knife with his backhand, urged the arc, and cut it open with one knife. Wow! A stream of blood and flesh flew out, and in an instant, Lin Xian and Kiki found that this human ghost was completely different from what they saw in the number 9 underground city. A thin layer of human skin covered it, and inside the human skin was a wriggling monster, like a ball of entangled red worms. How could this monster be wearing human skin? Kiki was surprised at this time. So those people were skinned by this monster and disguised as humans? Lin Xian's expression was extremely solemn at this time, because this thing was exactly the same as a normal person before the tentacles stretched out. This is more chilling than humans mutating into zombies or human ghosts. If the monster becomes more and more like a human, the situation of humans will be even more terrible. At this time, Lin Xian suddenly realized something, and he immediately turned his head and cast his eyes on the woman he and Kiki had just saved. Because he found that the woman seemed to have not struggled for a long time. The woman who had just struggled to escape was now standing behind Kiki, with a strange smile on her face. The corners of her mouth gradually turned upwards, and her face skin was lifted up, becoming eerie and terrifying, and becoming less and less like a human. Chapter 184. Coldness rises from the bottom of my heart. That weird smile makes Lin Xian's hair stand on end. No time to shout. Just when the woman slowly opened her bloody mouth full of dense teeth, Lin Xian reflexively stepped forward to block Kiki, and the ice wall iron door in his hand was madly used. Almost in a flash, the ice wall condensed in the air slowly surrounded the stabbing tentacle, and the sharp teeth almost pierced Lin Xian's heart. The next moment, buzz, a piercing sound of breaking through the air exploded in the corridor, accompanied by a gust of wind and waves. A black spear shot past Lin Xian's eyes, and directly pierced the face of the woman. Before the shrill howl came out, the woman was nailed to the wall of the corridor by this spear. Bang! The black spear made a metallic buzzing sound, and the huge force actually made this cold weapon directly inserted into the reinforced concrete wall. Bang! At this time, Lin Xian's ice wall and steel wall fell to the ground, and the sound echoed in the corridor. Ah! Kiki exclaimed at this time, and was pulled back by Lin Xian. After reacting, the two turned around and looked behind them, and found that there were two more people in the distance of the corridor. A man and a woman. The man was a middle-aged man with a short haircut and a strong body. He was wearing an active exoskeleton power armor, flashing a blue light, and still kept the action of shooting, while the other woman was younger and held a big gun in her hand. Buzz, the man stretched out his hand and waved it forward, and an electromagnetic buzzing sound sounded. The black spear inserted into the wall suddenly made a sound of mechanical engine turning, and began to vibrate continuously. With a bang, it broke away from the woman's strange face, and flew back to the man's hand out of thin air. Lin Xian frowned. Magnetic energy weapon? As expected, there must be some kind of sophisticated magnetic flight engine in the black spear, which can be dynamically controlled in a small range. This is generally the technology of the Interstellar Army's battlefield drones and sentinel devices, but it is used on a cold weapon, which looks weird and absurd. Young man, be careful, these are not human ghosts. They can peel off human skin and disguise themselves as humans. Except that they can't speak, it's hard to tell the difference. The middle-aged man's voice was a little low. Pseudo-human? Who are you? Lin Xian looked at the female pseudo-human with a hole in the door. His eyes flickered, and asked. Bang! Before the voice fell, the iron door of the projection room suddenly deformed and exploded, and a long and sinister hand stretched out and grabbed the middle-aged man and pressed him against the wall. Da-da-da, the other woman reacted, raised her gun and fired at the white upside-down monster. Hey! The middle-aged man was hit hard and stuck to the wall. The exoskeleton power armor on his chest collapsed slightly and emitted a burst of sparks, which took the fatal damage for him. He shouted, raised his spear with his backhand, and aimed it at the monster's chest. The power armor on his body made a sound, and then it thrust out fiercely, directly inserting the tip of the spear into the monster's thick skin. The upside-down monster opened its huge mouth and screamed, raised its hand to block the black spear, and the middle-aged man fell to the ground, rolled over and picked up the spear, and pulled away. Whoozy! A dazzling electric light flashed in the corridor, and hit the white upside-down monster's face directly, and the sparks were burnt and smelly. Lightning system? The middle-aged man looked at this scene, and his expression changed slightly. Lin Xian stood deep in the corridor. Kiki behind him flew over his head. He raised his hand and pulled the monster with a hole in the face with an invisible telekinesis. Then he waved his hand back and pressed the monster's head against the wall of the corridor with great force. Then he dragged it all the way. A groove covered with black blood appeared on the wall instantly, and the concrete and steel bars in the wall were exposed. The white monster screamed, and its neck suddenly rotated 360 degrees. 10 bone spurs grew on the tips of its extremely long claws, and then it swung vigorously. Be careful. The middle-aged man rushed to the female teammate beside him, and it collapsed. The bone spur instantly cut a gap in the wall like a blade. Bang! Before he got up, his head was pressed down to the ground by Kiki again and hit the floor. Lin Xian. Kiki gritted his teeth, floated in the air, and suppressed the monster's head fiercely. At this time, the white monster's head landed on the ground. Half of its body was bent up. Its head could not move, but its hands were grabbing towards the middle-aged man and Lin Xian's direction, one on the left and one on the right. Smash! At this time, a silver light flashed past, bringing an extreme wind pressure in the corridor, and an open slashing gap suddenly appeared on the waist of the white monster. Flashback. Lin Xian carried a GK-03 electric knife. In such a narrow space, this skill was somewhat limited, but it had already cut solidly from the middle. But before Lin Xian could stand firm, there was no blood splattering on the waist and abdomen of the white monster, but countless black willow-like tentacles stretched out from it, heading towards the direction where Lin Xian landed. Huh? A gust of wind blew by his side, and the sound of a mechanical engine rang out. The middle-aged man suddenly passed by Lin Xian's side, holding a black spear and leaping out to meet the black tentacles with thunderous force. Puff! The black spear pierced through the head of the white monster and fiercely inserted into the floor. While the white monster was still moving, the middle-aged man looked cold and twisted the spear in the opposite direction with both hands. Bang! The front part of the spear suddenly opened the blade like an umbrella, and instantly cut the head of the white monster like an umbrella flower. Black blood splattered in the corner of the wall, and the claws of the white upside-down monster fell to the ground without any sound. Huh? In a flash, the four people in the corridor all stared at the monster, and only the rapid breathing of the four people was left in their ears. Squeeze! The middle-aged man pulled out his spear from the white monster's head, put away his umbrella knife, wiped a handful of blood on his feet, watched a puff of black smoke fly out, and said, "This time it's dead." After that, he picked up a level 2 strange blood essence from the side of the white monster, put it directly into his pocket, and then walked towards Lin Xian. Lightning system, telekinesis system, really powerful. It seems that I underestimated you. The man stretched out his hand to Lin Xian. Ding Qing Duan Min, King Kong team. Lin Xian. Lin Xian put away his long knife, looked at the power armor on the other party with scrutiny, and suddenly felt a little moved. If he guessed correctly, the power armor on Ding Qing should be the 4th generation of TRP Special Industrial Active Exoskeleton Power Armor. This kind of power armor is extremely expensive and is generally used for special operations. It is not only extremely powerful, but also has more expansion units than military power armor. The one on Ding Qing should have undergone some armed improvements and looks very deterrent. Hey! Kiki's voice suddenly sounded, and she fell from the air to Lin Xian's side, with an indignant look on her face. You just put the beat away without asking us. Ding Qing glanced at the two dead pseudo-humans without saying anything, and walked directly to the side of the two dead pseudo-humans with a long spear, then raised the gun, opened the gun umbrella, and stabbed directly at the chest of the pseudo-humans. Puff! Then he put away the gun umbrella, seemed to have clamped something, and pulled it out. In an instant, Lin Xian and Kiki saw that in the pile of blood and flesh in the gun umbrella, a finger-sized white long-tailed parasite was clamped out. Then he took out 2 glass test tubes, stuffed the worms in, tightened the lid, and found the parasite in the other one as well. Just when Lin Xian and Kiki were somewhat puzzled by his behavior, Ding Qing directly threw the 2 glass test tubes to Lin Xian. I just saved your life. Plus these 2 bone worms, I took a level 2 bead. It's not taking advantage of you, right? Chapter 185. Hey, what is this? Lin Xian frowned, picked up the glass test tube on his finger, and saw the worm inside rolling weakly. This is called a bone worm. The other woman named Duan Min said at this time, don't worry about the name. Anyway, it is found in the spinal cord bone of this pseudo-human. With this thing in hand, it can effectively prevent the invasion of pseudo-humans. Lin Xian looked at the two. Have you been here for a long time? Not long, about a week. Ding Qing kicked the dead white upside-down monster on the ground and said, like you, I was chased here by a weird body at night. A week? It's so dangerous here, and you're still here for so long? Kiki looked puzzled. Before the woman finished speaking, she was interrupted by Ding Qing. Let's go out and talk. This dark place is very evil. Who knows what ghosts may come out? After Ding Qing finished speaking, he shook his spear and walked directly towards the emergency passage. Lin Xian and Kiki exchanged glances and followed him out. Bang! The fire door of the cinema was kicked open, and Ding Qing, Lin Xian, and the other 4 walked out one after another. At this time, they all had a strong smell of blood on their bodies. The battle just now was also quite dangerous. The most troublesome thing about this unknown strange body is that we don't know its methods. Although it is not tall, it is the fastest thing Lin Xian has ever seen. Its long arms and legs are like spiders. It crawled in front of him in a blink of an eye. Most people don't even have time to react. The afternoon sun was scorching. On the street behind the cinema, there was a mountain off-road vehicle parked. It seemed that they drove here behind Lin Xian. "Where is your team?" Lin Xian asked immediately, looking at the thick armor on the off-road vehicle. "We found a temporary shelter by ourselves, so there is no need to tell you the location." Ding Qing smiled faintly. "But your train is very stylish. We found you as soon as you arrived last night. Yes, you are quite cautious and did not enter the town at night. Although you look young, you look like a leader." Kiki asked, "Ah, then were you the ones who lit the lights in the town last night?" "How is it possible?" The woman named Duanmin said directly, "Do you think normal people would light lights like that? Those are fake people, and at night they will." Halfway through, she seemed a little. He said cautiously, "It's dangerous at night anyway, I advise you to leave here early." Lin Xian weighed the parasite bottle in his hand. "Can I ask, how did you find out the effect of this thing?" Ding Qing looked at Lin Xian with a stern look, and said directly, "Boy, we are all smart people. Do I need to tell you this?" "Oh," Kiki said, "Oh, it's so dangerous here, and you have stayed here for a week. You must know why this place can block the strange body in the night." The two did not speak, but the answer was obvious. The other party's purpose was the same as Lin Xian's. On the way to escape, they encountered such a strange place. Any normal person would come to find out the reason. If you have to say it, compared with the danger outside, at least this town has not had a zombie riot, and the strange car is full. Ding Qing did not hide it, and said directly, "I advise you not to be too curious about the specific reasons. Leave as soon as you can. You have seen the danger just now. These pseudo-humans do not distinguish between day and night, and there are things hidden in the dark. So if you really want to move around in this town, it is best to bring this bone worm. This is the experience we have gained by sacrificing several brothers." Pseudo-human. Lin Xian pondered in his heart. The monster covered with human skin just now was really frightening. Especially the female pseudo-human just now. He and Kiki did not recognize it at all. The only thing that was a little strange was that the woman did not speak. Not only that, there was no sound from her throat. Kiki also noticed that the breathing and heartbeat of that thing were very strange. Now that I think about it, it is probably not a heartbeat at all. "So are you going to leave here?" Lin Xian asked immediately, when he saw Ding Qing getting in the car. Ding Qing looked at Lin Xian with scrutiny, paused, and then said, "Little brother, I know what you are thinking. You must think that there is something special in this town that can defend against the strange body in the night, but I tell you that there is nothing special. However, I know you will not believe me, so..." He pointed to the direction of the chemical plant outside the town. "If you are really curious, you can go there to have a look, but don't blame me for not reminding you that it is very dangerous there." After speaking, Ding Qing gestured to the woman, and then the engine of the mountain off-road vehicle started, and quickly disappeared around the corner of the street. "I thought they were the ones who lit the lights at night. In this case, the candlelight is indeed a bit strange," Kiki said, "but the strange thing is, who sent the message through the transponder, and who changed the track switch for us in advance?" Lin Xian looked towards the chemical plant. "We know when we get there. Do you want to go and take a look? Aren't you afraid of traps?" Kiki looked at him, and asked curiously. Lin Xian took out the communicator, and contacted Chen Sichuan and Xu Qin. He synchronized the information of the pseudoman with them, and asked Xu Qin and the building to come over. He was going to go to the chemical plant to investigate. Originally, he and Kiki were going to go there to investigate, but unexpectedly, the King Kong convoy suddenly appeared, and the appearance of the pseudoman made Lin Xian a little afraid of the situation here. In fact, according to his mentality, he would definitely let the convoy leave as soon as possible, but Lin Xian is really concerned about the phenomenon that can shield the strange body in the night. "You can't believe everything they say." Lin Xian walked directly to the entrance of the cinema, and found their motorcycle. "You figured it out too?" Kiki said. Lin Xian said solemnly, "Could it be that the two of them suddenly appeared here just to save us?" He took out the 2 glass test tubes, looked at the slowly rolling parasites inside, and said, "If, as they said, this thing can prevent the invasion of pseudo-people, it means that they are also looking for or have looked for the secret of shielding strange bodies in the town." Lin Xian started the motorcycle, and let Kiki sit in the back this time, saying, "It's impossible for anyone not to be curious about this phenomenon. There must be secrets in this town, but for the sake of caution, let's take advantage of the daybreak, and use a drone to investigate first." Kiki nodded. "Yeah, that's insightful, I think so too." After that, she hugged Lin Xian's waist, and said loudly, "Driver, let's go. I don't want to come to this kind of cinema again." Buzz, the motorcycle sped away. On the tallest bell tower in the town, the glare of the telescope flickered slightly. A young man focused on the fast-moving motorcycle heading towards the freight station outside the town in the distance, and said on the intercom, "Brother Ding, it looks like they are going to the chemical plant. This is the 4th batch this week, right? Didn't we remind them?" The voice on the other end of the intercom said hoarsely, "Let them go, no matter what. Since they are already here, they can't leave even if they want to." Chapter 186. At 16:20 in the afternoon, Lin Xian rode his motorcycle rapidly through the streets of the town and drove towards the large chemical plant. The towering distillation tower and many silver storage tanks appeared in their sight. The vehicle drove past the debris along the way and drove into the collapsed gate of the chemical plant. It came to an open area. Looking around, many areas in the chemical plant were flooded with sewage. In some places, the ground was still flowing with strange colored water, and there was a pungent smell in the air. Shu Qin and Dalu also arrived from the other side in a jeep and drove into the gate of the chemical plant. "Captain Lin." Shu Qin took down a simple map and said to Lin Xian, "We checked the area where the strange bodies retreated last night, and then searched along the several roads in and out of this town. We can basically determine that it should be a circular area covering the entire town. If we are not wrong, this chemical plant is the center." Lin Xian nodded and looked back at the huge distillation tower. "That should be here." Wow, on the other side, Kiki has already debugged the drone and took off directly, letting the drone start flying along the chemical plant. In the picture, the entire chemical plant was deserted. Kiki looked at the screen and said, "No one is seen. It seems normal." "It can't be normal." Lin Xian raised his hand, and a small telescope flashed, and he handed it to Shu Qin. "Shu Qin, find a high point to watch." "Okay." Shu Qin nodded, took it from Lin Xian, and immediately put her Remington M96 behind her back. She moved her body, stepped on the cement pillar next to her, and jumped onto the raw material pipeline of the chemical plant, and then quickly climbed up an elevated tower. "Dalu, guard the gate and the road." "Okay, Brother Xian." Dalu took out the Gatling gun and walked towards the door. After arranging everything, Lin Xian took out 2 gas masks and threw one to Kiki. After the two put them on, they walked towards the largest chemical workshop. "Hey Lin Xian, did you scan the TRE power armor that the guy was wearing before?" Kiki followed quickly. When she saw a strange liquid on the ground, she flew up lightly and followed behind Lin Xian. "I want to, but I can't say it." "Brother, don't move. Let me touch you, okay?" Puff. Kiki didn't expect Lin Xian to say this suddenly, and couldn't help laughing. "Haha, you're stupid, then why don't you take advantage of him when he's not paying attention? Or let me knock him out." Lin Xian was speechless. No matter what, Ding Qing and the other two had saved them just now. Even if the other party might have bad intentions, he couldn't just attack them for no reason. And that kind of power armor is very complicated, and it takes a long time to scan it. Be careful, don't be distracted. Lin Xian didn't want to chat with Kiki. At this time, his attention was highly focused, and he was observing the situation around him at any time. "By the way, why didn't you call the idiot who set the fire in this situation?" Kiki said. "We just came here to investigate. If we notice anything wrong, we will leave immediately. There may be more than one convoy in this town, and there are also fake people and strange bodies. It is more reliable to leave a superpower behind." "Huh, really? I thought you were worried about your teacher Chen." Kiki didn't seem to have any sense of urgency, and joked with a smile. Lin Xian didn't expect that this girl would still be in the mood to tease him in this situation, and he wanted to laugh. "What, are you jealous? TSK, eat your big head ghost." The two turned left and right under many large pipes, and finally came to the building under the tallest distillation tower. A workshop iron door, with the words Initiator Workshop Number 1 written on it, appeared in sight. The iron door was half closed at this time, and the whistling cold wind kept blowing out, and a sound of emptiness kept coming out. "Go in and take a look, retreat immediately if something is wrong." Lin Xian's heart tightened, took off the rifle behind him, raised his hand to create a small steel shield, and walked in directly. Instantly, a sound of extremely empty airflow came towards me. As soon as I walked in, I saw a huge metal preparation kettle in the sky, a large yellow-painted cantilever machine in the air, and a sinking workshop below, with a row of silver towering large storage tanks. Looking around, many storage tanks have been overturned, and a large amount of colorless liquid has almost submerged 1/3 of the storage tanks. The entire workshop underground looks like a black swimming pool, deep and bottomless. Although those liquids look colorless, Lin Xian doesn't think it is pure water. He walked to the storage tank next to him and took a look, frowning immediately. "Wow, 70% tert butyl hydroperoxide. Kiki asked, "Do you know this?" "I learned it in high school chemistry." Lin Xian looked at the huge metal preparation kettle. His expression became serious. "It should be used to prepare alkali solution." "What do you mean? Is it dangerous?" Lin Xian looked at Kiki flying in the air. "The tert butyl hydroperoxide should not have leaked. That thing is flammable and explosive. It will explode due to vibration and friction. If this pool is full of this, then this chemical plant would have been gone long ago. I guess it's all accumulated rainwater or other things. However, if the alkali solution preparation kettle on the top falls and hits the storage tank, the 1 kilometer radius here will disappear." Hiss! Kiki's face suddenly changed when she heard that, and she looked at the huge metal preparation kettle nervously. "Oh my god, it's so scary." Lin Xian was about to retreat, but suddenly found a faint orange light flashing behind the preparation kettle and the storage tank. He immediately started to run forward along the metal passage. Kiki saw Lin Xian's movements and followed him. As the perspective changed, the orange object gradually revealed the tip of the iceberg. The more they ran, the more solemn their expressions became, because what appeared in their sight at this time was a strange plant several meters high. It was a plant that grew from the lower chemical liquid pool. A thick dark green flower stalk stood tall, and then hung down a bend. On it hung a flower that looked like a lantern flower, with a diameter of 1 or 2 meters. The stamens inside were like a string of red fleshy buds stacked up layer by layer, emitting a faint red light. The lantern-like buds were orange with fine lines on them. This huge plant grows in a chemical solution, which looks extremely strange in this chemical plant full of metal tanks. "Wow, such a big flower." Kiki's eyes widened when she saw this scene, and she couldn't help but say, "Is this the same as our hell-black chrysanthemum, a blood disaster plant?" Lin Xian's first reaction at this time was the same as Kiki's. He took a breath and said, "I think so too, but..." He stared at the flower in front of him, and the red-orange light showed an extremely weird feeling, which made people a little chilling. And it was indeed a bit abrupt for such a thing to appear in front of him. "But what? It looks like a plant, but not quite like a plant." I don't know if it was an illusion of Lin Xian and Kiki. At this time, both of them felt that the red-orange light seemed to be flickering, and the lantern flower was also slowly rising and falling. Kiki looked grim, staring at the scene blankly, muttering softly, "Is this flower breathing?" As soon as these words came out, Lin Xian felt goosebumps all over his body, and he felt the same way. At this time, a crisp sound came from his backpack, and Lin Xian's heart tightened. He guessed something, and immediately opened the bag chain, quickly made a metal clamp in his hand, and threw out the 2 glass test tubes. Snap! The metal test tubes broke into pieces, and the 2 white parasites fell to the ground, motionless, and seemed to be dead. "What's wrong? This thing is weird." Lin Xian's face sank, and he immediately felt something was wrong. Sure enough, under the red light of the lantern flower, the 2 white parasites seemed to come alive suddenly, stretched out their claws, and suddenly jumped into the deep pool of chemicals. Chapter 187. Didn't that guy say this was used to prevent fake people from invading? He turned out to be a big liar. Kiki immediately realized that these 2 parasites appeared in front of this huge lantern flower. There must be some secret. Lin Xian made a prompt decision and said to Kiki directly, "Girl, come on, try to pull this flower up." "Okay." Kiki didn't say anything, and directly raised her hand forward and grabbed it. The invisible telekinesis stretched out and wrapped the lantern flower. But who knew that under her evolutionary telekinesis ability, the lantern flower just shook all over, causing the storage tank and the deep chemical pool below to begin to vibrate violently, and the water waves were turbulent, making a buzzing sound. Gurgle! At this time, bubbles began to emerge from the black chemical deep pool, and then the bubbles gradually increased, and it began to boil. Lin Xian looked at Kiki and found that the girl's face was almost red, and the tank below was torn by the invisible force, and began to deform slightly. "Stop pulling." He immediately stopped Kiki. 70% tert butyl hydroperoxide is a flammable and explosive chemical. Vibration and friction will cause problems. If this girl accidentally breaks the tank, he will turn it into ashes even if he builds a 10-story steel door. Kiki's face was sweating. Hearing Lin Xian's words, he could only stop his actions and said, "The root system under this flower is very developed. It's not what we see. It can't be pulled at all." As he spoke, the boiling bubbles in the deep pool of chemicals began to increase. At this time, in the side of the 2, a white human-shaped object slowly floated up from the bottom of the pool. The 2 people's faces changed immediately, because that thing turned out to be a skinned human skeleton. The human skeleton was soaked in the pool and turned pale, with muscles and internal organs exposed, which looked very scary. Then, an even more terrifying scene appeared. More and more white and swollen human bones kept floating in the deep pool of chemicals. 10, 20, 50, 100, 300. Densely packed, from a distance it looked like a pot of boiling porridge, which made people have goosebumps all over their bodies. Lin Xian and Kiki looked at this scene and felt bad. How can there be so many dead people in this chemical plant? Kiki's face was pale at this time, and she said with a strong urge to vomit. Lin Xian could imagine how terrible the smell here was at this time. If it weren't for the gas masks they were wearing, they would probably have fainted. Let's go! Lin Xian said nothing and prepared to retreat directly. At this point, he had seen that the reason why the town could block the strange body in the night was most likely because of the lantern flower. Even Kiki, a telekinetic psychic who could take objects from a distance, couldn't handle it. In such a dangerous environment, it was normal for others to be unable to handle it. At this moment, Lin Xian still thought that the lantern flower was a blood disaster plant, and he was even thinking about how to discuss with Director Ding how to get rid of this flower. But the next moment, he completely gave up this idea. Because at this time, in the deep pool of chemicals, hundreds of human bones suddenly rose up and emerged from the water, and then kept sliding to both sides, and something seemed to emerge from below. Rumble, vibration, water roar, the sound of corpses falling into the water continued to sound. Lin Xian and Kiki only took a glance and realized that something was wrong, and they had already started to run out. Shuqing building, prepare to evacuate. Lin Xian shouted immediately in the communicator. Boom, swish, swish, countless human bones fell into the pool, and then a black tentacle dozens of meters long, like a giant python, rose from the deep pool. In front of the tentacle grew several human-shaped tentacles, and in the middle was a mouth part full of sharp teeth. This lantern flower is a living thing. Kiki was flying in the air, and when she saw this scene, she exclaimed immediately and flew towards the gate at a high speed. But the tentacle was too long, and it seemed to have eyes. It shrank in the air, and then rushed directly towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian. Kiki wanted to use her supernatural power to control the huge tentacle, but she found that she couldn't suppress it at all. Her hand was empty, and the huge tentacle was already heading towards Lin Xian. Swish! In an instant, Lin Xian directly used a flash to the side, turning into a silver afterimage, and avoided the tentacle. Bang! The tentacle's momentum did not decrease, and it directly pierced through the door in front of Lin Xian, blocking his way. Lin Xian, over there! Kiki flew in the air, and immediately pointed to another safe exit for Lin Xian. Be careful! At this time, Lin Xian was terrified and shouted to her in return. Because at this moment, a second tentacle appeared behind Kiki. Buzz! A dull sound of breaking through the air sounded in this huge chemical workshop. Before Kiki could react, she was swallowed by the tentacle's mouthparts. Fortunately, she used her telekinesis to wrap her whole body at the critical moment, and the whole person was pushed away like a balloon. Girl, go from the top! Lin Xian was running madly towards the safety door, while Kiki was blocked by the second tentacle. Kiki, who was knocked flying, stabilized her body in the air. Her face was pale. She looked up and saw the direction Lin Xian pointed. She found a vent above and nodded to him. Okay. Ding ding ding. At this time, the lantern flower began to emit a clear light. The countless white flesh human bones in the deep pool of chemicals seemed to come alive suddenly. Their muscles twitched, and then they began to climb up the wall madly and rush towards Lin Xian. They were densely packed, like white faceless zombies, dripping with water stains. Some of them had rotted and swollen, and their muscles had begun to dissolve. Damn it! Lin Xian waved his hand back, and countless metal frames extended and created. In an instant, an irregular frame wall was created behind him to block those flesh human bone zombies. But those white flesh and bones didn't care, and rushed up directly. Their bodies were torn apart by the metal frame, and countless parasites burst out of their muscle tissues, and then quickly crawled towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian ran quickly, and the huge black tentacle at the gate in the distance directly destroyed the iron gate and the wall, and swept over. Bang! Seeing that the security door was about to be blocked, Lin Xian stepped hard and performed a flash back again. Swish! A silver light flew only a few meters, and the figure was hit by the black tentacle in the air, and was directly knocked out. Lin Xian only felt that the world was spinning in an instant, and his whole body was about to fall apart. The whole person rolled on the ground for several rounds, and almost died. Rumble, the tinnitus made it hard to hear the sound. In a trance, Lin Xian saw the gray sky, and the huge upside-down white cooling tower. His internal organs were shaking and painful. He wanted to struggle to get up, but two black giant tentacles kept flying in his sight. Beep beep. The reminder sound of the watch seemed to come from far away, and gradually became clear in Lin Xian's mind. Wow, suddenly, a huge force dragged him back. Lin Xian looked up and saw Shu Qin. Captain Lin, she shouted, and the Remington M96 in her hand fired wildly at the black tentacles. The Growler K-23 electric rotary machine gun in the building was also pouring out crazy firepower at this time to cover his escape. Lin Xian's consciousness gradually recovered. He looked around and finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Kiki escape from inside. Quick retreat. Lin Xian immediately turned over and gave the order to retreat directly. Shu Qin fought and retreated, and swiftly got on the off-road vehicle. After the building, which continued to fire, fired a round of bullets, it also got on the vehicle. Lin Xian got on the motorcycle, let Kiki sit on the back seat, and immediately stepped on the accelerator. The rear wheel of the motorcycle spun violently, bringing up a puff of white smoke, and rushed out of the chemical plant frantically. Chapter 188. Boom boom boom. The huge noise was still coming from behind, and as the SUV and motorcycle drove far away, the roar behind gradually subsided. Are you all okay? Lin Xian pressed the communicator. No problem. The voices of Shu Qin and the building came. At this time, the mysterious light of the dark tide on the skyline flashed by, and the darkness instantly enveloped the entire town. A drizzle of rain fell from the sky. The faces of several people immediately tightened. After the experience of the strange bodies crawling all over the train last night, their eyes kept looking at the darkness around them. The lights of the SUV and the motorcycle sporadically cut through the darkness of the town streets, but surprisingly, no strange bodies attacked in the darkness. The entire street seemed quiet and deserted except for the roar of the engine. Captain Lin, what was that just now? Shu Qin's voice came from the communicator. Lin Xian panted and responded while riding his bike. If I'm not mistaken, there is a big parasitic monster in the chemical plant. It is not a blood disaster plant, nor is it a special object that can resist strange bodies. The reason why those strange bodies outside cannot enter is because the area within a few kilometers of this town. It's all its territory. On the off-road vehicle, Shu Qin and Delu's faces changed drastically after hearing this. Lin Xian cursed at his heart at this time. The so-called bone worm that Ding Qin gave him before was definitely not a good thing. He calculated that he would definitely go to the chemical plant. Although he advised him not to go, he deliberately did not reveal the actual situation inside. It was really a good way to kill someone with a borrowed knife, because this guy rescued Kiki and killed the white upside-down monster together, although Lin Xian doubted whether the parasite in the glass test tube could really prevent the invasion of pseudo-humans. He did not express it directly, but prepared to go back and let Director Ding study it. Unexpectedly, something went wrong immediately. Captain Lin, be careful. At this time, the voice in the communicator came. Lin Xian came back to his senses, raised his eyes, and immediately squeezed the brakes of the motorcycle. Squeak, the sound of sudden brakes in the street. Lin Xian stopped the car, looked at the small town houses on both sides of the road with vigilance, and slowly took off the gun behind him. At this time, dozens of faint candlelights were lit in the surrounding houses, just like what they saw with the drone last night. But strangely, the street was silent, and those houses did not look like people lived in them. Lin Xian released the brakes and slowly drove forward, his eyes swept across the lit windows. At this time, he found that there seemed to be a black figure standing in each of the candlelit windows, and as he approached, the figure inside seemed to slowly walk to the window. Lin Xian's pupil shrank, and in an instant, he saw an expressionless and pale man walking out of the shadows, standing by the window, looking at him with empty eyes. Immediately, a strange smile began to appear at the corner of his mouth. Fake people. In an instant, Lin Xian felt a chill all over his body, and several people looked up at this time, only to see that human figures began to appear in the candlelit windows of the residential buildings on the streets of the town. They were men or women, old or young, and dressed like humans. Some of them were lifelike, while others had loose skin, with twisted red worms on the muscle tissue in the gaps, which looked very strange, as if the human skin was not properly put on. Go! The countless strange eyes from the windows along the street fell on him, making Lin Xian feel a chill. He stepped on the accelerator and rushed out of the town with the off-road vehicle. On the freight platform of U-Town, the lights in the infinite carriage were warm and clear. Chen Sichuan stood on the roof shooting cabin of carriage number 2 with a sniper rifle, looking at the fast-moving lights with an anxious look. Sha Sha, Lu Xingchen, Miao Lu and others were also outside preparing to cover and respond. Buzz, The off-road vehicle and motorcycle drove into the platform quickly, and the lifting platform of carriage number 11 was lowered in advance. The building drove the car in skillfully, and Lin Xian and Kiki also drove the motorcycle up. After the lifting platform was raised, and the door of the cockpit was closed, Lin Xian finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Are you alright?" Chen Sichuan came down from the shooting cabin, closed the roof, and said nervously. Lin Xian looked at the scratches on his body, and shook his head. "Lucky." He glanced at the back car and asked Chen Sichuan, "What about you?" "We found a lot of things in those warehouses." Shasha stood up and said, "We didn't encounter any monsters." Sister Chen said that you encountered some fake people. "We were so scared that we ran into the car and waited for you to come back." Lin Xian nodded and breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that his judgment is right. Such a strange and unknown place should not be explored by ordinary people with unknown combat effectiveness, otherwise they will really become cannon fodder, and besides increasing casualties, they can't help much. "What should we do now? It's getting dark. Should we set off?" Chen Sichuan said with a worried look on her face. Just now, when Lin Xian talked about the human-like monster, she felt uncomfortable all over her body. This fear even exceeded those insect-like and spider-like monsters. Lin Xian took a few breaths, opened the sunshade, looked at the dark platform outside the window, and the outline of the town shrouded in darkness, and said solemnly, "Let's observe first. If the parasitic monster doesn't chase us, our best choice is to stay here until dawn. If it does, we will leave quickly. Everyone is ready, and may set off at any time." "Okay." Everyone responded, and Lin Xian asked Shuqin Building and others to check each carriage. Chen Sichuan went to the cockpit, opened the train limit in advance, and stayed there, ready to set off at any time. The night was bleak. Because of the appearance of the fake people, people on the train were talking about it. The atmosphere of worry filled the carriage. At this time, in this small town with fake people and some kind of parasites, everyone looked at the darkness outside. The weird feeling was even worse than last night. Lin Xian came to the cockpit and saw Chen Sichuan sitting upright with anxiety on her face. He comforted her. "Don't be too nervous. We are still safe in the car. My little girl and I have encountered them during the day. Except for the big parasite in the chemical plant, the combat effectiveness of those pseudo-people is not strong. As long as we are more cautious, there should be no problem." "Well, I know." Chen Sichuan sighed with worry. "But I wonder how many convoys will encounter these things if they appear in other places, and they can appear in the daytime." Lin Xian pondered. "Not necessarily. At present, it seems that those pseudo-people are controlled by some kind of parasites, which should be related to the big weird body in the chemical plant. It is very likely that these things can only move within a certain range." "I hope so." Chen Sichuan nodded. "By the way, Director Ding seems to be busy with something. Do you want to go and see?" "I just want to find her." Regarding the issue of parasites, Lin Xian felt that he should talk to Director Ding. But just as Lin Xian turned around, Chen Sichuan behind him suddenly grabbed his wrist. "Lin Xian, look." Lin Xian turned his head quickly, and saw a figure approaching quickly in the darkness of the platform outside the cockpit window. From the appearance, the figure was not running, but floating. He immediately changed color and prepared to attack, but who knew that the black shadows soon appeared in the range of the car lights, and a familiar face with anger appeared in the sight of Lin Xian and Chen Sichuan. It was Kiki. She quickly flew to the window, her face pale, and angrily shouted to Lin Xian and Chen Sichuan outside the car. "Lin Xian, you bastard! Why didn't you wait for me to come back?" Chapter 189. Lin Xian felt that he must have heard or seen wrongly. But at this moment, who else could it be other than Kiki floating outside the window through telekinesis? Chen Sichuan next to him widened her eyes, as if she also thought she had seen wrongly, and her mind went blank for a moment. "Girl? It's me. What's wrong with you? Why did you leave me outside?" Lin Xian's face was full of disbelief at this moment. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but his face gradually froze. If Kiki was outside, then who was it that returned to the car with him? Lin Xian frowned, suddenly turned around and ran towards car number 1, rushing directly towards the heterogeneous Rubik's Cube. Ding! Reflection detection is being performed using non-mechanical force. Train is detected to be invaded by darkness. Instantly, a chill instantly cooled from the soles of his feet to the back of Lin Xian's head. Buzz, the power of the heterogeneous Rubik's Cube surged, and a terrifying roar suddenly came from the car in front, like a demon's cavity. Bang, bang, bang. Then there were 3 sounds of pistol shooting. Not good. It was car number 3. Lin Xian's eyes were bloodshot, and he rushed over immediately. At the same time, he operated the train to open the door of the cockpit and let Kiki in. The Kiki in the car was fake. The first thing Lin Xian was worried about at this time was Sasha and Director Ding. The gunshots in the car instantly alarmed everyone in the front and rear cars. When Lin Xian rushed halfway, the bathroom door of car number 1 opened and Sasha walked out with a terrified face. "Brother Lin, what's wrong?" Lin Xian looked at the little girl and breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't have time to speak and rushed directly to car number 3. Looking back now, it was indeed a bit strange that Kiki didn't say a word all the way, just sitting quietly on the back of the motorcycle. But he couldn't figure it out. Aren't those fake people supposed to wear human skin to pretend to be human? If a fake person becomes Kiki's appearance, doesn't it mean that Kiki is dead? These chaotic thoughts flashed through Lin Xian's mind quickly. He didn't have time to think about it. As soon as he came to the number 3 carriage, he saw some research equipment knocked over on the ground. The scene was a mess. A white and petite flesh human skeleton was twisting on the ground quickly. Director Ding stood in the corner with a pistol. Although he looked calm, his hand holding the gun was shaking slightly. "This is a disguised parasite," Director Ding said. "It wants to attack me, but it seems to be more interested in the hell-black chrysanthemum." Dong dong dong. On the other side, Lu Xingchen and the building also rushed over. When Lin Xian saw the large number of white parasites crawling on the ground, he immediately shouted to Lu Xingchen, "Brother Hua, burn them all." "No problem." Lu Xingchen moved quickly, frowned and stepped forward, and raised his hand to spray flames. It seemed that he could see the urgency of the situation, and at this moment, he didn't even call the name of the move. Boom! The scorching flames directly devoured the white flesh and human bones, and the parasites on the ground. Lin Xian quickly pulled Director Ding over, and raised an ice shield to block in front. Disaster plant? But facing the raging fire, Ding Junyi's first focus was on the blood disaster plant. "Don't worry about it." Lin Xian held Ding Junyi down. At this time, an invisible wave of telekinesis suddenly surged, suppressing the flames that were about to boil, perfectly covering the white flesh and human bones, preventing the fire from burning the entire train. Kiki appeared at the gate of carriage number 3 with a pale face, raising her hand to suppress the flames. The two cooperated with each other to burn all the white parasites into ashes, and the flesh and bone was struggling hard at this time, raising its arms and making a shrill roar. "Ah!" The voice was like a girl's hoarseness, and the smelly smoke rose up. In just a moment, the flesh and bone stopped moving and was burned into a charred fragment. At this time, the heat wave was rolling in carriage number 3, and the core personnel had gathered around. Looking at this scene, everyone looked solemn. "What's going on? Isn't she Kiki's sister?" Sasha widened her eyes at this time, looking at the charred corpse in fear, and then looked at Kiki next to her. "How is it possible?" Kiki gave her a slap on the head. "Your sister is here. Can't you recognize her? I love you in vain. Don't blame her." Ding Junyi said at this time. "When she came in just now, I didn't react either. How could it be?" Shu Qing came over and squatted beside the charred corpse, with a puzzled look on her face. "Don't those fake people have to wear human skin?" As they spoke, everyone's eyes fell on Kiki, and Lin Xian also looked at her. "What's the matter? Didn't you see me at the chemical plant?" Kiki was also a little confused at this time, and said anxiously, "Speaking of this, I wanted to say that after I flew out of the air vent, I actually saw you running back to the workshop. I thought you broke your head, and I rushed to save you in a hurry. I was almost caught to death by the monster's tentacles. As a result, I searched for you in the workshop for a long time, but I couldn't find you. When I came out, your car was gone. I thought." She glared at Lin Xian unhappily, but she seemed to understand something at this time, and immediately suppressed the grievance. Lin Xian frowned when he heard this. "I didn't go back. After I came out, Shu Qing and the others dragged me away. I saw you outside and thought you were fine, so I left directly after you got on the train." He paused and his eyes changed. "I know. It must be those 2 bone worms." "Bone worms?" Lin Xian didn't say anything. He opened the heterogeneous Rubik's Cube and scanned the car body again. Ding! Reflection detection is being performed using non-mechanical force. Detection successful. No fear risk in the train. The invasion of dark forces has been blocked. At this time, Lin Xian finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that the threat has been lifted. Everyone was puzzled at this time, because no one else knew the function of the heterogeneous Rubik's Cube. Lin Xian had no time to explain now, and just looked at Kiki. "You saw a fake me, and I saw a fake you. There were only 2 of us. It seems that 2 fake people don't need to wear human skin. If so, only the 2 bone worms can be justified. Kiki's face twisted when she heard it. So we can imitate people without human skin with those 2 things? Maybe it's just temporary. Ding Junyi said, when I fired just now, I found that her outer skin tissue was dissolving, which may not last long. Lin Xian took a deep breath and didn't speak. Director Ding's guess had some reasons, but in his opinion, he felt that it might be the suppression power of the heterogeneous Rubik's Cube that worked. Because he had just activated the heterogeneous Rubik's Cube, the shrill cry of the flesh and bone immediately appeared. Lin Xian looked at the black chrysanthemum of hell at this time, and found that the red light on it was inexplicably stronger, and his brows frowned immediately. By the way, you said it wanted to attack you, but suddenly turned to the hell-black chrysanthemum. Yes. Ding Junyi nodded, although I'm not sure whether the first purpose of this monster to sneak onto the train is this disaster plant. It is certain that under this situation, its priority target is this disaster plant. Then we are lucky. Lu Xingchen said, at least it didn't cause any casualties or damage. Lin Xian's eyes swept over the black charred corpse on the ground. Lantern flower, pseudo-human invasion, someone's trick almost made us fall. Ah! At this time, a scream suddenly sounded in the car behind. In the communicator, Miao Lu's voice came. Captain Lin, there is an enemy outside. Lin Xian's heart tightened, and he quickly opened the train's sunshade. Instantly, everyone's face changed drastically, because at this time, the freight platform outside the train, which was originally empty and dark. It was full of people. Chapter 190. Boom! In the dark night, the sky suddenly split open. A silver lightning flashed through the darkness, rumbling in the dark clouds in the sky. The rain was pouring down. A huge black armored train was parked at the freight station in Utown, and many figures appeared strangely on the platform. They stood motionless in the rain, men or women, old or young, all looking at the train. This scene made everyone on the train feel a sense of cold air. Because although these people outside looked almost exactly like ordinary humans, everyone could feel a cold dead air without any temperature. Some of those human skins had unnatural wrinkles, and some were too tight, revealing strange abruptness. These people stared at the infinity, and began to slowly grin, revealing an extremely strange smile. On the infinity, everyone looked at these suddenly appearing figures, and the air seemed to become solidified. The raindrops kept hitting the armored plates of the car body, making a buzzing sound. Lin Xian sensed something was wrong and quietly signaled to the others. Kiki, Chen Sichuan, Xu Qin and others all understood his intention. Then Lin Xian slowly raised his right hand and made a fist-clenching motion. At this time, the motionless people outside the car began to open their mouths at the same time. Under the skin of ordinary people, they all had bloody mouths full of sharp teeth, and a large number of red tentacles extended from the throat. Go! Lin Xian shouted with a fist. Bang! The infinity shook instantly. As Lin Xian's mechanical heart operated, the motor of the nuclear-powered electric locomotive began to hum, and the gas turbine locomotive also began to roar. Woo! The train started instantly. Lin Xian shouted, grab your weapons, get ready for battle. Kiki took the lead, gritted his teeth, rushed forward and pushed with all his strength. Boom! The huge shock wave exploded, forming a hollow vacuum area in the rainstorm, instantly scattering the crowd standing on the platform. The others did not hesitate. Xu Qin led the people to run directly to the rear car. Delu and Shasha picked up guns and ran to car number 2 and car number 5 respectively. Dong dong dong. Before the train accelerated, a large number of pseudo-people had already rushed out from the darkness. They were extremely fast, and quickly climbed onto the train. The tentacles in their mouths climbed on the armor, and then stretched out their claws, and began to tear the armor plates frantically. A fat pseudo-man, whose skin had dissolved, slowly climbed onto the roof of carriage number 3. Red parasites kept flowing down from its skin like liquid, and then began to drill into the gaps in the roof armor, gnawing at the roof skin. Wah 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 wah. Fortunately, carriages number 3 and number 4 were Coal 3 biological science research cabins, with extremely high manufacturing specifications and good air tightness. Compared with other cabins, there were no gaps to drill. Those red worms could only gnaw the outer metal frantically, making a rustling sound that made people's scalps numb. Ding Junyi listened to the huge movement on the roof. She looked at the hell-black chrysanthemum with an increasingly bright red light. Her expression changed, as if she was thinking about something. The train drove out of the freight platform, and a large number of pseudo-men clung to the train. Chen Sichuan was standing in the cockpit at this time, looking anxious. Lin Xian, it's night now. If we drive out, is it? I know. Lin Xian's eyes were solemn. I guess our disaster plant must have attracted the attention of those things. There is no other way. Before, there are dark strange bodies blocking, and behind, there are pseudo-humans chasing. The threat level of the creature with lantern flowers in the town is definitely not low. Lin Xian is in a dilemma now, but the pseudo-human invasion just now is really scary. For a moment, he even thought that Kiki was dead. At this time, he could not think too much and could only run away. Boom! In the carriage behind him, Kiki, who was already exhausted, ran towards the number 3 carriage with a pale face and directly used a shock wave on the roof. In an instant, those red parasites were all shaken away, and the fat pseudo-human whose skin had dissolved was directly shaken into milky white corpse fluid, which was splashed on the track in the heavy rain, and the skeleton rolled off the roof. Thank you, Ding Junyi said to her. Kiki took a breath, waved her hand, turned around and ran towards the cockpit again. Just now, she had almost consumed most of her energy in the chemical plant, and she was already extremely tired after being in the cinema during the day. But now that the train was rushing into the night, she had to stay focused, because the situation last night was likely to happen again. Buzz, the telekinesis pushed the 2 pseudo-people at the front of the car, and they fell onto the track and were instantly crushed by the wheels. Lin Xian, if we drive out, there will definitely be a lot of monsters. Kiki ran over hurriedly. I know. Lin Xian looked back at the pale Kiki. I have equipped the weapon station with a round of ammunition. If you are surrounded later, you can seize the opportunity and blast a way out. Kiki responded and nodded. Yes, I almost forgot, then I will deploy it quickly. In the cockpit, Qin Sichuan looked at the darkness ahead. It will be able to merge into the main orbit in 10 minutes, but I don't know if those things will catch up after leaving this town. If this town is really the territory of the lantern monster, then they may not continue to chase. Lin Xian said, but these dark creatures cannot be compared. At present, our number 1 blood disaster plant must have some special attraction to these pseudo-human parasites, so we must prepare for the worst. Qin Sichuan frowned slightly when he heard the words. It sounds like what you said is a monster from a chemical plant, like the mother of these pseudo-human parasites? Definitely. Kiki patted her chest and calmed down. Sister Qin, you didn't see how many skinned human bones we saw in the pool of the chemical plant. That scene was really scary. Lin Xian nodded. Yes, that thing can make these flesh and bones controlled by parasites to chase us, which means that the pseudo-people in this town should be related to that monster, and it is very likely to be the mother. Bang! In anxiety, the train suddenly shook violently, as if it was pulled by something. The huge inertia made the 3 people in the cockpit almost fall down. Kiki was quick-witted and raised her hand to stabilize the 3 people with telekinesis, so as to avoid falling on the driving platform. What's going on behind? Lin Xian immediately shouted to the communicator. Brother Lin, there is a snake. Sha Sha shouted in the communicator. Boom! Before they could react, the headlights in front of them illuminated a huge cylindrical black shadow in the woods and quickly went into the darkness. Lin Xian and Qin Sichuan both saw it. It was a monster as thick as a bucket. They couldn't tell whether it was a tentacle or a snake, and they didn't know how long it was. Are we out of the town? Kiki exclaimed. Da-da-da, bang bang bang. Gunfire exploded in the dark night, and the carriages behind had already exchanged fire. Ah! Squeak! Almost at the same time, one after another terrifying screams exploded in the valley in the dark night. Bang bang bang! The pseudo-human climbing on the outside of the carriage in the back did not leave at all, and kept climbing to the roof and the front of the car, and at the same time began to attack the tentacles deep inside the grille armor plate that released the light. It's coming! Lin Xian's expression became serious. Speed up, rush out. Just as he was about to speed up, Ding Junyi in white came over quickly. She held the wall of the aisle, and said to Lin Xian solemnly, Lin Xian, I strongly suggest that we stop moving forward otherwise. It may accelerate our demise. Chapter 191. Heavy rain. The rain town was cold and lonely in the dark night. A train was leaving quickly in the valley in the distance. The lights were flickering, and it was hard to predict whether it would be good or bad. In the town, on the side of the street, in the dark alley, and by the window, there were countless motionless pseudo-people standing. They had no expression, just like the dummies in the store, constantly sniffing the smell in the dark. In the theater, the crooked seats were filled with human bones, rotting quietly in the dark. On the town's clock tower, Ding Qing looked at the train that was leaving with a stern look. Brother Ding, they ran away. A young man holding a telescope next to him named Luo Rui said with an unhappy look on his face. I said, we should seize the train while their backbones went to the chemical plant, But now it's too late. Before Ding Qing spoke, Duan Min on the other side said coldly, one has lightning ability, and the other has telekinesis ability. Both are tough guys. The parasitic pseudodemon in the chemical plant didn't leave them alone. And you still want to rob their base camp? What should we do? That ghost thing is getting more and more violent. If we don't find it some blood food, those pseudo people will come to us. Duan Min's face darkened when he heard this and said, blood. Food. Blood food. For these people, we are almost no different from those parasites. Luo Rui was a little dissatisfied when he heard this. Sister Duan, those people are greedy and want to die. What does it have to do with us? Didn't you also remind them that there is danger? They insisted on going to see. It's none of our business, okay? Ding Qing interrupted the quarrel between the two impatiently. His eyes darkened and said, once they come here, they are destined to be unable to escape. Even if they run out, the night will swallow them up. This is the final fate of our human beings. Ruizi, take people to chase along the track at dawn, and see if you can recover a lot of corpses. After saying that, Ding Qing turned and walked downstairs. From the bell tower all the way down to the basement, under the cinema, it turned out to be an underground parking lot civil defense facility. At this time, the place has been completely blocked, with sporadic electric lights on inside. Many ordinary survivors are scattered together. Some are already asleep, some are whispering, and some families are cooking simple food with gas stoves. Looking around, there are hundreds of people in this small parking lot. Brother Ding, have you eaten? I've made soup here. The woman who was cooking saw Ding Qing and his group approaching, and hurriedly said enthusiastically. Ding Qing waved her hand. Sister Wang, no need. Is it safe outside today? A man among the survivors asked. The chemical plant is making a big noise again. Will there be any problems? I heard that it's about to explode. People along the way gathered around talking. No problem for now. Ding Qing said, the explosion will not affect here, don't worry. That? Captain Ding. At this time, an old woman came out and blocked the way. She looked at Ding Qing anxiously and said, didn't I hear that a train of people came? Are they all dead? My grandson said that if they died, we can be safe for a month, and there is still a lot of food. As soon as this was said, many people looked over, some with expectation, some with complicated expressions, and some looked secretly without saying a word. Definitely dead. Luo Rui said loudly at this time, with a fierce face, Grandma Zhou, don't worry, I will take the brothers of the team to move things back tomorrow, and I will shoot him if there are any living people. His words aroused some people's agreement, and some people struggled. Someone said, who are they? If there is a train, can they carry many people? This statement did not seem to be made clear, but everyone heard the meaning. Why, Brother Zhang, you don't think they will take you away, do you? Luo Rui sneered. If those people can withstand the night, why do they come to us? If I hadn't guided them to escape last night, everyone on the train would have died. As soon as the voice fell, the eyes of others dimmed, and the atmosphere became a little subtle. Many people here have become accustomed to living here, waiting for other unlucky survivors to come in and become blood food for the big parasite, so that they can get peace during the day and relatively safe nights. At first, everyone was just silent, waiting for the survivors to come in and die, but there were more and more fake people in the town, and the blood food was less and less enough for the big parasite to eat. Ding Qing's King Kong team actually hid here later, but after the team accepted the safe environment here, they began to have the idea of not leaving. A small group of people led by Luo Rui began to add fuel to the fire, causing many survivors to die in this rain town. Ding Qing just turned a blind eye at first, but later, Luo Rui began to actively use the call system to let some fleeing teams around enter the town, and also attracted some powerful teams for this. For example, the man and woman today, Luo Rui had already led people to ambush around the cinema, but Ding Qing found that this group of people was very complicated, so in order to worry that the team would be exposed and killed by others, he could only take action with Duan Min himself, using parasites to actively send the two superpowers to the mouth of the parasite. Unexpectedly, Lin Xian and his men escaped. This indirectly shows that his caution is right. With the means of these people, if Luo Rui takes action, they are doomed to be in danger. However, Luo Rui does not think so. He has been killing blindly in order to survive, and even regards those strange bodies and large parasites as his means. He believes that as long as he serves the monster well, even if the polar night comes, this town can be the only safe haven. Except for some fake people. Ruizi. Ding Qing interrupted him coldly. Stop talking nonsense, go on guard, you are on duty tonight. Luo Rui curled his lips and nodded reluctantly. Okay. Ding Qing then looked around. There is a lot of noise today, everyone should be quiet. Many people nodded in agreement. These people are basically ordinary people with little combat power. It was after Ding Qing's convoy came that a safe shelter was firmly established in this town, so everyone recognized him very much. Back in the rest room, Duan Min saw that Ding Qing looked unhappy, so she reached out and grabbed him. Husband, if Rizi brings the train back, why don't we all go? Go? Where to? Ding Qing sighed helplessly. We have become the executioners of the night. Do we still have the courage to face the night? On the track section, the Infinity was speeding in the valley, and more strange creatures appeared from the darkness. The combatants of the whole train continued to pour out firepower, and fought hard to kill a bloody road from those strange creatures. In the living area, Shu Qin pushed a teammate away with one foot, helping him avoid a claw hook extending from the shooting hole, and then she dodged and picked up the Remington M96 and quickly inserted it into the hole and raised her hand to shoot. Bang! The huge close-range firepower melted the tentacle instantly. Be careful! Shu Qin shouted. The male team member rolled and crawled to hold the gun, and said with sweat on his forehead, "Thank you, Sister Qin." After that, he continued to join the battle. Shu Qin's expression was tense, and she was concentrating on resisting the surging waves outside. After leaving Yunjang, the Infinity was attacked by an attack that was more terrifying than the fake people. She was also extremely anxious at this time. Since crossing the Daju Plateau, the darkness here has not given them even a breath, which is simply unbelievable. Chapter 192. In the number 5 carriage, the Roar K-23 electric rotary machine gun in Delu's hand had already run out of bullets, and the rotary barrel was red. He picked up the original M556 light machine gun and continued to fire. Lu Xingchen stood in the middle of the carriage, opened the automatic door a crack, and continuously sprayed flames outward, igniting a large area of trees along the way. In the cockpit in front, Lin Xian, Kiki and Chen Xishuan all looked puzzled when they heard Ding Junyi's words. Stop, why? Ding Junyi picked up the mobile terminal without hesitation and showed Lin Xian the changes in Hell Black Chrysanthemum that had just been recorded on it. It is still unclear why those parasites are attracted to the number 1 blood disaster plant, but I think I have found the reason for the change in the red light on it. Lin Xian's eyes condensed, and he saw on the screen that the red light on the Hell Black Chrysanthemum actually increased dramatically at a certain point visible to the naked eye. Ding Junyi said anxiously, since the laboratory records, the number 1 blood disaster plant has undergone 3 brightening changes, 1 weakening change, and 3 red changes, respectively, when we escaped from the number 9 underground city, escaped from the Yubei airport, and escaped from the rain town just now. Although such sampling standards are not enough to draw rigorous experimental conclusions, it is now a matter of life and death, so I boldly make a guess based on the group hunting effect, that is, these dark creatures will mark the prey that they have not killed with some kind of invisible mark, and the red light reaction on the Hell Black Chrysanthemum is the concrete manifestation of this mark, just like the smell of blood in the forest, which will cause us to become the target of more weird bodies in the dark night. This mark may be the way dark creatures communicate. Another possible situation is that the larger the strange body, the deeper the mark will be. If Yubei City can be explained by the group hunting effect, then we just came out of Yunjang without adding any personnel. As soon as we left the territory of Yunjang, the red light of the Black Chrysanthemum changed. At the same time, we were immediately besieged by a large number of dark creatures. So I think if we keep running away, this mark will reach a certain level, and we may encounter the situation that the Fireline team encountered. Annihilation. Ding Junyi finished speaking in one breath, her eyes flickering slightly. With her rigorous personality, it is very difficult for her to come up with such a conclusion, with a lot of subjective tendencies. She also knows that if her argument is wrong and accepted by her teammates, it will most likely lead to the destruction of the entire team. Destroy. After listening to her, the solemn expressions on Lin Xian and the other 2 people's faces deepened. Lin Xian frowned and said, "So you think the role of this Hell Black Chrysanthemum is to remind us humans?" Ding Junyi said, "Not completely, but this plant can absorb dark energy, which is enough to show that the number 1 disaster plant has the ability to perceive dark energy. Based on this theory, the mark of dark creatures must also be one of the energies, but this is only one of them. Its other functions may have to wait for me to take samples to test." Director Ding. Lin Xian looked solemn, and suddenly shouted loudly to stop her argument. "Stop talking nonsense, just tell me the conclusion." Outside the car, there was continuous artillery fire, and countless strange bodies swarmed up. The armored shield of the whole car was undergoing severe tests all the time. Lin Xian was already anxious, And in this case, he had no patience to listen to Ding Junyi's analysis logic. Lin Xian's shout made Ding Junyi tremble all over. She looked at Lin Xian and opened her mouth in surprise. Then her eyebrows gathered and she said quickly, "There are two ways. The first is to stop the train and get rid of all the strange bodies around it. Kill them all and clear the marks. The second is to return to U-Town and get rid of the big parasite and other parasitic pseudohumans. I suggest that we choose the second option, because from a biological point of view, creatures that need to use traps usually do not have strong defense capabilities or the ability to escape natural enemies. They are particularly vulnerable in nature, so they need to use traps or disguises to increase their chances of survival. The big parasite needs to hunt through division and reproduction and pseudohuman deception, and has a fixed territory, which means that its immediate combat threat level is not necessarily higher than the strange bodies in the dark night for humans, and the troubles we are facing now are still endless. Compared with this, the success rate of plan number 2 will be higher." "I'm done." Kiki and Chen Sichuan listened. Both looked unbelievable. They hurriedly looked at Lin Xian, and saw that his expression was also very solemn at this time. As the leader of the team, every decision will directly affect the survival of the team. Ding Junyi's inference at this time has brought hope to the team, and undoubtedly given Lin Xian a nearly crazy choice. Lin Xian's brain is working fast at this time. His intuition tells him that Ding Junyi's inference about Mark is probably correct. This not only explains the group hunting effect, but also explains the changes of Hell Black Chrysanthemum after leaving Yunjang. More importantly, Lin Xian has always had such doubts. The white giant monster coming out of Jiang City, the red centipede chasing from Yushan to Beiwan, the sky jellyfish encountered after escaping from the number 9 underground city, and the whole car siege immediately after escaping from the siege of the weird body in Yubei, including the Iron Guard Brigade, the huge atmospheric mica chased all the way from Dalyua Mountain to Yubei Airport. Hunter Mark, the red light of the Hell Black Chrysanthemum became concrete at this moment, and it seemed to make perfect sense. He even remembered that when he chatted with Kiki last night, she also mentioned that the team could only run away. The more they ran, the more monsters there were, and the stronger they were. It was as if they were being targeted, and the monsters in the Dark Night issued a bounty order. Team expansion is just an appearance. The greater hidden danger is that this Mark on the team constantly magnifies the danger in the Dark Night. If we infer from this theory, if we want to be safer in the Dark Night, the best way is to deal with the monsters we encounter and then enter a silent state. This is actually very counterintuitive. Many people will not think about it in this way at the first time, or have no chance to think about it in this way, that is, dark creatures have the ability to communicate. And this kind of communication is the hunter's mark. Squeak! Instantly, the infinity suddenly braked urgently, and many of the strange bodies that collided with the train fell off the train due to inertia, and the tide-like attack began to attack from the side cars. Everyone held on to the car body around them tightly. Chen Sichuan looked at Lin Xian. Stopping at this time meant that Lin Xian had made a choice. Woo! The engine roared, and before everyone could catch their breath, the train had already started to move in the opposite direction. "Lin Xian!" Chen Sichuan shouted. "Let's go back." Lin Xian looked at Ding Junyi. "I think Director Ding is right." Ding Junyi's eyes were warm at this time, and she nodded to Lin Xian without saying anything, and then turned and walked towards car number 3. As a scientific researcher, the only support she could provide was information and knowledge, and as a member of the team, this was what she had to do. The whole train suddenly ran in the opposite direction, which caught everyone on the train by surprise. At this time, Lin Xian's voice came from the in-car communicator. "Everyone, get ready. We are about to return to U-Town. Don't save bullets. Kill all the threats you encounter." "Got it." Shu Qin didn't know Lin Xian's intention, but she had no doubts about Lin Xian's arrangement. "Okay, Brother Lin." Sasha's voice also came. "Understood, then do we open the door and go out to fight?" Lu Xingchen's voice came. From the looks of it, it seemed that the fight was not very enjoyable. "We see what happens," Lin Xian said decisively. At this time, he urged the train to run at full speed and broke through the obstacles behind. Fortunately, he specially built a double layer of armor on the Gemini 11R nuclear-powered electric locomotive. The protection is not weak. Except for the lack of ice-breaking shield, the impact is still very strong. Although he didn't know whether the biological theory of Blue Star was applicable to those dark creatures, since he chose to believe Ding Junyi, Lin Xian didn't hesitate at all. He already had a plan in his mind. Chapter 193. Hua, on a rainy night, a black train rushed through the valley, and gunfire reflected all kinds of strange monsters attacking in the dark night. The tsunami-like posture was very similar to the plot of a horror movie. On the carriage, those who were capable of fighting were resisting with all their strength, and some women were also helping to carry ammunition. Duh. Bullets continued to pour out of the train, and heavy rain and blood plasma continued to splash on the train armor, which seemed particularly tragic. But those monsters seemed to be endless, appearing from the darkness. The whole infinity was marked with the smell of blood, just as Director Ding said, attracting a large number of dark creatures to attack. Only more than 10 minutes later, the infinity appeared again at the far end of the Yunjang freight station, and the iron wheels whistled over the bodies of some parasitic pseudo-people who had died before, and rushed back with a full load of blood and rain. Bang, bang, after entering a certain range near the platform, the strange body in the dark began to weaken as expected, gradually disappearing, and the counterattack gunfire on the train also stopped. Lin Xian and the others stood by the window and looked at the approaching dark platform. They were all ready to fight with those pseudo-humans directly here. The PX-05 engineering robot had assembled the 1130 ammunition supply chain and could fire at any time. But the strange thing was that when this heavy train rushed back, the freight platform that was full of pseudo-human parasites just now was silent. Except for some leftover corpses and parasite fragments, there was only a dark platform. The surroundings were as quiet as before, just like when they first arrived here last night. Strange, there were so many disgusting pseudo-people just now, how come they suddenly disappeared again? Be careful. Lin Xian glanced at them and picked up the communicator. Don't relax, prepare ammunition, and be careful of the sneak attacks of those parasites. After receiving Lin Xian's notice, each carriage immediately began to reload ammunition and clean the shooting holes. Everyone kept their nerves tense, and at this time, they barely got a few breaths. In the living carriage, no one spoke, and they were all busy without saying a word. Lin Xian and Kiki walked directly into carriage number 3. At this time, the red light on the hell-black chrysanthemum in the plant culture cabin was already dazzling, which really gave people a sense of doom and ominousness. Killing some parasites didn't weaken the red light too much. This mark must have been given to us by the largest creature in this territory. Ding Junyi was paying close attention to the changes above, and then turned back to look at Lin Xian, and said solemnly, "If we confirm this problem, this discovery can save many people. Let's talk about it, after we can survive tomorrow." Lin Xian took a deep breath. He didn't come back to be a savior, but for the people in this car to survive until tomorrow. So, the group hunting effect is also of some reference. Kiki said, 2 waves of teams marked by a large number of dark creatures combined together, causing more trouble than those large convoys, and even the Phoenix Dawn Center won't be in greater trouble? They didn't say the trouble was small. Lin Xian looked at the hell-black chrysanthemum. Didn't the Sky City Qingwan crash? I think the situation encountered by the Phoenix headquarters must be much more serious than we imagined. The Phoenix can be said to be the strongest defense force left by mankind. With the Nightwalker organization and the Interstellar Army, I think it should still be able to fight. However, if this information can be given, it will indeed allow humans to take some initiative, but we have to confirm it first. Lin Xian, what are you going to do? Kiki asked. Do you remember the storage tank in the chemical plant? Lin Xian turned to look at her. That thing explodes, it's no joke. Kiki's eyes slowly widened. Oh, you want to blow up the chemical plant? Lin Xian nodded. You just need to repair the mechanical cantilever, or directly install a remote-controlled bomb on the metal preparation kettle on it, and it will be possible, but this does not guarantee that the monster under the lantern flower will be killed, or it may be possible to completely anger it. Anger it? I'm still very angry. Kiki said angrily. That thing almost prevented me from coming back, so I should blow it up. But, she said, then changed the subject and looked at Lin Xian. It stands to reason that Ding Qing from the King Kong team should also have such means. They knew that. There is a monster in the sea. Why don't you just blow it up? Instead of leading us there to die? In the ocean, there is a kind of coral creature called anemone. Anemone has many stingers, but it cannot move and has limited predation ability. There is another kind of fish called clownfish, which can cleverly avoid these stingers and survive by eating the digested residues of anemone. More importantly, the stingers of anemone can effectively protect clownfish from attacks by other creatures. This symbiotic relationship has gradually continued to evolve, so that clownfish can also be used as bait for anemones to prey on other fish. Ding Junyi recorded the information while narrating. The situation in this town is very consistent with the biological nature of anemones. They have territories and prey through stingers and traps. Although they are also dangerous, night and day are much safer for us survivors than outside. Kiki frowned when she heard this. You mean, those people regard this place as a shelter? They want to coexist with those monsters? It's possible. Lin Xian remembered the message in the answering machine. Someone deliberately guided us in. Now it seems that it must be Ding Qing's group. They said there was danger and asked us to leave. But it was just a cover. The many human bones in this cinema and the chemical plant must be the residents of the town before, and the unlucky people who hid in this town later, but were preyed by the lantern flowers. But there are fake people in this town. So scary, it is impossible that those fake people only attack us and not them? Kiki was puzzled. If that's the case, we're already under siege. What do you mean? Lin Xian walked to the window and looked at the dark platform outside. In the distance of the carriage, Shu Qin, Sha Sha and others were on high alert. He said, they don't dare to come out at night. They probably have figured out some of the habits of the pseudo-humans and are hiding in the shelter. Their situation is not much better than ours. Kiki nodded after hearing this, took a deep breath, and said indignantly, yes, then don't these people become traitors? Traitors? Aren't spies of humans, running dogs of monsters, traitors? Kiki said angrily. My words are rough, but my point is true. Lin Xian looked at Ding Junyi. Director Ding, you said that this big parasite does not have strong defense capabilities, or the ability to escape natural enemies. Are you applying the theory of blue star biology to this dark creature? We encountered it this afternoon, and it doesn't look that easy to deal with. No matter what kind of creature it is, survival and reproduction are the first elements. Ding Junyi raised his glasses. This creature has taken root in this town and hunts in the form of territory and traps, which means that like the anemones of the class coral, it does not have the ability to hunt in a mobile manner. Although parasites are very harmful, the body before being parasitized is very fragile. When we escaped just now, those pseudo-humans were in a parasitic state and used human muscles and joint tissues to move. This also confirms my argument. Chapter 194. You're right. Lin Xian now deeply believed it. It was already dark after he escaped from the chemical plant, and the monster did not catch up. In addition, when Kiki wanted to pull out the lantern flower, he found that it had taken deep roots under the deep pool of the chemical storage tank. Although he didn't know how big its body was, after hearing what Ding Junyi said, it was indeed in line with the attributes of the coral family. Then, what should we do next? If so, those people will definitely have their eyes on us when they see us coming back. Kiki said, some people are making trouble, and they will definitely not let us easily deal with the monster in the chemical plant. And we don't know how many groups of people they have. They are all the same. Lin Xian said calmly, as long as we live in the town, we are all in the same boat. On the premise of having the same interests, our approach is to be enemies with them. What should we do then? Kiki crossed his arms and said, although this town is not big, the enemy is in the dark, and we are in the light. There is not only that big monster, but also the parasitic pseudo-human. If we have to guard against this wave of human rapists, I'm afraid it will be difficult for us to act. Lin Xian's eyes turned cold, then find them first and get rid of them. Time passed by minute, and on the dark platform, the time came to 8 p.m., as if it was the calm before the storm. There was no trace of the pseudo-human, and everything was quiet. The tense nerves of the people in the car relaxed a lot at this time. Seeing this, Lin Xian asked Kiki to start the drone for reconnaissance. After looking around, he indeed did not find any figures around the freight platform. In the distant town, sporadic candlelight was still on, and it looked quiet and strange. It seems that we are right to come back. At least it is safe for the time being. In carriage number 2, Qin Sichuan breathed a sigh of relief and sat down on the stool. At this time, Shu Qin, Kiki, Delu, Sha Sha, and Lu Xingchen all gathered here. Lin Xian synchronized the information just now with everyone and discussed the next arrangements. If that's the case, if we don't solve the monster in the chemical plant, the marks on our bodies will only increase as we run away, and we will eventually be swallowed up. Shu Qin frowned and said, so this is the root cause. Lu Xingchen tooted his lips, crossed his arms and looked thoughtful. It seems that the people in this town are also well aware of this, so they gave up running away. Sha Sha directly said, it's not that complicated. They are just a group of cowards who are afraid of death. They are shameless to be in cahoots with the monster of the night. Kiki nodded, that's right, we can't run away, so let's clean up this place together and let them suffer the consequences. Lin Xian, what are your plans? Qin Sichuan looked at Lin Xian. Everyone's eyes were also cast on him at this time, waiting for his arrangements. Lin Xian's choice to return from the critical situation just now and get this quiet time was not reckless, because after listening to Director Ding's theory, others all agreed with this decision. Kiki is right. The current situation is that the enemy is in the dark while we are in the light, and we have more than one enemy to face. However, there is one thing that is the same for everyone, that is, it is dark now, and they should be unable to do anything just like us. This gives us a night to rest and make plans. After a whole day of fighting, the team consumed a lot of ammunition. Kiki, Lu Xingchen and others also needed to rest. Fortunately, the current situation was clearer to Lin Xian, so he didn't have to investigate passively. He could let the team rest and make plans. What plan? Everyone asked. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Clean up. The purpose of our return this time is to save ourselves, so we will split into 3 groups at dawn. I will lead the team to the chemical plant to install remote-control bombs. Shu Qin and Brother Hua will go into the city to kill the fake people. The last group will stay in the car and be careful of the group attacking our train. Qin Sichuan frowned slightly when she heard this. Will it be too dangerous to go directly into the town and kill those monsters in a big way? It doesn't matter, I will take action. Lu Xingchen was not afraid at all, and said with a calm expression, this monster disguised as a human, naturally. I have to use my divine fire to clear them out. Otherwise, I will burn the whole city. What can God do to me? Everyone, Lin Xian looked at Shu Qin with a deep gaze. In fact, killing as many parasites as possible is not the primary task. Your primary goal is to make a noise, and the louder the better, to attract their attention. If you encounter that group of people attacking, you should retreat to avoid casualties. Contain? Lu Xingchen raised his eyebrows. That's fine. Ah? Shu Qin was still thinking about how to deal with those fake people, but Lin Xian suddenly changed the subject. Are we going to kill them all? Lin Xian said, catch the leader first. Even if we have to kill them all, we have to wait until we kill the big parasite, and then slowly deal with these small ones. Lin Xian didn't finish his words. In fact, what he was thinking was that if the big one could be cleared, then there would be no need to clean up the small ones. It was very risky for the team to venture into the building. If they were not careful, they would cause a lot of casualties. Moreover, there would be no blood essence or other benefits if they killed them. It was purely a thankless task. If Ding Qing's group attacked you in the city, the chemical plant would be much smoother, which means that they didn't know that our goal was to kill the big parasite. Lin Xian said his thoughts. No normal person would think so, right? Xia said at this time. Who would think that we ran back just to find that big monster? Generally speaking, it sounds incredible to finally escape and then return to fight with the monster. After all, this is equivalent to sending death in the eyes of survivors, and there is no benefit. Now survivors all over the world are running for their lives, and only a very few people are aware of the existence of the mark. Not necessarily, Lin Xian said. Let's take a step back. Even if they don't know we're here for the mark, that monster is the source of Town's ability to isolate strange bodies. It's like a guardian angel to them. Do you think they will take action? That's right. These people are treacherous. Sasha quickly learned this word from Kiki, and now she also cursed with resentment. Qin Sichuan nodded, understanding Lin Xian's idea, but also said with worry, but Lin Xian, those fake people should not be so easy to deal with. I am worried about Shu Qin and the others. I know that as long as they don't enter the building, those fake people are not very threatening. The most troublesome thing is disguise. Lin Xian said. After speaking, he raised his hand, and a light flashed. A strange small device was made by him, and then handed it to Kiki. This is the voice print detection device of the Sentinel system. I separated it separately. The easiest way to deal with these fake people is to detect their heartbeat response, which is completely different from humans. You will set the sampling information later, and then Shu Qin and the others can distinguish them remotely. Kiki's eyes lit up immediately when she saw it. Liang took it and said, wow, you are so smart. Why didn't I think of that? The breathing and heartbeat of the female pseudo-human are disordered. If we use this method, we don't need to take the risk to identify it. When Shu Qin and others heard it, their morale was also shaken, and they instantly became confident. Okay, Captain Lin, I know what to do. Lin Xian nodded. There is another point, that is to maintain communication within the team. The big parasite also has a special parasite that can use human bones to temporarily transform into our own teammates. This may be more troublesome. For safety reasons, everyone keeps in touch and can effectively deal with it. Although the pseudo-human is potentially very threatening, these threats are all from disguise. As long as you have the means to see through it, it will not be so troublesome. Lin Xian is constantly calculating various situations. Shu Qin nodded. I understand. Chapter 195. What about the chemical plant? Kiki asked. As usual, you and I, but in order to deal with emergencies, I will bring Lu Chong and Miao Lu with me to cover us when necessary. Ah? Sasha's eyes widened when she heard this. What about me? Brother Xian. At this time, Delu also said, tomorrow, let me go to the chemical plant with you. Lin Xian shook his head. No, there is an important task for you brothers and sisters tomorrow. What task? Guard the car. Ah? Delu looked puzzled. Brother Xian, didn't you say it was dangerous over there? It's also dangerous here. Lin Xian looked meaningful, lowered his head, and kept making bullets and said, our target is someone else's base camp, but others may think so too. So Sasha, Delu, you combine the car. The close and defense guns on the vehicle form the strongest firepower. If anyone wants to attack the vehicle, just bomb them to death. Delu was stunned when he heard this. Sasha beside him squeaked and poked her brother with her elbow. Stupid, Brother Lin means that the vehicle is also dangerous. Anyway, we just need to listen to Brother Lin's arrangements. Delu nodded. Okay, Brother Xian, don't worry, I will definitely guard the vehicle. And me. Seeing that everyone had been arranged, Qin Sichuan looked at Lin Xian with a gloomy expression. Still let me guard the vehicle? Lin Xian raised his eyebrows and looked at Qin Sichuan. No, Teacher Qin, you don't have to guard the vehicle this time. As he said, he pointed to the warehouse not far from the freight station in the night. The roof of that warehouse is the commanding height of this area. I need you to provide cover for all of us there. Qin Sichuan's eyes lit up when she heard this. Really? But, yeah, Sister Qin is going to be a sniper. Kiki said eagerly. This is the time for you to show your skills. Qin Sichuan looked at Lin Xian, then nodded seriously, took a deep breath and said, okay, I understand. This was the first time that Lin Xian arranged a combat mission. For some reason, Qin Sichuan's heart began to get excited, and she completely forgot the fear in the dark. At night, the infinity was closed. Except for the staff on duty, Lin Xian asked everyone else to rest in advance. After a night of experience, he knew that there would be no invasion of strange bodies from outside on the platform, and that the King Kong team would not run out to die at night. The only trouble was those pseudo-people who appeared, but from the current observation, after that wave of siege, the pseudo-people had returned to the town and there was no sign of them appearing. Moreover, compared with the strange bodies, the biggest threat of these pseudo-people comes from human invasion. Apart from that, their actual attack capabilities are not as good as the sea-level strange body red centipede in Bay 1. With the current protection ability of the Infinity, they can still withstand it. In the number 1 carriage, Lin Xian took a bath, and it was a hot bath. Since leaving Jiang City, such an opportunity is really rare. Although there has always been a bathroom on the Infinity, due to the shortage of water resources and the long journey, there is no opportunity to take a bath. And after learning that the night has infected the water system of the world, there are even fewer opportunities. Now that the car has a heterogeneous magic cube and Lin Xian's special water purification system, the water problem has been basically solved. The girls on the car can also take a good bath and wash away the blood and hardship on their bodies from running day and night. After taking a shower, Lin Xian took out a heavy object from the locker and placed it on the table, then opened his mechanical heart and began to draw a blueprint manually. On the table was a mechanical arm that Shu Qin had taken from Guo Laoer when entering Yubei City. Lin Xian had already scanned it. The blueprint was Genesis Industrial HG55 Mechanical Prosthesis Left. This thing is not a particularly advanced thing. It is mainly prepared for people with physical disabilities and can be used for ordinary industrial activities. However, because it is an industrial type, the torque power is relatively large, and the all-metal structure is more durable. After ordinary people install it, their combat effectiveness will be much stronger. Of course, compared with military-grade ones, it is definitely far behind in flexibility, functionality, and combat effectiveness. However, this thing was illegally modified by Guo Laoer on the black market to a weapon level, and it is quite threatening. Lin Xian directly used the mechanical heart to open a groove on its wrist, which contained a small metal square bar. This was a miniature bomb. Lin Xian had tested it, and found that it should contain high-energy compound explosives, such as all-nitrogen anion salts. With Lin Xian's level, it was not a big problem to make such a bomb, but he needed to design a simple fixing and detonation device based on the metal preparation kettle in the chemical plant. As for the mechanical cantilever, Lin Xian was going to scan it or swallow it away. It would be a waste of time to repair it. He could use it to install it on the train later, and perform some off-board operations. By the way, the TRP 4th generation special industrial active exoskeleton power armor on the guy. It would be best to find a way to get it. Lin Xian raised his hand, and the light in the preparation center flashed. Countless materials were converted, and soon, a microbomb was made by him. With the power armor, I can use it as a basis for weapon development. At that time, I won't have to rely on wind cannons and electric surges to fight the enemy. The blueprint upgrade of my research center can also be developed around the power armor, and even Teacher Chen and others can be equipped with a set. Thinking of this, Lin Xian's heart was slightly hot. He was a little regretful that he didn't scan the military power armor. He didn't expect to encounter such a high-end thing in such a small town, which made him a little happy. After making some preparations, Lin Xian came to the number 2 carriage and checked the situation around the train on the sentry system. He was relieved to make sure that everything was fine, so he returned to the number 1 carriage. Because Xu Qin and others were on duty, he took the time and rested for 4 hours. It was already more than 2 o'clock in the morning when he got up again. At this time, Teacher Chen, Kiki and others had already rested. Lin Xian was ready to wake up the Sasha building, as well as Miao Lu and Lu Chong in the back car, and began to prepare ammunition, and let Xu Qin rest by the way. But when he came to carriage number 3, he inexplicably heard a woman's murmur and panting. He looked around, but Director Ding was nowhere to be seen. He immediately looked towards the lounge, and sure enough, the sound came from inside. Suspicious, he walked over directly, and was about to knock on the door, but Ding Junyi's voice came from inside. Wait a minute. After that, there was a slight rustling sound from inside, as if someone was getting dressed. After a minute, the door of the lounge opened, and Ding Junyi stood at the door with a flushed face, looking at Lin Xian. What's the matter? Lin Xian frowned and looked at her. Are you asleep at this time according to your schedule? Chapter 196. Ding Junyi looked at Lin Xian. A bit of embarrassment flashed in her eyes, then she took a deep breath and said, Do you want to sleep together? No. Lin Xian shook his head. In such an environment tonight, he didn't have the heart to think about the affairs of men and women. I heard the sound and thought you were in trouble, so I came to see. But looking at Ding Junyi's expression, it didn't seem to be the case. There was a situation, but it seemed to be a more private situation. Ding Junyi's face flushed, and she lowered her voice a few points. Sorry, I'm comforting myself. If I have affected you, I apologize and hope that this will not make you have some prejudice against me. Lin Xian's eyes glared. Huh? Ding Junyi adjusted her glasses and tried to speak to Lin Xian with a serious expression. I think I told you before that dangerous life and death situations will give my body great pleasure. This is a way for me to regularly release my own pressure and emotions. As she said, she turned and walked in, took out a strange purple stick from the bed, and said to Lin Xian, But don't worry, I am a very traditional woman in terms of relationships between men and women. Since I have had sex with you, I will unilaterally recognize that you are my only heterosexual partner. Considering that your current emotional state is not suitable for sexual activities, I will solve it myself. I will pay attention to hygiene, but the sound insulation of this lounge. I'm very sorry. Then you are too traditional. Lin Xian's eyes twitched slightly. Looking at the purple stick in her hand, he suddenly felt familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen it for a while. Thank you. You don't have to worry about me cheating on you physically or mentally, because I have a mental cleanliness obsession. Mental cleanliness obsession. Lin Xian felt a headache. The unlimited number gradually expanded. Everyone on the bus had their own living area and private space. Except for Sasha, the rest were adults. These things were also human nature. He didn't know what to say. After thinking about it, he simply said to Ding Junyi, Nothing, I just came to see if you were in danger. In addition, I want to apologize for yelling at you before, because the situation was more urgent at that time. No need. Ding Junyi looked at Lin Xian very seriously, and suddenly said in a heavier tone, You can speak loudly to me, and I can accept it if you are a little fierce. I will adapt to this way of communicating with you, because this feeling actually makes me very happy. Fuck, Iron M. Lin Xian opened his mouth, and his pupils were shaking and speechless. Ding Junyi's words seemed to make him redefine tradition. He was really a little overwhelmed, so he quickly said, Okay, then you take a rest first. After that, he ran away directly. Ding Junyi looked at his back as he left, her face eager. She touched her hot face, covered her heartbeat, and whispered, You were so manly when you yelled at me. Lin Xian came all the way to car number 5, took Dulu and Shasha, who were organizing weapons here, to car number 10, and let Xu Qin, who was on duty here, rest. Xu Qin kept refusing, But Lin Xian saw that she was also very tired, so he ignored her request and asked her to sleep until the morning. Before joining the Infinity, Shu Qin was worried about the big truck team. She had very little sleep along the way. She was also on edge these 2 days. In addition, there was a special task tomorrow, so Shu Qin no longer insisted and went to bed quickly. In the number 11 carriage, Lin Xian began to make bullets and ammunition continuously. At the same time, he also made a Thunderstorm A1 grenade launcher and asked Xia to teach Miao Lu how to use it. As for Lu Chong, Lin Xian observed that both he and Miao Lu had greatly improved their physical fitness. Their speed and combat effectiveness were almost catching up with the yellow-haired man in the Black Crow 4 group. Especially Lu Chong, although he was not tall, he was very fast and was a good rusher. Lin Xian simply made a GK03 electric knife for him to use as a melee weapon for self-defense. However, the difference is that Lin Xian does not need to charge the electric knife, while Lu Chong needs to charge it for a certain period of time through the power supply on the car every time he uses it. After getting the new weapons, Miao Lu and Lu Chong were very happy. "Wow, Captain Lin, your ability is amazing." Miao Lu looked at the grenade launcher in her hand with excitement. Sasha next to her laughed. "Of course, my brother Lin is the best. Let me teach you how to use it." Lu Chong stared at the sharp long knife in his hand with wide eyes, and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. "Captain Lin, this knife looks very unusual." Lin Xian pointed to a mechanism on the handle and said, "Try this." Lu Chong nodded, and then he turned on the switch. The silver blade began to emit a slight electric current sound. At the same time, the blade began to shine. When you look closer, there is a very small arc flashing. So powerful. Lu Chang's face was full of heat. This thing is definitely a magical weapon for close combat self-defense. Woo woo woo, in the number 12 carriage, the PX-05 engineering robot is constantly assembling bullets for the ammunition chain. Lin Xian is now the main supplier of firepower for the entire car. Tomorrow is bound to be a fierce battle. He has to be prepared for many things now. If the big monster in the chemical plant is different from what he expected, and the chemical plant alone cannot be killed, then he may have to escape back and rely on the heavy firepower on the car to output. If it weren't for the low level of mechanical manufacturing now, Lin Xian would have wanted to split up and spend time to make another electromagnetic rail gun. Infinity quietly parked on the platform of Yunjang. As time passed, the atmosphere of preparation for war in the carriage became stronger. Lin Xian sat in the carriage, constantly making bullets in his hands. At the same time, he was also controlling his own energy loss to keep in a good state. At 7 o'clock in the morning, after the dark tide receded, the sky was already slightly bright. Lin Xian came to carriage number 1 and found that Chen Xishuan had already put on the A33K heavy anti-material sniper rifle and was ready to get off the train. "Are you ready?" Lin Xian called her. Looking at Chen Xishuan, he had some admiration in his heart. He had seen her growth along the way. "Yeah." Chen Xishuan nodded and said seriously, "I just observed the surroundings, and Kiki's drone also helped me explore. I should be fine." Lin Xian raised his hand to make a telescope and handed it to her. "Okay, then you be careful. If you encounter danger, Xia and Delu will meet you in the car." "I know." Chen Xishuan looked at him. "You are the most dangerous, don't worry about me." Lin Xian pointed at the communicator. "Okay, I communicate on the communicator if you have any questions." Chen Xishuan understood, stood at the door of the cockpit, took a deep breath, opened the door, and ran quickly towards the depths of the platform with a huge gun on her back. She had already observed the route in advance, ran all the way without looking back, passed through the warehouse alley of the platform, entered from the back door, climbed up to the upper floor through the fire escape stairs, and then came to a metal air window. After seeing that the air window was locked, she took out the shock lock that she had prepared in advance, gritted her teeth, and poked it hard. Bang! The crisp sound echoed in the warehouse, and the lock also exploded. Chen Xishuan's eyes lit up, and then she opened the air window, took the sniper rifle to the roof, and then she quickly got out. After reaching the roof, she closed the air window door, and then climbed up to the top wind tower. Then she began to set up the gun stand, adjusted her posture, and used the scope to measure the distance and wind direction. These were what she learned from a team member in the convoy, who had military sniping experience last night. Although it was just a simple tip, Chen Xishuan learned it very seriously, and now she can use it for the first time. "Lin Xian, I'm ready." On the Infinity side, Lin Xian heard Chen Xishuan's voice in the communicator and looked up at the height. A calm and steady female sniper appeared in his sight, so beautiful that it was breathtaking. Teacher Chun, you are really my goddess. Chen Sichuan heard the voice in the communicator, her expression settled down, and then she pressed the communicator and said in a deep voice, "Don't flirt during the mission." Chapter 197. On the Infinity side, 3 cars drove down from the number 11 carriage, and Xu Qin and Lu Xingchen led a dozen people armed with live ammunition along the main road towards the direction of Yutown. For better mobility, Lin Xian built another motorcycle. He, Kiki, Lu Chong and Miao Lu took it separately and prepared to drive around the town and go to the chemical plant without passing the town avenue. Delu and Shasha were guarding the car with heavy weapons. There were also Director Ding and some logistics personnel with weak combat effectiveness on the car. Xu Qin, Brother Hua, I repeat again, your mission is to create a commotion. There are also some strange bodies in those buildings, so be careful. If you encounter an attack from other convoys, quickly retreat to the train. I know. Received. Xu Qin said. Teacher Chun, you should pay attention to the situation of Xu Qin's convoy first. If there is any problem, you should open fire to support and observe whether there are any targets approaching the platform. Understood. Lu Shasha, the safety of the train is left to you. Xu Qin and I may retreat here at any time. If there are pursuers, we need your firepower to cover. Lu Shasha was in carriage number 2 at this time, monitoring the surroundings of the train with the sentry system. On another screen, the fire control system of 1130 has not been turned on, but the system is online. Brother Lin, don't worry. If anyone dares to attack our car, my brother, and I will blow them to pieces. After giving instructions, Lin Xian rode on a motorcycle and drove Kiki to the outer edge of the platform. LV Chong and Miao Lu followed behind on a bicycle with a large box in their arms. The roar of vehicles' engines on the platform and the curtain of sunrise broke the tranquility of the city. On a tall building in an alley in Yutown, Luo Rui sat on a recliner, holding a telescope and keeping an eye on the direction of the platform. He also held a can of fruit in his hand, and he looked very relaxed. There is a road to heaven, but you don't take it. There is no door to hell, but you break in. Brother Ding's methods are still too gentle. If this kind of high-level superpower is used as blood food, we can at least have peace for a month or 2. Click. There are 2 walkie-talkies in front of Luo Rui. He picked up one of them and called, Fatty Guisheng, what's the situation of the train now? At this time, a voice came from the walkie-talkie. Brother Rui, I have been watching all night. There are many carriages, but not many people. There are no more than 50 people. Excluding the elderly, the weak and the disabled, there are probably 30 people. 3 cars just came out. Judging from the equipment, they should be the main force. There are more than a dozen people. The 2 bosses who have superpowers rode motorcycles around the north line into the city. They are probably going to the chemical plant. Chemical plant? Luo Rui frowned. Ding Qing is right. There are no guns or cannons there, but they are actually used as blood food. Brother Rui, their main force should have gone out. There should be no strong firepower on the car. And judging from the battle situation, it is estimated that there was a lot of loss last night. The other side of the walkie-talkie said. Luo Rui nodded. There are fake people sneaking in, at least a few people will die. Brother Rui, this opportunity is rare. The younger brother in charge of keeping watch on the other end of the intercom said anxiously. Why are you so anxious? Luo Rui picked up the telescope and saw 3 cars speeding towards the town. He sneered. Hide first and see what they are going to do. We are in the dark and can deal with them at any time. Okay. Soon, the guards hidden in various corners of Yutown began to focus their attention on the 3 vehicles headed by the armored vehicle. Just when these people thought they were here to seek revenge, they found that the vehicles stopped directly outside the street, and then more than a dozen people came down and began to search the buildings along the street. Soon, there were a lot of gunshots, and a house began to burn. In the telescope, Luo Rui looked at the scene, his face full of shock and confusion. Fuck, these people have no brains. Are they going to find us one by one, or are they looking for revenge on the fake people? The voice of the younger brother in the walkie-talkie was full of surprise. What idiots they are. Luo Rui sneered. I wondered why they rushed over here. There are many monsters in those houses. Isn't this just looking for death? That's right. If they do this, I don't think these 10 people can last 2 hours. Luo Rui thought that the people in the 3 cars were looking for a fight with him. After all, they had a trick on them yesterday. Unexpectedly, the group came to fight the fake people directly. This made Luo Rui really confused. If they want resources, this town has been plundered by them long ago. If they want to find people, it's like dancing in a minefield. Those fake people can't be killed. It's a waste of bullets. Seeing this scene, Luo Rui's eyes became sharp, and he picked up the walkie-talkie and said, "Let the first and second teams go up from the east and west. Guisheng will lead the third team to blow up the track to block the road, and the fat man will lead people to sell flaws and throw a few bone worms in. Slowly grind first, don't show your head, the armor of the train is very hard." "Okay. Brother Rui, what if they don't show up even after dark?" Luo Rui looked in the direction of the chemical plant, then wait for Brother Ding. "As long as their leader dies, and the track explodes, we can only wait to die. At that time, it depends on whether the people in their car want to die comfortably or painfully." "Got it." After the order was given, more than a dozen cars and 40 or 50 people hiding in the corners of the town and the surrounding woods began to move out, quietly approaching the platform from the small road and surrounding it. A group of advance team rode motorcycles with explosives and rushed towards the track. On the other side, Lin Xian rode a motorcycle quickly towards the chemical plant. A layer of light mist rose in the early morning after the heavy rain. Lin Xian looked at the towering condensation tower and felt a little depressed. "Lin Xian, you're right. Someone is coming from the outskirts of the town toward the platform." Chen Xishuan's voice came from the communicator. Lin Xian could hear that she was a little nervous, and immediately said in a stern voice, "Keep an eye on them first, don't expose yourself, and wait for my notification." "Okay." Hidden on the roof of the warehouse, Chen Xishuan observed the convoys moving in the woods through the sniper rifle scope. Her breathing was a little rapid. She tried to calm herself down, and everything around her seemed to become much quieter. In the scope, the picture that was jumping quickly because of the distance seemed to have turned into slow motion in her eyes, and even the facial expression of the driver, who was talking, was captured clearly by her. For some reason, after she adjusted her breathing and mentality, her brain quickly calmed down, and the tension and cowardice in her heart were also obediently circled. She enjoyed this quiet and focused feeling. On the other side, when Lin Xian and Kiki's motorcycle approached the outside of the chemical plant, they found that several heavily loaded vehicles had been parked on the ground outside the chemical plant. A dozen armed personnel with live ammunition were already guarding there. Ding Qing, wearing an exoskeleton power armor and holding the black spear, stood in the middle. The woman named Duan Min was also beside her. It seemed that she had been waiting for Lin Xian and others to appear. Sure enough, it's really a bunch of clownfish. Lin Xian looked at this scene from a distance and said in a deep voice, "Shall we rush in directly?" Kiki slowly flew up from the back seat of the motorcycle and raised her hand to send out a shock wave. Boom! The white mist was shaken away, and the surrounding vision became clear in an instant. This move was like a god. The gunmen in the chemical plant immediately raised their guns in unison and pointed the muzzles at Kiki in the air. At this time, Ding Qing raised his hand to stop him. He looked at Lin Xian, his eyes changed, and he said loudly, "Since you have already left, why bother to come back?" Chapter 198. Just as they were horrified, whoosh! An invisible force instantly snatched all the guns from their hands and flew into the air. At the same time, the guns began to turn their muzzles and pointed at themselves. Lin Xian looked at the other party's posture and immediately understood. He stopped the motorcycle, walked over, raised his hand, and flipped it over. A large bulletproof cabin with a Rohrer K-23 electric rotary machine gun fell in front of him. Lin Xian glanced at it and slapped his hand on the hot bulletproof cabin. "You have waited for so long in the dark night. Can you beat me?" The gunmen's faces changed drastically at this time. They had never seen anyone who could take out a heavy Gatling gun out of thin air and build a metal bulletproof cabin on flat ground. Don't talk nonsense with them, this group of people are treacherous. Kiki fell slowly from the sky with her hands on her chest, her eyes emitting fluorescence. Her control of telekinesis has become more and more accurate. Facing these ordinary firearms, she can disarm them directly with just a wave of her hand. The offensive and defensive momentum changed instantly. Duan Min's face changed drastically at this time, and the gun in her hand was also taken away at this time. She was obviously panicking. Ding Qing looked at this scene with a gloomy expression. "Puca is a high-level supernatural system. Although I have seen your methods a long time ago, I still underestimated you." He looked at Lin Xian and said, "You escaped back and took the risk to come here. It seems that you also know the secret of the curse of the night, but I don't think that if you anger that guy, anyone in your team can walk out of your town alive." Lin Xian's heart moved slightly when he heard this. Sure enough, Ding Qing was not only a clownfish who was a big parasite, he also knew the existence of Mark. "What? Curse?" Kiki frowned. "So you knew it long ago, hiding here to harm others. I will kill you." Bang! Just as Kiki was about to attack, Lin Xian saw Ding Qing's eyes become fierce, and a strange sound suddenly came from the chemical plant behind him. Then everyone felt the ground shake, and a light orange smoke instantly radiated from the #1 initiator workshop, covering the entire chemical plant. Instantly, all the gunmen around Ding Qing changed their faces, fell to the ground and fainted in pain, and even Duan men staggered and sat on the ground. On Lin Xian's side, when he noticed Ding Qing's expression, it was too late. The light smoke hit him, and he felt that most of his muscle strength was instantly lost. The guns in the air also fell to the ground. Kiki leaned into Lin Xian's arms and said with a pale face, "Lin Xian, what's going on? My superpowers seem to have disappeared." Lin Xian also felt that his central nervous system began to paralyze at this time. He looked up at Ding Qing and found that only Ding Qing was still standing there, but his face was also pale. Squeak, woo! The active exoskeleton power armor made a sound of auxiliary motors at this time, driving Ding Qing to pick up a tube of unknown medicine and stab it directly into his neck. Chi, the medicine was injected, and the blue veins floated. His skin began to turn red, and his eyes regained some wisdom. What kind of trick is this? Lin Xian was a little confused. Is it a superpower? But at this time, all of Ding Qing's men, including the woman, were also hit. It was a trick that would kill both parties. After a moment, Ding Qing bit his teeth in pain and looked at Lin Xian with a stern look. "I know your abilities are very powerful. Don't worry, you won't die for the time being. The lantern stamen of the giant pseudo-monster louse will release a dark biological information toxin when it is fatally attacked, paralyzing the central nervous system of people and suppressing abilities. Although the range is not large, it is enough to deal with you." Lin Xian's eyes changed, thinking that it was not good. He didn't expect there was such a method. He and Kiki had already taken action and surrendered their weapons at the first time, but it seemed that Ding Qing had arranged it in advance, and they were all hit regardless of friend or foe, which meant that they were prepared to leave the two of them behind. Ding Qing used the auxiliary program of the power armor to support himself from falling, and also set up some emergency measures. Lin Xian estimated that even if he and Kiki killed all these people as soon as they came in, they would still be hit. There must be people ambushing outside the chemical plant to pick up heads. It must be said that this person is really cruel. But what he couldn't understand was that a person who was willing to be a monster clownfish should be a coward. How could he dare to take risks? "Do you think there are only two of us?" Lin Xian said at this time. "It doesn't matter." Ding Qing raised the black spear in his hand, with a fierce look in his eyes. "Didn't you try to escape from U-Town last night? Not to mention whether you have the ability to kill the giant monster lice. So many of my brothers will not let you succeed if they want to live here." What a lunatic, actually treating monsters as guardian gods to harm humans. Kiki's chest was rising and falling rapidly at this time, and her state was extremely weak. She gritted her teeth and said, "It's even more hateful than those thugs." Kiki's words seemed to irritate Ding Qing. Ding Qing's face turned black, and he said angrily, "What if you are a madman? What if you are a running dog?" He pointed to the direction of U-Town. "There are 257 people here. In addition to the 66 people in our team, there are 191 ordinary people. They just want to live. What's wrong with them?" Lin Xian sneered. "So those who were led to the town by you unintentionally or intentionally to feed the monsters as blood food are not ordinary people, nor are they innocent, right?" Too much nonsense. Ding Qing seemed to be completely enraged by Lin Xian's words, and his face turned black. "You are cursed by the night, and can't live anywhere. Since you are going to die, why come back? It's better to die on the road than to be peeled off by the monster, and become a container for the parasite, and become a walking corpse." A breeze blew, and the light smoke was quickly blown away. At this time, several brothers hiding around the chemical plant also hurried to support. Seeing this, Ding Qing took a deep breath, raised the spear in his hand, and looked at Lin Xian and Kiki, with some struggle and reluctance in his eyes. "Sorry, little brother. Since you want to come back to be blood food, you can't blame anyone." Crack. The motor of the active exoskeleton power armor on Ding Qing's body made a loud sound, and the machine amplified the sound. Among all the people here, only he could use this exoskeleton to keep standing and balanced. He threw the spear in his hand directly in the direction of Lin Xian. Swish! A sharp sound of breaking through the air exploded, accompanied by a wave of wind, and the black spear flew towards Lin Xian like a black shuttle. Lin Xian! Kiki saw this, her face changed drastically, and she threw herself in front of Lin Xian with all her strength, raised her hand, and prepared to use her superpowers to grab the black spear. But at this time, her superpowers could not be mobilized at all, and despair suddenly emerged in her heart. Looking at the flying spear, she suddenly closed her eyes. Squeak! A sharp sound of metal exploded in the ear, and the wind blew in the face. Kiki opened her eyes palely at this time, not being penetrated in the chest as expected, and saw that the black long gun engine was humming and stopped in front of her eyes, and a mechanical arm suddenly appeared on the tip of the gun and held it tightly, unable to move. Squeak, whoosh, Lin Xian's back shoulder, the Genesis Industrial HG-55 mechanical prosthesis was installed on a fixture by him, and it was like his third hand at this time. What? Ding Qing was shocked, and had not reacted yet. Duh. At this time, a burst of gunfire sounded outside the chemical plant. At the same time, a black shadow holding a glowing electric knife rushed directly into the middle of the brothers, who came to support. Ding Qing's brothers had not reacted yet, and only felt the bullets and knife lights like a fleeting shadow, and they all fell to the ground and died in an instant. Lu Chong Miao Lu. After the problem was solved, the two rushed in quickly. Lu Chong raised his hand, and threw the electric knife. Before Ding Qing could react, it had already pierced his chest. Chapter 199. At the Yunjang station, the Infinity train quietly stopped. A convoy of dozens of people outside the station had quietly entered the hidden woods, and countless eyes were watching the black heavy train. Some flexible gunmen had already explored the outer perimeter of the platform, and hid behind the buildings. At this time, the Infinity train was completely surrounded. Brother Rui, this car is really tightly armored. I can't even find a vent. How can I throw the bone worms in? The thin man at the front whispered with a walkie-talkie. It's impossible that there is no hole, otherwise the people inside would be suffocated to death. If they find a gap, the bone worms can smell the human scent and crawl in. In the woods, Luo Rui got off the car and kept observing with the telescope. Brother Rui, Guisheng and the three teams are ready on the track outside. Are we sure we don't want to support Brother Ding? Another fat man's voice came. No need. Luo Rui's face turned cold, and he smiled and said, Brother Ding likes to be a good person. I do this kind of thing that will destroy his family for him. He looked at the train, his eyes slightly condensed. At the beginning, the King Kong team fled eastward under the leadership of Ding Qing, and they were very hardworking and courageous. They fought in the dark countless times, and the team became stronger. Everyone shared the joys and sorrows on the road and fought against the darkness. But perhaps because of the long time, many people began to feel numb to the day and night escape, and even Ding Qing himself began to doubt whether the team could survive until tomorrow. At this time, they came to U-Town. Although the fake people caused some casualties to the team at the beginning, after a period of rest, everyone gradually discovered the difference here. Without endless waves of corpses and strange bodies surging in the dark, the team can get rare safety and respite as long as they hide in a shelter and learn to identify the invasion of pseudo-people. But not long after, strange bodies began to invade the town in the dark. Just when everyone thought it was no longer safe, some survivors who had been hiding here told them that if they threw the corpses into the deep pool of the chemical plant and provided the lantern flower with nutrients, the strange bodies would not appear again. After discovering such a pattern, the people in the team were overjoyed. After a period of time without corpses to feed, they began to wait for the survivors from outside to die in the town, and they could plunder the supplies carried by these unfortunate survivors, and then transport the corpses to the chemical plant, thus forming such a symbiotic balance. The King Kong team and the original survivors obtained survival supplies and a safe environment, and then were responsible for feeding blood food. Later, as blood food became less and less, the mentality of the team members also quietly changed. People led by Luo Rui began to actively lure some survivors into the town. At first, he told Ding Qing and Duan Min that the purpose was to help those who encountered strange bodies in the dark to enter the town for safety. During the day, whether they chose to leave or enter the town to explore for treasures was their own choice, and it didn't matter if they died. In fact, everyone knew that this was just a lie to deceive themselves, but when most people began to fear the night and began to rely on the shelter, everyone, including Ding Qing, seemed to have acquiesced to this behavior. It was not until later that Luo Rui began to directly attack the survivors who entered the town that they realized that they had completely become the executioners of the night. Therefore, the attack on the Infinity train was arranged by Luo Rui and his men. These people followed him, and were bloodthirsty. They had already stopped at nothing to continue living in U-Town. Everyone get ready. Luo Rui picked up the intercom. Team 3 will blow up the track later. Everyone will open fire together. Let's see their reaction first. If they fight back and run away, we will dispatch them after they derail and overturn. Team 2 will guard the platform gate to prevent their team from counterattacking when they enter the city. Received, Brother Rui. Walalelo, in the woods, many figures moved, and a siege network was quietly spread out. The King Kong team's cars were equipped with heavy machine guns, rockets, and other weapons. They fought all the way here. The members of the team had evolved individual combat power and strength, and they all cooperated tacitly. On the Infinity, Ludo was holding the Roarer K-23 electric rotary machine gun and looking outside with a vigilant look. In the number 2 carriage, Lu Shasha looked at the figures flashing in the woods on the screen, and her brows couldn't help but twisted into a piece. Brother Lin is right. These people are really attacking our train. But what are they doing? On the monitoring screen, the Infinite Sentinel system is combined with the radar system, which has the functions of infrared and heat source capture. Luo Rui's teams are sneaking around like naked in front of Shasha. She directly turns on the enemy search function and lets the Sentinel system track these people's movements in advance. Shasha. Qin Sichuan's voice came from the communicator. Some of them are approaching from the back car. Shasha nodded and winked at Lu Yi, and Lu Yi immediately walked towards the direction of carriage number 11. I saw their people go around the front of the track, probably to destroy the track. Qin Sichuan slowly moved the muzzle, looked into the distance, and put her finger on the trigger. Sister Qin. Sasha hurriedly said at this time, don't shoot first, otherwise they will find you, and it will be troublesome. Qin Sichuan was stunned when she heard it, and then loosened her fingers. Okay, I almost got impulsive. She thought about it, and said to Sasha and the others, then let them blow it up. They should think that if they blow up the track, we will have no way to retreat, so they will show their heads. Yes, Sasha said, they will definitely be on guard against Sister Shuqin coming back. Let's hang them here first and catch them off guard. Qin Sichuan hummed lightly. It must be said that Sasha is really a little kid. She is so calm at such a young age. She still wants to fish in the face of the enemy's siege. Seeing her teammates calm, Qin Sichuan also took a deep breath. She kept quiet and began to focus her eyes on the direction of the enemy's heavy weapons. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, a deafening explosion sounded from the east and west of the platform. Black smoke rose, and even the glass of the platform began to shake. Brother Rui, it exploded. Luo Rui and others who were hiding behind the bunker were paying close attention to the train on the platform. When they heard the explosion, everyone immediately raised their guns and waited for Luo Rui's order to open fire at any time. Luo Rui's eyes narrowed slightly, holding the walkie-talkie with a calm face, ready to let his men take action. After a few minutes, the train still did not move. He picked up the telescope and looked in the direction of the town, but no car came out. What's going on? Didn't this group of people call for help? Said the fat man. They are probably waiting and watching. Luo Rui sneered. The road is gone, and they can't run away even if they want to. He picked up the walkie-talkie. Team 2, ambush in the platform, and open fire directly when the group comes back, leaving no one alive. Understood. The group began to move towards the back of the platform building. At the same time, Luo Rui returned to the car, took down an answering device, and winked at the younger brother next to him. The younger brother immediately understood and stood up and fired a volley of bullets at the train. Duh. The gunshots rang out, and the scene suddenly became heated. Luo Rui pressed the call button at this time. Everyone on the car, listen to me, we have blown up the road, and your teammates can't come back. Now I give you 1 minute to open the door and surrender, otherwise we don't mind showing you our firepower, leaving the car but not the people. Chapter 200. Silence. After Luo Rui's call, the platform was still quiet, as if there was no one on the train. Seeing that no one responded, Luo Rui lost his patience. He would definitely not wait for the opponent's main force to come back before taking action. He waved his hand to his teammates decisively. Brothers, prepare to surround the train. Hearing Luo Rui's order, a big man immediately stood on the machine gun tower, pulled a bolt, aimed directly at the direction of the train, and pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. The heavy machine gun roared deafeningly, and a large number of bullets poured onto the side armored plate of the infinite train. Sparks flew immediately. Some women in the living carriage were so scared that they quickly lay on the ground. After a round of strafing, the roar of the engine sounded, and several cars rushed out from both sides of the platform. Some people hiding in the dark threw several smoke bombs and incendiary bombs directly in the direction of the train. Boom, boom, boom. Instantly, smoke obscured the view, and incendiary bombs exploded on the track and the side of the car, burning slowly. At this time, inside the train, Sha in car number 2 saw the enemy finally take action, gritted her teeth, and picked up the communicator. Sister Shuqin, we are ready to take action. You pay attention to the outflanking. Don't let them run back to the city. Okay. Shuqin's voice came from the communicator. At this time, Sha rubbed her hands, snorted, and reached out to press a button. Duh. The platform was filled with smoke, and a large number of gunshots began to surround the train. Some people hid behind the train, some hid in the platform building, and some hid in the woods, all firing at the train. Their purpose was not to break the steel plate of the train, but to cover the teammates approaching layer by layer. Thaddy led a few people, holding a few glass jars full of disgusting white parasites, and kept moving in the smoke, approaching the train. Brothers, suppress fire, let Thaddy and the others go. Luo Rui shouted with the walkie-talkie. At this time, the spy in the city sent a message. Brother Rui, the group in the city seems to be preparing to withdraw. Good to come back. I catch them all in one fell swoop. I do what Ding Qin dares not do. Just 2 superpowers, as long as they are not invulnerable, my 12.7mm vehicle-mounted heavy machine gun can teach them a lesson. Brother Rui, there is movement in the car. Just when Luo Rui's bandit spirit was rising, the little brother next to him suddenly shouted at him. He immediately looked up and saw a hydraulic mechanical sound at this time, and the top of a car at the back of the train suddenly opened. Then, a huge weapon slowly rose in everyone's sight. Da-data. Instantly, the covering firepower paused intermittently, and many people looked at the rising thing, and the expressions on their faces began to solidify. Some people were puzzled, some were confused, some frowned, and some squinted their eyes to carefully examine it, muttering, What is that thing? Luo Rui looked at the thing, and his heart suddenly skipped a beat, and the hot blood that had just risen seemed to be poured from top to bottom by a basin of cold water. Lu. He pulled over a man with glasses next to him, pointed at the thing that rose on the train, and said with wide eyes, Why is there no such thing in the intelligence? We don't know either. What kind of cannon is this? Woo! Instantly, everyone who had quieted down heard the sound of the motor on the base of the huge close-in defense gun turning, the photoelectric sighting and phased array radar above quickly scanning, and the fire control radar turned on. Luo Rui was stunned and opened his mouth. I shoot you. The next moment, he picked up the walkie-talkie. Run! Beep! The 1130 close-in defense gun started instantly. 1130mm caliber barrels turned rapidly, spewing out the breath of destruction, and the high-speed radar system captured the positions of all units and swept across. In almost a few breaths, those enemies, who rushed in first and used cars as cover, were directly pierced into a bloody mist behind the car body, and the vehicle fell apart like a toy. Before Luo Rui issued the order to retreat, many people had already started to run away frantically, but it was too late. The target acquisition speed of the close-in defense gun was measured in milliseconds. Those hiding in the platform buildings had nowhere to escape. Even the load-bearing walls were blown up. At the same time, the automatic door of carriage number 5 opened, and Lu stood at the door with a Gatling gun in his hand. The motor of the gun barrel in his hand turned, aiming at the enemies, who were fleeing in panic, and the metal jet shot out. The door of the cockpit was also opened, and Lu Shasha showed her petite figure holding the Leiyu A1 grenade launcher, and directly fired 3 bursts of howitzers. Bang, boom, boom. The shells exploded, and in an instant, there were screams and exclamations, and the walls and vehicles exploded and flew. The trees fell in pieces, and Luo Rui and others who were hiding in the deep woods quickly climbed into the car. In one of the cars, a man nervously raised a rocket launcher, turned on the safety, and tremblingly aimed at the close-in defense gun that was about to sweep over from the train. Bang! But the next moment, a heavy sniper rifle exploded, and the man in his car exploded on the spot, and the broken flesh splashed all over Luo Rui's windshield next to him. He was terrified, and he didn't even have time to turn on the wipers. He frantically stepped on the accelerator, and prepared to run away. At this time, he finally understood why the train didn't run away at the first time, and there were not many people who kept the car. It turned out that this train was a heavy firepower fortress. Bang! The off-road vehicle reversed and collided with the car behind it. Luo Rui immediately cursed, "Get out of my way." After Chen Sichuan on the roof of the building in the distance hit the target with one shot, she quickly adjusted the target and aimed at Luo Rui's cockpit. She restrained her breath, and the surging destructive power of the anti-material sniper rifle made her feel a strange sense of security and pleasure. Looking at the destruction of the enemy's bodies, she no longer had too much emotional ups and downs, and her eyes became more and more calm. Immediately, she pulled the trigger. Bang! A premeditated hunt suddenly turned into a one-sided massacre after only a few dozen seconds. Brother Rui. Guisheng, who was in charge of bombing the tracks, led a team and saw the afterimage of the platform in the distance. His face turned pale with fear. He picked up the walkie-talkie and called frantically, but no one responded, whether it was Luo Rui Fatty, Team 1 or Team 2. Let's go! Guisheng felt something was wrong and immediately took his close team to ride along the path to the town. Luo Rui was gone, but their backbone was still Dingqing. A group of 5 or 6 motorcycles quickly moved along a hidden path towards the chemical plant, but before they had gone far, everyone braked at the same time. Because at this time an armored vehicle stopped in the middle of the road. On the roof, a handsome young man stood with his back to the vehicle, and the breeze blew his bangs. Who is it? Guisheng shouted in fear, and hurriedly took out his gun. But the next moment, a black Remington M96 had appeared behind his head without knowing when. Bang! Duh. Shu Qin and a group of people suddenly rushed out and killed all the fleeing people in a few breaths. Lu Xingchen turned around at this time and said, "Hey, Shu Qin, I haven't said anything yet, at least let him introduce himself." Shu Qin put away the gun, looked at him speechlessly, and said with a headache, "Stop it. Let's go to the chemical plant to support Team Lin." Chapter 201. Husband. Outside the chemical plant, the light orange information toxin disappeared, and everyone gradually recovered from the paralysis. Dingqing was pierced in the chest by the electric knife thrown by Liu Chang. Duan Min screamed and climbed up to catch the fallen Dingqing. Lin Xian threw away the black spear and decisively took the gun forward, ready to deal with the couple. No! Duan Min saw this scene and immediately rushed to Dingqing, begging for mercy and horror. "Please spare us, all the supplies and weapons of our team can be given to you." "Is it too late to say this now?" Captain Lin. Miao Lu stepped forward at this time and reported, "The team that attacked our train has been completely wiped out. It is roughly estimated that there are more than 40 people. The remaining escaped have also been cleared by Sister Shu Qin and others." Hearing this, Dingqing's face changed drastically, and he looked at Lin Xian in disbelief. "Impossible." Duan Min next to her exclaimed, "We didn't." Before she finished speaking, she was also stunned, and then looked at Dingqing. Liu Rui. Both of them reacted. Knowing that the infinity was stable, Lin Xian was relieved, and he directly loaded his gun and pointed it at Dingqing's eyebrows, saying coldly, "The good news is that after we kill the beast inside, you two won't have to be skinned and turned into fake people." "Wait." Duan Min explained in panic, "We didn't arrange anyone to attack your train actually." Duan Min. Dingqing interrupted her with blood flowing from his mouth. Seeing Duan Min's puzzled look, he said, "No need to explain, we were the first to attack. The winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. There is no need for negotiation." He looked listless, his life was draining away quickly. He looked at Lin Xian and whispered, "I just want to know, do you really want to kill that thing with just these few people?" Lin Xian's eyes moved slightly. "Since you have mentioned the curse of the night, you naturally know that we have no choice." Dingqing frowned and said excitedly, "This is completely sending our own lives to die. Why can't we accept this safe shelter and seek counterattack when we are sure?" Lin Xian looked at Dingqing after hearing this. "The shelter you are talking about is to feed people every day?" Dingqing was silent for a moment, then sighed and said, "Is it true that I am a fool?" He laughed mockingly, and a look of relief appeared on his face when facing Lin Xian's gun. "Shoot! You haven't told me where your shelter is?" Dingqing opened his eyes and snorted disdainfully. "Why, did I ask you to slaughter them all? The executioners were all from my team, and they have all died at your hands. The remaining people are just some innocent people. Why do you have to kill them?" Lin Xian said in a deep voice, "Are people who have eaten people still considered human beings?" Dingqing didn't speak, closed his eyes, and hugged the sobbing Duan Min tightly. His face was stern, waiting for Lin Xian to shoot. Woo! At this time, the sound of a drone flying in the air sounded, and a PX-05 engineering robot flew over the heads of several people and landed behind Lin Xian. Dingqing opened his eyes and saw this scene. His face changed suddenly. "What did you do?" Kiki stepped forward and clapped his hands and said, "What are you doing installing bombs? Don't you know that this chemical plant is a large explosives warehouse?" Lin Xian said, "It doesn't matter if you don't say it. If you blow up this chemical plant and that monster, when it gets dark, the people in this town who have no shelter will taste the consequences of their own actions." As soon as these words came out, Dingqing's pupils suddenly shrank, and he began to cough up blood violently. He looked at Lin Xian with emotion. No, you can't do this, you will kill everyone. At this time, Ding Qing finally collapsed completely when he heard that Lin Xian was going to blow up the chemical plant. He looked at Lin Xian eagerly, pointed at the power armor on his body, and said nervously, "Little brother, I know you want this power armor on me. This power armor has voice print recognition. No one can start it except me. I can unlock it and let you take it away. I only ask you one thing." Kiki said with disdain, what recognition who knew that Lin Xian reached out to stop her, and then said to Ding Qing, "Speak. You can take everything in my fleet. I just ask you to leave a few cars for them to leave here. They are just ordinary people. Let them live. Let them live." Ding Qing's mouth was splattered with blood foam, and the last sentence seemed to be shouted hoarsely with all his strength. "Husband." Duanmin cried, hugged Ding Qing in her arms, looked at Lin Xian, and said in a begging tone, "We did all the evil things. There are 191 people in the underground parking lot of the cinema, including many women and children. Please let them go." Lin Xian raised his gun, his eyes cold. "You are right about one thing." Duanmin raised his head. Bang! Gunshots rang out in the chemical plant. Lu Cheng, Miao Lu, and Kiki all changed their expressions at this time. Lin Xian put away his gun and said slowly, "I really want to kill that monster." Buzz, 2 motorcycles drove out quickly outside the chemical plant. Lin Xian carried Kiki, followed by Lu Cheng and Miao Lu, and drove towards the town. On the other side, after Xu Qin and Lu Xingchen cleaned up the battlefield, they drove to the town and met up with Lin Xian. "Captain Lin, I checked and the main force of the King Kong team should be gone. There may be some left hiding. We haven't found the exact location yet." Xu Qin walked over and said as soon as she got off the car. Lin Xian stopped the motorcycle and looked back at the chemical plant in the distance. "Get ready. The explosion will be powerful. The town will definitely be affected. Maybe those pseudo-human monsters will be shaken out. That's perfect. We can burn them all together, so I don't have to go looking for them myself." Lu Xingchen didn't have any chance to take action today, and his hands were itching. "Lin Xian, what if it's not killed by the explosion?" Kiki asked. "That thing is definitely not a sea-level weird body, it must have strong vitality. If it can't be killed by the explosion, we will fight it." Lin Xian said, "We will see the situation later. If that thing really has no mobility as Director Ding said, we will spend some time fighting it. If not, we can just run away. It's daytime now, and we shouldn't be as embarrassed as last night." Xu Qin and others nodded when they heard it. They took the initiative to attack a large weird body. This was something they had never dared to think about before. At this time, except for Lu Xingchen, the outlier, no one present was not nervous. Lin Xian took the power armor from the motorcycle and started the mechanical scan. Scan completed. Obtained TRP 4th Generation Special Industrial Active Exoskeleton Power Armor. Blueprint. Power armor system completeness. 100%. He took off the single set of mechanical prostheses on his body, put them in his backpack, and then put on the power armor. This exoskeleton power armor is not full coverage, does not have strong defense capabilities, and does not have flight and weapon modules. Its main function is to provide users with strong jumping, running, and standing shoulder torque. Except for the hands and back, the main rigid structure uses high-hardness tungsten titanium alloy type I metal. Most of the other parts are lightweight forged inner armor steel and carbon fiber, focusing on flexibility. Lin Xian's physical attributes are far superior to those of ordinary people. With this set of power armor, his mobility can be said to have been greatly improved. The most important thing is that he can rely on the framework of this set of power armor to install weapon modules and defense modules, and can also upgrade the blueprint through the R&D Center. Program start. After putting it on, Lin Xian started the power armor program. New user identification successful. Please enter user information. Lin Xian. Hello, Lin Xian. Please confirm whether to retain the user's, Ding Qing, personal information. Delete. Lin Xian was about to delete it, but he accidentally saw something and his expression changed slightly. Wow, so cool, Lin Xian, make me a set too. Kiki came over with a happy face at this time. I want black, I like red too. Okay. Lin Xian nodded with a dazed look. What's wrong with you? By the way, what are you going to do with those people under the cinema? Lin Xian took a deep breath and turned to look at Xu Qin. Xu Qin, there are more than 100 people in the parking lot under the town cinema. Ah? So they are hiding there. Lu Xingchen became alert. Brother Lin, let me handle this. Kiki looked at Lin Xian with an unnatural expression. Lin Xian, do you really want to? I mean... Lin Xian said to Xu Qin and Lu Xingchen. Leave the King Kong team's car to them, and let them leave here before the explosion. They are all ordinary survivors. Everyone was slightly startled when they heard Lin Xian's words, and Xu Qin nodded quickly. Okay, I take people to do it right away. Kiki was relieved for no reason when she heard this, and looked at Lin Xian with a dim gaze. Have you changed your mind? I just want to save some bullets, Lin Xian said, and walked directly towards the motorcycle. The logs stored by Ding Qin flashed one by one in the review screen. 21st. Xiaojia didn't want to spend her 8th birthday underground, so everyone suggested taking her out to see the sun for an hour during the day. Someone needs to be arranged to confirm the external environment in advance. 23rd. Due to lack of anti-inflammatory drugs, Chen Zhehui led the team into the city to search, and one person was missing. 24th. Duan Min is 2 months pregnant, and she told me that she wanted to leave here, and I agreed to her. 25th. The beasts in the chemical plant are restless again. Luo Rui told me that Grandma Zhang's health is getting worse. I heard what he meant, and the team is not right recently. 27th. Someone deliberately spread the blood food thing, and there was a debate below because of this matter. It seems that there are people who want to leave here like Duan Min. 28th. All the vehicles in the city that can be used have been collected, a total of 18 vehicles, most of which need repairs. The current fuel is not enough to take so many people to Yingshan Pass. 29th. A train came to the platform. It was tricked by Luo Rui. The superpowers on it are very powerful. I only attacked them, but they ran away. Fortunately, I hope they don't come back. Delete. Delete the log information of the user, Ding Qin. Deleting, deletion completed. Chapter 202. In the afternoon, the rain town ushered in a heavy rain again. The sky became dark and gloomy, and there was a depressing atmosphere in the air. Outside the movie theater on the central street, many vehicles were parked at this time. Some of these vehicles were from the King Kong team, and there were still traces of blood on them. Some were cars that Ding Qin had collected and repaired from the town. These cars had no defense capabilities, and the gasoline was not enough to drive 100 or 200 kilometers. In the underground parking lot, more than 100 people walked out trembling with their luggage under the muzzle of guns. The crowd was filled with anxiety and confusion, and there were children crying and women sobbing from time to time. When they learned that the town was about to be destroyed, everyone's first reaction was confusion and fear, and they had no idea about the unknown tomorrow. In the rain, some families began to move their luggage onto the car, and several of them began to organize the survivors to distribute the car. Everyone acted silently. At this time, on the street, the teammates of Infinity were watching this scene with guns in their hands. Countless eyes kept sweeping towards Lin Xian, and some people began to know that this person was the one who was about to confront the monster in the chemical plant head-on, and was also the one who made them leave this safe but twisted shelter. Those eyes looking at Lin Xian were full of complex meanings. Lin Xian said nothing, quietly watching these people nervously loading the car, and then leaving one by one. He knew that most of the people here might not live to see tomorrow, but if the mark was confirmed, and Lin Xian and his team successfully solved the monster, these people might be able to live a few more days. After everyone left, Lin Xian no longer wasted time, and asked the team members to board the train and return to the train. He and Kiki stayed in the town to be responsible for detonating. Considering all aspects of the mark, Lin Xian asked Lu Chang to bring the Hell Black Chrysanthemum to the big box. He wanted to see if the Hell Black Chrysanthemum could absorb the black smoke if the monster was solved. On the Infinity side, except for Lin Xian and Kiki, everyone else had returned to the car. Because the battlefield was too tragic, Xu Qin only asked some people with strong psychological endurance to be responsible for cleaning, and the others followed Chen Xishuan to sort out the storage box records. The entire Yunjang platform was filled with a smell of death and coldness. Because it was raining, the flowing rainwater was almost all red. 12 first-level blood essences, 3 second-level blood essences, and 4 rocket launchers, and 2 12.7mm vehicle-mounted machine guns. This King Kong team is really powerful. In the car, Xu Qin looked at the confiscated records, and was secretly shocked. If it weren't for our heavy weapons, they wouldn't have been destroyed so quickly. Chen Xishuan also said, "It's useless." Lu Xingchen's face was deep. These people have lost their blood. They are just dogs that have lost their homes. They have become the devil's hawks. How dare they fight? They just do some sneaky things. Chen Xishuan was silent after hearing this. Seeking benefits and avoiding harm is human nature. The people on the Infinity, including herself, were forced out of desperate situations. They escaped in countless dark nights. When they encountered a place that could shelter them from the night, ordinary people would inevitably have a change of mentality. Okay. Chen Sichuan looked out the window and reminded, everyone, get ready. We need to pick up Lin Xian and the others. After that, she turned to the building, take a few more people to urgently repair the track ahead. I have seen that the damage is not serious. There is no need to wait for Lin Xian to come back. We may have to evacuate at any time. Okay, sister. The building received the order solemnly. Carriage number 11 was equipped with rail steel and various hoisting and welding tools, which Lin Xian had always prepared. As long as there was no huge damage to the terrain, even if Lin Xian and Kiki were not there, others could handle the emergency. Chen Sichuan was thoughtful and considerate. When Lin Xian was not there, and after she joined the battle, the gentle and restrained aura on Chen Sichuan was gradually replaced by a calm and cold temperament, and everyone began to recognize her more. Under the command of Chen Sichuan, the personnel in each car of Infinity began to prepare for retreat in an orderly manner. U-Town Bell Tower. Lin Xian held a remote control made of a simple communicator and looked at the silent town streets. Some strange figures could be vaguely seen in the depths of some broken windows. Those eyes hidden in the building seemed to be able to feel one of the invisible threats, and quietly stared in the direction of Lin Xian. Kiki floated behind him with her arms crossed. I was wondering why you went in just now. It turns out that you were attracted by that mechanical cantilever. Do you want to install it on the train? Not a bad idea. Lin Xian said, there is still a lot of room for my mechanical ability to be used. Just like you said, if this succeeds, maybe we will really go to Star City and meet the federal government. Kiki raised her eyebrows. According to the radio, the old federal government has renamed Star City to Dawn City, and integrated the original garrison army and the armed forces of some security groups into a federal army. The strength should not be underestimated. We have to sneak in quietly. The Infinite Gemini 11, our nuclear-powered electric locomotive, will be discovered as soon as it enters. If nothing unexpected happens, their strength and reputation will continue to grow. Lin Xian said. Are you saying that many survivors will join? Lin Xian nodded, took a deep breath and said, if the theory of Dark Mark is true, more people will definitely go to Dawn City. At that time, the question of whether to escape or stick to it may trigger a new round of debate among the survivors. Such a situation is extremely unfavorable to the Phoenix Society. Kiki frowned and fell silent when she heard this, and said with some uneasiness, yes, if you are afraid of being marked in the dark, then the reputation of the Underground City project in Dawn City will be reversed, which will definitely cause a shake in the Phoenix Society that has been moving around the world. Yes, but not so fast. After all, humans do not have the ability to survive stably in the polar night. Just like the mystery of the unknown creature in the number 9 underground city has not been solved, whether to run or defend, everyone has their own arguments. Most people will still tend to escape from the night, but they have to work hard to solve the Dark Mark. Then about this Dark Mark issue, do we still need to synchronize it with the Phoenix Society? Kiki had some concerns in her eyes. Yes. Lin Xian looked firm and said without hesitation, the factional disputes among humans are our own business, but when it comes to the invasion of darkness, our enemies are all the same. If we can use the Hell-Black Chrysanthemum to verify this theory today, we may be able to save many survivors who are fleeing and change everyone's escape mode. Compared with the lives of millions of people, factional disputes are not worth mentioning. Kiki nodded with appreciation. Not bad, very broad-minded, but those Adventists may not think so. They regard monsters as gods. Really? Lin Xian looked at the chemical plant. Then let's bleed the gods in the hearts of these Adventists today. Click, Lin Xian, the Infinity has been deployed and can retreat at any time, be careful. Chen Sichuan's voice came from the communicator, and Lin Xian looked at the time, 14:40 in the afternoon. Everyone prepare for impact and detonate immediately. Chapter 203. In the number 1 initiator workshop of the chemical plant, the strange lantern flower emits a faint orange light, and the blood-colored lines on it are constantly flashing. The deep pool of black chemicals below is silent, and countless human bones are hidden under the water. The workshop is extremely quiet. A large metal configuration kettle is hung in the air. A silver special bomb is faintly flashing green light on the part where the mechanical cantilever is connected to the hoisting structure. In the underground storage tank area below, there are more than a dozen large silver tanks. A pungent smell of chemicals and a rotten fishy smell permeate the workshop. The pseudo-people in the town seem to have sensed the dangerous atmosphere and seem to have sensed the existence under the lantern flower. The orange light on it keeps getting brighter and flashing. The whole chemical plant is shrouded in heavy rain, and the sky is as gloomy as the night. In the open space, at the gate of the chemical plant, blood flows down Ding Qing's chest, and all over the ground. Duanmin hugs his body that is gradually losing its breath, looking lonely. Look, husband, they are all gone. Xujia and the others have also survived. Ding Qing tried his best to open his eyes, and the large number of survivors, who had already left, had disappeared from the sight of the rain world. Duanmin turned his head and looked in the direction of the chemical plant. He gently leaned against Ding Qing's ear, hugged him tightly, and said with a smile, "Don't be afraid, we don't have to run away anymore." Crack! On the top of the bell tower, Lin Xian created a heavy door to prevent shock waves in front of him. Kiki behind him also had his eyes flashing, creating an invisible telekinetic shield to wrap the two of them. Seeing that the time had come, Lin Xian took out the detonator and took a deep breath. Drop. Immediately, he pressed the remote control switch. Bang! In the chemical plant, the signal light on the cantilever machine suddenly rang violently, and then exploded. The component connecting the cantilever machine to the metal configuration kettle broke instantly, and the configuration kettle filled with alkali solution fell in front of the lantern flower, directly hitting the storage tank filled with dangerous chemicals below. Boom! The storage tank exploded, and a dazzling white light burst in an instant. Boom! With a deafening bang, the chemical plant was instantly engulfed by a sea of fire. The huge explosion fireball destroyed the initiator workshop and the condensation tower. The raging fire soared into the sky, and the flames were as high as tens of meters. At that moment, it seemed that even the heavy rain was shaken away, forming a vacuum area. The billowing smoke was like a black dragon with bared fangs and claws, quickly filling the air, covering the sky and the sun. The smoke covered a wide range, as if a heavy curtain was drawn between heaven and earth. The shock wave generated by the explosion spread in all directions with overwhelming force. Wherever it went, the ground was shaking violently, as if it had encountered a strong earthquake. The roofs of houses in the entire rain town, the glass was instantly shattered, and the smoke and dust in the streets rose to the sky. Be careful. Lin Xian saw the shock wave coming and directly hit the explosion-proof wall. The invisible shock wave directly hit the entire bell tower, and the wall skin on the pillars were instantly blown away. Kiki's telekinesis shield blocked a large amount of flying debris, and a white sphere appeared vaguely in the smoke and dust. This huge shock wave made everyone on the Infinity on the distant Rain Town platform feel a shock all over their bodies, and there were bursts of exclamations. After a few seconds, the tinnitus and dust gradually stopped under the heavy rain. On the bell tower, Lin Xian immediately pushed down the explosion-proof door and looked towards the chemical plant in the distance with Kiki. At this time, the entire chemical plant was shrouded in flames and black smoke. The huge explosion had made it impossible to see the outline of the building there, and the towering condensation tower had been shattered. "Is it dead?" Kiki shouted. "Oh!" A deafening cry sounded and spread to the town. In an instant, anxious sounds came from all kinds of buildings. Crackling, countless pseudo-people rushed out of the street from the dark corners, some jumped out of the window, and their human skin thighs were broken. These parasitic monsters ran madly towards the direction of the chemical plant at this time, making subtle sharp sounds. Gradually more and more pseudo-people came from the underground, residential buildings, and the bottom of the bridge. Some looked like humans, and some were shed and rotten. They gathered on the street and ran densely. There are so many. Lin Xian was shocked. It seemed that the big parasite had swallowed a lot of people. Lin Xian, look! Kiki exclaimed, pointing in the direction of the chemical plant. In the chemical plant, which was shrouded in dark clouds and lightning and billowing thick smoke, a huge black shadow appeared and disappeared with the passing of lightning, and several huge tentacles rolled wildly. The monster was burning with endless flames, as if struggling and roaring in anger. The air was filled with the smell of burning and destruction. At this time, Lin Xian and Kiki seemed to finally see the true form of the two tentacles under the deep chemical pool. On the part of the monster that looked like a head, the lantern flower had been burning with flames and broken and burned out. Several huge tentacles kept struggling in the high-temperature flames. The next moment, the parasite in the smoke seemed to sense Lin Xian's position, and it rushed out of the flames and climbed towards the town. Retreat! Lin Xian's face changed when he saw this, and he immediately jumped down from the bell tower. Bang! With the help of the power armor, the height of more than 10 meters plus Lin Xian's upgraded physical attributes were no problem at all. He rode on the motorcycle and ran out of the city. Kiki flew high in the sky, watching the monster rushing towards the town with a raging fire, and shouted, "Didn't Director Ding say that it has no mobility?" A rabbit will bite when it is anxious, and its tentacles are not for nothing. The parasite stumbled, and was indeed not good at moving, but its tentacles were large and long, and it quickly rushed into the town and knocked down a large number of houses under the crazy rolling. The pseudo-people who rushed over were instantly engulfed by the fire carried by the big parasite, and burned one after another. The fake crowd behind did not stop, and continued to rush forward. The big weird body seemed to be completely enraged. It didn't care. It swept its huge tentacles, and knocked down a house. It chased Lin Xian with fire all over its body. On the Infinity side, everyone gathered around the car window, and watched the terrifying parasitic monster set the town on fire. The whole Rain town was soon covered with smoke and flames. The cinema and shopping center collapsed, and the heavy rain could not stop it. Qin Sichuan watched this scene, and immediately arranged with the communicator. The building will cover, Lu Xingchen will support Lin Xian and Kiki, Shu Qin and others will provide fire support in the car, and Shasha will turn on the close and artillery fire control radar. Woo! Woo! Instantly, the automatic explosion-proof doors of carriages 11 and 5 opened, and Lu Xingchen and Shu Qin came out one after another. Delu climbed onto the rooftop shooting cabin, loaded the bullets of the Roarer K-23 electric rotary machine gun, and the 1130 close-in defense gun in carriage 12 slowly rose. Here it comes! Buzz, on the way out of the city, Lin Xian rode a motorcycle quickly, while Kiki flew in the air. As the burning parasite rushed out of the town and approached the platform in the valley, it entered the range, and 1130 directly turned the base and roared wildly. Beep! The metal storm instantly bombarded the huge body, and a bloody rain of fragments was visible to the naked eye. A large number of pseudo-people also rushed into the platform at this time, some of whose skin was still burning. Shu Qin and Delu led people on the Infinity, and immediately began to fire back, and Sasha's howitzer also began to explode in the pseudo-crowd. In the shooting cabin of carriage number 2, Qin Sichuan picked up the A-33K anti-material sniper rifle, aimed at a tall pseudo-man rushing towards her from behind Lin Xian's motorcycle, and fired directly. Bang! The pseudo-man was blown to pieces with the worms, and his lower body was still shaking wildly under the stimulation of the parasites. Bang! Bang! With each shot, she became calmer and calmer, and each shot was fatal, specifically targeting those monsters that quietly approached her teammates. In carriage number 1, Ding Junyi stood in front of the window, with her hands in her pockets, looking at the pseudo-man rushing like a tide, and the huge monster outside the platform. Her chest was constantly panting, and her heartbeat was accelerating. At this moment, she seemed to have no urge to escape. The entire Infinity was outputting firepower, harvesting dark lives. Chapter 204. Such evildoers watch me, the god of fire, burn the world. Lu Xingchen jumped up, his hands spurting fire, controlling himself to jump high into the air, and flew directly onto the platform. He opened his hands wide, and the surging firepower vibrated the air around him. The raindrops that fell around him suddenly began to vaporize, and a scorching power rose up. God Flaming Sky Finger. Lu Xingchen waved his sword finger, and the flames behind him instantly appeared in a spiral shape. Fire gun shot out from the holes of his fingertips. The huge flames illuminated the monster's several black curly tentacles, and directly bombarded the monster's face, emitting an explosive force. Here, Lin Xian and Kiki rushed into the fire cover range of the infinite teammates and began to fight back. Kiki flew directly into the air, her hair moving violently, raised her hand to exert telekinesis, and wrapped up the fire cast by Lu Xingchen and the parasite's own fire layer by layer, and then twisted it with one hand. Wow! Instantly, the fire began to swirl and heat up on the body of the large parasite in a storm-like manner. The next moment, Kiki gritted his teeth and pinched one hand. Boom! The swirling hurricane flame suddenly gathered towards the center and detonated on the monster's body. This time, many parts of the monster's torso were burnt and broken, and the inside was glowing red like charcoal fire, and burning red debris kept falling. Lin Xian was wearing a power armor and moving quickly. He raised his hand and used a few wind guns to deal with several pseudo-people who rushed into the platform gate. Then he stood at the door and waved his hands, and a steel machine gun bunker was built. The PX-05 factory robot set up the Gatling machine gun he made in the chemical plant, and then it started to fire wildly. Half of the trunk of the large parasite was burned at this time, and the metal storm of 1130 instantly broke the root of a tentacle near the burnt part. On! It howled miserably, and slowly revealed a huge mouth full of sharp teeth from the central body, aiming at the direction of the Infinity. The trunk kept twitching, and a large number of tiny bone worms began to slide out of the mouth. Judging from the posture, it seemed to be ready to eject the parasite. Lin Xian made bullets for the robot to supply ammunition. Seeing this scene, he immediately took out the magnetic control black gun from behind, and controlled the power armor to output power. Woo! Swish! The black gun was shot out with all his strength, and the magnetic control engine in the black gun began to drive and accelerate, making a harsh sound of breaking through the air. In an instant, it was like a skewer, piercing the heads of rows of pseudo-people, and then the magnetic control flight engine accelerated again and took off. Just when the monster was about to spray parasites, Lin Xian's black gun shot directly into its mouth with huge impact potential energy, piercing it, bringing out a lot of flesh and blood, and blocking its spraying action for a moment. Kiki, brother, seal its mouth for me, don't let it spit out worms. At this time, Lin Xian shouted in the communicator. Lin Xian had seen those bone worms before. At this time, the Infinity was in a melee. If a large number of parasites were splashed on the car and caused a personnel invasion, it would be bad. In this situation, who can tell whether their teammates are teammates or not? On the other side, Kiki and Lu Xingchen heard what Lin Xian said and realized what the monster was going to do. Kiki immediately prepared to fly over and use telekinesis to block the monster's mouth. But at this time, a huge tentacle swept across the sky. Under the threat, she immediately used her supernatural power to rise high in the air to avoid it. The tentacle swept across the roof of the building on the platform and lifted the roof of the warehouse. Lu Xingchen was too impatient to ignite the fire, and was swept by it. The whole person was wrapped in flames and flew out, falling into the woods not far away. On, the big parasite roared. On the Infinity side, 1130 had emptied the bullets, and all the team members were firing at the pseudo-humans who were rushing over. The huge monster opened its round mouth parts, and a large number of tiny white parasites were spewed out like a waterfall. Kiki was helpless, and was about to use shock waves to shake it away. Unexpectedly, a huge fire shot up into the sky in the grove. Lu Xingchen was burning all over, his shirt was burnt, and his face was cold, evil. You have already killed yourself. He looked at Kiki in the air and shouted loudly, I lend you my telekinesis to send me into the mouth of that monster. What? Kiki was shocked when she heard that, but she saw that Lu Xingchen was not joking at this time. So she gritted her teeth and directly wrapped Lu Xingchen with telekinesis, accelerating him in the air and sending him into the mouth of the monster that was spewing parasites. At the same time, she used all her power to block the parasites in the air like a waterfall, preventing them from falling into the platform. At this time, in the eyes of everyone, it seemed that a thin flame entered the mouth of the big parasite and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Lin Xian looked at this scene, frowned slightly, raised his hand to take back the black gun in the air, suddenly picked up the GK-03 electric knife, shuttled through the hail of bullets, and went towards a black tentacle supporting the huge monster from below. The power armor sprint mode was activated, and the motors on both feet began to accelerate synchronously. Lin Xian's speed was so fast that he became a shadow. Just when he came under the tentacle, he immediately raised his knife to generate electricity. Squeak! A flash back. In an instant, the thick black tentacle was cut open by him, and swish! The black spear flew over, and Lin Xian grabbed it with his backhand and inserted it directly into the tentacle from the cut part. Then he stepped on the gun body and jumped up, took out two pre-made metal bombs from the backpack behind him, and inserted them into the torn flesh of the tentacle. Lin Xian turned over and landed, put away the knife and ran back. With a single move of his other hand, the magnetic control engine on the black spear roared wildly, broke away from the tentacle, and flew back to Lin Xian's hand. At this time, he turned his head and looked up. Suddenly, a blazing white light appeared in the mouth of the monster that was spewing parasites. Even Lu Xingchen's hair was burning, but the high-temperature flames did not hurt his skin and hair. He clasped his hands and slowly opened his eyes in the mouth of the big parasite. There was a red glow in his eyes. Art is explosion, he whispered, and then opened his hands. Boom! The red flame ball exploded like a star, and the flame flow instantly swallowed the monster's mouth parts and torso. Those white parasites like waterfalls turned into flowing black ashes in an instant. Above the platform, the huge flames illuminated like a small sun, and the rain vaporized, and the terrifying heat seemed to be transmitted to the ground. Kiki was quick-witted and quick-handed. After blocking the heat wave, he shouted softly and pushed out his telekinesis with an overwhelming force, trying to push the monster down. Ong! The large parasite fell backwards, its tentacles curled wildly, trying to hold on, but the next moment, two huge explosions sounded again. Bang! The bottom tentacle was directly blown off. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. The huge parasite could no longer hold on, and fell backwards in a black mass, crashing to the ground, killing a large number of pseudo-people. Even so, the remaining tentacles of the large parasite were still stirring constantly, and the ground made a roar. Lu Xingchen landed on the fire, and before he stopped, he turned around and used a move. God Big Fire. A large amount of flame spewed out from both hands, suppressing the monster like a barbecue. Kiki also fell down, wrapped the raging fire with telekinesis, trying to roast the large parasite evenly. Chapter 205. The pseudo-people on the platform were cleared away at this time. Shasha Shuqin led the people out of the platform. The people of the Infinity were madly firing at the burning monster. Everyone gritted their teeth, venting their exhaustion of fleeing in the dark and their fear of the creatures of the night, as if they wanted to use up every bullet. The fire and bullets bombarded for 4 or 5 minutes in a row. The barrels of all machine guns were burned red. At this time, the frequency of the tentacles of the parasite in the black smoke of the fire finally became less and less, and gradually, there was no sound. Ka, until the last bullet was fired. The entire hillside outside the platform finally became quiet at this time, leaving only the large parasite in the fire still crackling and making burning sounds. Whoosh! At this time, everyone looked straight at the burnt unknown creature. All of them widened their eyes and panted rapidly. Is it dead? Someone said. He should be dead. Wow! A stream of black smoke rose straight up. Lin Xian looked at the scene and thought it was not good, but the next moment, the black smoke suddenly turned and flew to the back of the crowd. Ding Junyi stood there, with the hell-black chrysanthemum she brought in front of her. After the surging black air poured in, the red in the stamens of the hell-black chrysanthemum seemed to disappear completely in an instant, and began to emit a white light. It seems that my inference is correct. Ding Junyi raised her glasses, revealing a rare excitement. Lin Xian looked at the scene, closed his eyes, and took a long breath, and said softly, "We succeeded." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's faces quickly showed a look of ecstasy. Yeah! Shasha jumped up directly. Great! Shu Qin shouted excitedly, and clapped her hands with the building. Lu Chong, Miao Lu and others cheered. I didn't expect that we actually killed such a big monster. It's unbelievable. Long live Captain Lin. Chen Xishuan's face turned pale, and her chest was breathing rapidly. She looked at the burning huge monster, and the excited expressions of her teammates around her. The fire shone on everyone's face, and everyone cheered from the bottom of their hearts. Lin Xian panted, looking at Kiki in the air and Lu Xingchen who walked out of the fire, and finally smiled. I can't do it alone. It's all thanks to everyone, and Brother Hua, the god who came down from heaven. Just raise your hand. Just raise your hand. Lu Xingchen walked over from the enthusiastic cheers, still with a calm expression, and said calmly, Today, the corners of my clothes are a little dirty. I still need to improve. Wow, Brother Lu is superb today. So awesome. Some female team members surrounded him and cheered in admiration. This guy. Kiki fell from the air beside Lin Xian and looked at Lu Xingchen speechlessly. He stole the limelight today, and I'm afraid he has lost his mind. He still pretends to be calm, and his clothes are slightly dirty? Where are his clothes? Lin Xian smiled and didn't care. Don't tell me. I also think he is very popular. Look! Kiki raised her hand, and a black bead flew out of the raging fire and fell into Lin Xian's hand. Lin Xian's face changed. Is this blood essence? This should be level 3 blood essence. Ding Junyi came over at this time. There is this data record in a federal database. The value of this level 3 blood essence is very high, equivalent to the value of a company. Wow, so powerful! Kiki said in surprise. Lin Xian waited in his hand, his eyes sparkling. We spent so much money, it is reasonable to get this value back, but how to use this thing to its full value depends on Director Ding. After speaking, Lin Xian handed it directly to Ding Junyi. Ding Junyi reached out to take it, looked at the beads in his hand, and raised his glasses. The Phoenix Society and the Federation must have made some progress in the research of blood essence. My suggestion is that we can take the research data and conclusions of Dark Mark and find the people of the Phoenix Society to exchange for the latest progress data, so that I can speed up the output of some results. Exchange? Chen Xishuan came over and frowned slightly. With the people of the Federation? It's just an exchange of interests. It has nothing to do with any organization. Ding Junyi explained. Forget about the exchange. Lin Xian directly denied it, and said, We need to wait until nightfall to confirm this conclusion. If it is confirmed, we will contact the people of the Phoenix Society to synchronize the research data of Dark Mark directly. Maybe they have already made some research guesses, but if this information is informed to other survivors one day earlier, it may allow some people to live a few more days. Ding Junyi looked at Lin Xian, was silent for a while, and nodded. Okay, everything is up to you. I will continue to study this blood essence. If you need to exchange blood essence for items, I suggest you use level 1 and level 2 blood essence first. The properties of this level 3 blood essence are very different, which will be of great help to my research. That's no problem. Lin Xian nodded. He glanced at the gloomy sky. Most of Yu Town was already burning. The parasite had turned into a huge piece of charcoal. The battle inside and outside the platform was fierce, and the bodies of pseudo-people were everywhere. Lin Xian walked over and asked Shu Qin to count them. Do we have any casualties? Shu Qin shook her head and looked at Lin Xian excitedly. There are some injuries, but they are not serious. No one is injured. Lin Xian nodded and breathed a sigh of relief. Facing such a large parasite, there was no loss of personnel, which was really beyond his expectation. He looked at Ding Junyi. Director Ding, thank you, your judgment is correct. Ding Junyi nodded slightly. Thank you. Although a lot of ammunition and supplies were consumed, the monster was solved by one person at this time. According to the expected judgment, the Dark Mark of the entire team may be cleared. There is another point that Lin Xian thinks is very important, that is, this battle has greatly changed the mentality of the team, and the confidence has been greatly improved. It can be said that it has gained a lot. Lin Xian looked at the time, and it was more than an hour before it would be dark. For the sake of caution, he asked the team not to waste time. Everyone, quickly clean up the battlefield and return to the train. We will leave Yu Town tonight. Okay. Everyone responded in unison and immediately started to act quickly. Lin Xian also asked the building to bring the Rora K-23 electric rotary machine gun to the car, so that the firepower on the car can be strengthened. The only problem is the supply of bullets. The more heavy firepower on the car, the greater the manufacturing pressure on Lin Xian. At Lin Xian's command, everyone returned to the Infinity, and the first thing Lin Xian did was to activate the heterogeneous cube after everyone got on board. Ding! Using non-mechanical force for reflection detection. Detection successful. No fear risk in the train, the invasion of dark forces has been blocked. Huh? Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone had experienced a fierce battle, and with the parasite spitting out by the big parasite, he was really worried that the pseudo-human invasion last night would happen again. Fortunately, there is a heterogeneous cube, plus a hell-black chrysanthemum. These two things have done a great job. One can block the power of darkness and detect the invasion crisis in the car. Although the other one is more mysterious, Lin Xian thinks it is very worthwhile based on the ability to perceive the Dark Mark so far. To a certain extent, this function of the hell-black chrysanthemum is equivalent to a higher version of the soul value detector. Chapter 206. Under the gloomy sky, it was raining heavily. The outline of Yunjang was connected to the skyline under a burning black smoke. On the train, the atmosphere was tense and exciting. For everyone, this was the first time since the apocalypse that they had actively killed a strange body. The depression of fleeing for months seemed to be released at this moment, and the gloomy and dull feeling in the carriage disappeared for the most part. But everyone knew that it was not the time to rest now. It was about to get dark, and there might be another strange body siege like last night. Shu Qin could not relax for a moment, and started to prepare ammunition with everyone. The previous wave of battle almost used up 80% of the ammunition on the train, and the ammunition chain of the 1130 close-in defense gun had also been used up, but fortunately, with the power of this big killer, the giant monster louse was directly blocked on the hillside outside the platform. Lin Xian was also busy at this time. He took Delu and Shasha to quickly make bullets in car number 5, and then distributed supplies to deal with what might happen next. In car number 2, Kiki was responsible for monitoring the situation of the entire car, while Ding Junyi and Chen Sichuan were also paying attention to the information in the dark radio. ZZ. Federation, Phoenix Radio Global Notice, the dark tidal boundary of Star Abyss number 3 will converge with Star Abyss number 5 in Quancheng and Tagan Desert in 36 days. Survivors who are transferred along the northeast direction please flee in time. Phoenix Club has set up Shilon and Quancheng stations to provide assistance services. The tidal boundary of Star Abyss number 7 will converge with Star Abyss number 5 in Weha, Longjiang, Jihai in 29 days. Survivors who are transferred eastward to Xingqing, Kancheng, and Yongcheng Port please flee in time. Phoenix Club has set up Jihai and Yunjang port stations to provide assistance services. The Federal Radio Yunjang Plain Area Report, the Nightwalker investigation team recently discovered the whereabouts of an S-level strange body deep in the heart of the Parma grassland. Zizizi. The Federal Phoenix Society Global Report, the current position of the Dawn Center is the northern foot of Yunnan Mountain. The coordinates are 116.39134447 degrees, 39.90533937 degrees, and the Dawn Center will arrive in Tianjin in 4 days. The Federal Phoenix Society Global Report, according to further investigation by the Nightwalker organization, long-term exposure to the night may increase the probability of darkness infection. It is recommended that adult survivors should not stay in the night for 48 consecutive hours, and the elderly, injured, and those with long-term hereditary diseases should not stay in the night for more than 24 hours. You can't stay in the night for a long time. It seems that the argument of the night invasion has basically been confirmed. Lin Xian walked into the number 2 carriage. Regarding the dark mark, if there is really no large-scale strange body after entering the night, heterogeneous, we can confirm this logic, and the next step is to find the people of the Phoenix Society. In turn, does it mean that the longer you can stay in the dark, the faster your superpowers will evolve? Kiki suddenly thought of something unprecedented at this time. Ding Junyi said directly, if you regard the invasion of darkness as an inducement for the power of evolution, you can understand it this way. But from the logic of biology, there must be some kind of biological limit threshold. For example, plants need to convert carbon dioxide and water into organic matter and store energy through photosynthesis. This does not mean that plants will photosynthesize 24 hours a day. In fact, plants also have a regular schedule. They perform photosynthesis during the day to generate energy, and breathe at night to consume energy and release carbon dioxide. If they are exposed to the sun for 24 hours, they will break the growth pattern and die. What's more, the energy of this dark invasion is unknown, and the harm to the human body is also unknown. Only the Advent sect like the Holy Revelation will regard the energy of the dark invasion as a treasure for human evolution. Lin Xian couldn't help frowning when he heard it. It sounds like the weird body needs the night, humans need the sun, and the dark tide is to cover the whole world in the polar night. So if we want to be able to defeat this monster in the night, we may not only have to find the answer from the night, but also from the day. Lin Xian's words made Ding Junyi's face change. She looked at Lin Xian motionlessly for a long time, as if she was thinking about this problem seriously, and then walked away directly to the number 3 carriage. It seems that you reminded her. Chen Sichuan looked at Ding Junyi's reaction and said, if only it were that simple. Lin Xian shrugged and looked at Chen Sichuan. Teacher Chen, get ready, we're going. At this time, there were still more than 10 minutes left before dark. Lin Xian didn't want to wait until dark for the strange body to appear before slowly setting off. It would be best to speed up in advance. Even if he encountered a situation, he could use the high-speed advantage of the train to rush out. Chen Sichuan nodded, a little puzzled. I thought you would test it here first. No, there are too many corpses here. If we want to make a comparison, we'd better go to an open place. You have some experimental spirit. Kiki glanced at him and said with a smile, it seems that Director Ding has a great influence on you. It should be rigorous. Lin Xian said helplessly, it concerns the lives of so many people. If this is confirmed, our future risks will be much smaller. When you say much smaller, do you mean that if you encounter a strange body, you must stop and kill it instead of running away? Kiki sat cross-legged on the chair, slowly floated up, and looked at Lin Xian with interest. Have you ever thought that even if you know about the dark mark, do other survivors have the ability to solve it? You misunderstood. Lin Xian said seriously. When encountering an unbeatable existence, running is definitely the first factor, but when you know the existence mark of the night creature, the survivors have an additional choice. If you don't care about anything and run away from this mark, it will be like a chain reaction, pushing the situation to be dealt with into an unbearable situation, and if it's just some sea-level weird bodies, more people may choose to fight back. Partial casualties and total annihilation are a choice. Of course, I don't think every survivor will encounter an S-level weird body, but like Hubei City, all the marks are concentrated, and all the monsters in the sky and on the ground are coming. This is the most desperate. So the best survival strategy is to kill the first hunter and then go back to silence, so that we may be much safer in the dark. Kiki frowned and thought about it, and then nodded meaningfully. Insightful. Lin Xian didn't say anything more, and directly started the Infinity and started to go out, and then walked into the cockpit with Chen Sichuan. Are there not enough bullets? Just barely enough. We can't use them at 11:30. Lin Xian frowned and urged the train to speed up. There's not much time left. We have to take a gamble now. Lin Xian's physical strength had already reached the bottom at this time, and the body of the big parasite was still burning on the hillside. He didn't want to stay here any longer, so he had to leave U-Town and test whether the mark had been cleared. Wow! Infinity began to gradually accelerate, driving out of the valley in the heavy rain and heading towards the main orbit of the ring star. Along the way, Lin Xian saw some limbs and pieces of meat on the track, which seemed to be left behind when he rushed out last night. Ding ding. The alarm on the watch rang, and Lin Xian and Chen Xishuan's faces changed at the same time. The lights of Infinity turned on, and the two looked forward with solemn eyes, their hearts lifted. In the carriage, everyone was holding their breath and staring, waiting for the arrival of the tide. Buzz, above the sky, a mysterious light flickered. The sky, which was just covered with dark clouds and heavy rain, was suddenly covered by a layer of black sky. The sky darkened instantly, and the forest beside the track suddenly became pitch black, and only the outlines of some trees could be seen. At this moment, Lin Xian even stopped breathing for a moment. Chapter 207. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The man in the number 5 carriage clenched his gun, Lu Xingchen hugged his chest and closed his eyes, looking like a master, and the tea maker in front of him was humming with steam. Chen Xishuan looked anxious, looking ahead at the track, fearing that some terrifying monster would suddenly rush towards him in the next second. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes. 10 minutes passed, and the train was still running quietly. A wide track appeared in front of it, followed by a clang sound of merging tracks. Infinity returned to the main track again. Lin Xian. Chen Xishuan frowned and looked at Lin Xian, who was silent beside him. At this time, Lin Xian slowly breathed a sigh of relief. His eyes changed, it seems. Dark Mark is real, and all survivors are prey chased by the mark. He clearly remembered that in the previous 2 nights, when he was not in the range of U-Town, those strange and weird bodies appeared outside Infinity almost instantly. It was as if the Infinity was a dazzling beacon in the dark waves, attracting a large number of monsters, waiting for the moment when the lights were turned off, and all of them rushed over, and now, everything around was quiet, even. So quiet that Lin Xian felt unreal. Chen Xishuan covered her mouth and looked at the darkness ahead in disbelief. It's so scary, we thought we had escaped, but in fact, we were always in their sight. Lin Xian said, there should be some safe areas, or without this kind of mark, we are in a state of silence, which will be relatively safe. Squeak, after driving for more than 10 minutes, they had completely left the valley of U-Town and came to an open forest. Lin Xian stopped the train directly. Can't we go in? Chen Xishuan asked. No, since we have confirmed this, let's take advantage of the current silence to rest. There is no need to rush in the dark, Lin Xian said. He didn't want to clear the mark just now, and then provoke a new one. Now that it is confirmed to be safe, then it is right to stop and prepare, replenish ammunition and prepare food. Okay, we haven't finished counting the things we confiscated in U-Town. Chen Xishuan agreed with Lin Xian's words, and breathed a sigh of relief. She said to Lin Xian, just now, it was said that there is an S-level weird body in Parma grassland. Do we need to change our subsequent route? Lin Xian nodded. Of course, we can't provoke S-level weird bodies now. We should avoid them if we can. If we are marked by S-level weird bodies again, we may face the same situation as Yubei City. Chen Xishuan nodded. Okay, then we can go to Hengshan Pass and decide the next route based on the news from the Phoenix Society. Lin Xian rubbed his hair and felt comfortable. We are not besieged by zombies and weird bodies. It's a rare feeling. After saying that, he looked at Chen Xishuan. What do you think about the route? Chen Xishuan pondered slightly. I remember what you said before climbing the channel. We may have to avoid large cities. In that case, we may have to detour from the main road around the star for some sections, such as Longjiang, Jihai, and Xingqing. If we take the main road around the star, we can't avoid it. If you don't take the Parma grassland, it depends on whether you take the north or south route after Hengshan Pass. The north route passes through the Shidi-Gobi, Tagan Desert, and is close to the number 5 star abyss. The south route is Qinshui, Lancheng and Yunlan, which is the direction of the number 7 star abyss. If you want to go to Xingqing, we have to go back to the main road before Jihai. Lin Xian nodded. Whether we want to cross the sea or go through the northern continental shelf to cross the Qiangda Strait, we must upgrade the train's drive system and prepare supplies and ammunition before that. Xingqing is the best choice. In addition, there is time. Compared with before, it will be more sufficient. Let's pass Hengshan Pass first, and then make a decision based on the situation of the battle in Parma grassland. Anyway, we can change direction before leaving Hengshan Pass. According to the news from the Phoenix Society, their closest stations to us are Shilon and Jihai. The coordinates of other task forces are not disclosed to the public. We must quickly contact the people of the Phoenix Society and hand over the research materials of Dark Mark to them. Qin Sichuan heard this and said, "We found a radio station from the King Kong team. It should be the equipment used to induce us to enter Yu Town before. With this, why don't we directly share this information with the public? If we walk out, maybe the people of the Phoenix Society will find out and come to us." "No." Lin Xian shook his head and said in a deep voice, "You think too simply. The information in the survivors' frequency bands is too complicated. Everyone is busy. If you tell others not to run and to kill the strange bodies you encounter, it will be safer. Will others believe you? Even if it is the Phoenix Society, they have to synchronize Director Ding's detailed research data. They must also do tests first. Moreover, not everyone has Hell Black Chrysanthemum. We can't send Hell Black Chrysanthemum out together. Only after the Phoenix Society has done a definite experiment will it be announced to the public. This even involves the Phoenix Society's action mode. Once confirmed, many survivors may feel that escaping is a dead end, causing greater panic and despair, which will add fuel to the underground city plan of the old federal government. The essence of the Phoenix Order and the old federal government is the difference in survival philosophy and confrontation mode. Because of the Polar Night, most of the survivors support escaping from the darkness, but the Dark Mark will inevitably cause a certain risk accumulation in escaping, which will inevitably affect the survival choices of many survivors. What should we do? Do what we should do, and let the leaders decide the changes in the situation. Lin Xian took a deep breath. All he could do was pass on the useful information he obtained. Nothing else he could change. Okay, Teacher Chen, you take people to count the harvested supplies first, and then prepare dinner. After fleeing for so long, we finally won a victory, and we should have a celebration banquet. Lin Xian said, letting out the anger in his heart. Qin Sichuan nodded when she heard this. She unconditionally supported Lin Xian's decision, and her face was brighter at this time. Okay, there are several girls in the team who are good at cooking. The dining car now has an oven and a wok. Let's make a big meal tonight. The dark night, the quiet forest, and the silent night. In a valley dozens of kilometers away from Chuyu Town, the nearly 400-meter-long Infinity was quietly parked in the deep forest. The heavy cabin door was tightly closed, and the light yellow light shone through the window into the darkness of the workshop, giving the passengers in the car an infinite sense of security. Since Jiang City, this is the first time that Lin Xian has eaten with so many people, and it is also the first time to have a big meal with stir-fried dishes. Qin Sichuan and several skilled female team members were busy for more than an hour. For the first time, they used the oven, wok soup pot, and grill to make a mouth-watering meal. Tomato beef soup, roasted meat, fried noodles, sweet soup with honey and canned fruit. The highlight is the big pot stew with braised pork, beef, salted fish, and canned dried vegetables. Qin Sichuan also took out the red wine to celebrate everyone's rebirth after the disaster. Wow, it's different with the dining car. There are fried noodles. Kiki and Shasha came to the dining car and saw the food on the long table and couldn't help but look intoxicated. Shasha pouted her lips and her eyes lit up. I can't take it anymore, my saliva is almost flowing down. Gurgle Delu, who had been busy all day, walked behind. When he saw the food on the table, his stomach began to call. Brother, I heard it all, you should be quiet, Shasha said with disdain. Hee hee. Delu smiled honestly, a little embarrassed. I fought several times today, and I am indeed a little hungry. In the end of the world, a hearty meal may be everyone's sustenance in the desperate night. Well, not bad. Lu Xingchen walked to the center, glanced around, and said with approval, the dining car is clean and hygienic, and the food is fragrant and tempting, which is very much to my liking. Qin Sichuan, who had been busy for several hours, rolled her eyes at him. Why don't you find a seat and sit down, and wait for me to treat you? Hee hee hee, coming. Kiki took the lead and found a nearby seat to sit down. Lu Chong led a few people to patrol a circle, and then walked in, shouting excitedly, Oh my god, a feast! Is today the new year? His words made everyone's expression stagnate slightly. The word New Year seemed to be both familiar and unfamiliar in everyone's mind. No one expected to mention such a festival in the end of the world. Yes, yes, today is the New Year's Day for us at Infinity. Lin Xian looked relaxed, and he came over and asked everyone to sit down. Shu Qin, you sit down too. Lin Xian saw Shu Qin coming in, still a little reserved, and immediately said, There is a sentry system on the car. No need to guard it for now. Shuqin opened her mouth, wanted to say something, swallowed it, sighed, and smiled at Lin Xian. Okay, Captain Lin, we haven't had a meal like this for a long time. Ding Junyi walked into the dining car silently, stood in the corner, and saw Lin Xian's eyes cast towards him. She nodded slightly. With her personality, she didn't have very high requirements for food, and she was not good at socializing with everyone, but at this time, she had a little warmth in her eyes. Her eyes swept over everyone, and finally fell on Lin Xian, looking at him quietly. Do you think the food tonight is rich? Lin Xian said with a smile. At this time everyone was there. In the number 6 dining car, the team of more than 30 people all looked eager. In the kitchen area, Chen Xishuan, Miao Lu, Hifang, Zhou Yunyao, and several women who were cooking also looked over. It's so delicious. It's great. It smells so good. I haven't had such a delicious dinner in a long time. More than 30 people were talking to each other, and the atmosphere was positive and cheerful. Lin Xian smiled. Then we have to thank the beautiful ladies for their hard work in cooking. After saying that, Lin Xian stood up, put away the smile on his face, and looked around at everyone. Everyone, after the fierce battles in the past 2 nights, we have become inseparable comrades and partners. From now on, this train will be our home. Now we all know about Mark of the Night. In order to live such a life in the future, we may not keep running away. We will try to fight back like today and strive for the hope of survival. Next, our next goal is to synchronize this news to the world through the Phoenix Society. You may ask why we take the risk to pass on a message. Lin Xian raised his glass with a stern look. For every soldier who sacrificed for us from the 52nd Brigade of the Interstellar Army Iron Guard and the Yubei Airport Guard Regiment. Chapter 208. At night, under the dark sky, all the sunshades of the infinity were closed, and the warm light in the car shone through the gaps. The living car exuded a sense of security after surviving a disaster. The sleeper cars here were transformed into separate rooms. Although the space was not large, it was a world of difference compared to living in the car before. Because it was safe, everyone began to pack up and transform their own mobile Doomsday safe house, stuffing all their belongings into it. Shuqin lived in a room by herself. She didn't have much luggage and belongings, but with the space to move around, she didn't feel the depression in the car. After dinner, she took a simple shower to wash off the bloody smell on her body. She felt much fresher. When she came out of the room, she saw that everyone in the living car was still busy arranging their living areas. Everyone's face was full of enthusiasm, which made Shuqin's eyebrows slightly relaxed. After joining the Infinity, they were like finding a boat in the turbulent deep sea, enough for everyone to contribute everything to protect this rare safe harbor. Shuqin looked at the time, set an alarm for herself, picked up the gun, and sat on a chair in the corridor, resting and keeping watch. Towards the front is the number 5 carriage. After a tiring day in the building, after a big meal, he followed the arrangement and went to bed early. The Rohrer K-23 electric rotary machine gun with full bullets was placed on the gun rack at the head of a steel bed. He could get it with just one hand, and the steel cutting sword was placed below. On the other side is Lu Xingqian's personal living room, which is completely separated from the simple rest area of the building. It is brightly lit and clean. In addition to the bed and his personal cloakroom, there is a wooden tea table in the empty area in front of the window. There are 2 rattan mats found from somewhere in Yunjang. The tea maker is bubbling with hot steam. The tea on the tea table is a small can of black tea that Shasha found for him. While sipping the hot tea, he is holding a pen and paper to study the development of his fire ability. There are various fire stickmen drawn on the white paper, all of which are in the shape of showing off in front of people. Sky flame splits the sky. Use the lightning in the sky to ignite the flames and burn the enemy instantly. Well, not bad, not bad, it's this lightning. Burning heaven and earth. Detonate the flame energy in the body, forming a sea of fire, burning everything. It sounds very domineering. In the number 4 carriage next door, there is a large glass ecological cabin in the middle. It is still empty for the time being. Lin Xian is going to plant medium-sized green plants or some green shrubs here. On the left and right sides are 2 rows of soulless cultivation racks closed by lattice windows. There are a total of 10 layers, which are directly fixed to the roof of the car. Many green vegetables can be planted in a cycle. The water circulation pipeline here has been completed. Ding Junyi has made a planting plan with several young team members, but the progress has been delayed because of the 2 days in Yunjang. In the number 3 carriage, Ding Junyi put away her research materials, backed them up according to her daily work habits, took a shower, drank a glass of water, and then returned to the lounge that Lin Xian had transformed for her from a disinfection room. She took off her clothes, lay on the clean bed, and covered herself with a quilt, then opened some academic materials collected in her mobile terminal, put on headphones, set the alarm, and listened quietly. She neatly placed her clothes and underwear aside, and the entire lounge exuded a meticulous and tidy atmosphere. In the number 2 carriage, Sasha and Kiki, who had also taken a shower, were now nestled in the Kiki Special Entertainment area, playing video games with the entertainment equipment that Lin Xian had brought to Jiang City before. Next to them was the rest area for the 2 girls, which was a specially made bunk bed with a semi-wrap shape and lights inside. Lying in it gave her a full sense of security, and could prevent the train from rolling off the bed due to bumps. The entertainment area was covered with thick plush carpet. After taking a shower, Kiki wore a pink low-waisted suspender t-shirt and denim shorts. She sat cross-legged on the ground with her slender white legs in an image-free manner. She and Sasha both had a lollipop in their mouths, which were snacks that Chen Sichuan found in the supply warehouse. Hit, 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 on the left, stupid. Sister Kiki, save me. Open that treasure chest, there are good things inside. Hurry, hurry, it's going to mutate to the 2nd stage. I know. It's going to die soon. No bullets, give me bullets. Do you want a grenade? Give it to me, let me blow it up. In carriage number 1, Lin Xian's workbench was placed with the TRP 4th generation Special Industrial Active Exoskeleton Power Armor. The total weight of this power armor was nearly 30 kilograms, equipped with a small high-energy electric drive component and 13 hydraulic power units. He was studying how to install the industrial prosthesis on it. Although the 3 hands looked a bit out of place, it was useful for his actual combat. The auxiliary system of the power armor was not very intelligent, equivalent to a microcomputer. Lin Xian could see that Ding Qing had treasured this power armor very much before, and maintained it very carefully. In order to maintain the life of the drive motor, it was usually in a closed state, and he was reluctant to use even electricity. Let alone mechas. In the end-time environment, even simple mechanical structures, like guns, are very valuable. Without the industrial system, bullets are one less bullet after another, and it is difficult to repair a broken gun. How can you easily make a Gatling gun and bullets like Lin Xian? Reminder, a 33K heavy anti-material sniper rifle blueprint is being upgraded and developed. 1 day, 13 hours 49 minutes, and 55 seconds. It will take more than a day. Lin Xian looked at the R&D center. At this time, he was very eager to put the power armor in to see how long it would take to upgrade. This thing can directly improve his personal combat effectiveness. The upgraded blueprint is equivalent to directly upgrading himself. In his mind, the priority has even exceeded the upgrade of 1130 and electromagnetic gun. Moreover, he looked at the blueprints and found that the power armor was slightly more difficult than the PX-05 engineering robot. The most important thing was the tungsten titanium alloy type 1, a level 3 material. If he used level 1 and level 2 materials to transform and prepare it through the preparation factory, the consumption would be too high. However, in general, it was still achievable. Since the existence of the Dark Mark was confirmed, his next plan was to strengthen the team's armament. At least one set of power armor like this would be required for each person, so that everyone's mobility would be greatly enhanced, and the survival rate would be greatly improved when facing attacks from strange bodies. Personal full cover armor and combat armor are more complicated, and the demand for materials is not ordinary. This kind of thing is expensive war equipment for the Phoenix Society or Dawn City, and it is not so easy to manufacture. Lin Xian also had to quickly improve his mechanical manufacturing and swallowing levels to plan such high-level equipment. After preparing the power armor, Lin Xian scanned the Black Spear again and found that it was originally a muscle engine in a large mecha body unit that was disassembled and modified, with a magnetic control system and external impact armor added, and was used by Ding Qing as a weapon. This kind of thing is not something that ordinary people can handle. The magnetic control energy engine could only be obtained through the black market before. This kind of thing must come from a technologically powerful mechanical organization. So Lin Xian could only scan out a blueprint of an unknown model for backup. This thing is quite easy to use. He weighed it in his hand, and felt the weight in his hand. The power of this thing is greater than that of a bullet within a certain distance. It is very effective in dealing with large-sized weird bodies, and it can be recovered remotely, which adds a new way of combat for Lin Xian. Lin Xian has been paying attention to the situation of the heterogeneous magic cube and the sentinel system. After cleaning up, it was already early morning. There was no abnormality until now, and he could finally put his mind at ease. There is no way, I am afraid of being robbed. All along the way from Jiang City to now, there have been many problems, my nerves have been tense, and I have not had a good sleep for several nights. Now I can finally master some of the rules of the night. This feeling makes Lin Xian feel more excited than harvesting a large amount of supplies. Chapter 209. Lin Xian took a comfortable bath, with hot water flowing. In the bathroom, there were daily necessities such as shower gel and shampoo collected by Chen Xishuan. He felt that most of his fatigue was washed away at once, and he felt comfortable all over. Because the polar night is still a long way to go, the temperature in Yunjang Plain has only dropped slightly, and the wind and snow have not yet arrived. Each living carriage on the train is equipped with a toilet and shower, connected to the onboard water circulation system, and has been renovated by Lin Xian. However, the bathroom in carriage number 1 is much larger, because it is originally equipped in this special carriage, and there is even a large bathtub inside. Because of the large space and daily necessities, it is more convenient to use. Girls like Kiki basically use this bathroom to take a bath, but Lin Xian has a rule that in order to save water, bathing in the bathtub is prohibited. As soon as Lin Xian came out of the bathroom, he saw Chen Xishuan coming to carriage number 1, holding the previous driving book in her hand, which she now uses to record supplies. This time, in addition to the 3rd level blood essence, we also found 12 first level blood essences, 3 second level blood essences, for rocket launchers, 11 rockets, 2 12.7mm vehicle mounted machine guns, and more than 3,000 bullets from the King Kong team. In addition, there is not much food and medicine. Basically, we left some for the survivors under the cinema as you said, and also left them a radio and a small number of weapons. Lin Xian nodded. So many are already very good, but these blood essences, except for exchanging things with the Phoenix Society, I don't know what other uses they have at present. Yeah. Chen Xishuan put away the driving book. I think it must be useful. It depends on the research results of the Phoenix Society. This time, we also thank Director Ding for his analysis. If we just run away blindly, the consequences may be more serious than good. It seems that human exploration of the night is only the tip of the iceberg. Simple firepower and bravery are not enough to win. The future of the survivors is still a long way to go. Okay, you are tired all day, take a shower and go to bed. Lin Xian looked at Chen Xishuan, who was sweating on her forehead at this time. She was a sniper on the roof for half a day during the day, and was busy fighting in the afternoon, preparing dinner, and counting supplies. There was a trace of fatigue on her soft face. When she heard Lin Xian's words, her eyes turned and avoided Lin Xian's gaze. In this relaxed and safe environment, Chen Xishuan certainly knew that something might happen between the two of them at night. But why did she think of the word finally? Her heart was beating wildly, as if being gently tickled by a goose feather, and she felt a little itchy. She had been thinking about how to sleep at night, since she started eating, but after eating, she was busy counting with Niao Lu and others in car number 6, deliberately not letting herself think too much. Chen Xishuan didn't come back until the lights in other cars were turned off, and it was quiet. When she heard Lin Xian's words, she suddenly felt that she was pretending to be too reserved. Lin Xian looked at her slightly stunned face and blushed. He didn't know what she was thinking, so he asked immediately, "Teacher Chen, what's wrong with you?" "Ah. No, nothing." Chen Xishuan looked flustered, and then pretended to be serious and pointed to the driving book. "I remembered that there seems to be a little bit that hasn't been counted. You wash it first, and I wash it later." She regretted it after she said it, because Lin Xian had just come out of the bathroom at this time, and even a fool could see that it was a ghost. "It's so late, and you're still counting." Lin Xian saw the panic on Chen Xishuan's face, snatched the driving book from her hand, and threw it on the table, then pulled her directly into the bathroom, and locked the door. "Ah, what are you doing you? Didn't you just wash?" Before Chen Xishuan finished her surprised words, her tender lips were already covered with a hot breath, and Lin Xian hugged her into his arms. The hot masculine breath hit Chen Xishuan's face, making her feel numb and soft all over. She immediately closed her eyes, whimpering in response, and surrendered. Wah wah. The dusty and blood-stained clothes fell to the ground one by one, and the hot shower was turned on, and the bathroom was soon filled with a charming steam full of hormones. The hot water poured down from the top of her head along her back. Chen Xishuan only felt her whole body tremble, and she could not help but clamp her legs together. The huge impulse and debauchery rushed straight to the top of her head along her spine. In an instant, Chen Xishuan felt that she was out of control and threw herself into Lin Xian's arms. Although Chen Xishuan looked thin, her body was plump and soft, and her skin was as smooth as sheep-fat jade. Lin Xian only felt a softness coming, and the fragrance was overwhelming. He felt comfortable all over his body, and directly put his lips on it, carefully exploring the mystery of the human skin path in the Doomsday. At this time, Chen Sichuan only felt a numbness in her neck. Lin Xian's breath hit her skin, and there was an extremely hot smell, with a breath drilling into her pores, making her feel a sense of shame that she couldn't stop. The hot water in the shower kept flowing, and Chen Sichuan also felt that she was undercurrent surging. She clenched her teeth, and it seemed that there was a suppressed voice from the depths of her throat that kept wanting to burst out, but her heart tried hard to control the impulse. Suddenly, she felt a hard and burning sensation squeezing towards her. She immediately struggled shyly, and that part was rubbing and colliding. Teacher Chen. Yeah. Chen Sichuan closed her eyes, and responded with a trembling voice. Yeah. This time, Chen Sichuan could no longer suppress the impulse deep in her throat. Her face flushed, her eyes blurred, and she opened her mouth to release it. In the bathroom, the two of them entangled together, breaking the taboos between the souls of men and women, and heard beautiful breathing and rhythm, comforting each other's hearts in this lonely doomsday. In the dark valley, the lights in the carriages of the Infinity gradually turned off, ushering in the team's first stable night after crossing the Daju Plateau. U-Town Freight Station. A small aircraft was parked in the flattened and charred woods. 3 people in black robes stood quietly beside the burnt corpse of the big weird body. Their masks were completely closed, so their faces could not be seen clearly. There was only a red sign, like a goat's head on the chest of their robes, and a string of digital codes below the sign. The death of monitoring subject A013 has been confirmed. The chemical plant detected a compound explosive, and the track led all the way to this freight station. The target already has heavy weapons and high-level psychics. One of the men in black said coldly with a scanner in his hand. Cut some living tissue and take it back. The leader of the 3 said at this time. Yes. The man in the black robe took out a tissue extractor that looked very advanced, came to the body of the big parasite, and directly inserted it into a black tentacle that was not burnt, and took out a piece of tissue. The machine made a hissing sound and shrank, as if the piece of meat tissue was completely isolated from the air. From the trajectory of the action, this was an active attack on the strange body. Only a small number of corpses were found in U-Town, and at least more than 100 survivors were transferred. Non-passive killing of A-level strange bodies needs to be reported to the organization immediately. Yes, what about the survivors who were transferred? The leader said in a cold tone. Arrange the cleaning team to release the marked bait as a basic observation experiment. Chapter 210. The night was quiet, and the lights of the Infinity train had been turned off. For safety reasons, there were still a few people in the carriage, who took turns to keep watch. In carriage number 3, Ding Junyi slept on the bed, feeling the tranquility and peace. She didn't like to wear clothes when she slept, which made her feel liberated when she slept. Outside the lounge, the hell-black chrysanthemum quietly emitted an extremely invisible faint light in the closed cultivation cabin. After absorbing the black air of the large parasite, the black smoke began to circulate on the pistol, turning into a cold substance and spreading to all parts of the carriage. Like invisible smoke, some were inhaled into Ding Junyi's body, and others spread to the front and rear carriages. Kiki, Xia, Delu, Lu Xingchen, including Xu Qin, Lu Cheng, Miao Lu and other team members in the rear carriage, were all inadvertently shrouded by this faint light. The faint light wanted to spread out of the carriage, but the heterogeneous magic cube in carriage number 1 captured it back. Ding Junyi opened her eyes, and felt an inexplicable sense of comfort. She looked around but found nothing, so she stood up, picked up her white coat and put it on, gently opened the door of the lounge and looked around, and walked out after making sure that no one was there. She was completely empty inside, and didn't want to be seen, but she did notice something strange at this time. When she walked out, she saw the faint light on the black chrysanthemum of hell. What's going on? This was the first time Ding Junyi had seen such a situation. She immediately lost her sleepiness, turned on the lights in carriage number 3, and started working. In carriage number 1, Lin Xian had just fallen asleep when the light screen of the mechanical heart in front of him suddenly popped up automatically. Non-mechanical energy has been converted, and 1,000 mechanical source points have been obtained. Lin Xian sat up from the bed. What? He thought he had seen it wrong, but when he opened the panel of the mechanical heart, he found that the mechanical source points had indeed increased by 1,000. Current mechanical heart level LV.3, 2720/5000. Oh my god. Lin Xian was shocked and looked around immediately. He subconsciously thought that he had swallowed the infinity in his dream. But the surroundings were extremely quiet, the mechanical heart was running, the infinity was in good condition, and Teacher Chen was sleeping quietly next to him. Nothing happened. He noticed that something was wrong and quickly got dressed. When he saw the non-mechanical energy in the light screen, the first thing he thought of was the heterogeneous Rubik's Cube. Lin Xian came out of the room, took out the heterogeneous Rubik's Cube that he had fixed in carriage number 1, and directly started the mechanical heart scan. Ding! Non-mechanical power is being used for reflection detection. Detection successful. No fear risk in the train, dark force invasion has been shielded. Non-mechanical energy in the train is being converted. 2 mechanical source points have been obtained. Sure enough, what's going on? Lin Xian was a little confused at this time. The heterogeneous Rubik's Cube was the product of his mechanical heart forcibly converting the weird radio station, but he didn't expect that this thing could actually convert mechanical source points, and he didn't swallow any machinery. What is this non-mechanical energy? Just when Lin Xian felt that his mind was full of question marks, he suddenly found that there was an extremely subtle light flowing slowly in the entire carriage and converging into the heterogeneous Rubik's Cube. Lin Xian's eyes immediately focused, and his sight began to capture the subtle light, and then he walked towards the car behind along the direction of its flow. After passing car number 2, Kiki and Xia were still sleeping. TSK, Lin Xian opened the gate of car number 3, and found that the light was still on. At this time, Director Ding was studying something with a serious face. Lin Xian looked and found that the glimmer of light was invisible under the bright light. Director Ding? Why are you still not sleeping so late? Ding Junyi raised her head and looked at Lin Xian. I just found some strange phenomena of hell black chrysanthemum. I must study it. Strange phenomenon? Lin Xian's mechanical heart moved, click, and turned off the lights in car number 3. At this time, the faint light appeared again, and it was brighter. Lin Xian looked and found that the source came from the hell black chrysanthemum. Ding Junyi saw Lin Xian turn off the lights and immediately said, "You saw it too?" Lin Xian was about to speak when he was blocked by Ding Junyi's words. He wanted to ask if you saw it too, but Ding Junyi's reaction was beyond his expectation, indicating that this faint light was different from the light screen of his mechanical heart panel, and everyone could see it. What's going on? Is it another mark? Lin Xian asked. Ding Junyi raised his glasses. It's not clear at the moment. A positive soul-shaking force was detected from it. Normally, only superpowers have this phenomenon. The preliminary judgment is that it should be dark energy, but I don't know why the energy is overflowing. Lin Xian's expression tightened when he heard this. He had just obtained 1,000 mechanical source points. Could it be because of this thing? But doesn't one have to devour machinery to obtain the mechanical heart? And the dark energy of the hell black chrysanthemum should have absorbed the weird body and the pseudo-monster giant louse. How could it be converted into non-mechanical energy and then turned into a mechanical source point by the heterogeneous magic cube? Lin Xian's eyes kept flickering, and he felt that his brain was a little confused at this time. Ding Junyi looked at Lin Xian's expression. Did you find anything? Lin Xian shook his head. Not sure. If it is not a mark, then this thing is likely to release dark energy on the car, but I don't know whether it is good or bad for us. The faint light was scattered in each car. Lin Xian himself had obtained the mechanical source point. Of course, he didn't have to worry, but he was worried about whether this inexplicable change would affect others. After all, too much dark energy can easily cause ordinary people to degenerate, which is still very troublesome. To know this, you can only observe the experimental body. Ding Junyi stood up and looked at Lin Xian. I have monitored the body functions of all personnel. Maybe we will know the changes in a few days. How many days will it take? Lin Xian asked. Yes. Ding Junyi said. Unless there is a vicious degeneration phenomenon immediately, it is difficult to compare the impact on the body in a short period of time. A few days are already very short. Lin Xian nodded. Looking at the black chrysanthemum of hell, his expression was a little complicated. I hope it is good news. He was of course happy to get the increase of mechanical source points out of thin air. He even guessed at first that this thing absorbed the black air of the weird body and transformed it into material energy that could evolve and spread out. So he got the mechanical source points for no reason, and it is very likely that everyone in the car will get such benefits. If this is true, then this hell black chrysanthemum is simply a godsend. It can be used as an early warning system for the dark mark, and can absorb the black gas of the weird body and transform it into a mechanical source point. Doesn't that mean he has another way to upgrade? 1,000 points is almost the benefit of swallowing 4 to 5 locomotives. Although it does not swallow proficiency in materials, it can speed up the upgrade of his mechanical heart. You know, the skills obtained after the mechanical heart is upgraded are very powerful. It is definitely a good thing to upgrade the level as soon as possible. Lin Xian was thinking, and his eyes suddenly shuddered when he looked at Ding Junyi. Director Ding, are you? Nothing. Ding Junyi looked down at the research data with a serious face, not caring about the cool feeling of being naked under her white coat. Chapter 211. In the number 3 carriage, Lin Xian was still thinking about the heterogeneous Rubik's Cube converting the mechanical source point, but he was immediately attracted by Ding Junyi, who was wearing a white coat and vacuuming. Ding Junyi didn't expect Lin Xian to appear at this time, and explained with his head down, "Don't get me wrong, this is my sleeping habit. I didn't have time to put it on because I saw the changes in the disaster plant." Lin Xian opened his mouth and wanted to say that he didn't mind. After all, Ding Junyi had a good figure, and he also had a feast for his eyes. But once he noticed this, it was difficult to move his eyes away. The whiteness under the loose white coat appeared from time to time, and with its graceful curves, it was too visually impactful. Lin Xian felt a little dry in his mouth after looking at it for a few seconds, and his body reacted unconsciously. So he simply forced his eyes to move to the hell-black chrysanthemum, walked over, and wanted to focus on the disaster plant, and study it carefully. Ding Junyi glanced slightly to the side, and saw Lin Xian coming over. She lowered her head, and looked at the information carefully. She guessed his purpose, and then gently pushed him away, turned around and sat on the experimental table on tiptoe, opened her legs naturally, then raised her glasses with her hand, and looked at Lin Xian indifferently. Lin Xian looked at her attractive posture that made people's blood boil, and was stunned for a moment. "No, I'm not." Ding Junyi still looked at him, without saying anything, as if everything was self-evident. Lin Xian looked at this scene that made people's blood boil, and just wanted to say something, but his heart suddenly came back to his mind. "Not what? What do I need to explain? It seems that there is no need." "Damn, just go straight ahead, hesitation will lead to defeat." So Lin Xian said nothing, feeling hot all over, and walked over directly, standing in front of Ding Junyi, and came between her legs and hugged her waist. "I do what you want." Ding Junyi hugged Lin Xian, with eager eyes. "My work can give you a break." Lin Xian smiled lightly, and had to say that Ding Junyi was really a woman with a lot of flavor, focused and serious. Although she seemed to have low emotional intelligence and spoke coldly like a robot, Lin Xian could feel that this person's mind was very simple, and she was very straightforward from heart to mouth, which made people admire her very much. "Okay, then I fuck." Lin Xian suddenly changed his tone. Ding Junyi nodded slightly and frowned. "Okay, saying more dirty words will help me get into the mood faster." "No." Who knew that at this time, Lin Xian suddenly took a step back with a look of shock, staring at Ding Junyi with wide eyes. "You have a grass growing on your head." "Huh?" Ding Junyi's face changed when she heard this, and her brows furrowed. She immediately got off the table, and reached out to touch the top of her head. Sure enough, in the center of her head, she touched a soft and tender grass seedling, which looked like it had just grown. "This?" Ding Junyi looked at Lin Xian at this time, and was also a little confused. Lin Xian held her down. "Don't worry, let me see." Immediately, he pulled Ding Junyi over and looked at the top of her head. He saw that it was a small green leaf seedling, which was indeed growing from the top of her head. What was most surprising was that the small leaf seedling was actually growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. It soon reached a height of 3 or 4 centimeters, and a flower bud began to grow on it. Lin Xian clearly felt that Ding Junyi's mood was not so calm at this time, because the flower bud on it slowly opened and a pink flower the size of a fingernail bloomed. At this moment, Lin Xian was stunned. Ding Junyi also looked up and looked at Lin Xian's face at this time. "Is it a strange creature, or am I infected? Do I need to be isolated or physically removed? It doesn't matter. You can tell me directly. If you want to kill me, let me put on my clothes first." Ding Junyi's tone still sounded serious and cold. At this moment, she seemed to think of countless possibilities. If this kind of vicious situation occurs to me, it must be affected by the hell-black chrysanthemum just now. For safety reasons, please evacuate other people on the train immediately. "Wait." Lin Xian gently pressed on her shoulder, signaling her not to worry. In his eyes, the small flower on Ding Junyi's head had stopped growing, and it just grew quietly on Ding Junyi's head, shaking gently as Ding Junyi raised her head and lowered her head. There was grass growing on his head. Lin Xian couldn't describe what he saw and felt at the moment. He frowned and reached out to grab the little grass seedling, trying to pull it out. As soon as he exerted force, Ding Junyi's neck shrank, and he frowned and hissed softly. "Does it hurt?" "Yeah." Ding Junyi nodded, and the little flower nodded too. Lin Xian, He felt a little confused. Everything tonight seemed a little strange. Lin Xian looked at the little flower, his eyes motionless, and fell into silence for a few seconds. Since you can feel the pain, you should be able to feel the existence of this flower. Lin Xian's words immediately reminded Ding Junyi. Her eyes flickered, and she carefully sensed it, and said, "It seems so." "Then can you make it shrink back?" "What do you mean?" Lin Xian took a deep breath. "I mean, this is very likely a superpower." Ding Junyi raised her eyebrows and looked at Lin Xian. "Superpower? I've never heard of this. There are so many things I haven't heard of." Lin Xian said directly, "Stop talking nonsense. Listen to me, try it." Lin Xian's words, with a reprimand, made Ding Junyi tremble all over. She looked at Lin Xian eagerly and nodded immediately. "Okay, listen to you." She took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and carefully felt the strange little flower growing on her head. 1 minute, 2 minutes. The two stood face to face. Lin Xian stared at the little flower motionlessly, and kept guessing something in his heart. Sure enough, not long after, the pink flower suddenly moved slightly, and the open petals began to shrink back to the state of the flower bud, and then degenerated into a green seedling at a very fast speed. Just like that, floating in the middle of Ding Junyi's hair. "If you don't look carefully, you can't see it." "How is it?" Ding Junyi asked Lin Xian. Lin Xian nodded. "It shrank back. It seems to be some kind of superpower, something you can control." Ding Junyi was a little speechless. She looked down at her hands. There is no sign. How can superpowers suddenly appear? After saying that, the two of them looked at the hell-black chrysanthemum at the same time. In the plant cultivation cabin, the black stamens quietly emitted an extremely invisible subtle light. Lin Xian had just checked through the heterogeneous magic cube, and the car was indeed not invaded by the infectious power, which means that this power should be safe for the people in the car. My ability has also been improved just now. Lin Xian didn't know how to describe the mechanical source point, but combined with what happened to Ding Junyi in front of him, it almost confirmed his guess. Although it cannot be fully analyzed, at least one thing is certain. After absorbing the black energy of the big weird body, this hell-black chrysanthemum seems to be able to help the people in the train to evolve. Chapter 212. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Lin Xian and Ding Junyi had not slept all night. Both of them were paying attention to the energy leakage of hell-black chrysanthemum. The team members on duty had already gotten up. Shu Qin, Delu and others began to prepare to set off. Everyone seemed to have had a good sleep and was in high spirits. Ding Junyi had already put on her clothes. She and Lin Xian were watching the changes of hell-black chrysanthemum in car number 3 and staring at the heterogeneous Rubik's Cube in car number 1. The changes of other team members may not be as intuitive as his heterogeneous Rubik's Cube transformation. Non-mechanical energy has been converted, and 200 mechanical source points have been obtained. Ding! Reflection detection is being performed using non-mechanical power. Detection successful. No fear risk in the train, and the invasion of dark forces has been blocked. After obtaining 200 mechanical source points for the second time, the transformation of the heterogeneous Rubik's Cube finally stopped. Lin Xian looked at this scene and hurriedly followed the car to observe the faint light. He came to car number 3 and found that the phenomenon of the faint light had disappeared. Ding Junyi looked up at him at the same time. "It has stopped." Lin Xian nodded. "Yes." "You didn't sleep all night?" At this time, Kiki flew slowly into the number 3 carriage from the air with a toothbrush in her mouth. Seeing that the two were still busy, she couldn't help asking, "What's wrong? What's wrong with that flower again?" Lin Xian and Ding Junyi looked at her at the same time. "Girl, how do you feel?" Lin Xian asked seriously. "Ah?" Kiki looked confused. "What do you feel?" "It's your superpower." "Do you feel any changes?" Lin Xian added. "Superpower?" Kiki frowned, rolled her eyes, and twisted her neck. "It seems I don't feel anything, but I slept very comfortably, and my energy has recovered." Lin Xian and Ding Junyi looked at each other. Ding Junyi raised her glasses and whispered to Lin Xian, "I will check and record all the people on the bus first. This situation may happen again in the future. After a few more experiments, there should be changes." What? Kiki was a little confused. "What are you talking about?" Lin Xian sighed. "Nothing, it will be dawn soon. You get ready, let's go to Hengshan Pass." He didn't want to make a big fuss about something that was out of tune. If this hell-black chrysanthemum can really help all the people on the bus to evolve and improve, its value will be unpredictable. At this time, it seems that the people of the Federation attach so much importance to this number 01 blood disaster plant. Thinking of this, Lin Xian began to be curious about other blood disaster plants. It is said that this thing is likely to grow in the polar night area. Maybe there will be a chance to find it in the future. TSK. Kiki curled her lips. Got it, boss. At this time, Chen Sichuan, who had gotten up early, also came from the back car and completed the inventory work that was not completed last night. Lin Xian took a deep breath and looked at Chen Sichuan. How is the inventory? It's about the same as you expected yesterday. Chen Sichuan sat down and opened the driving book. There is not much food left, and medicines are also beginning to be in short supply. Several partners were slightly injured yesterday. Considering that there are parasites in that town, I took out some antibiotics and anti-inflammatory drugs. I roughly estimated that if we maintain the basic supply of 2 meals a day, the food should only be enough for about 15 days. Even if we save a little, it will not exceed 20 days. There are too many people, there is nothing we can do. Lin Xian nodded and said, we found a lot of them in the cars of the fire line team before, but not much in Yunjang. Food is a problem for any team. As the team expands, the basic support is not as rich as when Lin Xian had 4 or 5 people before. It doesn't matter. Hangshangwen is a big city with a transportation hub. There should be many survivor teams there. We have a lot of weapons and blood essence now, so we can exchange some in advance. There is a lot of combat power in the car now. As the saying goes, food and grass are combat power. In order to deal with subsequent crises, he can't just maintain simple food and clothing. The main combat power, like the building, eats a lot. There is also medical equipment. Next, we need to get a medical compartment or an intelligent medical cabin, or even find a doctor. Otherwise, when there are too many people injured and sick, we can't just rely on antibiotics and bandages to solve it. Well, we have to pay attention to this problem. Chen Sichuan nodded. She had communicated with Xu Qin. No one in the car had professional medical and nursing knowledge. When encountering problems, there was basically no other way except taking medicine randomly, disinfecting and bandaging. After a quiet and peaceful night, not only did they sleep comfortably, but everyone in the car felt extremely energetic after waking up, as if their bodies were full of strength. The number 2 information center car became the place for Lin Xian and the team to communicate and discuss. Before leaving at dawn, Lin Xian summoned all the backbones to discuss the next plan while paying attention to the official information in the radio station and the information of the survivors' frequency band. The Federal Radio Yunjang Plain area reported that the S-level weird body that appeared in the Parma grassland was officially named Creature Number 17, and its current movement trajectory is southwest. We provide a safe shelter. As long as you are still alive, please feel free to contact us. We are the Steel Guardian Alliance. We accept any survivors who are willing to live together, regardless of gender, whether they are superpowers or ordinary people. We survive together and obtain supplies. We guarantee 2 biscuits and a 2 liang mouse for dry food every day, and 1 can of food every week. We are stationed at the Longshan District Police Headquarters in Hangshangwenqing. We will set off for the Phoenix Dawn Center in 6 days. Looking forward to your arrival. Akatsuki Organization has been recruiting superpowers for a long time. As long as you have superpowers, once you join, you will be a brother for life. We will issue uniform clothing. As long as you are a superpower, you will get a can of food every day. If you are a brother, come together. Coordinates: the east bank of Shurjiu Lake, Hongyelin is in mind. Fu Lu Shou mobile team provides blood essence, soul value detector, water purifier, weapons, ammunition, food supplies, medicines, vehicle equipment, generators, gasoline. As long as you want, we have it. We accept any valuable items for exchange. Location: wow, superpowers only have 1 can of food every day. Is food so scarce now? Kiki said with some surprise. This, Xu Qin said with a complicated expression. This is a relatively normal situation. Eating biscuits and dried mice every day can already supplement a lot of protein intake needs. What was your daily food supply like before? Why do you eat dried mice? Lin Xian frowned and asked. Xu Qin nodded. Dried mice are actually very good meat. In addition, there are also dried lizard meat, some dried insects, etc. These creatures that are basically not infected by darkness are stored when we find them. Canned food is very precious. Generally, we will distribute it once a week or give it to the wounded. Food and water have always been a big problem. Sometimes it is common for survivors to fight each other for a box of canned food. Xu Qin looked at Lin Xian meaningfully. So we had such a rich meal last night. I felt like we were on a train to heaven. Chapter 213. As soon as she said this, Chen Sichuan, Kiki, Delu, Shasha and others all looked surprised and looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian was also a little surprised. He was indeed a little isolated from the outside world on the Infinity train. As soon as they left Yang City, they collected a large amount of supplies from the Oasis team. Lin Xian and Chen Sichuan carried it for more than half an hour. Later, at the sentry post, they took away Tang Hai's belongings that he had saved for a long time. He felt that he had been frugal to maintain 2 meals a day along the way. He didn't expect that other survivors were gnawing on tree bark and eating rats. He looked at Shu Qin. It turned out that when he repaired the water purifier for Shu Qin, the other party exchanged it for a box of canned food, which was a great price for her. It was worth it, but Lin Xian didn't take it seriously. I thought we had 2 meals a day, which was already very little. Lin Xian looked at Chen Sichuan with a wry smile. It turns out that our living conditions on the Infinity are so good. At present, with the A1 level subcritical reverse osmosis water purifier and water circulation system, plus the heterogeneous cube on the train, you can drink clean water anytime and anywhere, and even take a shower. There is a big bed to sleep on the train, heating, a solid fortress armor defense, and canned snacks for every meal. Now it looks like a life, like a god. Lin Xian is even thinking about growing some green vegetables to improve his daily taste that is too meaty. Oh my god, if this gets out, everyone will definitely want to board our train. Sasha widened her eyes. I don't want to eat red jerky, but if I'm hungry, there's definitely nothing I can do. Lin Xian nodded, feeling a great sense of crisis and a great opportunity at the same time. Don't worry, Brother Lin won't let you eat rats. I just have a plan. Lin Xian looked at Kiki and said, didn't you always suggest to me that we make weapons and machines to exchange materials with other survivors? We just got a radio station, and I think it's time to broadcast to the outside world. Do we really want to broadcast to the outside world? Kiki hugged her legs and looked at Lin Xian. Aren't you afraid of being targeted now? When Kiki was seriously injured and unconscious, Lin Xian wanted to find blood essence, but he had no way to contact other survivors, so he was forced to go to Yuchi City to set traps to kill the strange body. He finally got a blood essence after a narrow escape, and was captured by the strange radio station. If it weren't for his mechanical ability, he would not be able to escape from the strange frequency band. Thinking about it now, he still has some lingering fears. After crossing the high-altitude corridor, the survivors around the world are migrating. Lin Xian has also carefully considered that his mechanical ability can be used to exchange materials. He dares to say that the A-level subcritical reverse osmosis water purifier he made can be exchanged for 5 first-level blood essences. But a gentleman is innocent and guilty of holding a treasure. Although his mechanical ability is very powerful, because his team is small, he dare not take the initiative to contact other armed teams. Now Kiki, Shu Qin, Delu, and Lu Xingchen are all strong combat forces around him. The firepower of the whole car is enough to overturn a large weird body. Be brave, and naturally need to use his mechanical ability advantage to obtain more resources. Otherwise, when you enter the deep mountains and forests, swamps and deserts, you can't find supplies, and you can only eat rats with your ability. We should take the initiative when we need to, and we need to broadcast to the outside world, in addition to exchanging supplies, to attract attention. Lin Xian said to Kiki, didn't Wei Kishua tell us an emergency code before? We can use the survivor frequency band to broadcast to the outside world after entering Hengshan Pass, and maybe we can contact the Phoenix Society. Now the S-level weird body in Parma Grassland is moving unknown. We may have to stay in Hengshan Pass for a day to see the situation and try to avoid it. What do you think? Chen Sichuan nodded. I listen to you. Captain Lin, you can arrange it. Shu Qin looked positive. The other people also nodded. With Lin Xian's mechanical ability, there is no shortage of firearms and bullets on the train. There are more guns than people, but firearms are survival tools for other survivors. It is indeed a very rational choice to use them to exchange for some survival supplies. Great. Kiki's eyes lit up. What should we say in the external broadcast? Just keep a low profile, Lin Xian said. Low profile. Kiki looked at Lin Xian with interest, then picked up the radio microphone. Ahem, hello everyone, this is the Infinite Fleet. We will arrive at Hengshangwen train station in 3 hours. Our fleet has many guns and bullets. We also provide advanced water purifiers and various mechanical equipment, and can provide mechanical maintenance services. The stop time is 1 day. We accept all kinds of food, snacks, potato chips, chocolate, drinks, and biscuits in exchange. The more the better. A Spark 26 fully automatic tactical rifle plus 120 rounds of ammunition can be exchanged for a box of biscuits. Chen Sichuan frowned and looked at Kiki. Isn't this too cheap? Oh, Sister Chen, didn't you hear that there is a Fu Lu Shou team selling machinery? If we don't mark a competitive price, how can we grab the business? Kiki said with a smile. Shu Qin was also a little surprised and said, I think what Captain Chen meant is that if you are so cheap, will people dare to come? A box of biscuits can be exchanged for an automatic rifle and 120 rounds of ammunition. In Shu Qin's opinion, it is too cost-effective. In this Doomsday, too cheap will also make people suspicious, and they will only stay for one day, without a fixed shelter, who knows that they are a mobile fishing bandit team. It's okay. Lin Xian smiled, seeing Shu Qin's worry, and said, this automatic rifle is not difficult to make. It's good enough to exchange for a box of biscuits. It's no problem to exchange two for a box of canned food. It's not easy for the survivors now. Guns are life-saving tools. Since I can make them, there's no need to exploit them. Shu Qin's expression froze slightly when she heard this. She looked at Lin Xian with a bit of eagerness and admiration and nodded, yeah. In fact, Lin Xian didn't just want to be a kind-hearted old man, but for him, it was really not difficult to make an ordinary rifle. For those survivors who were lingering on, he felt that there was no need to be a Doomsday profiteer. Kiki crossed his legs and said excitedly, also, according to my idea, our popularity has not yet spread. When we were climbing the channel, so many survivors' convoys regarded Lin Xian as the savior. Even the mobile cities such as Silver Star and Longshang No. 1, including the Phoenix Society, recognized us. Maybe it won't be long before our name spreads throughout the world. There will be many superpowers, and beauties vying to join your infinity. You will definitely be overwhelmed by the choices, and 1,000 carriages will not be enough. Kiki got more and more excited as he spoke, his eyes curved into crescents with laughter. When the time comes, we will have 1,000 carriages, equipped with space thrusters and electromagnetic railguns, and fly directly out of the blue planet, taking human civilization with us, and continue to accelerate in outer space, fly to Proxima Centauri, break away from the solar system orbit, fly to the target, and accelerate continuously for 500 years, accelerate to 5/1000 of the speed of light, and then glide at 5/1000 of the speed of light for 1,300 years, and finally use more than 100 years to park in the orbit of Proxima Centauri, find a new planet, arrive at a new human home, start to reproduce, and continue the new human civilization. Lin Xian was stood up and poked his finger here. The girl's smooth forehead. It's 2069. Why are you wandering around the blue planet? Ouch. Kiki covered her head and gritted her teeth and said, didn't you say you wanted to soar into the sky? Yeah, Lu Xingchen, who had been sipping tea in the corner, finally spoke slowly like a master. A man is born between heaven and earth, and he should have such a great ambition. Delu raised his hand at this time and said seriously, Brother Xian, I am afraid of heights. Oh, stupid, you have already flown out of outer space. Are you still afraid of falling to the ground, my brother? Sasha was very excited by Kiki's words, and she was a little disgusted when she heard what Delu said. Okay, then let's work towards this goal. Lin Xian looked at the time and arranged for everyone. It will be dawn soon. Get ready to go. Chapter 214. Swish, whoosh, the engine of the Infinity began to roar, and the heavy train that had been parked all night began to move forward. The personnel in each carriage began to get busy. Lin Xian sat in the cockpit, paying attention to the work in each carriage. Cars 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and the Gemini nuclear-powered locomotive have been checked, and there are no problems. Shu Qin's voice came from the communicator. There is no problem with the dining car 6 and 7. Chen Xishuan also reported in time. Brother Xian, number 5, and Director Ding number 3 and number 4 are all fine. Delu also said. Number 2 is also fine. Sha was full of energy. Lin Xian picked up the communicator. Girl, pay attention to the survivor frequency band on the radio. There may be many other teams entering Hengshan Pass. Okay. Swish, on the main track of the Ring Star, the Infinity Express was speeding at high speed. At 6:30, the sky was bright. Outside the window, the originally dark and gloomy dense forest suddenly turned into a lush wilderness forest. In front of the train, the endless plains and fertile fields rushed into the eyes, like a new world. The morning light was dim, and there was a cool feeling between heaven and earth, as if it was a spring morning. I've been running for so long that I forgot how beautiful this world is. If there weren't those monsters, this world would always be beautiful. Lin Xian sighed. Who wants to fly into space when they can stay here? My original plan for the flying train was just to outrun the sunset. I know. Chen Xishuan pointed to the driving map. It will take about 3 hours to reach Hengshan Pass. Do you want to take a rest? Lin Xian shook his head. He slept for a few hours last night. Although he and Ding Junyi were busy all night, he was very energetic under the energy released by the hell-black chrysanthemum. He did get a lot of benefits. The radio has been sent out, and someone may start to notice us next. In the cockpit, Lin Xian looked ahead cautiously. The previous Silver Star and Longshan No. 1 must have passed Tingshan Pass, but an S-level weird body broke out in the Parma grassland. I don't know if they will change their route. These Doomsday trains have passed, so our train is not rare. Qin Sixuan's words meant that Lin Xian should not worry too much. We have to stay in Hingshan Pass for at least one day. In addition to waiting for news from the Phoenix Society, we also have to look at the situation on the Parma grassland. If we get close to the Wei River, we will change the northern route to Shilan, otherwise we will continue to move east. Lin Xian said. Qin Sixuan nodded. Well, after leaving Hingshan Pass, the nearest big city is more than 2,000 kilometers away. It would be good for us to exchange more supplies there. Lin Xian smiled. Just exchanging is not enough. He looked into the distance. We have so many people now, and it's broad daylight. At least we have to divide into several teams to go out and explore and collect supplies. Otherwise, will so many people just stay in the car to eat? That's right. Qin Sixuan smiled and looked at Lin Xian. I want to go too. Don't worry. Lin Xian said to Qin Sixuan. Shu Qin and the others are all good at fighting. Although you have also improved, you can't let a sniper search for supplies all over the street. Wait for me to make you a set of power armor, so that I can feel more at ease. He knew that Qin Sixuan had made some progress in perception, but he still lacked speed and strength, and his fighting skills were zero. It was okay to be a sniper on the train relying on the fortress, but if he really let Qin Sixuan fight zombies, he was really worried. Are you afraid that I die? Qin Sixuan lowered her head and suddenly spoke, without looking at Lin Xian. She remembered that when she got on the car, Lin Xian told her that everyone had to find supplies, and both men and women had responsibilities. At that time, he said these words like a commander without emotion in the Doomsday, but now Lin Xian seemed to have lost that coldness and cared about her a lot more. Lin Xian's eyes flickered, and he didn't speak, sighing in his heart. When he was in Jiang City, he was alone, and it didn't matter to him if anyone died. He just wanted to survive, and everyone on the car had to contribute value and obey orders. But now that the number of team members on the car has gradually increased, he finds it difficult to squander these people like chess pieces. At first, he also thought it was normal for someone to die, but when he left Jiazhou City that day, Shuqin's big truck team just joined in, and Zhong Jiahao's family died. Although Lin Xian had never met these people and was not familiar with them, and he also used all his strength to protect the team at that time, no one else said anything. But Lin Xian still felt something called self-blame in his heart, because he knew that those people were already his teammates, and he also knew that there must have been better decision-making options at that time. This incident quietly changed his mentality. Even though he knew that casualties would inevitably occur on the subsequent trains, Lin Xian at this time began to urgently want to use his abilities to protect everyone on the train and increase the survival rate. And Qin Sixuan was already his woman, accompanying him all the way and experiencing countless life and death moments together. He could no longer just regard her as a woman who could provide certain value. So Lin Xian plans to combine his mechanical abilities to develop tailor-made equipment for his teammates. For example, if Qin Sixuan can be given a set of active power armor like the one he wears, which can improve her speed and athletic ability and support her to easily lift the heavy sniper rifle, then Qin Sixuan's survivability will be greatly improved. With a set of intelligent sighting equipment, wouldn't an electrified sniper goddess be born, including Kiki, Xia, Delu, Shuqin, Lu Xingchen, Lu Cheng, Miao Lu, and even Ding Junyi? He is also thinking about how to cultivate his own team. The overall combat effectiveness of Infinity is the combat effectiveness of Lin Xian. In this Doomsday, fighting alone is obviously not the kingly way. Lin Xian stood up and smiled at Qin Sixuan and said, "Of course I'm afraid you die, you are my teacher Qin." The two words "my" were deliberately emphasized by him. After that, Lin Xian went to the back carriage and prepared to manufacture items. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Qin Sixuan looked at the scenery on the track ahead, a smile slightly raised at the corner of his lips, and joy spread in his heart. Wow, the Infinity was driving fast on the track. Lin Xian asked Qin Sixuan to drive in the cab, while he prepared to manufacture the G3 electromagnetic railgun in the number 2 carriage. This thing is much larger than the 1130 system. The good news is that Lin Xian can divide it into 2 systems for separate manufacturing, namely the main gun system and the extreme energy capacitor device. After entering the city, he might have to meet many convoys. Under the premise of crisis awareness, he dared not be careless at all. He operated the preparation factory to convert materials, and then prepared for manufacturing. Kiki sat on the swivel chair, watching Lin Xian clear the area of the main gun space and welding the wire box, and said, "We will enter the city soon. Can you finish it?" "No." Lin Xian estimated that it would take at least 7 or 8 hours to build the entire electromagnetic gun system with his current mechanical manufacturing level, and they would arrive at Hingshan Pass in less than 3 hours, so it was impossible to finish it in this short time. "You are still building it if you can't finish it. Aren't you afraid of encountering any problems when you enter the city?" Kiki asked. Lin Xian pointed to the top of his head. "I plan to build the base and gun carriage structure of the main gun system first, and the accelerator and the extremely energetic capacitor device inside will be discussed later." "Ah?" Kiki frowned and said, "You just build an empty frame? Is it not okay?" Lin Xian smiled meaningfully. Kiki's big eyes blinked, and then a sly smile slowly appeared at the corner of her mouth. She looked at Lin Xian and said, "Well, when did you become so cunning and actually learn to bluff people?" Lin Xian shrugged helplessly. "Didn't you say that we should build a reputation for ourselves? We have launched a broadcast to the outside world. If there are thugs with bad intentions, 11:30 is obviously not enough to deter them. Since we are doing business with the outside world, we must have good wine for guests and shotguns for jackals. This is both a deterrent and a propaganda. The Silver Star of Jian Zuifinger Group is equipped with 4 vehicle-mounted electromagnetic railguns and various heavy protective weapons. Such a mobile city with thousands of people is not something that ordinary thugs dare to attack." Lin Xian also figured it out. When there were not many people in the early stage, he should be more cowardly. Now that the team has grown, it is the truth to fight with 1 punch to avoid 100 punches. Click, 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 Lin Xian seized every second of his time, and the light flashed in his hands. A large amount of materials began to fly out, combined, and forged. Lin Xian can make large weapon systems separately through different subsystems in the blueprint. The advantage is that it can be made in stages, and a little bit accumulates into a lot. The disadvantage is that it almost fully occupies all his free time, and it completely becomes a beast of burden. Bang, 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 soon, a large black electromagnetic cannon gradually took shape, and the materials of the preparation factory and the decomposition center kept flying out, and gradually a turret that looked quite domineering appeared, which made people excited. Kiki watched Lin Xian making the electromagnetic cannon. Her little face was filled with excitement and joy, as if she was already imagining how refreshing it would feel to use this thing to fight monsters. "Wow, if only we had this thing when we encountered that big red bug before." Lin Xian smiled. "I only had a broken knife at that time, and it was lucky that I survived." "That's all thanks to me, huh? You wanted to kick me out of the car at that time." Kiki wrinkled her nose and said, "Now you know that I am a treasure." Caw caw caw. The Lighthouse Alliance announced that the entry threshold of Dawn City has now been raised to 3 first-level blood essences per person, 1 blood essence for those who meet the military service requirements, and those with special abilities do not need any blood essence, but must join the federal garrison for training. Those who do not meet the conditions should bypass as soon as possible. At present, many convoys have deployed defensive offenses in Jihai. Because of the group hunting effect, the risk is extremely high. Please try not to gather in Jihai. At this time, a message from the survivor frequency band sounded on the radio. Kiki looked disdainful upon hearing this. "You have to pay a ticket to enter the city." "Hey, the nature of the capitalists is exposed. It sounds like there are quite a few people going there. With so many people, aren't they afraid of the Dark Mark? After all, it is the capital of Dragon Country, and the current main city of the federal government. It should not be so easy to be breached." Lin Xian said in a deep voice. "I just didn't expect that it would take 3 first-level blood essences to enter the city. Yeah, this is too expensive. It is equivalent to 1 person killing 3 red centipedes to get a chance to enter the city. With this ability, who would want to go to that broken city? 3 first-level blood essences, this is a considerable value, enough to exchange for food and water for a 10-person team for nearly half a month. But now it is only enough for 1 person to enter the Dawn City ticket. If the people of Infinity are taken into account, at least 100 are needed to enter. For 100, Lin Xian has to kill 100 white giants or centipedes, which is really crazy. If we want to go to Xingqing, we may have to get off the train." Lin Xian said, "Otherwise, we will need so much blood essence to enter the city with a whole train, and we will just be the scapegoats. Are you afraid that we will not get anything, And they will rob us of the nuclear-powered locomotive and the flower pot? Kiki asked. Lin Xian nodded. With the nature of those people, it is not impossible for them to do it. Chapter 215. Hengshan Pass is the first transportation hub city after crossing the Daju Mountains and entering the Yunjang Plain. It is much larger than Jiazhou City. Because of its unique geographical location, you can go to Xilan to the north, cross Xingyuan No. 4 and No. 5 to Quancheng, and go to Qishui, Lancheng, and Haidong to the south. Going around Xingyuan No. 7 and No. 8, going directly east is the main track of Huanxing, along the outside of the Parma grassland, through the Weha River, Longjiang, all the way to Jihai and Xingcheng, which is now the former capital of Longhua, which has been renamed Shuguang City by the federal government. The train traveled quickly on the endless plains. The sky was bright, and there were no mountains in the distance. Some zombies that were no longer fresh began to appear on the tracks along the way. They were shriveled and rancid, attracted by the sound and ran towards the tracks. As they approached the city, there were more and more buildings around. Kiki was not idle either. He raised the drone and began to observe the situation. Other carriages, Shuqin building and others also began to prepare. Many zombies appeared on the road one after another. There must be more in the city. In addition to some unknown factors, the whole car was ready for battle. In the city, high-rise buildings gradually increased, like a forest of reinforced concrete, looking desolate under the sun. The black rain had not yet fallen to the Yunjang plain. Many green plants grew on the deserted city streets. Vines climbed up some low houses. Even some animals shuttled through the streets blocked by abandoned cars. Various ragged zombies wandered around, attracted by the sound of the vibration of the rails, and let out low howls. Various signs were covered with dust, as if the roads and various facilities were aging very quickly after the people were gone, and the railings began to rust. In the infinite carriage, many team members leaned on the windows, looking at this strange city. Unlike the Yubei city, that was full of zombies before, Hengshengwen was like an ordinary city on the way to escape, which reminded Lin Xian of the feeling of Jiang City. This place doesn't seem to have many people. The sun was bright, and Kiki observed the urban jungle outside and said, "Do you want to see the survivors basking in the sun on the roof?" Lin Xian responded. Kiki stretched. To be honest, after running in the dark for so long, such good weather is really suitable for basking in the sun. Lin Xian did not comment, and stood up and said, "We are almost at Hengshengwen Station, get ready." "Okay, boss." Clank, clank. Hengshengwen train station is a high-altitude platform, standing in the city, so this place has become a natural shelter, but looking at this situation, the platform has also fallen, but strangely, there is no zombie, it seems that they have all been cleared in advance. The black heavy train passed quickly on the elevated track in the city, and soon approached a large passenger station. There was a Huanqing passenger center here. Lin Xian came to the cockpit and looked at it. His face suddenly became stern. There were many survivors' vehicles parked in the platform, and there was also a green Doomsday train covered with steel plates, which looked a bit shabby. There were many shooting holes on the train. It was not too long and many armored grills were installed on it. Although it was not a very standard structure, it looked quite solid. The front of the train was a Huanqing mining machine series equipped with a small nuclear power engine. Compared with the Infinite Gemini nuclear power locomotive, it was still a little worse, but it was already very powerful to have such a sustainable energy Doomsday train. Lin Xian looked around, and saw that there seemed to be quite a few people on the train. Before entering the station, Lin Xian, standing in the cab, observed several dazzling lights coming from several commanding heights of the platform. He looked over and found that there were quite a few people standing on the top of the steel frame of the platform, looking over here with binoculars. So many people? Could it be that the convoy was stranded here because of the strange body that appeared in the Parma grassland? Qin Sichuan had very strong eyesight, and saw at a glance that there were dozens of vehicles parked on the platform inside the train station, including motorcycles, off-road vehicles, jeeps, and vans of all kinds. At the same time, many survivors were gathered in groups of 3 or 5, as if they were waiting for something. Lin Xian complained, "Change your mind, maybe they are all waiting for us." With the appearance of the Infinity, those people began to look towards the entrance one after another. The machine gun turret on the green Doomsday train also began to turn, as if to guard against the arrival of the Infinity. Everyone saw a black heavy train driving into the platform with a strong wind. On the tracks and platforms of the station, a large number of zombies that had been cleared were still lying on the ground. "Here it comes, it should be this train." "Is it called the Infinity?" "Everyone be careful, it's so cheap, it might be a scam." "Go back, find shelter first." The survivors from all walks of life were noisy at this time. Seeing the train enter the platform, they all began to retreat to the back of the train, and some returned to the train. The long escape made these survivors extremely cautious, not only in the dark, but also in other unfamiliar convoys. On the green train, many men and women were alert, most of them were holding guns, and the atmosphere seemed a little solemn. Lin Xian was a little surprised to hear those whispers. He didn't expect that so many survivors would come after sending a radio message. It seems that exchanging a gun and 120 bullets for a box of biscuits is indeed a good deal. However, for Lin Xian, he did not lose out. In addition to the guns collected from Tang Hai before, there were also a large number of guns obtained from the Fireline team and the King Kong team. It can be said that there are more guns than bullets on the car. According to Teacher Chen's count, there are at least more than 100 guns in total, and if they are not enough, he can make them directly on the car. Seeing so many people, Lin Xian was still somewhat wary. In addition to the bonfire mutual aid meeting prepared by Jiang Yin before, this was his second time to participate in the transaction of the survivors' gathering, and it was initiated by him personally. Squeak, under the gaze of the dozens of survivors, the Infinity slowly stopped on the main platform, and the steel wheels and tracks made a humming sound. Lin Xian walked towards the car window, and Chen Xishuan behind him called him. "Be careful, I see some of them are originally stationed in the station, and some seem to have come here on purpose. It means that the message we sent through the radio has worked." Lin Xian nodded at her and said, "Don't be afraid, this is our initiative to seek cooperation with other teams. In the future, this kind of interaction with other teams will definitely be inevitable. You could also try to contact them while being vigilant." After leaving Jiang City, in addition to meeting Jiang Yin's group, he and Chen Xishuan mostly encountered thugs who fired cold guns. It's no wonder that Chen Xishuan is so cautious now, and Lin Xian is also so. But being timid all the time is not a solution. Sometimes actively promoting strength is also a way to keep others friendly. Moreover, he did not want his mechanical ability to be used only for internal construction. It was very necessary to use it to generate value and obtain survival materials, or even the necessary intelligence or equipment. "Yes." Chen Xishuan nodded. Lin Xian lowered the window, glanced at the many cars on the platform, and said directly, "We are the Infinite Team. Are you all here to exchange supplies?" As soon as the voice fell, a middle-aged man with a hat walked out from the back of the car and said loudly, "How many guns and bullets do you have? In addition to biscuits, can you exchange other things?" There were 4 or 5 teams of different sizes on the platform, which used this station as a temporary shelter, including the green train. In addition, there were more than a dozen survivor teams that came from other areas. Each team only had 2 or 3 people. At this time, there were at least 50 or 60 people on the platform. It can be seen that there are still many survivor teams near Hengshan Pass. Is it true that there is a set of guns for every box of biscuits? The window of the green train's cockpit opened, and a fat man with a shrewd face showed his head, looking at Lin Xian with a scrutinizing look. "Don't bluff, there are so many people here. If you don't take out the weapons, no one will admit it, right?" "Yes. That's right. Don't lie." Lin Xian heard it, and said loudly, "Don't worry, we have a lot of weapons, mainly want to exchange some daily necessities, food, medicine, blood and sperm are no problem." Hearing this, some survivors began to come out. "I heard that you can also repair machinery. Can you do anything?" A woman carrying a rifle asked. "Are you going to Star City? Can you bring people on the train? We can provide supplies. Can you repair the car? What kind of water purifier is it? Is it up to the level 2 water purification standard? Do you have the latest soul draining value detector?" Everyone started asking questions one after another, as if they were treating Infinity as a mobile grocery store. Lin Xian waved his hand to interrupt everyone and said directly, "You can only bring things here to repair. You need to see what the situation is. As for water purifiers, we have level 1 and level 2 standard ones, but we don't have the latest soul draining value detector. We only have the first generation released by Phoenix. In addition, we are not going to Star City." He didn't lie on purpose. What Lin Xian said about going to Star City was to find a way to sneak in quietly, not to drive the train in swaggeringly. Even if he ignored the risks inside the train and just took passengers, he had to send people to their destination. He couldn't just throw them off halfway. After saying that, Lin Xian opened the door and walked down. At the same time, the automatic door of carriage number 5 opened, and Lu, Lu Chong and others took the lead in carrying the guns down with a weapon box made by Lin Xian. When everyone saw Abdullah's posture, the Growler K-23 electric rotary machine gun on his back, and a male team member behind him also holding one down, their eyes shrank, and the shock at the first moment turned into envy and desire. The fat man on the green train was named Chao Hong, the captain of the train team. The team was called Night Charm. As the name suggests, there were many women on the train. Seeing this scene, his face changed, and he quickly called out to his men around him, "Quick, quick, get off the train and take a look." Lin Xian stepped forward, stepped on the weapon box, and said proudly, "Automatic rifles, BOG grenade launchers, M556 light machine guns, shotguns, 12.7mm vehicle-mounted cannons, rocket launchers, I have them all here, and there are many other equipment, depending on your needs. Just like what we announced on the radio, automatic rifles with 120 rounds of bullets can be exchanged for a box of biscuits or half a box of canned food. Grenade launchers with 12 rounds of howitzers can be exchanged for 2 boxes of biscuits and 1 box of canned food. Light machine guns with 500 rounds of bullets can be exchanged for 4 boxes of biscuits or 2 boxes of canned food. Rocket launchers can be exchanged for 2 boxes of canned food, and machine guns can be exchanged for 4 boxes of canned food." According to the price value of the goods that Lin Xian had traded with Chu Guan and other convoys before, the current value of weapons is basically higher than energy and food. After all, they are important tools for saving lives and the first rigid demand of most ordinary people. 1 first-level blood essence can be exchanged for 3 Spark 26 type fully automatic tactical rifles plus bullets, and can also be exchanged for 5 days of food for 10 people. In other words, an automatic rifle with 120 rounds of bullets can at least exchange for nearly 1.5 days of food for 10 people, which is at least worth a box of 20 cans of canned food, or 2 boxes of biscuits. Therefore, Lin Xian's price is basically cut in half. At this time, Lin Xian was like a local tycoon, starting to sell off his previous belongings. These things were not of high value to him at the moment, so he didn't feel bad about exchanging them. And he also knew that as humans continued to evolve, the value of low-end weapons would become lower and lower, and the importance of food began to surpass weapons. Who knew that as soon as he finished speaking, the eyes of the survivors in front of him lit up, and they swarmed out at once. "I have canned food, biscuits, and dried meat. Our convoy needs a lot of weapons." Wow, at this time, the middle-aged man who spoke first opened a van behind him, and saw several large boxes of collected supplies, various foods, canned food, dried mice, and lizards that had been dried, and even a large bottle of ground cockroach meat in a glass jar, which was gray-brown in color, and there were a few cockroach wings on the edge of the jar. "We want the vehicle-mounted machine gun and the light machine gun. See if these are enough. If not, we have other stocks in our temporary camp. You can raise the price." "Hey! What do you mean?" At this time, Chao Hong from the Night Charm team squeezed in from the back of the crowd with a few people. Seeing this scene, he was immediately unhappy. "What do you mean you all want them? Others haven't spoken yet. If he wants to raise the price, I can also raise the price. For that light machine gun, I will exchange it with 3 boxes of canned food." The middle-aged man in the hat was obviously a member of a large team. Seeing the fat man's train team, he was not afraid at all. He said arrogantly, "Brother, everything is based on first come first served. Is there any problem if I see it first and bid first?" "Oh, first come first served is fine, but it depends on whether the other party sells it or not. The highest bidder wins. How about I offer 3 boxes? Chao Hong felt that his face could not be saved, and he immediately got angry. "For boxes will be enough, right? I give you a can of secret cockroach oil. We can also add 2 bags of bedbug crisps." At this time, the women with guns and live ammunition around Chao Hong also choked up. Ugh, Kiki and Shasha were standing behind Lin Xian with great interest, looking for something delicious to eat. When they heard about the secret cockroach oil, their faces turned green, and they almost vomited. Xu Qin and others were also very excited at this time. In fact, they were not unfamiliar with these things. However, after boarding the Infinity, the conditions suddenly became better. Not only could they eat 2 meals a day, but they also had canned food or starchy food to eat. It can be said that it was very luxurious in the Doomsday. Chapter 216. Stop! On the platform, everyone started arguing over this unprecedented price-performance ratio, and even started bidding against each other. Just as the argument was getting more and more heated, Lin Xian called a halt. At this time, everyone was quiet. Lin Xian stood in the middle, looked around, and said loudly, "There are more stocks than these. We still have them in the car. There is no need to argue. Everyone is just trying to survive." Lin Xian was not here for the auction, and these people were ordinary survivors, and he had no intention of squeezing money out of them. These conditions were all due to his mechanical heart, and he didn't want to do a one-time business. Thinking of this, he began to feel that Kiki's idea was indeed very advanced. If the reputation of Infinity was spread, maybe it could develop into an integrated center for weapons and resources in the future. At that time, it would be very easy for him to need any resources, and the survival of the team would be greatly guaranteed. Really? Hearing this, Chao Hong looked at the weapon boxes in front of Lin Xian with a suspicious look, and at the same time, his eyes swept to the car behind him, and his expression suddenly became a little complicated. The Infinity's momentum was ridiculously strong at first glance. It was covered with standard heavy armor, and more than a dozen carriages were hundreds of meters long, which was several times larger than his Night Phantom. He subconsciously wanted to shout, but quickly held back. Why, you don't believe it? Lin Xian glanced at him, and then looked at the middle-aged man again. You can take the vehicle-mounted machine gun and the light machine gun. I have more than one set, but I need to exchange them with canned food or biscuits. That's no problem. Chao Hong said generously, and quickly called a female subordinate beside him. Quick, bring things to exchange for guns. Several female members of the Night Charm suddenly became energetic at this time. A group of people hurriedly opened one of the storage compartments of the green train. When it was opened, various collected survival supplies were neatly stacked inside. Lin Xian noticed that there were dozens of cans of canned food, which seemed to be military supplies. He noticed this detail because there were also canned food in this outer packaging in the van of the middle-aged man just now. How do you have military rations? Lin Xian looked over and asked directly. You are talking about this. We bought it from the Fu Show team. The middle-aged man in the hat was named Liao Ming, and he said bluntly, most of the survivors here exchanged supplies with him, but the price is a little higher than yours. How high? Kiki said with bright eyes. It's okay. They have a lot of supplies, almost everything, most of which are standard official survival supplies, said Chao Hong, the fat man of the Night Phantom, sternly, but the price of weapons and bullets has always been relatively high, so many people around here heard your radio and rushed over to see if it is really so worth it. The middle-aged man Liao Ming picked up an automatic rifle, pulled a bolt, checked it, nodded and said, the quality of this gun is indeed good. At first, I thought you were fishing, or that they were all broken goods. Every gun can be inspected on the spot. Lin Xian said, the quality is guaranteed, but there are not many goods. Food, canned biscuits and medicines are given priority. If it doesn't work, you can exchange them with blood essence. That's no problem. Lin Xian lowered his eyes and said to Chen Sichuan, Teacher Chen, let's do what we just said and exchange what needs to be exchanged first. Yes. Chen Sichuan nodded and said to everyone, those who want to buy guns come to me, I will register one by one. Countless people from the convoys rushed up at this time and began to scramble to exchange supplies. Hey, I go first, we are local. Fatty Chao Hong looked impolite, gritted his teeth, and immediately asked his men to squeeze forward, fearing that they would be robbed first. Hurry, babies, buy all the good things first. We want to exchange 3 sets of guns, and I don't know if this detector can be repaired. Other survivors also swarmed up. We want 2 sets of guns, a shotgun, a light machine gun, bullets. What are the prices of your level 1 and level 2 water purifiers? In addition to food, there are also various medicines, blood essence, and these idle weapons. Lin Xian is ready to clear them all at once. Even a few people from the large vehicle group are interested in light and heavy machine guns, and the Roarer K-23 electric rotary machine gun in the hands of the building. He is also ready to get on the car to take the inventory. This kind of heavy weapon can be exchanged for a lot of supplies. The only trouble is that the demand for bullets is too large. People rushed up around, and Chen Sichuan became busy all of a sudden. Kiki and Shu Qin also hurried up to help. The building, Lu Cheng, and Miao Lu were all helping to carry weapons and ammunition. Buzz, at this time, a series of rapid roars of car engines suddenly broke the atmosphere of the transaction. Because of caution, everyone immediately stopped what they were doing and looked back with vigilance. Outside the platform, more than a dozen camouflaged off-road vehicles and a transport truck rushed through the wire gates set up by the survivors to block the zombies and started directly on the platform. When everyone saw this, they retreated to their vehicles. Swish, swish, swish. Soon, dozens of people with live ammunition came down from the dozen vehicles, and several vehicles had machine guns on their roofs. Bang. At this time, 2 people got off from the domineering armored vehicle in the front. The leader was a thin man wearing a plaid shirt and a dark red suit, wearing a toad sunglasses on his face, and looked a little ruffian. The man got off the car, stretched his neck and raised his sunglasses, and walked towards Lin Xian with a dignified expression. The people behind him also came forward with guns, looking very fierce. Hey, hey, hey! You are the team that was arguing on the radio about exchanging a gun for a box of biscuits, right? The thin man walked over from the group of survivors who wanted to trade, looked at Lin Xian with a scrutinizing look, raised his chin, and spoke with a tone of impatience. Yes. Seeing that the other party had a bit of bad intentions, Lin Xian's face suddenly turned cold. Then are you the boss of the team? It's me. What are you doing? Kiki narrowed his eyes, and walked to Lin Xian's side with his hands folded across his chest. I want to buy something, line up behind me. Lin Xian looked over, and saw that the team was extremely powerful. Dozens of people were holding powerful guns, and there were also machine guns on the cars. At the same time, behind this thin man who looked like a gangster, there was a woman. She has short red hair, distinct facial features, and is nearly 1.8 meters tall. Her wheat-colored skin and well-defined muscle lines under her tight vest give her a healthy and powerful impact. If it weren't for the bandage on her chest that suppressed the waves, ordinary people wouldn't even be able to tell that she is a woman. The most important thing is that the woman's right arm is a silver-black weapon-grade prosthesis, which looks very powerful. Among all the people, the most eye-catching is this woman who looks like a mechanical contra. Buy things? The man said arrogantly, good boy, do you know who I am? I don't know. They are the Fu Lu Shou team. At this time, Liao Ming, the middle-aged man who had just traded weapons with Lin Xian, helped to speak. We bought a lot of things from them. Seeing this scene, Chao Hong of the Night Demon team immediately lost his clamor, and winked at several of his men, who began to retreat to the back of the crowd for fear of getting into trouble. Many other team members also had complicated expressions. Most of them had traded with the Fu Lu Shou team. Seeing this situation, many people guessed that the Fu Lu Shou team must be unhappy with the Infinity selling weapons at such a cheap price. Lin Xian and Chen Sichuan looked at each other. Good guy, they met a colleague. Hee, where did you come from? Have you ever heard of our Fu Lu Shou team? Do you know the rules? Do you know that you are destroying the Doomsday market by giving such a price casually? And you have a few broken guns, but you dare to directly bid on the radio, destroying the honest, friendly and harmonious market environment. Can you bear this responsibility? Lin Xian glanced at the group of people behind the man and frowned. Do survivors need to ask for your consent to trade with each other? Hey! The man in sunglasses raised his hand and said, it's normal for survivors to trade with each other for what they need. No one cares if you take a gun to exchange a piece of biscuit. But you directly advertised on the radio that you have this and that, and mark such a low price, which means that you have a large amount of goods for sale. This is not an ordinary transaction, it is against the rules, understand? Chen Sichuan walked up and said coldly, it's too unreasonable, do we have to sell it at a high price? The man in sunglasses was immediately annoyed when he heard it. I said, are you really stupid or pretending to be stupid? Today you have a Spark 26. A fully automatic tactical rifle plus 120 rounds of ammunition can be exchanged for a box of biscuits. How can I sell my gun? Will my brothers have enough to eat? Other survivor teams can obviously exchange for a box of canned food, but you could only exchange for half a box. Do you think this is your family's business? Lin Xian put his hand on Chen Sichuan's shoulder, looked forward and said, what he meant is that we are new here and there are not many goods. It's okay to trade privately, but we can't mark the price and sell on the radio, otherwise it will destroy the market price. The man in sunglasses looked at Lin Xian, his nose in the air. That's right. What do you want? Do you want to threaten us? Kiki was unhappy when he heard it, and immediately stepped forward. Dozens of Infinity team members behind him also stopped their actions, surrounded them with cold faces, and stood behind Lin Xian, holding weapons in their hands, waiting for Lin Xian's arrangements at any time. The survivors who came to exchange things retreated one after another after seeing this scene. Their expressions were a little complicated. For them, it didn't matter who they bought from, but the good price from Lin Xian really made them quite tempted. From the perspective of interests, they definitely supported the Infinity. However, these people obviously knew and understood the strength of the Fu Lu Shou team. Many people could only be angry but not speak, and retreated far away. At the same time, dozens of people behind the man in sunglasses also raised their guns in unison, and the vehicle-mounted machine guns on the car also turned around, and there was a sound of loading. The red-haired woman behind him also clenched her fist slowly, without saying a word when she saw the scene change. The independent servo system of the right arm prosthesis started, and a slight hissing sound was emitted under the transmission of the wrist knuckles. The surge of electric energy made the blue electric light begin to flash on the fist bone. No! 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 I'm a businessman, not a bandit. The man in sunglasses saw the tense atmosphere, smiled disdainfully, and clapped his hands. Wow, the younger brother behind him opened the door of the truck, and immediately there appeared the supplies that filled the entire truck compartment, neatly stacked. The people in the other survivors' convoys widened their eyes, and took a breath of cold air. Heroic, absolutely heroic. The man in sunglasses obviously liked this kind of focused attention, and said to Lin Xian arrogantly, "Since you have called this price today, how many guns do you have? I will take them all according to your price, and then, get out of here quickly." As soon as these words came out, the faces of the people on the Infinity side suddenly changed. This was not only contemptuous, but the most important thing was that this was actually a monopoly of goods in front of so many survivors' convoys. It was too arrogant, and the faces of the people in the survivors' convoys were all black. Lin Xian almost laughed when he heard this. He didn't expect that this was a group of principal profiteers in the end times. He nodded and said, "Oh, I understand. You are here for wholesale, okay. I haven't asked yet, what is the name of this boss?" "The name of the fleet is my name, and my name is Fu Lu Shou." The man in sunglasses replied indifferently. "Is your last name Fu?" Shasha came out from behind Lin Xian and said in surprise, "Why do you care about my happiness?" "No, I mean your last name is Fu. This last name is rare. My last name is Fu, the Fu of mountains, rivers and seas, the Lu of walking, and the Shou of longevity." The man in sunglasses felt a little insulted and immediately became anxious. "Shanha Fu Hai? Is there a problem?" The red-haired woman behind him couldn't stand it anymore and said in a low voice, "His surname is Hu, Kuyu, Hu Lu Shou. Hulu Beast, what a strange name." Sasha frowned and said, and Kiki on the side immediately covered her mouth and almost laughed out loud. Chapter 217. What are you laughing at? Hu Lu Shou shouted, looked at the train on the track, raised his chin towards Lin Xian, grinned and revealed a golden tooth. "Okay. You said it's okay. Then you'd better take out all your family assets. Don't trade for one place after another. I'm polite to you this time. I may not be the same next time." Lin Xian nodded, looked at the large truck of supplies with interest, and said with a smile, "Then I will reluctantly help you replenish your warehouse." Immediately he turned around. Lu Cheng, get on the car to load the goods for this big customer." As soon as Lin Xian said this, everyone in the Infinity reacted immediately. Kiki and Chen Sichuan both couldn't help laughing, and Shasha's face was even red. At this time, the faces of the survivors team who came to trade fell. Normally, they are the ones who benefit from trading items with less supplies, but now they have been intercepted by others. They were disappointed and angry. Many people shook their heads and prepared to leave. Lin Xian looked at this scene and said directly before getting on the car, "Don't leave, wait until I sell all the goods to this boss who, then I will trade with you." When the voice fell, not only the survivors who were about to leave were stunned, but even Hu Lu Shou was stunned for a moment, thinking that he had heard it wrong. "Hey, what do you mean? Do you think the things I brought are not enough to clear out your goods?" Chao Hong, who was standing behind the crowd, was also very surprised to hear this, and several of his men began to whisper. Lin Xian did not react, pretending to frown and calculate for a while, and said with some embarrassment, "I don't know how much you brought. How about this? I will prepare for you what you can exchange on your small truck. If it is not enough, you can go back to get some." Hu Lu Shou's face turned green after hearing this. He lowered his sunglasses, stared and said loudly, "Good boy, you think you run a military factory, you are so arrogant. Well, I still have dozens of cars in the camp. Let's see if you can kill me today." Lin Xian stopped talking, turned around and gestured to Kiki Chen Sichuan, and then took Delu and others back to the train. Chen Sichuan asked the team members to carry a few boxes of weapons up. This box contains 20 Spark 26 type fully automatic tactical rifles, which are in semi-new condition. "You can take a look first." Hu Lu Shou glanced at him disdainfully, raised his hand, and snapped his fingers. At this time, the younger brother behind him took a set of tables, chairs, and tea sets from the car and placed them in front of him. The movements were quite skillful. Hu Lu Shou sat down directly, and the other younger brothers began to check the guns one by one. Then the people behind him also carried the supplies from the car one by one, and placed them in front of Chen Sichuan. People on both sides began to get busy, watching the boxes of supplies being carried onto the Infinity. Some of the survivors who were watching had given up and left, while most were still waiting to see if they could get a bargain. Some even thought of waiting until Hu Lushou had finished buying and then buying from him. After all, it was not easy to make a trip, and weapons, such a rigid demand, could not be suffocated because of the price issue. Anyway, the price of Hu Lushou's team was acceptable to them. The red-haired woman stood behind Hu Lushou like a bodyguard, without saying a word, and her eyes were fixed on several backbones on the Infinity side. She seemed to be able to see that there must be a superpower among them, and his strength was not bad. Boxes of weapons were carried down from the Infinity one by one. At first, they were some semi-new or old guns. Hu Lushou's younger brother, who was responsible for inspecting the goods, even picked out some old goods that he didn't like. But not long after, the automatic rifles carried down from the Infinity began to become brand new, and even the weapon boxes were new. The younger brother in charge of inspecting the goods looked even weirder, because he found that the guns in front of him were not only new, but also had a residual temperature when he touched them. On the Infinity, Lin Xian had a factory in his left hand, and a machine in his right hand, making automatic rifles quickly. This Spark 26 type fully automatic tactical rifle is extremely easy to make for him, and the material cost is not much, but the bullet is not that fast. It is actually meaningless for Lin Xian to make so many automatic rifles. They are not used on the train, and can only be used to exchange things. These weapons are okay for zombies, or some sea-level weird bodies with ordinary defense, such as fog spiders or three-headed ghosts. If you encounter strong defense, you must use heavy weapons. However, the other party is here to smash the place, so his Infinity, military-industrial base, can't be slapped in the face on the first day of opening, and the other party's material reserves are obviously very sufficient, just right for him to reserve them on the train. As boxes of brand new automatic rifles were carried down from the Infinity, the people on the other side were all silently carrying supplies, and Chen Sichuan, who was in charge of the transaction, was counting and recording calmly. Hu Lushou, who was drinking tea, began to realize that something was wrong, because those weapon boxes and brand new automatic rifles seemed to have just been shipped from the military factory. The only doubt was that it would take a while for a box to be carried out, but the people on the train seemed to be carrying weapon boxes out endlessly. The survivors who were watching were also stunned at this large-scale transaction scene. They had never seen so many weapons being carried out. Chao Hong, the boss of the Night Charm, who was hiding behind the crowd, was so wide-eyed at this time. He didn't expect that there were so many good things on the train. His eyes were full of eagerness. My God! Hu Lushou stopped drinking tea halfway, reached out, and pressed down his sunglasses, staring at the door of the train. Every time he thought that no one would come out of the door of the train, two people would come out carrying a box of weapons. It was like someone was refreshed. He turned around and found that there was less than 1/3 of the truckload of supplies he brought, and his face began to become solemn. Fuck Sun Chong, they don't really have a trainload of arms, do they? Hu Lushou lowered his voice, and said to the woman behind him. The woman named Sun Chong also felt that they should have underestimated the strength of this train group, and slowly said, these weapons are so new, they should have obtained a batch of military supplies. Hu Lushou frowned when he heard this. Oh my God, is this true? The woman did not speak. Hu Lushou's face darkened, and he looked at the heavy train with subtle eyes, cursing in a low voice. I believed your lies. However, the scene of moving the weapon boxes was like an infinite loop, and it continued to be displayed in front of Hu Lushou. Bang! The last box of weapons was placed in front of the people in Hu Lushou's team. The man in charge of inspecting the goods on Hu Lushou's side turned around, and the younger brothers behind him all spread their hands in confusion, because the supplies on their truck had been emptied, and now they were replaced with a pile of weapon boxes filled with automatic rifles, neatly stacked in the corner of the truck. No more. Chen Sichuan counted the last wave of supplies, raised her head and frowned at them. Why is there so little? Hu Lushou was so shocked that the tea in his hand spilled out when he heard this. He stood up suddenly, and his hands holding the teacup were shaking. He looked back at his truck, and then at the box of guns that was lifted off the train. He felt numb. At this time, Lin Xian got off the car, and Kiki followed him and looked at Hu Lushou with a smile. I thought it was a big business, but we didn't even fill half of the carriage. Trucks and train carriages are naturally incomparable. Hu Lushou's truckload of supplies was moved to the number 7 storage carriage, which only filled up a small 1/3 of the space. Lin Xian came over and said indifferently, aren't we going to clear the goods? Do you want to wait for you to get some more? It's agreed that you can't leave until you finish clearing it. Hey you guys. Hu Lushou's face was uncertain at this time. He realized that he must have stepped on a big pit today. Just as he was about to get angry, He saw a sharp look looking at him. Lin Xian looked at him with interest, and the mechanical heart was running. Suddenly, the two automatic explosion-proof doors of the train opened, and the weapon station top compartments of carriages 2 and 11 were also retracted, and two terrifying death war cannons slowly rose on the train. Woo, tung tung tung, in just a moment, a seemingly ordinary and heavy train suddenly turned into a mobile battleship. Hu Lushou, and his younger brother behind him, their faces quickly turned black with the sound of the G3 electromagnetic railgun and the 1130 close defense gun base rotating and rising, and everyone's pupils shrank at the same time, and the faces of those survivors in the convoy changed drastically, and they retreated unconsciously. Facing the black muzzles of the two cannons, Hu Lushou was stunned, and his toad sunglasses slid to the tip of his nose, revealing two terrified eyes. He stuttered, "No, no, big brother, what are you doing?" Hu Lushou's heart was pounding. He almost had a fit just now, but the other party seemed to have predicted his prediction and directly rehearsed his actions in advance. "Oh, nothing." Lin Xian looked back at the electromagnetic rail gun. "Don't be afraid, it's just routine maintenance of the train system. Don't look at the large caliber of these guns. It doesn't hurt at all when they hit you." Everyone, Seeing this scene, the woman named Sun Chong also changed her expression. This kind of weapon can be used to fight beasts, not to mention monsters, but how could it appear in two ordinary passenger cars? At this time, Hu Lushou felt like he had seen a ghost. He had people watching this train since it entered the city. Although the Infinity was covered with armor, it looked like an ordinary civilian cabin. In this Doomsday, unless there is a military system, who can put two big killers into ordinary train cars? The boss of the Night Charm, Chao Hong, and several of his female team members, as well as the hundreds of people on the green train, all fell silent at this time. The train was full of gasps. The rows of machine guns and cannons on their train seemed very childish in front of the two heavy weapons raised by the Infinity. Woo, as if inadvertently, the two cannons were put back again. "Boss Hu, don't worry about this thing." Lin Xian looked at Hu Lushou with a smile. "Let's continue talking about the transaction." Yes, transaction." Hu Lushou cursed in his heart at this time, but his face was full of smiles, completely without the arrogant attitude just now, swallowing his saliva, and said to Lin Xian, "What is this big brother's name?" Lin Xian. "Hello, brother Lin. I feel bad for buying so many guns from you at such a cheap price. How about this? I count them, and give you an extra box of dried meat for every 2 boxes of guns. How about that?" Hu Lushou revealed a shrewd and smooth look. He knew he had hit a wall and changed his face so quickly that it was shocking. "Hey, didn't you say there were still dozens of cars of stuff to be exchanged?" Kiki crossed her arms and suddenly flew up slowly, her hair fluttering, her eyes shining, and said in a threatening tone. Lu Xingchen squatted on the roof of the car without knowing when. His palms were burning with flames, and his face was full of a defiant smile. "I seem to have heard it just now. He said that we would get out after clearing our goods. This goods have not been cleared yet. Is the boss going to break his promise?" Seeing this scene, everyone in the station immediately gasped and looked at the two people in shock. Even a fool could see that the abilities of these two were of quite high-level attributes, and they were all terrifying when they were displayed at this time. "No, when did I say that?" Hu Lushou's face turned pale at this time. How could he not see that this group of people was completely someone he could not afford to offend? He immediately burst out with the instinct of survival, and his face thickened 10 times. He turned around and shouted to the younger brother behind him, "Did I say that to Brother Lin just now?" No. All the younger brothers shook their heads in horror, and everyone was sweating. Misunderstanding. Hu Lushou walked up with a shy smile, lowered his voice, and said to Lin Xian, "I thought, Brother Lin, you were doing retail. I would never have thought that you were doing wholesale. Otherwise, let me help you sell the remaining guns on your behalf. Our Fu Lushou team is to travel around various cities to trade materials, with many stations and routes. Brother Lin, your guns are in such good condition, I guarantee that I can sell them at a good price. How about it?" Lin Xian frowned, looking at the thin man with gold teeth in front of him in surprise, thinking that this guy is really a talent. He was slapped in the face, and his life was in danger, but his first reaction was not to beg for mercy or apologize. Instead, he came up to him shamelessly, and wanted to cooperate with him as if he had found a business opportunity, which caught Lin Xian off guard. "So your goods are all sold at low prices, and sold at high prices for speculation?" Lin Xian said directly. Hu Lushou straightened his back and responded righteously, "No, really not. The price of our Fu Lu Shou team is definitely lower than the official exchange price of blood essence. It's just that people die every day in this world. Every survivor team and camp needs different things, so we can make a profit based on the demand. You also know that it is dangerous in the dark, and it is also dangerous for us to trade everywhere, so, in fact, it is just hard-earned money. Hard-earned money? Lin Xian almost laughed. You have a monopoly, and this is still not enough. Didn't you just say that there are dozens of cars in the camp? Hu Lushou's face changed slightly, his eyes looked around, and he quickly moved closer, and whispered to Lin Xian. Not dozens of cars, just 10 cars, and they are all small cars. This truck is ours. This is the most goods. If you exchange all the food, the 70 or 80 people in our team will have to eat with guns tonight. Also, there are more and more zombie monsters now, and they are getting stronger and stronger. Small caliber automatic rifles are not so valuable anymore. I bought a lot of them before, so I heard the price you said on the radio and was afraid that I couldn't sell them, so I... Hu Lushou looked like he was begging for mercy. He originally wanted to buy Lin Xian's batch of automatic rifles, and then slowly exchange them out. Otherwise, small caliber rifles would become less and less valuable, and he would definitely lose money. He didn't expect that he would suffer a big loss this time. He exchanged hundreds of automatic rifles, which made him feel miserable. There were so many other survivors' teams at the scene, and he couldn't afford to offend Lin Xian's team at all, so he could only admit his defeat. So as smart as he was, he quickly adjusted his combat strategy and began to shamelessly hug Lin Xian's thighs, thinking that even if the cooperation failed, it would be good to get out of it unscathed. If he continued to trade, he would cry to death. Chapter 218. How about it, Brother Lin? I let the team digest so many guns first, and then I get the goods directly from you, okay? Lin Xian looked at him meaningfully. Do you know how much goods I have? Hu Lushou's breath stagnated when he heard the words, his eyes changed slightly, and he looked at Lin Xian and said, the more the better, the more the better, you have such a powerful team, so you can definitely get any supplies. Lin Xian's eyes swept over Hu Lushou and the woman behind him, and said calmly, then where can I find you when I have goods? Hu Lushou's brows relaxed immediately after hearing this, and he said immediately, our camp is at Hengshengwen Stadium. Why don't you go and sit down now? I treat everyone to a hot pot. Really? Lin Xian smiled and looked at Hu Lushou, and that look made Hu Lushou feel a little scared. No, go ahead. Lin Xian's face changed, and he refused directly. He could see that this guy wanted to escape, but he was not a bandit. There was no need to make enemies with such a travel supply convoy. Maybe he could really use it in the future. Oh, okay. Brother Lin is generous, then we withdraw first. Hu Lushou smiled and quickly greeted the younger brother behind him. The group got on the car and left in disgrace. Buzz, watching Hu Lushou's convoy leave, Kiki landed beside Lin Xian at this time. Such a guy, just let him go like this? What else can I do? Lin Xian chuckled. He didn't force us to buy or sell, and we also exchanged a car of supplies. What else do we want? Qin Sichuan looked at him. Does he really want to cooperate with us? Lin Xian snorted. What do you mean by agent? He just sells for me. As for the price, we don't care. The actual purpose is to prevent us from calling out prices on the radio and stabilize the price in this area. He can only sell so many Spark 26 fully automatic tactical rifles at a high price to recover some of the costs. But whether we agree or not, his first goal is to get out of here first. Kiki's brows relaxed when he heard this, and he said, oh, this guy is quite smart. Lin Xian took a deep breath, but he is right about one thing. The monsters in the dark are getting stronger and stronger. People will evolve, monsters will also evolve, and maybe even zombies will become stronger, and the value of ordinary weapons will become lower and lower. Qin Sichuan nodded. Some survivors' convoys also saw it, so they all wanted heavy weapons. Lin Xian turned to the survivors who were still watching and said, there are still guns. Do you want to exchange them? Exchange? Chao Hong was the first to shout out. His eyes were straight at this time. I don't know why, seeing that Hu Lushou was defeated, he was also secretly happy in his heart. He thought that the bargain he had finally picked up would be ruined, but he didn't expect that the real boss was in front of him. Yes. The change in the situation made the group of survivors suddenly excited. The infinite convoy in front of them turned out to be a hidden boss. The ammunition on the car was enough to equip a regiment, which made the people in the convoy stunned. After reacting, they quickly gathered around the infinite and continued the previous transaction. At this time, the middle-aged man named Liao Ming watched Hu Lushou's convoy leave, and came over to Lin Xian and said, "Brother, don't believe that guy's nonsense. This guy is smart, and his goods are not resold at all." "Oh!" Lin Xian frowned. "What do you mean?" Liao Ming pointed to a box of military supplies carried out by his younger brother behind him. How could so many standard supplies be found from the survivors? When we asked him to buy them before, his subordinates boasted that their Fu Lu Shou team had cooperation with official organizations, but it was not true. As he spoke, his expression changed, and he said to Lin Xian and others in a serious manner, "You know Qingshui town, right next to Shurjiu Lake, there is a 095 Dragon transport ship that the federal government forced to land a long time ago. It is said that the boy with the golden teeth was lucky enough to get a lot of survival supplies on the transport ship, so he started trading and selling everywhere, and also recruited a lot of people, and the fleet grew rapidly." "Wow, a Dragon transport ship, a huge ship of tens of thousands of tons, he is so lucky." Kiki gritted his teeth and said angrily, "What a shit luck." Lin Xian's focus was different. He immediately asked Liao Ming, "Is the transport ship still there?" "Why?" Liao Ming was stunned when he heard this, and smiled. "That thing has been emptied by countless people a long time ago, and now Qingshui town is full of zombies. You still want to pick up the bargain?" "Just curious." Lin Xian looked like he was smiling, and at this time, he had already made up his mind. Of course, he was interested in a 10,000-ton transport ship. Even if this large machine crashed, he could scan it by system. This was the most important material for him: nuclear-powered turbine processor, floating power engine, engine unit, shipborne radar, shipborne anti-aircraft weapons. Even if it was just materials, the materials on the flying ship were much better than those on ordinary train carriages. When he came out of the number 9 underground city before, if it wasn't for the darkness, he would have picked up some materials from the gunboats and fighter planes of the Iron Guard Brigade that crashed on Daoyuo Mountain. Now thinking about it, it's a pity. Outside the Hengshangwen train station, several high-speed armed vehicles were running rampant on the green streets, constantly smashing all kinds of zombies. In one of the cars, Hu Lushou sat in the co-pilot seat with a gnashing face, and his deputy Sun Chong was driving. "Oh my god, what a big loss, what a big loss. Just now there are large train groups, like the Silver Star and Longshan number 1, how come there is another Infinity? These train drivers have so many things to do." The sturdy Sun Chong drove the car steadily, and said without turning his head, "Their prices are very cost-effective, where is the loss?" "You know shit." Hu Lushou's eyes changed, snorted, looked at Sun Chong, and then his tone relaxed a little. "Anyway, just watch. If we don't sell these ordinary rifles quickly, they will become firewood sticks in a short time." Sun Chong frowned slightly when she heard this, but didn't say anything. Buzz, the convoy sped away, attracting many zombies to chase. There are many survivor teams in the Hengshangwen area. Some have been building shelters in the city for a long time, while others are passing by, aiming to go to Star City via the East Line, and some are preparing to go to Dawn Center via the North Line. Large and small convoy camps are stationed in various corners of the city, supermarket warehouses, police stations, prisons, and some places with relatively high protection facilities. The first transaction initiated by Infinity through the radio was quite successful. All kinds of daily necessities were carried onto the car by the convoy members one after another, and piled in the number 7 and number 6 material carriages. Those survivor convoys exchanged weapons at a lower price, and their interest was relatively high. Not long after, the convoys that had completed the exchange drove away one after another, and the Hengshangwen platform gradually became quiet. Just after the convoys with different graffiti drove away, Lin Xian saw an armored vehicle parked in a corner. A short-haired woman in a black coat stood in front of the car. It seemed that no one had noticed her. She stood there, looking quietly at Lin Xian. Just after Lin Xian looked over, the woman smiled at him, as if she was greeting an acquaintance. Lin Xian frowned, feeling a little puzzled, because he didn't know the woman. At this time, Qin Sichuan and others were busy moving supplies, and counting inventory in the car. Lin Xian was suspicious, and walked over directly. Seeing Lin Xian coming over, the woman smiled slightly. The woman looked more than 30 years old, with clean and tidy short hair. She was not beautiful, but very attractive, especially her eyes, dark brown pupils, giving people a very deep feeling. "Hello, we meet again." The woman greeted him first in a steady voice. Lin Xian was a little surprised and asked in confusion, "Have we met before?" Hua Shaoling. The woman stretched out her hand and introduced herself. "Climbing elevator, thanks to your traction plan." Lin Xian reacted and stretched out his hand to shake her hand. "Are you also from Yubei City?" Hua Xiaoling smiled faintly and looked at Lin Xian. In that environment, you were busy saving the world and should not have noticed me, but it was really a very genius plan. You are flattered. Lin Xian looked at the armored vehicle behind Hua Xiaoling. This is a standard combat level armored vehicle. From the appearance alone, it does not look like a survivor's vehicle. The black windows cannot see how many people are in the car. This seems to be a special car of a high-level organization. Judging from the posture, the other party is not looking for him to buy guns. Did you hear the radio and come to see me? Lin Xian asked. Hua Xiaoling took out a business card and handed it to Lin Xian. We are very interested in your mechanical ability, so the Foundation entrusted me to invite you to cooperate. I wonder if you are interested. Hearing the Foundation, Lin Xian immediately took the business card in confusion, only to see that it read, SID Foundation Laboratory, Senior Director, Hua Xiaoling. SID Foundation Laboratory? Lin Xian frowned. Are you from the Federation? He remembered that after escaping from the strange radio station, Kiki showed him a document about the Angel Project, which contained a special item investigation department, referring to SID. This department is said to specialize in the research of taboo items. Hua Xiaoling smiled faintly. Strictly speaking, the SID Foundation Laboratory is a large research organization established by the Lofi Consortium. Before the federal government was dissolved, we had a cooperative relationship with the government, but now, we belong to a separate organizational system. Separate? What do you mean? Whether it is the Phoenix Order or the Dawn City, we remain neutral in this. Seeing that Lin Xian was a little confused, Hua Xiaoling looked at him with a smile. Most people may feel confused about the current organizational system of the Federation and the Phoenix Order. This mainly depends on the different concepts of the various factions in facing the survival of civilization. The official organization that is generally recognized by everyone is still the Salvation faction led by the Phoenix Order. The Phoenix Order has three core organizations, namely the three major Dawn cities, and the Nightwalker organization that is responsible for the research and development of superpowers, the recruitment of superpowers, and the dispatch of global missions, and finally the Interstellar Army. As for the survivalists, who are mainly based on the Dawn Project, in the current environment, there are still many survivors who regard the old federal government as the official. After the first polar night, the original Angel Project was disbanded and divided into many parts. The Special Item Investigation Department you mentioned is a research group invested and built by our SID Foundation, responsible for the research of some special night items. And the philosophy of our foundation is to study the existing civilization system and the invasion of darkness from a scientific perspective. In short, we are looking for opportunities that can transform human civilization. Lin Xian frowned when he heard this and said, Are you from the Adventists? Hua Xiaoling smiled and said, Captain Lin, don't be nervous. I just said that we are a neutral group. Gee, the Advent sect you are talking about should refer to the group of people who fanatically worship the dark power and regard the power of Apocalypse as the creator god. She tilted her head slightly and said, In our scientists' opinion, these people have problems in their brains. Indeed, they have problems. Lin Xian took a deep breath and looked at Hua Xiaoling. So what do you want to cooperate with me on? Mechanical creation. Hua Xiaoling said straight to the point. If we talk about the opportunity for civilization transformation, for us scientists, the most promising ones are naturally artificial intelligence and high-tech fields. This is also the only will left in our civilization at present, while genetic evolution and superpowers are still a relatively unfamiliar direction for us. Don't you think so? Lin Xian understood that the other party was interested in his mechanical superpowers. This seems to be the only functional superpower in the superpower system that can be linked to human technology. Unfortunately, my ability is not an ability. Lin Xian sighed in his heart. You have a point, but you may think my ability is too magical. It is indeed magical. The R&D Center can directly create a blueprint of the generation gap, but Lin Xian does not want to publicize it. Even if it is just mechanical manufacturing and swallowing, it is enough to defy the heavens in the eyes of ordinary people. Many people in Yubei City have already known it. At that time, between life and death, he did not choose to hide, but now after the fact, it will definitely attract some people's attention. For example, the Phoenix Society. But what Lin Xian did not expect was that before the Phoenix Society came, the first one to come up was this SID Foundation Laboratory. Hua Xiaoling just smiled lightly when she heard Lin Xian's words. There was no excessive discussion. Instead, she said to him calmly, It doesn't matter. We have an all-weather laboratory in Sergio Lake. In the dark, there are many achievements in genetic evolution and ability research. You are welcome to communicate at any time. You may be very interested in your mechanical ability. Okay, Lin Xian responded. Hua Xiaoling smiled faintly, then turned around and got on the car. The black armored car left quickly, and soon disappeared at the end of the platform. Foundation, Luofei Group, Angel Project, transport ship crashed. Lin Xian looked at the direction where the armored car left and pondered slightly. Where did this neutral organization suddenly appear? Chapter 219. Who is that person? After the armored vehicle left, Kiki walked to Lin Xian and asked curiously. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, "It is an organization called SID Foundation. It seems to be the investor behind the Special Item Research Department in the information you gave me before." Ah? Kiki frowned. Is it someone from the Federation? Lin Xian shook his head. According to her, they are a neutral organization. They should have noticed us when they were climbing the elevator before. They noticed your mechanical ability. Kiki glanced at Lin Xian, blinking her eyes, and immediately understood. She is extending an olive branch to you, wanting to recruit you? Recruit? Lin Xian laughed directly. Are we bandits? Let's recruit you. By the way, Lin Xian asked, do you know if there are any large laboratories or military bases near Shurjiu Lake? Kiki frowned when he asked this. As for military bases, according to some information I got before, there seems to be no. If it is newly established or some highly confidential, then I don't know. As for any large laboratories, I have never heard of them. Such institutions should be found on civilian maps. That's not necessarily true. Ka. Lin Xian crushed and swallowed a very small metal bracket in his left hand. The bracket extended several meters from the ground, like a simple metal arm. Hey, what did you do? Kiki noticed Lin Xian's little action and asked immediately. Nothing. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. Just installed a communicator on the car. Kiki's eyes widened when she heard this. You want to use the communicator as a signal locator to track them? But this thing will lose signal at a distance, and it is impossible to track and locate due to the influence of the dark tide. Simple uses have simple uses. Who told me to do tracking and locating? Lin Xian turned and looked at Kiki. You just need to help me confirm the direction of the car leaving the city, and it is better to be prepared than not to be prepared. Maybe this car will follow us in the future, and we can find it one step ahead. Although Hua Xiaoling said that they were neutral, Lin Xian knew that no matter what faction they were, they must have some kind of interest orientation, so he still had to be on guard first, and it was always right to be more careful. But then again, even if he wanted to cooperate, why didn't he choose the Phoenix Society? The night was approaching, and the Foundation laboratory of this private consortium might not even be able to guarantee its own safety, let alone other things. Good you. Kiki stared at Lin Xian with a scrutinizing look. Why do I feel that you are becoming more and more cunning now, like an old fox? Lin Xian frowned at her and sneered. Isn't this what I learned from you? In the Doomsday, everyone has to be on guard. Kiki glanced at him unhappily. Heh, you can also pass the buck, man. Back in the car, Qin Sichuan counted the supplies just traded back in car number 7, and saw Lin Xian coming in, and said happily, Lin Xian, this time we exchanged a lot of supplies. I simply calculated that even if more than 30 of us eat 3 meals a day, it is enough to eat for a month. The weapons piled in car number 5 were almost emptied, and a lot of useful supplies were exchanged. Qin Sichuan breathed a sigh of relief. If it weren't for the Fu Lu Shou team, it would be smoother than expected. Hey, Sister Qin. Kiki came over with a smile on her face. This group of people bought us so many weapons. Isn't that more successful? Lin Xian was also a little surprised to hear this number. This was the first time he used his supernatural powers to earn supplies, and he didn't expect to get so much. Holding a can of pickled cucumbers from the exchange, Sasha also laughed and said, that idiot would never have thought that our brother Lin is a weapons factory. Even if he moved all his belongings here, he couldn't buy all of them. Yeah. Kiki looked at the dazzling array of supplies on the shelves, flew over and hugged Lin Xian's shoulders, and said happily, I said, with Lin Xian's ability, we really won't have to worry about food in the future. You treat me like a cow. Lin Xian looked at her unhappily. You're smart. It takes time, energy and materials for me to make things, and low-end weapons are not so easy to sell. It's not that easy to feed a carload of people. If the Fu Lu Shou team came to buy high-powered weapons, Lin Xian really couldn't make them in batches for him in a short time, which would be a bit troublesome. Kiki smiled. Hee, then I was wrong. You're not a cow, you're a stallion. What is a stallion, Sister Kiki? Sasha looked curious. A stud is. Woo. When Kiki was about to explain, she was suddenly covered in the mouth by a slap. Lin Xian glared at her. You know what a stud is? Just explain it. You are teaching a child bad things. Kiki broke free from his hand and said to Xia seriously, a stud is a horse responsible for sowing seeds. It's very hard work, like your brother Lin. Oh, then brother Lin is indeed very hardworking. Xia nodded. Qin Sichuan blushed, while Lin Xian was speechless, not knowing where this girl came up with these inexplicable words. At this time, Kiki suddenly came up and whispered in Lin Xian's ear, especially some people are very diligent at night. Really? It seems that you are too idle at night. Lin Xian responded unyieldingly. Then you can help in the future. I won't. Kiki blushed when she heard this, and hurriedly stepped back in panic, looking at Lin Xian fiercely. Lin Xian. Seeing Kiki was about to start talking nonsense again, Qin Sichuan interrupted, and said to Lin Xian, what are the arrangements for the next step? Do we need to arrange for the team to go out to explore? Yes. Lin Xian restrained his smile and said, we have to wait for the situation report from Parma Grassland before leaving Hingshan Pass, so we must hurry up to collect more supplies in case of emergency. The train is equivalent to a mobile city. For the people on the train, supplies are not just food and water. Various daily necessities, useful furniture and equipment, clothing, water cups, toothbrushes, underwear and even toilet paper are very important. Moreover, for Lin Xian, he also needs the team to help him collect mechanical items. Whether it is swallowing or scanning blueprints for manufacturing, the more the better. Qin Sichuan nodded. Then I suggest that we explore along the way like we did in Yuqi, and observe the intersections and threats out of the city in advance. Yes. Lin Xian agreed with Qin Sichuan's suggestion. Lin Xian. Kiki was holding a mobile terminal at this time, using the vehicle information system to locate the communication device that Lin Xian had installed on the armored vehicle, and said, I looked and saw that they left to the south, but the range was only 10 kilometers. I don't know whether they left the city. Lin Xian nodded. We are almost out of the city. Just know the direction. Set the serial number of the communication device as a reminder target. If it approaches us from behind, give a reminder. That's easy. After finishing this, Lin Xian began to gather everyone to the information center of carriage number 2 to discuss the team's exploration. It's just noon now, so we have plenty of time, so I want to split into 3 groups. One is along the main line of the track, where there are several large shopping malls along the way. The second is along the northern line of the track, where there is an industrial zone. The last is the south of the city, which is relatively remote, but there are many residential areas, so we can try our luck. Kiki raised her hand first and said positively, I'm going to the shopping mall. I haven't been there for a long time. I want to bring more things back this time. Don't go. Lin Xian looked at her. Come with me to Qinshui town on the south line. That's exactly the direction of Shijiu Lake. Let's explore the direction that the person from the Foundation left just now. Oh, Kiki's eyes lit up. Do you want to see the crashed transport ship? That's what I meant. Then I go to the main line. I have more experience in searching. Shu Qin also volunteered. I can go anywhere, Brother Xian. Delu said directly. Okay. Lin Xian thought for a moment. Shu Qin, Delu, Xia, you can bring a few more people to search along the main line, and also search those large shopping malls, and bring back everything useful. There are many carriages now, and they can be loaded. No problem. Xia immediately agreed excitedly. A search mission like this in the afternoon sun sounds more comfortable. With the strength of these people, zombies will basically not pose any threat. It can be said that they are just going shopping. However, a city like Hengshengwen, a transportation hub, has been searched countless times by survivors, so it is estimated that it is difficult to find any valuable supplies. Then Brother Hua, you lead the team to the north line. The industrial area is relatively open, and your ability can be used easily when encountering a situation. Lu Xingchen always likes to guard the car, make tea and bask in the sun, but after hearing Lin Xian's arrangement, he nodded directly, and then spread his hands. Am I going alone? Kiki glanced at him. Why, are you scared? Ridiculous. Lu Xingchen stood sideways with his hands behind his back, looking cold and deep, and said, It's easy for me to kill demons and monsters, but this search for items. Oh, okay, I go with you. Sasha frowned and interrupted. Brother Lin, this guy is a road idiot. Last time in the warehouse, he couldn't tell the directions. Let me go with him. Ahem. After saying this, Lu Xingchen immediately coughed twice, forcibly covering up the embarrassment, and said, Actually, it's not. My heart is between heaven and earth, and it doesn't matter where I go. That's it. Lin Xian nodded and agreed directly, looking at Lu Xingchen. This guy always likes to stand with his back to people, and he is not surprised at all that he can't tell the front and back directions. Then you should bring a few people too. Sasha looked at Lu Xingchen with disdain and nodded. Lin Xian looked at Chen Sichuan. Okay, Teacher Chen, you and Miao Lu will be in charge of guarding the train. We just exchanged so many supplies, so we need to spend some time to sort them out. In addition, he looked out the window. At this time, there were several survivors stationed in the Hengshangwen station, and the green train Yamaihao parked on the track not far away. Although they had just dealt with each other, Lin Xian still asked Chen Sichuan to pay more attention. We are out exploring. You just need to do your own things. There is no need to deal with others. Yes, I know. Chen Sichuan nodded in response. In fact, before entering Hengshan Pass, Lin Xian's original plan was to send Xu Qin and Lu Chang to explore the residential area. Xu Qin and the others are all good at physical evolution and have more experience. They will have an advantage in densely populated areas. There are still several abandoned trains on the platform of Hengshan Pass. Compared with searching outside, upgrading the devouring machinery is a higher priority for him, and he also has to take time to complete the extremely energetic capacitor of the orbital electromagnetic gun. Now that the team has grown, he can completely hand over the work of searching outside. But since he heard the news about the Dragon transport ship, he suddenly changed his mind and wanted to go to Qinshui town to take a look. Even if such a large-scale machine cannot be swallowed, it is valuable for him to scan some blueprints of some of its subsystems. By the way, go and see the Foundation organization. Such a large organization may have a lot of powerful equipment. In addition to equipping the team with mechas, Lin Xian is also planning to install an automated medical cabin. Generally, advanced automated medical cabins can quickly treat external injuries. There are only some regular medicines, disinfectant iodine and bandages on the train. If you really encounter a serious injury, there is no way to deal with it. Doctors are not easy to find, but automated medical cabins are relatively a good choice. After determining the teams, each team began to act. Xu Qin, Delu, took LV Chang and 2 team members to explore along the east line in an off-road vehicle. Xia, Lu Xingchen took a few team members to drive the armored vehicle along the north line to the industrial zone. As for the south line, because the goal was to conduct reconnaissance and exploration, Lin Xian and Kiki went on the road lightly with a motorcycle each. On the Infinity, Lin Xian left Chen Sichuan to guard the car. Director Ding, Miao Lu, and a few good players were also in the car. Chen Sichuan led these people to sort out the large amount of materials that had just been traded. Let's go! This was the first time that Xu Qin and Delu went out together. The two signaled to each other, and each drove a car with the team members to drive out of the station. On Shasha's side, Lu Xingchen drove. Shasha sat in the passenger seat, holding the Thunderstorm A1 grenade rifle and her ammunition backpack. The car rushed out of the street from the exit and headed towards the north line. This time you must follow me closely. Don't get lost when you see some broken futon. This is a big city, not a small warehouse. Shasha gave Lu Xingchen a shot in advance. Lu Xingchen wore sunglasses and looked at the post-apocalyptic city forest in front of him. He said casually, "Broken futon? Don't you know that these artistic conception objects are very important for the tea ceremony?" TSK Sasha rolled her eyes at him. Can't I drink tea with a thermos cup? Summer insects can't talk about ice. Lu Xingchen shook his head helplessly and glanced at Sasha. But later I can find you something you like at your age, such as a doll, skates, etc. I like this. Sasha raised her grenade launcher very domineeringly. The greater the firepower, the better. It would be best if it can blow your broken futon into ashes with one shot. Lu Xingchen, Buzz on the other side, Lin Xian and Kiki both rode on motorcycles, and the survivors who were originally stationed in the station looked at the Infinity people going out in waves, and all cast their eyes. That night, Chao Hong, the boss of the Mei, saw Lin Xian riding on the bike, and leaned over the window, and said to him with a puzzled look on his face, "Hey, you have so many supplies, and you still want to explore the city? This city has been searched 180 times. I advise you not to waste your time." Lin Xian glanced at him, said nothing, and rode away directly. Kiki rolled his eyes with disdain, and followed him on his bike. Seeing that he was ignored, Chao Hong felt a little bored. He curled his lips, glanced back and forth at the carriages of the Infinity, and then closed the window. Chapter 220. On the Infinity, Chen Sichuan locked all the doors, turned on the early warning mechanism of the sentry system, and began to organize the supplies and carriages with the remaining people. Under the early warning system, 1130 can launch attacks on unknown threat units at any time with the authorization of Chen Xishuan, which can be said to be very smart. The PX-05 engineering robot was set with maintenance instructions by Kiki. As long as 1130 is started, it will quickly follow up to replenish the ammunition chain. Everyone, with the infinity as the origin, the communication should be interrupted if it exceeds a certain distance. Everyone must pay attention to the time and return to the train before 1800 hours. In the intercom, Lin Xian's voice was heard everywhere. Received. Shuqin's voice came. Received. Sasha also picked up the walkie-talkie and responded, then waved it at Lu Xingchen. Did you hear me? If you get lost, I won't come to find you, so follow me closely. Lu Xingchen smiled, helpless. Okay, you all have to be careful. Chen Xishuan's voice also came from the infinity. Lin Xian heard the responses from all parties, turned back and signaled to Kiki, then stepped on the throttle and drove away quickly. Kiki saw that Lin Xian rode faster than her, and immediately became competitive. She squeezed the throttle, and the motorcycle engine roared wildly. The wind whistled, and she surpassed Lin Xian in an instant, leaving him with a sexy female rider's back. Are you going to race? Lin Xian said in the communicator. If you can't keep up, just eat the tail honestly, hee. Kiki's voice was accompanied by the sound of the wind. Lin Xian shook his head helplessly, quickly dodged the zombies that rushed over from the roadside, and also stepped on the throttle to keep up. Many abandoned and rusted cars were parked in the originally wide city streets. 2 motorcycles flexibly shuttled through many obstacles and sped southward. He wore power armor, carried a magnetic black gun and electric knife on his back, and also brought an automatic rifle with full ammunition. He was well prepared. In terms of distance, the distance of his reconnaissance in this direction was the farthest, because he had to go out of the city for dozens of kilometers. From the map, Qingshui town was close to Shurjiu Lake, and it would take at least 1 hour to ride a bike at the fastest speed. In order to get back before dark, he and Kiki didn't care about the exploration of the streets and rushed directly. The low roars of zombies sounded around Lin Xian. He rode his motorcycle to dodge all the way, and occasionally used a wind gun to deal with a few zombies blocking the road. The vehicle meandered into the open space. Buzz, Kiki was even more violent. No matter if she encountered zombies or abandoned cars blocking the road, she would directly use an invisible shock wave to forcibly open a road. The obstacles on the road that originally blocked the road all made way for her, as if they had heard an order. After passing through countless blocks, the two finally drove out of the suburbs. The road out of the city was full of abandoned cars. Fortunately, they were riding motorcycles, and they directly shuttled on various ridges and slopes, and drove quickly towards Qingshui town. Just after Lin Xian drove for dozens of kilometers, a wide deep blue water appeared in the distance, connecting the sky and the earth. It was a huge lake. Before he got close, he could already feel a lot of warm lake breeze blowing in his face. This was the climate change caused by the lake effect, which showed that the water body was surprisingly large. At first glance, he even thought he saw the sea. Lin Xian had studied this lake before setting off. It is the largest freshwater lake in the Yunjang plain, with a water area of 120,000 square kilometers and a maximum depth of more than 1,900 meters. It is an important freshwater reserve lake in Longhua. The deep blue waters are also very deep. Because he almost drowned when he was a child swimming in a deep water reservoir, Lin Xian has a bit of fear of deep water. At this time, he thought that if he wanted to enter the ocean track section in the future, he would drive a train on the ocean track built on the thousands of meters deep sea ridge. Just thinking about it was extremely thrilling. Wow, such a big lake, will there be a water monster in it? Kiki's voice came from the communicator. At this time, they drove out of the city and basically could not contact other teams. What are you afraid of? We won't go into the water. After experiencing the number 9 underground city and the rain town, Lin Xian knew that even in the daytime, there would be strange bodies in those dark buildings, and the water, especially the deep water, could naturally block the sunlight. Many survivors have a lot of experience with the appearance habits of these dark creatures. Kiki responded directly. Who knows? What if that Foundation organization is hiding under the lake? Lin Xian smiled lightly. With such powerful means, it means that it is not a loss to cooperate with them. The motorcycle sped along. Lin Xian looked at the signs on the road, began to adjust the direction of travel, and turned from the highway to the ordinary national road. Qingshui town is a small town with a small population. Few people go to such places in the Doomsday. The number of abandoned cars on the road began to decrease, and the speed of the two gradually increased. After passing through several woods by the lake, Lin Xian looked up and saw a small town in his sight. It looked like a tourist town. The crooked and rusty sign on the roadside read Qingshui Town welcomes you. As the two motorcycles approached, the number of broken cars along the way gradually increased, and a few zombies were wandering sparsely on the road. The cars were knocked to both sides of the road, forming a passable passage. Lin Xian and Kiki came to an empty hillside and stopped the car. It seems that many people have been here. Kiki stopped the car and looked at the town with her hand, as if looking out. What a pity, this town is quite beautiful, and a good place to travel. Hey, look, isn't that the crashed transport ship? At this time, Kiki's eyes immediately discovered something. Lin Xian looked at the town not far away, with a slightly focused gaze. At this time, he also saw a huge airship outline directly dragging across the streets deep in the town. It looked quite spectacular. The large transport ship weighing tens of thousands of tons was tilted and fell between several collapsed high-rise buildings. There were traces of burns on many places on the top of the transport ship. The main structure of the front of the bow was broken. Many birds flew over the Yunju ship. From a distance, the huge man-made ship body looked extremely abrupt and sci-fi between the buildings and the town. It's really strange that such a large transport ship suddenly crashed here. Did it encounter some large strange body? Lin Xian looked into the town with a telescope and saw many zombies wandering in the streets, but he didn't see the shadows of other survivors. It's possible. Kiki looked at the Shurjiu Lake in the distance. I said there must be some big monster in this lake. Those federal aircraft are really unlucky, getting hit everywhere. Lin Xian frowned after hearing this, and instinctively resisted the lake's surface turning into black waters. 1,900 meters deep, under the abyss where the sun can't reach, who knows what exists? He thought of the underground creatures in the number 9 underground city, and couldn't help feeling a chill on his spine. Let's go to the town first and be careful. The South Line track is not far from here. If the Infinity really wants to turn to the South Line, it will also pass here, but there is no stop. The two got on the motorcycle again. The buildings on the roadside gradually became dense. After approaching the town block, the two motorcycles began to slow down. The two looked alert and paid attention to the surroundings. What appeared in front of the two was a desolate tourist town. There were all kinds of Shurjiu Lake aquatic products and cruise boat rental shops on the roadside. The streets were full of dirt, old clothes, rotten corpses, and the fishy wind mixed with the lake water blew in their faces. I don't know if it was because of the rising water in the lake. Some of the streets were even submerged in the lake, showing a dark green color, and the degree of submergence should be half a person's height. Lin Xian directly bypassed these flooded streets and drove towards the direction of the crashed transport ship in the center of the town. Clusters. A few wind guns shot over, and several zombies fell to the ground in response. Passing through several streets, a large number of collapsed and shattered buildings began to block the streets. The tens of thousands of tons of aerial vehicles lay sideways on a piece of buildings. Hundreds of meters of streets collapsed completely, and a huge crash gully appeared from west to east, almost dividing the entire town in two. The bow of the Dragon transport ship was broken and deformed, and the multiple internal decks above were exposed to the sun. Lin Xian took a look, but it was at least a dozen stories high to climb up the slope from the side of the ship. Wow, such a big transport ship, it's okay, Kiki said in amazement. Let's go directly to the top later. There are more and more zombies around. Try to avoid remote places. Lin Xian's expression has been paying attention to the surroundings. He knows that there may be more than just their group of people in this place, so it is better to be careful. Okay. As the two drove into this quiet town, more and more zombies were attracted around. Lin Xian took a look and raised his hand to create several steel frames. Then he rode his bike through a broken reinforced concrete area, drove up from a slanted collapsed staircase facade, and stopped at a slightly hidden high place of waste bricks and rubble. Move the car up. Lin Xian stopped the car and rushed directly down the collapsed staircase, and said to Kiki at the same time. He directly activated the action unit of the power armor, jumped up, and jumped to the floor below, creating a tilted steel wall, blocking the zombies from climbing up. Many zombies began to fall from the floor. Although these zombies are not too threatening at present, Lin Xian must clean them up, and Kiki grabbed two motorcycles and flew directly towards the transport ship, and soon landed on the top deck of the transport ship. Bang! After Lin Xian prepared the facilities to block the road, he used the air gun to aim directly at a shaky advertising light box on the opposite street. He only heard the air bombarding the metal frame, sparks flashing, and then the large restaurant light box collapsed and fell down. For a while, the iron frame and light box fragments flew everywhere, knocking down a group of zombies and blocking some of the way up. Okay, it's done. Lin Xian built the wall, turned around and rushed to the height. The action unit of the power armor began to output torque. The whole person walked briskly. Soon, the huge dragon transport ship came in front of him. The wing was deeply inserted into the ground, and even the sewers on the street were turned out. Lin Xian climbed up to the top of the transport ship directly along the wing. There were many muddy footprints and bloodstains on the road. There were many dead bodies of survivors everywhere. Some were already rotten, and some seemed to have just died less than a week ago. It was unknown whether they were bitten to death by zombies or killed by others in the fight for supplies. But at this time, the transport ship was extremely quiet. Lin Xian didn't know if there was anyone inside, and he didn't know if there were other survivors in the town watching. Halfway through the run, Lin Xian looked at Kiki, who was already flying in the sky and watching the surroundings, and then looked behind him. At this time, it was already more than a dozen stories high. Girl, help me keep an eye on the outside. I go in and take a look. Then be careful. Kiki landed on the deck and said to Lin Xian. Lin Xian threw a telescope to her. I should be able to check it out quickly. Pay attention to your surroundings. There may be other people watching here. Be careful. Okay, I know. You go in first. If you have any questions, just call me directly, Kiki said. Lin Xian walked forward along the top of the ship and came to the huge gap where the bow of the transport ship was broken. He took a look and jumped in directly. Boom! The moment he landed, a low humming sound came out from the cabin deck. Lin Xian waved his right hand beside his ear, and the head-mounted optoelectronics was produced to emit a bright light, shining towards the interior of the cabin. Lin Xian? No one is seen, Lin Xian responded. The upper floor of this transport ship is the resting cabin for officers and personnel. From the corridor, there are resting cabins one by one, but all the doors have been opened. Lin Xian stood in the slightly tilted corridor, looking at the empty interior of the ship, his expression stern. You keep an eye on the outside, I take a look inside. Okay. Lin Xian didn't ask for supplies. This place had been visited by countless waves of survivors, and if it was first targeted by Hu Lushou and his group as Liao Ming said, it must have been looted inside and out. Even the second group of searchers would probably find it difficult to find any usable supplies. But Lin Xian came here to find blueprints and swallow engines. These things are unlikely to be dismantled by survivors, and they are treasures for Lin Xian. It's pitch black in here. Don't let any weird body come out. Lin Xian's face sank, thinking to himself, but he didn't hesitate, and ran through the upper deck quickly, heading towards the engineering room at the rear. The transport ship was pitch black, and everywhere was filled with the smell of rotting dead bodies. He saw many corpses in federal garrison uniforms lying in a mess along the way. Judging from the degree of decay, they were probably dead when they crashed. But when he jumped in from the broken bow just now, he noticed something strange. What made him feel a little strange was that there was an upward impact area in front of the bow, but after landing, it broke from the top, which looked very strange. In short, it seemed that the transport ship had impact marks on its forehead and chin, and the impact on the forehead was more severe than that on the chin, as if the transport ship had directly hit something when it was flying at high altitude, and then during the forced landing, the bow touched the ground, was torn by stress, and the deck structure above was disconnected. Because the tallest building in this town is only a dozen stories high, and there is no trace of a building in the collision area in front of the bow, it is hard for Lin Xian not to think of a mid-air collision. This unfortunate transport ship, could it have hit atmospheric mica in the air? Lin Xian pondered in his heart. But for such a big thing, it is impossible that the radar would not react. Chapter 221. Lin Xian walked all the way from the upper deck to the engineering room. At this time, the hatch was completely damaged, leaving only a small opening less than 1 person high. He walked over directly, raised his hand, and pressed on the control panel. The mechanical heart started to work, and an electric current was activated. The automatic door suddenly made a whimpering sound of the motor turning, and it opened halfway. Lin Xian immediately got in. Click. Lin Xian adjusted the flashlight light segment, and the entire dark engineering room was illuminated by him. In the middle was a nuclear power turbine processor compartment. He took out the Geiger counter to check it. Fortunately, there was no leakage. Lin Xian stood above the engine compartment, and on both sides below were 2 huge floating power engines, like 2 industrial behemoths, quietly silent. I don't know if it will work. Looking at this scene, Lin Xian's eyes were burning. Scanning a 10,000-ton dragon transport ship was unlikely for him, and the hull was damaged, so he couldn't get a complete blueprint. He just didn't know if the flight engine was damaged. Without hesitation, Lin Xian went down the mounting stairs from the upper floor to the engine, put one hand down, and started to operate the mechanical heart. In an instant, he felt a huge amount of energy being madly extracted, and the coverage of the mechanical heart continued to extend. Lin Xian tried to sense the structure of the entire floating power engine, but as the sense extended, Lin Xian found that he was completely overthinking. There are more and more systems connected in series with the floating power engine, and there are so many subsystems that the scalp is numb, and most of them are in a damaged state. Scan progress 21% after 20 minutes. Before the scan is halfway done, Lin Xian is already sweating profusely. Fuck. Lin Xian let go of his hand and gave up the scanning process. People are greedy and want to swallow elephants. It seems that I have overestimated myself. Scanning is not possible unless the entire engine is disassembled and then slowly swallowed. Lin Xian sighed. That said, if you want to disassemble the engine of a 10,000-ton aircraft, even if it is sent to the ship manufacturing workshop of Kahua Heavy Industry, it will take a lot of time under the premise of professional engineers and various mechanical equipment. It is impossible for Lin Xian alone. Immediately, Lin Xian looked at the nuclear power turbine processor compartment again. This shipborne nuclear power device is not large in size, but it is also several times larger than the Gemini 11R nuclear power electric locomotive. Forget it, try this. Just when Lin Xian was ready to come in vain, he climbed up the nuclear power turbine processor compartment to scan it, and found that it was not only leaking, but also intact. 30 minutes later, successfully scanned the Night Star 2 nuclear power turbine processor. Blueprint, huh? Seeing the harvest in the light curtain of the mechanical heart, Lin Xian finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although this thing was of no use for the time being, at least he had gained something. He looked at the time. It was already 15:16 in the afternoon. There were less than 4 hours left before dark. If he wanted to devour this big guy, he estimated that it would take at least 4 to 6 hours. If the devouring was successful, he might be able to obtain more than 500 mechanical source points, and more than 200 devouring proficiency points. In that case, his mechanical devouring could break through level 4. But even if the devouring is completed, it must be dark. If we rush back at night, it will inevitably cause trouble. Let's take a look at the weapons system first. Lin Xian didn't insist. Anyway, he was in Hengshangwen. In addition to the locomotive, there were also a large number of cars that could be used for devouring. As long as there was enough time, he could completely slow down the pace of escape and concentrate on upgrading. The Dragon transport ship was once known as the Air Hercules. It has a strong carrying capacity. Its defense system is definitely not as strong as that of gunboats and fighters, but it is also equipped with shipborne close-in defense guns and short-range air-to-air missile counterattack systems. Lin Xian is more looking forward to this aspect. Just as he came to the shipborne weapon station above the center of the ship through the middle deck, Lin Xian suddenly saw a familiar face on the list of transport ship officers in a conference hall. He stopped, nodded and walked over to take a look, and was immediately happy. Yunjang ship deputy captain, Hu Lushou. Oh my god, it turns out that this guy is a plane pilot. No wonder he was said to have taken the supplies on the transport ship. It turns out that he is close to the water. Liao Ming's rumors are not groundless. It seems that Hu Lushou should be a survivor of the crash of the transport ship. Thinking in this way, it is understandable that he has so many Federal Standard supplies. Lin Xian didn't care. He stopped for a moment and continued to go up. Soon he came to the outside of the shipborne weapon station. The door here has been severely deformed due to the crash. Lin Xian glanced at the light inside through the gap and immediately hissed. Inside the weapon station are 2 airborne missile launchers, and 2 of the launch units are still loaded with missiles. Fuck, 1 Storm IF-12 supersonic air-to-ship missile, 2 Guardian 86 air defense missiles. As a former military fan, he was very knowledgeable about the weapons of the Federation. What surprised him was that these missiles that he had seen on the internet and in pictures were obviously very small, but when they were close to him, they felt surprisingly large. Yes, the Storm IF-12 missile is 6.86 m long, 0.36 m in diameter, weighs 850 kilograms, and has a warhead of 200 kilograms. The Guardian 86 missile is 2.5 m long, 0.18 m in diameter, weighs 100 kilograms, and has a warhead of 30 kg. Each of them is much taller than a person, so they are not that small. Lin Xian's eyes were burning, and he pressed the communication. The weapon said to Kiki, "Girl, I found some good stuff here, the transport ship's airborne missiles, it may take some time." Kiki heard it, and immediately replied, "Missiles? Weren't they moved away by the survivors? Lin Xian sneered at the words. How is it possible? This is a missile, not a rocket launcher. Hoisting a missile requires professional equipment. How can the survivors move it with bare hands? Even if you move it, how can you use it without a launcher? Are you going to carry it on your shoulders and hit the weird body? Missile systems are not single-soldier equipment, let alone something that can be tinkered with by a large number of people. For this kind of thing, the missile body, launcher, search radar and fire control system are indispensable, and they must be maintained regularly. Lin Xian looked at the weapon station, and even one of the Guardian 86 anti-aircraft missile loading racks broke and rolled to the ground. He estimated that the survivors would be scared to death when they saw this scene. It was fortunate that the weapon station did not explode. How could they have the energy to carry the missiles back to the convoy? On the transport ship, all the cabins were basically searched very cleanly. All the useful individual equipment, supplies, and tools were taken away without exception. The missiles in the weapon station were basically fired. Fortunately, there were only 3 missiles left, and Lin Xian could use his mechanical ability. That's true. Kiki laughed and couldn't help getting excited. That's great, get these things on our train, and when there are monsters, we can kill them with a long-range shot. Let's forget about moving. Lin Xian took a breath and stood outside the weapon station hatch. We only have 2 motorcycles, and this must be taken away together with the radar system, launch device and missiles. Even with Kiki's ability, it won't work. It also involves disassembling the cabin, and letting Kiki use his ability to grab a bunch of missiles and run outside. Just thinking about it makes me feel that the scene is very scary. Disassembly is unlikely, but scanning the blueprint and swallowing it can work. Lin Xian asked Kiki to keep watch outside, while he prepared to study these missiles carefully. Swallowing missiles. Sounds exciting. Lin Xian swallowed his saliva, and was very nervous at this time. He was also afraid that the things inside would really explode accidentally, and then he would not be able to escape even if he reacted quickly. After ensuring that there were no other living people in the transport ship, Lin Xian stretched out his hand to make a simple hydraulic press and slowly open the deformed hatch. With the appropriate small tools at hand, Lin Xian's ability can be said to be very convenient for exploration. Squeak, click, click. A metallic squeezing sound was heard, and the deformed hatch was propped open. Lin Xian made a bracket to support the door, and then walked in. His eyes were first on the white Guardian 86 anti-aircraft missile that rolled on the ground, and even the missile body was slightly deformed. Brother, listen to me, I will only touch it, don't blow it up. Lin Xian hesitated for a moment, then walked over, squatted down, and reached out to touch the cold missile. Scanning, progress 15%. Scan progress 50%. It took about 20 minutes for Lin Xian to finally complete the entire scan. Scan completed. Guardian 86 anti-aircraft missile blueprint obtained. There was no expected fault prompt. Lin Xian was slightly relieved. It seemed that the missile was still very durable. At this time, he was also a little excited. If the entire missile launch device and radar system could be installed on the Infinity, it would be amazing. You should know that the Storm IF-12 supersonic air-to-ship missile has a range of at least 500 kilometers, uses a scramjet engine, and can reach a cruising speed of Mach 6. The only problem is that long-range signals and radars are shielded by the dark tide. In this case, inertial guidance can only be used for long-range targets, and the speed cannot be increased at close range. Who cares? Lin Xian sighed, thinking that he was really overthinking. You don't need to break the air defense system to fight the strange body, so why consider the cruising speed? Just smash it in the face. Lin Xian had enough time to scan all these missiles and launchers, so he took decisive action and walked towards the large Storm IF-12 supersonic air-to-ship missile. Scan completed. Get the Storm IF-12 supersonic air-to-ship missile blueprint. Scan completed. Get the 66 Malawang Quachas roll-on cantilever missile launcher. Scan completed. Get the T-1 fire control radar blueprint. Scan completed. Get the T-12 detection search radar blueprint. Swallowed successfully. Mechanical source points plus 100. Swallowing proficiency plus 40. Speed plus 5. Swallowed successfully. Mechanical source points plus 120. Swallowing proficiency plus 50. Strength plus 6. Oh my gosh. Lin Xian looked at the prompt on the screen of the mechanical heart, with a bit of surprise on his face. It took him less than an hour to fire 2 missiles, but he got 220 mechanical source points. He didn't expect the return rate of missiles to be so high, much higher than that of locomotives. It seems that this trip is right, but there are a little few missiles. If there are more. Lin Xian looked at the remaining deformed Guardian 86 anti-aircraft missile in front of him, and without thinking too much, he continued to swallow. Just when the swallowing progress screen in front of Lin Xian lit up, Kiki's voice came from the communicator. "Lin Xian, come out quickly." Lin Xian frowned when he heard the words, and immediately stopped his actions, rushed out without hesitation, and soon rushed out of the upper deck. The whole person jumped out directly from the broken part of the transport ship, and then landed on the top. "What's wrong?" Lin Xian looked around and saw Kiki flying towards him quickly from the air in the distance, then landing on the deck, holding the mobile terminal in her hand, and widening her eyes, and said to him, "Look, it's the device distance I set that sent a signal. The communicator you installed on the armored vehicle before is in our northeast direction." Lin Xian walked over and looked outside the town. In that direction, he could only see a dense forest by the lake. Strange, it stands to reason that the communicator is affected by the dark tidal force, and is only effective within a distance of 5 or 6 kilometers, but there seems to be nothing in that direction? Is it really under the lake? Kiki exclaimed, then it's too deep. Lin Xian looked at the mobile terminal in Kiki's hand, and said directly, "Let's go, and see what kind of monsters this foundation is." Kiki frowned and looked at the transport ship behind him. "Have you finished it?" "Almost." Lin Xian clapped his hands. "I have already got all the useful things." "Wow, you have even got the missile, so powerful?" Kiki looked at him with admiration. "Then make one for me to play with." Lin Xian was ashamed. Why not play with missiles? TSK. Kiki rolled her eyes at him, and said immediately, "Then let's go and see that research institute, maybe there are fun things inside." Lin Xian looked at the time, so he set off decisively. He and Kiki got off the transport ship, rode a motorcycle out of the zombie group, and drove out of the town. Buzz, the two drove out of Qingshui town, and drove along the road out of the city in the northeast for a while. The signal capture on Kiki's mobile terminal became stronger and stronger, indicating that Lin Xian's tracking direction was correct. Strange, there is only a forest ahead. Where is the research institute? Be careful. Lin Xian was also a little confused at this time. His first reaction was that his communicator might have been found by someone and thrown away on the roadside. Thinking deeper, there was only one possibility, that the research institute was hidden in the forest. The two slowed down and drove into the forest. This was a rather primitive old forest with dense trees and branches covering the sky. As soon as you drove in, you felt that your vision was blocked. As soon as the motorcycle rushed into the forest, a large number of branches hit the front of the car in an instant, making a clanging sound. The road was rugged and undulating. Lin Xian raised his hand to create a protective iron frame to block the branches, while Kiki directly used his supernatural power, and was not affected at all. Not long after, the terrain became flat. Squeak! Lin Xian rode his motorcycle out of the forest first, but at this time, his motorcycle suddenly stopped with a sweep. Because at this time Lin Xian found that the sky was actually dark. Buzz! Kiki followed closely behind and exclaimed when she saw this scene. "Wow, what's going on? Why is it dark in here?" Lin Xian didn't say anything, and looked back at the woods he had just passed, and found that the woods were also dark. Lin Xian, look quickly. At this time, Kiki suddenly pointed forward. Lin Xian immediately looked in the direction she pointed, and saw the outline of a small town appearing in front of him under the night sky. And that town seemed very familiar to Lin Xian. Isn't this Qingshui town? Lin Xian was shocked. Chapter 222. Oh, it's true. Kiki also reacted at this time, and his face began to change. No! This is not Qingshui town. Lin Xian's eyes fixed. Look, why is the transport ship gone? If the biggest difference between here and Qingshui town is that the crashed 10,000-ton transport ship is gone. In addition, all the streets, houses, and town styles are exactly the same. What's going on? How can there be two identical towns? Kiki looked at this scene, stunned. Lin Xian just thought he had gone in the wrong direction. How come there is another town in front of him after coming out of the Black Forest? Only after a closer look did he notice some clues. The strangest thing is that there are no zombies in sight. The whole Qingshui town is shrouded in a strange silence under the night. It's dark too. This is so strange. Lin Xian looked at his watch. It was not even 4 o'clock yet. How could it be dark? We seem to have come to a strange place. Kiki couldn't help but shudder, a little terrified. Does the communicator still have a signal? After hearing what Lin Xian said, Kiki finally reacted and quickly picked up the mobile terminal. Yes! And it's closer to us. Kiki pointed to Qingshui town in front and said, it should be in front. Lin Xian looked at Qingshui town in the dark night, his eyes darkened. Let's go let's go back the way we came. The situation in front of him was completely different from the result he wanted to get, so for the sake of caution, Lin Xian decided to retreat. It was dark now, and if he alarmed some strange body, it would be troublesome. Okay, I listen to you. Kiki had no interest in the dark town ahead at this time. When she heard Lin Xian say to return, she turned the car around immediately. So the two of them drove the motorcycle along the original road and rushed into the dark forest. Buzz buzz buzz, the motorcycle shuttled through the rugged woods all the way, but the situation became worse and worse, because Lin Xian found that no matter how he drove, the light in the woods was already dark, and even darker and darker. The next moment, the two motorcycles finally rushed out, but when the two glanced, they found that they were actually back to the place where they just came out. Oh my god, what a ghost! Kiki immediately lost her composure and looked at Lin Xian. Hey, did we encounter a ghost? Lin Xian's eyes darkened slightly, looking at the small town in the distance in the dark, and said, maybe we can only go over and take a look. There must be something different from the Qingshui town we just visited. Huh? Kiki's face was full of reluctance, but there was no way at this time, so she could only nod. Okay, I follow you. Buzz, Lin Xian drove his motorcycle slowly towards the town. The surroundings were empty and silent, the engine sound of the motorcycle echoed, and the orange lights of the two cars cut through part of the darkness. After getting closer, Lin Xian and Kiki became more and more sure that the town in front of them was actually real. On both sides of the road, various shops and storefronts were exactly the same as the Qingshui town outside. Lin Xian paid special attention to some places that he remembered and found that whether it was the tables and chairs, signs, or even the positions of the manhole covers, they were exactly the same. Suddenly, an inexplicable feeling of depression and separation arose from the bottom of his heart. Kiki felt the same as him. They had just come out of Qingshui town and came to another Qingshui town in a blink of an eye. It sounded quite bizarre. How can there be an identical town? Kiki frowned and looked around, with a look of astonishment. It should be artificially copied. Lin Xian gradually felt an unusual breath, and his face began to become solemn. Be careful. Kiki rode behind Lin Xian, and a gloomy and terrifying breath penetrated into her neck, making her shiver, and whispered, no matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like there are people here. She took out the mobile terminal, and the program set before sent out a stronger signal again. The communicator you installed must be nearby. Beep buzz. Beep buzz. At this moment, a deafening alarm suddenly sounded in the town, instantly breaking the eerie silence. Lin Xian and Kiki stopped the car and looked around solemnly. What happened? It sounds like an alarm. Kiki said seriously, it sounds weird. The alarm sounded in the streets and alleys of the town, echoing in those dark alleys, closed corners of shops, and deep in the dark streets. At this time, a mechanical female voice suddenly sounded. Number 3 Qingshui Town Test Site. The 90-second biochemical experiment simulation begins. Chi, as soon as the voice fell, more fog suddenly sprayed out from all corners of the town. Testing site? Lin Xian's face changed. Are we already in that research institute? Kiki said in surprise. I know, this place should be the site of the foundation, but it's so big, how come it can't be seen from outside? Perhaps in response to his words, the next second, a thunder suddenly sounded in the sky. Crack, lightning flashed, dark clouds rolled. A sense of oppression of impending storm gradually rose under the town. Lin Xian was watching and listening to all directions at this time, and suddenly, there seemed to be a sound in the darkness in front of him. What's wrong? There's something in front, Lin Xian said. Kiki's expression became nervous when she heard this. She tilted her head and looked forward motionlessly. In the darkness, it seemed that there was indeed something, slowly moving towards the light of the motorcycle. Ka-ah-ka-goo-ah. In the darkness, there was a subtle strange sound, like a rotten vocal cord, constantly twisting. Someone is coming. Lin Xian slowly stretched out his hand towards the black gun and looked over. It seemed that someone was staggering into the boundary of the motorcycle's light, and the next moment, everyone's eyes changed. The thing that was coming over was actually a conjoined person with dislocated limbs connected together. The whole body was pale, and both heads were a blood-red hole, and the facial features could not be seen. Lin Xian frowned. Is this thing a zombie or a weird body? Or is it a human weird? So disgusting, what is this? Kiki felt his scalp tingling and his brows twisted together when he saw it. Be careful behind you. At this time, Lin Xian suddenly turned around and shouted to Kiki. Kiki quickly turned around, and in the darkness behind her, a conjoined monster also walked out with strange movements. This conjoined monster looked like two rotten zombies connected together, gray and white, with split sternum organs, like two people sewn together. Go! Buzz! Lin Xian stepped on the accelerator, and the motorcycle roared up and turned around in place. Then he raised his hand and fired a few wind guns, blasting towards the head of the conjoined monster in front. Puff puff puff. The invisible wind gun directly bombarded the face without facial features, and only a few muffled sounds were heard. The monster's face was immediately covered with blood and flesh, but it seemed to have no effect, but instead angered the twisted conjoined man. Only a strange creaking sound was heard, and the twisted conjoined man suddenly ran, with strange hands and feet grabbing everywhere, and came towards Lin Xian's motorcycle with a fishy wind. Can't die? Lin Xian said nothing. The power armor output torque, raised his hand, and threw the black gun directly. The magnetic control engine hummed, and accelerated instantly, like a black shuttle. Bang! In an instant, one of the heads of the running conjoined man was directly smashed to pieces, leaving only skin and blood vessels connected to the neck, but this only made the monster stagger for a moment. But it still rushed towards them, as if it was not affected by anything. At the same time, the twisted strange hands and torso of the conjoined man suddenly began to swell, like flatulence, and thick black smoke came out of the torn wounds and broken necks. Lin Xian took a look and thought to himself that it was not good. Kiki. Okay. Kiki acted decisively, raised his hand, and grabbed the conjoined man with invisible telekinesis, stopping him from moving forward. Unexpectedly, the next moment, the frantically struggling conjoined man suddenly began to twitch violently, and the expansion of his torso intensified. Bang! In an instant, the upper body of the monster exploded directly on the spot, and a thick black smoke gushed out. At the same time, a large number of black beetles gushed out like blood, like quicksand. These black beetles made a rustling sound that made people's scalps numb. In an instant, they gathered on the ground and quickly crawled towards Lin Xian. What kind of experimental subject is this? Lin Xian was shocked. He didn't know what kind of experiments this SID Foundation Research Institute was doing. Seeing these weird things at this time, which looked neither like zombies nor human ghosts, he was confused. Buzz! Lin Xian stepped on the accelerator and turned directly to the street on the right. The motorcycle wheels ran over several black beetles, emitting dark green juice and black smoke, and emitting highly corrosive and foul-smelling smoke on the ground. Bang, bang, bang. The motorcycle accelerated all the way. At this time, the doors of the shops on the roadside suddenly opened in unison, and all kinds of weird and twisted humanoid monsters began to walk out of the houses. At this time, the weirdness of the whole town seemed to come alive. Buzz! In the shadows of the street ahead, countless twisted conjoined people began to appear in groups. They were not fast, but as the number increased, these inhuman and ghost things began to appear on all streets, which made people feel scalp troubled. Lin Xian couldn't rush through these monsters directly, so he could only keep changing directions and try to drive in from some streets and alleys he had never been to. He turned the car to the left, dodged the twisted conjoined man in front of him, and passed through a very narrow alley. When he rushed out, he suddenly found that he was on a wide street, with an old department store standing, and a middle school with its doors closed across the street. It seems that I have never been here before. Kiki looked a little strange, and said to Lin Xian, "This should be the place where the transport ship crashed outside." Lin Xian said immediately. The central area of Qinshui town outside was in a mess, and the department store had collapsed long ago, and its original appearance could not be seen. At this time, Lin Xian looked at several vaguely familiar stairs, and immediately realized that this location was a ruin outside. Lin Xian, look, is the light still on in that school? At this time, Kiki suddenly shouted. Lin Xian looked around and saw that there were still a few dim yellow lights in the school building, which looked very strange and abrupt in this foggy town. Will there be anyone? Let's go in and take a look first. Where there is light, there is a line. No matter what kind of mechanical experiment it is, as long as he can access the control system, there will be a way. Buzz! The motorcycle rushed directly from the gate of the middle school, and the surroundings suddenly became wider. The square, flower beds, playground, teaching building, everything is the scene layout of the school familiar to Lin Xian. Under the darkness, there was a vast expanse. The motorcycle seemed to be driving on the black ocean. He could only look at the light in the teaching building to guide the direction forward. Hey, those monsters didn't chase in. Kiki looked back and found that the conjoined monsters had been frozen outside the school gate at this time, motionless, as if something separated them. There were more and more monsters, blocking the school gate tightly, but no one stepped inside. There must be something strange here. Maybe the entrance to the institute is here. Lin Xian looked back and saw that those strange-looking experimental bodies kept gathering and blocking the school gate more and more. From a distance, there were countless twisted outlines standing there in the dark, which made people shudder. It seems that there is no one in here. Then we may have found the right place, Lin Xian said. Squeak, the motorcycle stopped under an abandoned teaching building, with all kinds of books and waste paper on the ground, and the wheels made a rustling sound when they passed by. Lin Xian stopped the motorcycle and looked at the dim light on the teaching building. He didn't have time to stop, so he picked up the black gun and electric knife and prepared to go up to find out. Since it is a test site, there must be a safe exit, and there will even be monitoring equipment. Lin Xian and Kiki rushed into the teaching building directly from the gate, one in front and one behind. At this time, in a bright room, several staff members in scientific research clothing were carefully observing the research data on the computer screen. One of the female researchers suddenly saw several unfamiliar figures on the monitoring screen. Her face changed immediately, and she quickly pressed the intercom in front of her. Report, an unknown intruder appeared in Area F. Performing a vital sign scan. 2 unregistered persons were detected, and the monitoring information has been uploaded. On the other side, the experimenter looked back at the security director behind him. Director Feng, there are 2 unknown intruders. Should we stop the experiment process? Feng Chun frowned, picked up the mobile terminal in his hand, and looked through the surveillance images on it. He extracted facial information from several relatively clear images. Another group of unlucky guys. It doesn't matter. Let them die. If they are not dead, send them to institution number 2. Yes. Wait. When Feng Chun saw the last person, the mobile terminal suddenly flashed a warning. Beep beep. Foundation key observation personnel detected. Confidentiality level. Level 1, what? Feng Chun looked at the young man who rushed into the teaching building area first on the mobile terminal, and his face changed drastically. Level 1 personnel? Quick, stop releasing the test subjects in Area F, and notify Miss Hua immediately. Bang, bang, bang. In the monitoring hall of the laboratory, all the staff members were in a panic. Turn off the weather system. Reinjection of biological inhibitor number 0912. Close the crying classroom. Stop releasing the food-inducing gas in the corridor of disaster. Snap, clack. In the corridor, a group of staff members hurriedly walked by. Hua Xiaoling walked in front quickly, listening to the report of her subordinates. Miss Hua, it is confirmed that Lin Xian, the target of special attention of the Foundation, is currently in the Qingshui town test site. There are currently 2 people. Where did he come in from? It should be the experimental subject Jumble of the number 2 organization. Hua Xiaoling stopped. How did he come in from there? The assistant's face changed and shook his head. Hua Xiaoling's eyes flickered slightly. Okay. Then Miss Hua, do we need to invite them in? Hua Xiaoling pondered for a moment, and then directly said, start regional separation and see if we can isolate Lin Xian alone. Take this opportunity to test the characteristics of his mechanical ability. The assistant frowned when he heard this. Then what about his other team member? Hua Xiaoling walked forward quickly and said in a calm voice, don't worry about it for now. Yes. Chapter 223. As soon as Lin Xian entered the teaching building, he was greeted by the smell of building dust. It was pitch black all around. Lin Xian turned on his flashlight and looked around. The light just now was on the 2nd floor, so he was looking for the stairs to go up. Here. Soon, he found the stairs to go upstairs, and without saying a word, he was ready to run up. But after he ran a few steps, he felt something was wrong. Kiki? Lin Xian turned around and suddenly found that Kiki was gone. Where are the people? Lin Xian ran back and rushed out of the door of the teaching building again. At this time, he found that it was pitch black outside. The playground, the square, the corridor, and the motorcycles driven by the 2 people were all gone. He felt cold in his heart and turned his head quickly. The door of the teaching building was as dark as ink. Damn it, it's this again! Lin Xian suddenly remembered the strange radio station 1542 before. At that time, he also suddenly disappeared from the spot and appeared in a special frequency space. He directly pressed the communicator. Click. Lin Xian, Lin Xian. Kiki's voice came. Where are you? I'm at the door of the teaching building. I can't see you. The wall in front of me seems to have changed just now. Lin Xian frowned when he heard it. It must be this test site that's doing it. Wait for me. He looked up at the dark dome, and his heart trembled. Since this place is controlled by a mechanical structure, it will definitely not be difficult for him. At this moment, Lin Xian could only hear his own heartbeat and breathing. He used a flashlight to shine into the dark door. The white light pierced the darkness, bringing a sense of loneliness and terror. Tightening the electric knife in his hand, Lin Xian turned on the collision volume perception system of the power armor to enhance protection. Collision volume perception system has been activated. It was pitch black outside, and Lin Xian felt a chill on his back. He shone the flashlight into the distance, but he could not see the edge at all. In the darkness, there seemed to be many unknown existences slowly approaching the teaching building. Lin Xian directly reached out to touch the ground, but there was a concrete floor below, and the mechanical heart could not extend at all. His face sank, and he could only retreat to the only building to look for clues. There were buildings all around, and only the lights were seen upstairs just now, where the line control terminal should be found. The electric light shone, and the corridors on both sides were extremely deep, with no end in sight. The doors of the nearby classrooms were almost all open, and the desks were tilted and scattered. Every environment seemed to be exactly the same, except that there were no corpses or zombies. Dong dong dong, Lin Xian went directly up the stairs to the second floor and walked towards the classroom, where the lights were just now. When he came to the corridor on the second floor, he found that the room with lights on was the first room next to the stairs. The dim light came out from the window, giving people the illusion that the picture turned black and white. The door of the room was ajar. Lin Xian used a flashlight to shine, and found that it was a utility room, not a classroom. Looking inside, the floor was clean and tidy, and there was no messy feeling like other classrooms. His heart tightened, and he walked in carefully. When the flashlight swept through it, Lin Xian's hair suddenly stood up. Because in the middle of this utility room, there was a pile of white-clothed dolls placed at this time. At first glance, he almost thought there was a group of people standing there. In this room, there is an old-fashioned incandescent lamp that is still emitting a faint light, which is exactly what Lin Xian saw downstairs. This is completely different from what Lin Xian thought. He thought it would be the light of some monitoring room or the emergency exit. But this light is in such an inexplicable utility room, which makes people confused. Lin Xian looked at the pile of puppets and felt a strange feeling at this time. Lin Xian walked in directly, observing the surroundings. Since there is light, there must be lines. Lin Xian knew that this was a huge test site, so it must be controlled by professional experimental equipment, so his idea was very simple. He could use his mechanical ability to find some clues, and then solve it violently. Lin Xian walked to the wall, and began to use the scanning of the mechanical heart to explore, and find the mechanical structure. At this time, the light in the room suddenly flickered, and then went out directly. The whole utility room was suddenly dark, with only Lin Xian's flashlight light left. This sudden situation made him nervous. Click, click at this time, a subtle sound came from the darkness, which sounded like the sound of some joint dislocation. Lin Xian immediately shone the light at the pile of puppets, but there was nothing unusual when the white beam shone over, so he enlarged the aperture and looked at the corner of the utility room. At this time, Lin Xian found that the door he had just walked in was closed. He immediately noticed something wrong, walked over and twisted it a few times, and found that the door was locked. Playing this trick? Click. The mechanical heart started directly, and the door lock was forcibly opened by him. The moment the door opened, a white child doll suddenly appeared at the door. Lin Xian's eyes immediately condensed, and the electric knife was directly in front of him. The white doll was motionless. Except for its strange appearance, this doll was no different from the dolls in ordinary stores. Click. The tiny joint sound sounded again. Lin Xian turned his head suddenly, and shone the flashlight beam. The next moment, Lin Xian immediately felt a chill on his back, and a tingling feeling on his scalp. The dolls that were originally placed in the middle of the utility room just now were all standing behind him at this moment. At this moment, the air seemed to freeze. Lin Xian's flashlight shone on these white dolls, and the strange breath rose infinitely. He condensed his eyes, and directly aimed a wind gun at the nearest white doll. Bang! The plastic head of the doll exploded immediately, revealing its incomplete face and the metal bracket inside, but the doll was still motionless. What is this, a zombie? A ghost? Lin Xian looked at the puppets. He knew there must be something wrong with them, but he didn't know what the problem was. So he shot several wind gun holes directly cluster. 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 Blast the puppets in front of him into pieces, turning them into a pile of fragments. Crash, instantly, there was a loud bang in the utility room. These white puppets standing still with smiles on their faces were smashed one by Lin Xian, or their necks were broken, or their faces were completely disfigured. A large number of fragments fell to the ground, and the sound echoed in the room and the corridor. Just as Lin Xian was dealing with these white puppets, a short child puppet suddenly climbed up in the darkness, where his electric light did not shine. Moving target approaching. As soon as the warning sound of the power armor sounded, Lin Xian suddenly saw a pale face appear in the black shadow on the side. The mouth of the puppet suddenly opened, revealing a huge mouth full of sharp teeth. Swish! Lin Xian only felt his nerves tremble, and the black gun in his other hand directly stabbed forward reflexively. The chest of the puppet was pressed by the tip of the gun, so that it did not bite off the neck in one bite, pushing him to stagger back a few steps. What the hell? Lin Xian reacted, and put the tail of the gun on the ground to stop the puppet's momentum. Then the palm of his right hand flashed with lightning. Woozy, the arc flashed and hit the puppet's mouth directly. There was only a crackling sound of sparks, and a smell of burning rushed out. Then the puppet that attacked him suddenly stopped and fell to the ground. Lin Xian frowned when he saw the scene, then calmed down and quickly picked up the flashlight and shone it into the mouth of the puppet. He was surprised to find that there was some kind of mechanical structure in the mouth of the puppet. Robot? Lin Xian had a question mark on his face, and immediately reached out and pressed it. The mechanical scan passed by and found that it was indeed a magnetically controlled passive robot. It did not have any power source, but was a mechanical puppet controlled in series. Using a robot to deal with me, it's really a trick. Click, click. At this time, a faint sound of footsteps suddenly came from the corridor outside. Intermittently, gradually approaching in the darkness. A ghost knocking on the door, right? Lin Xian directly created a high-power lighting light, and after lighting it, the entire gloomy and strange room was as bright as a sunny room. Then he stood up, walked over and grabbed the door frame, the power armor output torque. Bang! The whole door was completely dismantled. Immediately he raised his hands, and light flashed in his hands. A large amount of tank armor forged metal flew out, and in a breath, a huge metal door 40 centimeters thick like a bank vault was built, completely sealing the entire room. And for this door, Lin Xian did not design a door lock or handle. At the same time, he also built a high-voltage discharger and connected it to the high voltage. Okay, this door is specially used to treat ghost knocks. Welcome to test. After doing all this, Lin Xian began to look at the room, ready to scan the electrical structure of the building along the light line just now, and then find the mechanism. At this time, in the monitoring hall of the Institute, the staff responsible for the release of the F-area test body looked at the screen in front of him. His hands left the keyboard, and his eyes widened. Hey! A colleague beside him whispered to remind him. Test subject number 072 should appear. Hurry up, don't waste time. Something happened. What's wrong? It didn't knock on the door? The staff member pointed at the screen with a horrified face. A hideous monster was scratching the door frantically, but the steel door that appeared out of thin air didn't move at all, and there was not even a door handle. It can't knock it. What's going on? Why hasn't the test screen of the crying classroom started yet? Security Supervisor Feng Chun looked at the time on his watch, pressed the headset and asked unhappily. Supervisor, the test of the strange body entering the area failed. A researcher replied quickly. What? Feng Chun walked over and shouted at the large monitoring screen. Bring up the monitoring screen of the Sundry's classroom for me. That? At this time, another researcher in charge of the screen had an ugly face, turned around and stammered. Report, all indoor monitoring has been taken over. Feng Chun frowned, and his face began to become solemn. What did you say? I said, we lost internal monitoring. The researcher said with a strange face. For a while, the atmosphere in the research monitoring hall became weird. Then switched to the channel. Realizing that things were getting serious, Feng Chun hurriedly said, the superiors require us to obtain data and characteristic investigations that are useful for mechanical superpowers, and we must always pay attention to the safety of the target, and there must be no problems. Yes. The monitoring screen in the channel is normal, and no life has been detected entering. The test target should still be in the Sundry's classroom. In the bright room, in order to ensure that there would be no future troubles, Lin Xian swallowed all the broken magnetic control robots into materials, leaving only broken plastic on the ground. The whole room was extremely transparent. At this time, Lin Xian stood on the ladder he had made, cast the mechanical heart to start connecting the passage, and began to scan the mechanical frame structure outside the room along the line. Girl, how are you? Click. At this time, the signal in the communicator began to become intermittent. Lin Xian, I can't find you, where are you? I'm in that teaching building, on the second floor. I don't have a teaching building here. Kiki's slightly panicked voice came. Soon, the signal in the communicator disappeared. Lin Xian frowned and became anxious. He estimated that the distance between the two should not be far. Lin Xian looked at the knocking sound outside the steel door, thinking that it should be the dark energy generated by some strange body that shielded the signal. This research institute really brought in some incredible monsters. Lin Xian's mind changed, and his eyes focused at this time. The mechanical heart finally found something. He immediately came down from the ladder, walked to the wall on one side of the room, and reached up. The mechanical heart directly took over the power system of a hidden door at the back, and then forced it open. Chi. At this time, the outline of a door frame slowly appeared on the wall, and then shrank into the wall, revealing a dark passage at the back. Confirmed, the target has appeared in the passage. Collect the target's vital signs information. The vital signs are normal, there is no injury, and the heart rate is normal. In the monitoring hall of the research institute, the researchers finally saw Lin Xian's figure on the monitoring screen. Feng Chun looked at the figure, breathed a sigh of relief, and said, pressing the headset, "Close the channel, release the violent zombies, and collect combat data." Confirmed, releasing the violent zombies into the channel. A bright light suddenly lit up in the dark channel. Lin Xian covered his eyes slightly, and looked up. He saw that he was in an extremely long white channel with no end in sight. Before he took a few steps, Lin Xian felt the floor seemed to be vibrating slightly, and at the same time, a small howl sounded from a distance. Lin Xian immediately looked behind him, and the door that he had just forced open was closed again, and there was no way out. So he raised his eyes, and looked at the hidden cameras above his head. Pay attention, control the density of zombies, don't put too much pressure at once, and ensure the survival of the target person. Okay, the density is currently level 1. Feng Chun arranged the test intensity, and looked at the monitoring screen. He suddenly found that the person in the monitoring also raised his head, and looked in the direction of the monitoring, as if looking at him. How can this guy see us? Feng Chun frowned and immediately explained, pay attention, if the monitoring is destroyed, you must confirm the target's movements and vital signs. But before he finished speaking, the light on the monitoring screen suddenly dimmed, and the entire monitoring became pitch black. What's going on? Feng Chun shouted immediately. It is being checked and confirmed. The circuit system is all normal. A researcher was operating the computer with sweat on his head. Duh. At this time, a series of gunshots came from the monitoring sound, and the sound became more and more dense. The target is in contact with the enemy. Quickly repair the lighting. Bang. Before he could finish, the lights in the surveillance camera came on again, and everyone looked at it. They saw that the passage was now bloody, with more than a dozen zombies lying in pieces, and blood splattered everywhere. On the other side, in front of Lin Xian, a Howler Gatling electric rotary machine gun on a cart appeared at some point, with steam coming out of the hot muzzle. Where did he take it out from? Why is there a cart? It's impossible to take something that big out of the body. Could it be related to some special space? Confirm the target's abilities mode and action, whether it is created out of thin air, taken out, or transformed. Feng Chun's forehead was sweating at this time, and he said angrily, keep your eyes close. Even if he took it out from his crotch, you must see clearly whether he used his left hand or right hand. Continue to prepare for the violent zombie tide. Supervisor, how many levels are you going to arrange this time? Full level. In the distance of the passage, the secret doors on both sides opened at the same time, and countless zombies rushed out frantically. These zombies seemed to have undergone some kind of transformation and mutation, and ran madly towards the entrance where Lin Xian was. Beep! The Gatling gun roared wildly, and Lin Xian pushed the gun rack cart over the corpse fragments and moved towards the passage while firing. The dense zombies in front were pierced by his rain-like metal jets. Ordinary human bodies could not resist it at all, and they were in a closed passage. The bullets were like hot knives cutting leeks, without any pressure, and they just ran over them directly. Lin Xian didn't waste any time, pushing the gun rack and moving forward quickly with the electric knife in his hand, and soon, he came to the end of the passage. Bang! An iron door was opened by Lin Xian, and walking forward, there was a black passage like a circular pipe, which was completely different from the bright passage just now. Lin Xian reached out and touched it, and the mechanical heart unfolded, and then frowned, and immediately stepped in and walked forward quickly. Chapter 224. Click, click. Lin Xian's footsteps echoed in the dark corridor. He walked for a while, looking at the extension of the light. It seemed that he would never reach the end. Moreover, the situation was different from what he expected. As he continued to move forward, water stains began to appear on the ground. The water became more and more, and the marble floor began to turn into white tiles. Splash, splash. The sound of water was heard. Lin Xian looked at the white tiles under his feet and silently felt that he had stepped into a swimming pool. As he continued to move forward, the accumulated water gradually changed from a few centimeters to over his feet. At this time, the wall of the passage in front finally disappeared, and he seemed to have reached the end of the passage. Lin Xian frowned, reached out to take down the lighting lamp and walked forward, but found that there was a large area of darkness in front of him, and layers of water rippled away. In front of him was a huge enclosed swimming pool, with an open space of more than 1,000 square meters, and the walls around were covered with clean white tiles. The underwater ground suddenly disappeared a few meters in front of Lin Xian, and a handrail in a swimming pool appeared. The water behind the handrail, which was clean and transparent, now showed a strange black color, and the bottom was unobstructed. Under the light, there was a yellow swimming ring on the black water surface, swaying gently with the waves. Lin Xian looked around and found that except for his position, there was no place to go ashore around this deep pool. It was all high walls covered with white tiles. The cold water waves jumped at Lin Xian's ankles, as if carrying a strange force, dragging him into the deep pool in front. What kind of hell is this place? Just now, he had already found out that there was no complicated mechanical structure in this passage. Who would have thought that after walking for a long time, he didn't see anything? As a result, there was a huge swimming pool at the end of the corridor, and it looked like an endless deep pool leading directly to hell. In the monitoring hall of the Research Institute, the monitoring personnel all had complicated expressions at this time. The people in front turned back to look at the security director Feng Chun, who looked solemn at this time and seemed to be a little overwhelmed. Director Feng, the target has entered the black pool. Directly release the Black Abyss #1 creature, start the water injection, and flood the passage, Feng Chun said with a stern look. Ah! Hearing this, the researchers were stunned. This will it be? Obey the order. Today, we must obtain valuable information about the target. Understood. The researcher looked solemn and began to execute this cruel order. Click. Lin Xian directly made an extended bracket at the edge of the passage to extend the light to illuminate a wider area. At the same time, he walked to the edge of the silver handrail and tried to look underwater. Suddenly, a huge black shadow flashed under the water, curled up like a snake, pitch black, and brought a dark current under the water, swinging on Lin Xian's feet under the water, as if to pull him down. Fuck! Seeing this horrible scene, Lin Xian subconsciously took 2 steps back, and the sound of water splashing echoed in the quiet space with his hurried footsteps, which gave people a strange and weird feeling. Is there something down there? Lin Xian's face was ugly, and he looked around. As time passed, he didn't know how to leave here, so he looked up. At this time, he saw a building similar to a diving platform dozens of meters above the deep pool, with a small secret door behind it. At the same time, as the water waves jumped under the light, Lin Xian saw a narrow road hidden under the water in front of him. Rather than a road, it was a series of slender pillars standing under the water. White tiles were also attached to the pillars. Each pillar could only stand 1 foot. There was a gap of about 1 meter between the pillars, extending all the way to the edge of the high wall of the black pool in the distance, where there were narrow stairs protruding from the wall. It seemed that he needed to step on these underwater pillars all the way on the bottomless black pool water, walk to the wall at the end, and then climb up. If there was no light, he would basically be groping in the dark deep pool, jumping on the pillars in an unknown direction. And under his feet, the pillars extended to the bottom of the dark pool, and there seemed to be some living creature swimming under it. Who can think of these things? Lin Xian's heart sank. To be honest, he was really scared at this time. A huge invincible deep pool in a claustrophobic space, dark, quiet, rippling black water, unknown underwater creatures. It will definitely make people's sanity go crazy. At this time, Lin Xian suddenly found that the black water that was originally at his ankles had risen to his calves, and it was freezing cold. In the passage, there were waves of water. The water is rising? On the other side, on the researcher's screen, the monitoring is almost aimed at every corner, the water surface, the narrow ladder, the pillars, and the diving platform above. The speed of the black water rising has increased to level 3. According to the time calculation, the goal is only 3 minutes to reach the wall safely. At that time, the water can be raised to level 5. Vital signs data, the current heart rate of the experimental target has increased to 105, and is about to break 110. The researcher responsible for monitoring vital signs reported. He must be scared this time. Feng Chun breathed a sigh of relief, looking at the passageway under the monitoring screen with interest. After 3 minutes, he could hardly stand on the water, and could only swim over. The passage was like a large water pipe, and the end was right in the center of the huge circular deep pool. Feng Chun stared at the direction of the water pipe in the passage, but after a while, he did not see any signs of Lin Xian coming out of the passage. He frowned immediately. What's going on? Why hasn't he started to move? The water has already flooded up. Not sure. There is no surveillance view inside the pipe. Huh? Did he retreat? No, the vital signs monitoring equipment can still detect the target's movements. The target is still in the scene. Feng Chun's face began to get anxious again. He looked at his watch. There are still 2 minutes. If we don't set off, we will definitely not find the way. At this time, a researcher was full of doubts. He doesn't want to just wait for the water to flood up and then float up with it. Impossible. Feng Chun said decisively. If he enters the black water, he will not survive for more than a minute. Heiyuan number 1 will swallow him up, and he can't escape. There is still 1 minute before the channel is flooded. A researcher shouted. Feng Chun's face began to become solemn again. He stared at the end of the channel. At this time, a large amount of black water had been poured into it, but no human figure appeared. Report, the target's body temperature begins to drop, and the heart rate returns to 80. Damn, what the hell? Feng Chun frowned and murmured in a low voice. Just at this time, a researcher suddenly shouted, He came out. Where is he? After this, many people, including Feng Chun, looked at the entrance of the passage, but they didn't see anyone at all. No one. There. The researcher pointed to the monitoring screen as if he had seen a ghost and said, He is on the passage. Feng Chun hurriedly looked at another screen when he heard it. In an instant, his pupils shrank sharply, and he saw a weird picture that he could never imagine in his life. I don't know when a round hole appeared on the top of the back of the passage, and a lift platform rose in the hole. Lin Xian stood on the lift platform, and slowly came to the edge of the platform above like taking an elevator. From another surveillance camera angle, a calm-looking young man slowly rose up in front of the diving platform, then stepped over, quickly walked into the passage behind, and left the black pool. No! Feng Chun looked at this scene, and was a little confused. Elevator? The expected scene of the target jumping over the deep pillar in the water, and escaping from the attack of the underwater monster on the narrow ladder beside the wall did not happen. At this time, the elevator that rose out of the passage directly confused the group of researchers. Even if Lin Xian flew up, it was still reasonable for them, the researchers who studied superpowers. But where did this elevator come from? Supervisor, the target's mechanical superpowers seem to be different from our understanding. A researcher said with a dulled look. Feng Chun was stunned, and it took him a while to react. He said with a heavy voice, Miss Hua once said that the target had demonstrated the ability to make some metal devices, but this. Metal devices, and building an elevator, and a Gatling gun with bare hands are completely different concepts. Manager Feng, the target is about to enter the survival room. Please confirm which mode to use? Feng Chun came back to his senses after hearing this, his eyes kept flickering, and then he gritted his teeth and said, Since the other party has the ability to control and manufacture machinery, then open the survival room number 3. Even if the other party cracks it, we can still get useful information. Yes. The researcher directly entered the command at this time. As for Lin Xian, he walked along the passage and soon found that there was a very bright room in front of him. The light of the flashlight swayed in the dark passage. Lin Xian ran forward quickly while breathing rapidly. After a while, the passage became wider and wider, and bright light began to come out from the front. Lin Xian's eyes condensed, and he quickly accelerated and rushed out. Buzz, when Lin Xian rushed into the wide bright space, a huge tinnitus hit him, his chest was stuffy and painful, and he breathed heavily. He didn't have time to feel the discomfort of his body, and quickly looked at the place where he was at the moment. It was a huge white and bright room, empty, without anything, but the floor and walls were emitting white light. In the distance, there was a door that looked very ordinary. Lin Xian subconsciously walked forward, and then he found that the door had no door handle and no keyhole. It was completely a door-shaped device. Bang! Bang! At this time, something like a building began to rise under the floor on both sides. Lin Xian raised his knife and was on guard. He found that what rose up was some huge cabins filled with green transparent liquid, one on each side. As the liquid cabin gradually rose, 2 strange monsters appeared in sight. One was a dark green monster like a starfish. It looked only about 1 meter in diameter, but it was covered with thin black spikes like steel needles, which filled the entire cabin. The center of the starfish was covered with black eyes, which looked very strange. The other one looked a bit like the white giant that Lin Xian encountered in Jiang City, but it was much smaller in size, with thin arms and legs. It sank to the bottom of the water in the liquid cabin, hugged its legs, and buried its head under its knees. For some reason, this thing sat there hugging its legs, but it gave people a very dangerous feeling. Lin Xian frowned as he watched the scene. He didn't need to guess that these two things were definitely not for him to watch. So without any hesitation, he walked directly towards the door. When Lin Xian touched the door, a red alarm sounded in the whole room. Woo, 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 countdown begins, 5 minutes remaining. Lin Xian looked back and saw that at this time, in the two huge liquid chambers, the green transparent liquid began to slowly drop, as if it was some kind of countdown. He immediately reacted, and the mechanical heart started to work, scanning directly behind the door. As the scan unfolded, Lin Xian's brows furrowed deeper and deeper. This is indeed a door, but it is a mechanical door with a very complex structure. There are 12 mechanical locks on it, and each mechanical structure is linked to a ring, connecting the 12 switches behind the door. Lin Xian was confused after scanning, because this mechanical structure was not designed for easy operation, but was designed to confuse people. Lin Xian finally confirmed his guess at this time. These things were arranged to test his mechanical ability. And the two monsters were there to help him. Let me unlock it. Lin Xian's heart sank, and his mechanical heart began to work. Woo, woo, the alarm sounded continuously, and the green liquid in the two liquid test chambers began to decrease. As the liquid decreased by half, the black needles of the starfish in the first chamber began to move slowly, and the needles scraped against the edge of the chamber, making a creaking friction sound. Countdown 3 minutes remaining. In the bright room, several researchers were watching the monitoring screen, and at this time, their eyes were all on Lin Xian. Report the progress of the test. The progress of the escape door opening is 0%. What's going on? None of the locks have been opened. Wait a little longer. 1 minute left in the countdown. Report, the progress of the escape door opening is 0%. What's going on? Has he given up? Quick, inform Miss Hua. Hua Xiaoling, wearing a black coat, was standing in front of a silver door. Behind the door was the room where Lin Xian was. The subordinate's report came from the headset. Manager Hua, there is 1 minute left. The progress of the escape door opening is 0. Do you want to start the emergency procedure? Hua Xiaoling's eyes did not flicker, and she did not speak, but just looked at the door in front of her quietly. 10 seconds left in the countdown. The progress of the escape door opening is 0%. It is impossible to open it. The face of Feng Chun, the security director, changed drastically at this time. Squeak! Inside the glass cabin, the green liquid had already run dry. The giant starfish was still twisting its spikes and making strange noises, while the white humanoid monster slowly raised its head. Hua Xiaoling began to have some doubts in her eyes, and at this time, the countdown of the test site began. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. At the last second, the silver door in front of Hua Xiaoling suddenly turned into ashes, and the ashes flew past her. Hua Xiaoling couldn't help but stretch out her hand and catch one of the ashes with her palm. It fell on her hand and turned into smaller ashes in an instant, disappearing into the air. Looking at this scene, her eyes were full of surprise. She raised her head, and a slightly thin figure appeared in front of her. We meet again. A sharp blade fell on Hua Xiaoling's neck, and the sharp electric knife blade cut off a few hairs and slowly fell to the ground. Click, click, click. In an instant, dozens of armed personnel behind her raised their guns and aimed at Lin Xian. The light spot of the automatic machine gun in the room also fell on Lin Xian's forehead. Lin Xian's expression remained unchanged, looking at Hua Xiaoling coldly. If I can't see my teammates within 1 minute, you will die. Hua Xiaoling looked at Lin Xian at this time. Not only was there no fear on her face, but there was even a flash of desire and eagerness in her eyes. She slowly raised her hand, and everyone behind her put down their weapons. Then she signaled to the assistant next to her, and the assistant pressed a command on the mobile terminal at this time, and another door not far behind Lin Xian opened. Boom! An invisible shock wave came, and a bunch of researchers flew out immediately. Kiki came out at this time, and when she saw Lin Xian, the urgent expression on her face finally relaxed. Lin Xian. Hua Xiaoling looked at the researchers wailing on the ground next to her, and her face remained calm. Since I have invited you, your teammates are naturally our guests. Guests? Lin Xian sneered. Is this how you treat guests? Hua Xiaoling shrugged helplessly. First of all, although you broke into the Qingshui town test site illegally, I also admit that we did not conduct a supernatural test on you without your approval, and I apologize to you for this. It's just, normally, our partners will not enter the Institute from that place. She said with a frown. Of course, I won't install a tracker on my car. Lin Xian's face changed when he heard this, and he slowly put down the electric knife in his hand and said, You are right, but you didn't tell me the specific place when you invited me, so I could only use my own method. Hua Xiaoling smiled faintly, and didn't seem to mind. Instead, she asked, Mr. Lin, can I know how you opened the last password door? Password door? I opened the password wall. Lin Xian snorted in his heart. Wouldn't it be easier to just use mechanical swallowing? Do you really think I'm stupid and study the password in just 5 minutes? Although the mechanical door is not big, it is not as complicated as the engine. For Lin Xian, this kind of thing is like swallowing a train car. It is not difficult to buy materials. He was not interested in answering Hua Xiaoling's question and said directly, Okay, I broke into your research institute, and you also did a lot of tests on me. Now you can tell me your purpose. I said that our purpose is to cooperate with you. Hua Xiaoling said. What if I refuse? Lin Xian said directly. Hua Xiaoling smiled with narrowed eyes, and pointed to a passage. The premise of cooperation is of course the willingness of both parties. If Mr. Lin does not want to cooperate with us, he can leave at any time. We will not restrict your personal freedom. After that, Hua Xiaoling made a gesture of invitation to Lin Xian. Or if you have time, I can also introduce our foundation to you first. Lin Xian and Kiki's eyes met. Since they were here, they would learn about it. So, the two followed Hua Xiaoling all the way into the research institute. Hua Xiaoling took Lin Xian and Kiki to the underground in the elevator. Lin Xian completely underestimated the scale of this research institute. Except for the large test site, the research institutes are basically buried deep underground. Lin Xian. Kiki walked beside him and whispered to Lin Xian, Did they bully you just now? Lin Xian shook his head. He was a little surprised at some of the research being carried out in this test site, and there were even strange bodies among them. Such a large test site, why can't it be seen from outside? Lin Xian asked Hua Xiaoling, who was leading the way. Hua Xiaoling said, That's because our test site is built in a kind of sky dome, and the outer surface is covered with reflectors. The scene on the other side is projected on the reflectors by optical projection. From the outside, everything here is invisible. Kiki opened her mouth in surprise. Oh my god, your test site is not visible at all? Lin Xian said to Hua Xiaoling with some curiosity. Your research institute doesn't look like it was built recently, right? Was it built before the apocalypse day? This research institute includes ground and underground projects, and has also built a town and a dome. It is shocking that such a huge amount of work was built in a few months. For example, in the number 9 underground city, a lot of construction traces can be seen around, but here there are no traces at all. Hua Xiaoling said directly, This was originally a large-scale war and biochemical test base built by the Foundation in conjunction with many countries. Because it was a government background, the early construction was highly confidential and never known to the outside world. Before the polar night came, the defense level of this institute was still safe. If you are willing, you can rest here for a while. We can provide any help you need. I suggest you make adequate preparations, because you will cross the edge of the abyss next, and many unknown disasters will be beyond your expectations. Why do you sound like you know a lot about the night? Lin Xian frowned. What exactly does your foundation do? Kiki also said, Yes, what are you doing these experiments and these monsters for? Hua Xiaoling suddenly stopped, turned around and said meaningfully to Lin Xian and Kiki. To save mankind. Lin Xian and Kiki were silent when they heard this. I want to ask you too, do you think the coming of darkness is a destruction or an opportunity for mankind? Opportunity? Lin Xian frowned. Everyone in this world is almost dead. Where is the opportunity? Hua Xiaoling walked and said, Mr. Lin, since he has mechanical abilities, he must be very familiar with machinery. There is a common sense in the field of machinery, that is, in the same efficiency machinery, the simpler the mechanical structure, the better its stability and failure rate will be. This law is also the same in sociology and even civilization. If the internal management structure of an organization or a civilization becomes more and more complex, and the communication cost becomes higher and higher, then the organizational efficiency will be lower. Under the same civilization level, the civilization with the simpler organizational structure and higher efficiency will definitely be the best civilization at present, and will definitely eliminate the civilization with complex structure. So the scientific community generally believes that higher dimensional civilizations must have higher production efficiency, which is a dimensionality reduction attack compared to our human civilization. Kiki was confused. What do you want to say? Hua Xiaoling brought the two to a room at the end of the corridor. After pressing the password, the door opened. After walking in, they found that there was a row of seats in the room and a one-way floor-to-ceiling window in front. At this time, the window was dark, and they could not see the situation outside clearly. Our institute just has a test on this aspect. If you are interested, you can learn about it, and maybe you can understand what I mean. Another test? Lin Xian looked at Hua Xiaoling. What do you want to do this time? Hua Xiaoling smiled faintly. Don't worry, this test has nothing to do with you two, you are all spectators. Hua Xiaoling motioned for the two to sit down, and then seemed to remember something, and said to Lin Xian. By the way, this test has another purpose. If Mr. Lin is interested later, I will tell you in detail. After speaking, she turned around and clapped her hands. Click, the lights in the room went out, and the black floor-to-ceiling window in front of them flickered and began to become transparent. At this time, Lin Xian and Kiki saw that outside the window was actually a large empty room, and 8 compartments appeared near Lin Xian and Kiki's direction. The lights of these 8 small compartments were lit up in an orderly manner, like a secret interrogation room in a police station. Each small compartment had black glass on both sides, a wall behind it, and a transparent floor-to-ceiling glass in front. The layout inside the compartments was the same, with metal stools, metal tables, and 8 people in different clothes wearing silver shackles on their hands, unconscious in their respective positions, some lying prone, some lying on their backs. Outside the glass wall was a huge black space, and the faint light in the room could not explore the depths, which looked deep and terrifying. As the lights in each compartment came on, the photosensitive reaction began to make some people's eyelids tremble slightly, feeling strange, and slowly waking up. Lin Xian and Kiki looked at this scene at this time, and their faces suddenly changed. What is this for? Kiki said in surprise. An interesting scientific experiment, Hua Xiaoling said indifferently. Lin Xian's eyebrows condensed, and his eyes swept across Hua Xiaoling next to him, and then fell back to the room in front again. In room 7, which was closest to him, there was a young man with messy hair. He seemed to wake up first and looked at the surrounding environment with a confused face. From his horrified eyes, it can be seen that the situation at this time was completely beyond his expectations. Damn it! The young man cursed in a low voice. The young man looked at the shackles in his hands, his expression changed drastically, and he began to struggle in fear. But the next moment, there was a sound of electricity beep. The shackles suddenly bit his wrist like a living thing, and at the same time a huge current rushed in. Ah! Pain, numbness, worse than death. The young man gritted his teeth and almost fainted on the spot, like some kind of punishment. After a burst of intense pain, the current suddenly disappeared. After panting for a while, the young man seemed to realize that he had been imprisoned. At this time, the people in the other rooms also woke up. Swish! With a slight sound, the partition glass of the room suddenly became transparent, and everyone was startled. They looked at their companions around them in confusion and fear. The shackles on their hands made one of the women scream. Ah! Let me go! A man shouted loudly. Xiao Min! Xiao Min! Just when others didn't know why they appeared in this place, a man in his 30s seemed to see a familiar person. He stretched his neck and shouted towards the third room on his right. Ah! Husband! A young and beautiful woman heard the voice and responded quickly. The two were husband and wife. Damn! What is this place? In room 2, a middle-aged man who looked more decent shouted hysterically. The weird scene made everyone a little confused. Empty, a headlight suddenly lit up, and the weird sound instantly made everyone in the room quiet down. Looking forward, I saw a huge room outside the glass wall in front of me, without a floor, and a bottomless abyss below. At this moment, the empty room flickered, and a huge red head slowly descended. The red head wore a strange black hat, like some kind of holographic projection. At the same time, a monster-like low voice sounded again. Hello. I am honored to inform you that you have become the special guest experimenter of the number 2 institution tonight. I believe you have noticed your current situation. I am very happy to meet you. Let me introduce myself. I am the Hatter, the host of this game. The scene in front of him was really weird, a huge red head, which made people shudder at the sight. The middle-aged man in room 2 was obviously a hot-tempered guy. He reacted and immediately slammed the table angrily and said, No! I don't want to participate. Let me out, I give up. I give up. Zizizizi. A high-energy electric current sounded suddenly, and a scream came in an instant. Ah! The middle-aged man's shackles sent a huge current. His muscles were tensed, and he howled in pain. Boom! At this time, in room 6 next to the young man, a bald fat man suddenly shouted, and the skin of his hands began to turn into gray granite, and then he pulled hard, trying to break the shackles. Lin Xian and Kiki in the room looked serious. This was actually a superpower. Just when everyone thought that the small shackles would be easily broken by him, the fat man encountered the same situation as the middle-aged man. The shackles were like thin snakes, tightening violently, breaking the granite skin inch by inch. Puff! Instantly, blood flowed, the skin burst open, and a scream rang out. Ah! At this time, the huge red head was watching this scene quietly in front of him, with a strange smile on his face. Everyone was shocked by this scene. Everyone looked at the shackles on their hands, and a feeling of uneasiness began to spread in everyone's hearts. Don't break free. This thing has a mechanism. Room 4 is a thin young man, wearing a ragged outdoor mountaineering suit. Judging from his cracked lips, he is seriously dehydrated. Seemingly satisfied with the quiet scene at this time, the redhead began to continue talking. If you are ready, the game can begin. As soon as the words fell, everyone panicked. Game? What game? What do you want us to do? What is this place? Some kind of laboratory? Are you a human or a ghost? Lin Xian noticed that the young man in room 7 in front of him said nothing, and kept observing the surrounding environment and people. He seemed much calmer than others. At the same time, he also began to observe the people in these 8 rooms. The man in room 1 who tried to get up and greet the woman in room 3 wore square-framed glasses. He looked to be in his 30s, and had a somewhat elegant look. The middle-aged man in room 2 was very strange. In the Doomsday, he was handsome and ruddy, and he didn't look like he was fleeing at all. A woman in room 3 should be married to the man with glasses in room 1. The woman looked panicked and kept looking around and trembling. The thin young man in room 4 looked young and downcast. Obviously, he was also struggling to survive in the Doomsday. The person in room 5 is a blonde woman, with a relatively calm face and extraordinary temperament. The person in room 6 is the supernatural being whose skin can transform into rock just now, a bald fat man who looks to be in his 40s, with a miserable look on his face. The young man in front of Lin Xian is in room 7, and the person on his right in room 8 is a girl who looks young, with messy hair and dirty body. The girl had been keeping her head down, and only raised her head slowly when she heard the voices of people around her. Lin Xian saw that the girl's facial features were unusually delicate. Although she was covered in dust, she still had a beautiful temperament. At this time, Lin Xian looked at Hua Xiaoling and seemed to understand that in this Doomsday, this research institute had found a group of people to play some kind of experimental game. What do you mean by letting us watch this? Lin Xian asked directly. Don't be nervous. Hua Xiaoling said calmly. This is just one of the projects in our institute. You just need to be a quiet observer. Lin Xian and Kiki heard this, and both noticed a subtle atmosphere from each other's eyes. It was really strange to watch the survivors outside the window playing the experimental game. Below, in the experimental hall, it can be seen that everyone has a common question. The projected red head suddenly disappeared, and a light came on in the innermost part of the abyss room, and everyone saw that there was a huge glass showcase. Inside the window, there was a mountain of supplies piled up with all kinds of food, water, weapons, and even various daily necessities. Everyone's pupil shrank when they saw this scene, and even their thoughts stopped. The supplies here are enough for a person to live for 10 years. This will be the reward for the winner of the game. The red head appeared again. Then, what about those who didn't win? Someone asked in panic. Others also pulled back from the shock of the mountain of supplies, and looked ahead nervously. The red virtual image seemed to be a living thing, and seemed to be able to stare at everyone. According to the rules of the game, the eliminated players will be directly executed. As soon as these words came out, everyone's face changed greatly. What a joke. No! 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 I don't want to play this game. I want to quit. Let me quit. The young man in room 4 was obviously panicked when he heard this, and he shouted in fear. Zzz. A numbing sound of electric current came again. The young man was trembling all over, showing a weird spasmodic posture. In an instant, a burst of burnt and smelly mist came out of his body. The current stopped, and the young man who was just energetic collapsed on the chair in pain, foaming at the mouth, looking at the red head in horror, gasping for breath, and dared not speak again. Everyone was frightened by this scene. It seems that as long as there is any thought of resistance, you will be punished. At this time, everyone was quiet, and no one dared to speak, for fear that they would be the next one to be punished. Oh, it seems that everyone is smart, which makes me look forward to it even more. The redhead smiled and made a sinister sound. Now, I declare that the first round of the game is jump. Its words seemed to hit everyone's heart hard, and the redhead disappeared again. Boom! At this time, the floor of the huge room in front slowly rose. The floor was a square of black metal, and there seemed to be a mechanical structure underneath. Everyone only heard the sound of clanging. The square ground sometimes rose, and sometimes fell, revealing a huge hole. Everyone understood it immediately. It was just like the scene in the early electronic games. If you stepped on the air, you would fall to death. Please allow me to introduce to you all. The name of this game is jumping. As the name suggests, it is to jump to the ground with a landing point, jumping one square each time, until you pass through the house, and it is considered a success. Lin Xian was a little surprised when he heard this. He had been observing carefully. Although the area where the floor disappeared seemed to be irregular, the support and disappearance time were consistent. It changed almost every 5 seconds, and the position of the landing was generally smaller than the area with the floor. In other words, as long as you seize this 5-second gap to jump, it should be very simple. The 8 people below, including Kiki, had almost the same idea as Lin Xian. Perhaps this game is a very high test of psychological quality and on-the-spot reaction, but it does not seem to be difficult. But the next words of the redhead completely stunned everyone. Next is a supplementary explanation. The participants of this game are active participants. The number is limited to 1 person. After entering the room, they will be blindfolded throughout the whole process. The remaining 7 rooms will give the participants prompts to jump in an unknown order. What kind of weird game is this? Wait, blindfolded? Doesn't that mean that if someone outside the venue gives the wrong prompt, the participant will be killed? The man with glasses in room 1 said in panic. Yes, if you pass the level successfully, all 8 people will be alive and free. If you fail to pass the level, the material reward will be obtained by murderer, and murderer will also be alive and free, and the others will proceed to the next game. The voice of the redhead was like a cold steel needle, piercing everyone's heart. This game is totally different from what everyone imagined. What? So simple? If we succeed, we can all leave? The man in room 1 said immediately. It doesn't sound that difficult. The woman in room 3 saw her husband talking, and she also said boldly, what is more important than life? As long as we work together, we will all be free. Wait, can the 8 of us communicate and discuss? At this time, the woman in room 5, who had been silent all the time, suddenly spoke up. Her voice was cold, and she seemed calmer than others. I mean, before starting the game. Of course you can, the redhead replied. You have 30 minutes to discuss each round of the game. After the game starts, the room will be closed and soundproofed. If no one joins the game after 30 minutes, everyone will declare the game a failure. The redhead's voice was loud and echoed in everyone's hearts. Everyone saw a countdown on the screen that was counting down quickly. 27:36, 27:35. Oh my god! The woman in room 3 immediately covered her mouth and screamed, trembling all over as she looked at the countdown. I think we shouldn't waste time. The middle-aged man in room 2 looked gloomy, and sternly looked at all the rooms on the right. Who is willing to stand up? Wait! The man with glasses in room 1 pretended to be calm. This game definitely requires our cooperation. So, are there any people with special abilities among us, or do you have any special skills? Everyone can introduce yourself. Maybe there will be other solutions. His words were very obscure, but everyone understood what he meant. Let the superpowers stand up. But after he finished speaking, he didn't hear any response, so he took the lead and said, My name is Han Dong. Before the polar night, I was a math teacher. I don't have superpowers. Seeing her husband speaking, the woman in room 3 also hurriedly said, My name is Xiaomin. I'm just a salesperson, and I don't have superpowers. Han Dong and I are husband and wife. I don't think it's necessary to introduce myself. At this time, the woman in room 5 also spoke up. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone's eyes fell on her. Her face was cold and serious, and she said directly, This game looks simple, but there are actually 2 problems, that is, the sacrifice and the betrayer. The sacrifice needs to bear the risk of being betrayed, but for others, there is no risk. On the contrary, the betrayer can take the initiative. As long as he kills someone, he can ensure his own survival and obtain a lot of supplies. As soon as she spoke, the atmosphere suddenly became subtle. It seems that all the members need to survive is a moment of unity, but no one can rest assured. In the Doomsday, These people have a deeper understanding of human nature, and it is extremely difficult to give faith. Time passed by, and the young man in room 4 looked around, and he was too nervous to sit still, so he said directly, "Then let's introduce ourselves. My name is Fang Xianyan, I'm just a student, I don't have any special abilities, but my body has evolved, and I'm quite agile. You all don't have special abilities? Humph, you all pretend to be innocent." The bald fat man in room 6 looked disdainful, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. "My name is Wang Anjian, and I have special abilities. Jiao Bo, enhanced superpower." The middle-aged man in suit and tie in room 2 said calmly. The young man in room 7 also said nervously, "My name is Qin Jia, I am just a machine gunner in an ordinary team, I don't have superpowers." The girl in room 8 raised her head in fear. "My name is Wang Duo, I was a student before, and now I am a prostitute in a large team." Everyone's eyes changed at once when they heard this. The bald fat man Wang Anjian glanced at her lightly and said sarcastically, "She is indeed quite pretty. If she were in my team, I would stay and play with her." His words made Wang Duo shrink her neck and tremble unnaturally, but she still lowered her head without any anger or response, only silent fear. It can be seen that her experience after the Doomsday is not good. When everyone else finished introducing themselves, everyone's eyes fell on the blonde woman in room 5. The woman's face changed at this time, and finally said in a deep voice, "Tan Ming, winged psychic." When these words came out, everyone's expression changed, and the eyes looking at her became complicated. No wonder she didn't want to introduce herself. It turned out that she had the ability to fly and stay in the air. In this way, this jumping game was completely easy for her. Tan Ming's face was gloomy. Feeling the gazes of everyone, she lowered her eyebrows and said, "Don't look at me, I won't jump up, but I can guarantee that I won't be a betrayer." "But you can fly, even if you fall you won't," Xiaomin in room 3 said anxiously at this time. "Humph." Jiao Bo in room 2 snorted disdainfully. "This test site caught us here, don't they consider the special nature of psychics?" His words immediately made the room quiet again. It took about 10 minutes to introduce themselves, but the few people still didn't come to any conclusion. "Okay, we're all introduced. Who wants to join?" Jiao Bo from room 2 said loudly with a condescending attitude. After the introduction, everyone returned to the topic and fell silent again. There were 16 minutes left in the countdown. At this time, Fang Xionian from room 4 said timidly, I want to talk about my ideas." Everyone looked at him. "We can raise numbers with our hands at the same time. Whoever raises a number without repeating it will go up. Of course, we all reached a consensus in advance, that is, everyone must work together, not betray each other, and then everyone will live together." As soon as Fang Xianyan said this, everyone started to think. This sounded like the most appropriate and helpless way. The 8 people had different expressions, and it seemed that they had reached a consensus at this time. "Okay, since everyone has no objection, let's get started." Fang Xianyan then clenched his fists and looked to the left and right. "I count to 3, everyone show numbers together." The air became heavy. 3, 2, 1. Everyone showed numbers together, and immediately looked at the others. At this time, only Tan Ning from room 5 raised a 1 and was successfully selected. Everyone looked at her. Tan Ming's face turned pale, and her raised hand began to tremble unconsciously. The corners of her mouth twitched, and she suddenly said anxiously, "No, I don't want to participate, and no one can force me." As soon as this was said, Wang Anjian from room 6 sneered. "Sure enough, it's useless, let's all wait to die together." Everyone had different expressions, and fell into silence again. As they watched the countdown decrease by 1 second, they began to feel suffocated. And there were only 3 minutes left. Just when everyone was at a loss, a very subtle voice suddenly sounded. "I can go." In the upper room, Lin Xian frowned and looked to the right, because the faint voice came from Wang Duo in room 8. And Kiki's expression was also tense at this time, and she couldn't help but secretly grab Lin Xian's hand. Below, Wang Anjian in room 6 looked at her strangely, and suddenly snorted and laughed. "Okay, I support you, and will give you the right answer." He said this in a weird tone, and no one believed that he was really that kind. In Wang Anjian's view, a woman who became a plaything in the end times was not taken seriously, and he was even a little happy that someone was willing to be the first to step on the thunder. "Really? Are you really going?" Xiaomin saw someone going and said decisively, "I am willing to support you." "I will," Han Dong shouted loudly. "And I." Fang Xianyan also quickly expressed his position. "I will definitely support you," Tan Ming in room 5 said excitedly. Xiao Bo in room 2 raised his hand at this time. No matter who it is, if he becomes a traitor, I will definitely kill him when I go out next time. His voice was cold and seemed to be very domineering. But it seemed that no one took it to heart at this time. Qin Jia in room 7 looked at the thin girl next to him in surprise. He nodded repeatedly with a pale face and said with dry lips, "I support you." Everyone suddenly became enthusiastic. Besides being surprised that someone could take the initiative to stand up, they were more excited that they had a chance to survive. Wang Duo sat there without raising her head. Her eyes were neither sad nor happy, with a sense of indifference. After she said that, she even felt a sense of relief. Midnight. After a long silence, the countdown ended. The huge red head appeared again, scanning the crowd with a strange smile. "Very good, it seems that our first challenger tonight has been selected." As soon as these words came out, the other 7 people finally felt relieved. The red head made a low strange sound. "Next, the game begins." Click. At this time, the partitions of all the rooms turned dark again, and at the same time, the surrounding sounds were completely isolated. A small screen floated on the metal table in front of the 8 people, with 3 buttons on it. They were front, left, and right. One indicator light was gray. This means that if the indicator light is on, then the corresponding room needs to give Wang Duo instructions. Follow the movement trajectory of the floor. There are only 5 seconds. Give the correct instructions, Wang Duo survives. Give the wrong instructions, Wang Duo dies. Chapter 225. Lin Xian and Kiki looked down with serious faces. It was pitch black there, and they could no longer see the room where Wang Duo was. Blocking the room, and the sound was simply exposing human nature to the extreme. This meant that if Wang Duo died, no one would know who the murderer was. In the remaining 7 rooms, everyone had their own thoughts. The evil thoughts of human nature were infinitely summoned at this moment. Lin Xian's face was gloomy, and people's thoughts were unpredictable. This was the most torturous moment. Soon, everyone saw Wang Duo appear on the far left side of the huge room. She was thin and thin. She should have been young and beautiful, but now she was like a willow in the wind. She looked lifeless just standing there. "Challenger number 8, if you are ready, tell me." The voice of the redhead came. Wang Duo was wearing a black eye mask at this time. Even from a distance, everyone could see that her thin body was trembling slightly. No matter when, people always have an innate fear before facing death. She clenched her fists tightly. After a long while, she nodded gently. "I declare that the game begins." The loud voice of the redhead made the temperature in the entire space drop by 1 degree in an instant. Ding! The first room with a light on was room 7 in front of Lin Xian. The young man named Qin Jia saw the indicator light in front of him turn on, and his fingers trembled nervously. He decisively looked at the situation around Wang Duo, and then tremblingly pressed the direction key on the screen. Wang Duo in the room heard the command, squatted down and made a jumping action, and then jumped up. Bang! She stepped on a solid ground. Because it was her first time to jump, she was still a little uncomfortable. Wang Duo shook her arms crookedly and finally stood firm. She kept counting numbers in her mind and listened carefully to the instructions from the headset. Left. Hearing the instructions, she rotated her left foot 90 degrees along the heel, and then followed with her right foot to prevent her position from deviating. Forward. Wang Duo jumped 1 step. Right. Wang Duo jumped another step. The 7 people in the compartment stared at Wang Duo at this time. Every time she jumped, it seemed to make people feel nervous. Clang, 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 in the huge room, the mechanical floor kept opening and closing, rising and falling, and changing. And the 7 people in the compartment were like directors, controlling Wang Duo's every move. In the upper room, Kiki held Lin Xian's hand tighter and tighter, and her eyes were directly focused on the jumping girl. Lin Xian glanced at Kiki, and gave her a signaling look. Kiki nodded knowingly when she saw Lin Xian's look. Below, the jumping game went very smoothly, and Wang Duo actually jumped to the far right. At this time, everyone saw that there was only 1 step left. There, she only needed to jump forward to complete the level. Everyone's heart was in their throat at this time. At this time, Lin Xian's eyes condensed, because he found that Wang Duo, who was supposed to jump forward, suddenly turned her right foot and turned to the right. Lin Xian's heart sank, and he realized something was wrong. Wang Duo, who was about to complete the level, turned in the direction where everyone was. Because she had received the correct instructions all the way, Wang Duo's originally dull face had a little more blood color inexplicably. In addition to the fear of death, countless jumps also made her physically exhausted. At this time, she exhaled lightly, pursed her lips, and still bent her knees forward and jumped like before. Buzz! In an instant, Kiki rushed forward, and an invisible telekinesis gushed out, but strangely, her telekinesis did not catch Wang Duo at all. Everyone watched the petite body disappear into the abyss. Lin Xian's eyes were fierce, and he stood up suddenly. Ah! Kiki's face turned pale at this time, and she couldn't believe that her telekinesis didn't work. I forgot to tell you, this is just a projection, not the scene. Hua Xiaoling sat in her seat, and looked at the two people with an indifferent expression. Lin Xian's eyes were slightly cold. Although it was the end of the world, he still couldn't accept this method of using living people for experiments. At this time, he looked at Hua Xiaoling and said in a cold voice, "Is this the experimental project you mentioned?" Hua Xiaoling's eyes changed slightly, and he was silent for a moment and said, "Don't worry, the recording is not over yet, and what you see may not be the truth. You have killed people, and it's not over yet? What are you going to do?" Kiki was furious at this time, clenched his fists and shouted. Hua Xiaoling didn't say anything, but raised his hand towards the glass window, indicating that the two of them should continue watching. Click, in the game room, at this time, all the walls became transparent again. Damn it! Who did it? Wang Anjian in room 6 cursed angrily. Oh my god, she fell, she really fell. Xiaomin in room 3 was obviously terrified. This game really kills people? Who is it? Tan Ning in room 5 was the most excited at this time. She looked around and suddenly found that room 2 was still dark. It's room 2. Everyone looked over, and at this time, the glass door of room 2 suddenly became transparent, and Zhao Bo inside was gone. Damn, this bastard. Just now he looked so righteous, bah. Wang Anjian gritted his teeth and said, "Murderer," appeared. At this time, some people panicked, some regretted, some were afraid, and some cursed. Choosing the correct answer is equivalent to handing over the initiative to survive, while as a betrayer, you can survive and escape. At this moment, the instinct of human nature is infinitely aroused. Congratulations, everyone. At this time, the red head reappeared. Although a young life had disappeared, its first words were congratulations. The first round of the game failed. In order to make the game more exciting, the next round of rewards will be doubled to 2 million supplies. Bang, the lights in the display cabinet lit up again, and the mountain of supplies inside was now twice as high. With so many supplies, even if it was transported by train, it would have to fill at least 2 freight cars. At this time, seeing the luxurious mountain of supplies, everyone fell silent, and their eyes quietly changed. Being able to survive, and having supplies seemed to tell everyone that only selfishness could live the longest. The remaining 6 people were in a strange atmosphere at this time, and everyone's eyes were crossed, and no one wanted to speak anymore. In the second round of the game, just like the last round, you will have 30 minutes of free discussion time. Everyone was silent, and waiting silently. The redhead's strange voice seemed a little excited at this time, introducing the second round of the game, called Sword of Trust. Bang! The floor in the huge room rose again, and 2 Iron Maidens facing the crowd appeared in the center of the room. Unlike the traditional Iron Maidens, these 2 humanoid metal torture instruments have no steel spikes inside. They are like a bloated armor. The spikes on them have become black holes, and the head is exposed, which is a bit similar to Uncle Bucket. The difference is that the bottom is humanoid, separating the limbs and torso of a person. A masked man in black stood next to him. He was slightly hunched, and his exposed eyes flashed with sharp eyes. I don't know if he is a human or a ghost. It gives people a chilling feeling, and it makes people's hearts tighten immediately. Everyone looked at the right corner of the room, and found a pool of blood in the area where Wang Duo fell before. But the body had disappeared. What the hell is this? Seeing the thing that looked like a torture device, everyone's face was extremely ugly. Let me introduce this fun game to you, the redhead said hoarsely. This game is very simple. It requires 2 challengers to participate and enter the special armor. On these armors, there are 7 identical holes numbered from 1 to 7, namely number 1, number 2 shoulders, number 3 abdomen, number 4 waist, number 5 chest, number 6, number 7 legs, a total of 14 holes in the 2 sets of armor. The black-clad swordsman has 9 swords in his hand. The 2 people take turns to choose the number of the other party, and the swordsman pierces through. However, 9 of the 14 holes in the 2 sets of armor cannot be pierced. In other words, if you are lucky, both challengers can win without shedding a drop of blood. The redhead said excitedly, and it seemed that it was very satisfied with this game. This round of the game is a little different from the previous round. Only 2 people can participate. If 2 people survive, It is considered a clearance and can obtain supplies and freedom. If 2 people die, the mission fails, and the others obtain supplies and freedom. There is an additional rule here. If only 1 person dies, the mission also fails. The survivor does not get any prizes, but can leave freely. 2 people participate? Tan Ming in room 5 was obviously scared, and now he said anxiously, Does this game have nothing to do with the other 4 people? Yes. The redhead said slowly. People who don't take the initiative to stand up have lost the right to choose, and can only wait for the result of the game. As soon as these words came out, everyone's face changed. The essence of this game is almost the same as the previous round, that is, the survival of each person is in the hands of others. Even for the 2 people who take the initiative to participate, life and death are in the hands of the other party. Who would be willing to let others stab themselves in the back? Wan Anjian looked cold and said, I won't participate in this kind of game and let others stab me. Fang Xianyan, one of them, was trembling at this time, and tried to comfort himself by saying, if all 9 knives are chosen on the shoulders and thighs, it should not be a fatal injury. In addition, there are situations where it is impossible to pierce. If the 2 of them agree. But he didn't dare to continue. Agree? Wang Duo's death is still vivid in people's minds. Who would be willing to believe others? Who knew that his words were heard by Xiaomin next to him? She thought about it in doubt, and then suddenly turned back to look at Han Dong. At this time, Han Dong was looking at him. The 2 of them understood instantly. If there were only 2 people among the 6 people who could still keep their trust, it would be the 2 of them. Xiaomin was trembling all over. She wanted to speak, but she couldn't muster up the courage, because she was afraid of being stabbed by the sword. But when she thought that if she succeeded, she would have 2 million supplies, and could be free, she was very excited at this time. This might be the best chance for the couple to escape. Even though she was timid and cautious, she knew that this game was only suitable for her and Han Dong. Han Dong saw her thoughts, thought about it with a pale face, and quickly gritted his teeth and responded with a confirming look. If you miss it, you may regret it. Lin Xian looked at the expression of the couple on the far left, and guessed something in his heart. This game seemed to be tailor-made for these 2 couples. If they didn't participate, no one else would. Who would give a knife to a stranger? What a joke. Time passed by minute, and everyone was silent. There was obviously no need to discuss this game. Seeing the 30-minute countdown gradually coming to an end, Han Dong, who was sweating, took the lead and raised his hand and said, I participate. I participate too. Seeing Han Dong raise his hand, Xiaomin couldn't wait to raise her hand, as if she was afraid that someone else would snatch it away. Very good, we have already selected the candidates for the second round of the game tonight. The redhead slowly turned to the 2 people, showing a weird smile. Good luck to you. The remaining 4 people looked gloomy, and looked at the couple in silence. The atmosphere seemed to be frozen. They had no other choice but to wait for the other party's result. Bang! The glass doors of room 1 and room 3 slowly opened, and the shackles on Han Dong and Xiaomin's hands were automatically unlocked, and the 2 walked out tremblingly. Unlike the first round of the game, the remaining rooms were not cut off from sight and soundproof. Why, can we communicate freely this time? Wang Anjian looked around with a serious expression. Tan Ming trembled all over, looking anxiously at the room in front. If we want to survive, it seems, we can only pray that they all die. After these words came out, Fang Xianyan and Chen Jia both had complicated expressions. They are husband and wife. If they both choose hands or feet, they should not die. Fang Xianyan said nervously. Hearing this, the bald fat man Wan Anjian said in a muffled voice, if they are not dead after being stabbed with swords several times, I also admire them. He looked at the room in front with a burning gaze. Whether it is the leg or the hand, being stabbed with a sword will also cause serious injuries. How can it be so simple? He was right. There are large arteries in the human leg. If you lose too much blood, live in the end of the world, and lack medical conditions, if you are just an ordinary person and not a superpower, you are very likely to die. Soon, the lights in the huge room in front were lit up. Han Dong and Xiaomin were already locked in humanoid armor. The 2 looked at each other. Both of them were terrified. Wife, we will win. Hubby, I'm scared. Xiaomin's voice was already crying, and the shadow of fear had completely swallowed her. Wife, I love you. Believe me, I will protect you. Perhaps to cheer up the other party, Han Dong didn't know where he got a great courage at this time. He clenched his teeth and his lips began to turn white. The redhead turned to the side and looked at them. So the game starts. Who will choose first? Her. Let her choose first. Han Dong swallowed hard. Letting the other party choose first means that he will be stabbed first, but how can he bear to stab his wife first? Xiaomin nodded tremblingly, and looked at Han Dong gratefully. Okay. Okay, husband. The hunched black-clothed swordsman slowly stepped forward. Choose which number. The hoarse voice was like a worn-out throat filled with yellow sand, which was frightening to hear. Xiaomin's face turned pale, and her eyes were full of struggle and hesitation. She had never experienced such a bloody choice before, which was a great test for her. Han Dong saw it, and said anxiously with gritted teeth. Stab me, it's okay, we've always had good luck, have you forgotten, wife? Do you remember that time when we were trapped in a collapsed tunnel, and there happened to be a hole for us to escape? And we survived several times, when we encountered zombies before? No matter how big the difficulties are, they can't stop us, as long as we work together. Xiaomin was inspired by his words, and finally regained some of her rationality. She looked at Han Dong's armor with panic, and said tremblingly. 6. Number 6 I choose. Number 6. Number 6, Han Dong's right leg. It is also the lowest position among all the numbers. When this decision was made, everyone on the opposite side heard it clearly, and this was indeed the safest position. At this time, everyone's heart was lifted. The black swordsman slowly walked to Han Dong's position, and pulled out a sword from the 9 swords in the sword frame. Han Dong felt unprecedented fear and tension, his heartbeat seemed to be beating in his ears, his face was pale, and cold sweat broke out. The sword holder raised his hand, and aimed the long sword with cold light at the hole in position 6. Then, quickly insert it. Instantly, Han Dong felt his heartbeat suddenly stagnate, and his back teeth were almost broken. But the next second, there was a crisp ding. This was the sound of metal clashing, but at this moment, it was like heavenly music in Han Dong's heart. Because this sound means that this hole is fake, and cannot be penetrated. It's fake. It's fake. Han Dong let out a long sigh, and within just a few seconds, his back was completely wet. Xiaomin looked at this scene with surprise, and after a while, she said excitedly, Great, great. Husband, are you okay? Han Dong suddenly felt like he had survived a disaster. At this time, the man in black still stood in front of him, and said sinisterly, It's your turn. Which part of her body do you want to choose? Han Dong was silent for a while, and suddenly smiled defiantly, looking up at the man in black with a sword firmly. Why would I stab my wife? This time, I choose my number 7 position. When this was said, everyone in the isolation room was stunned. Wang Anjian frowned and looked at him, as if he was a fool, while Fang Xianyan was surprised and shocked by Han Dong's courage. Oh, at this time, you are still being gentlemanly, Wang Anjian said sarcastically. Tan Ming's expression was complicated, and she stared at it intently. At this time, she actually expected that the sword could stab someone to death. After realizing her terrible idea, Tan Ming couldn't help shuddering, and looked at the 3 people next to her quietly, comforting herself in her heart that others must have the same idea as her. But at this moment, even strangers like them were shocked by Han Dong's decision, not to mention Xiaomin. Husband. Xiaomin was so moved that she burst into tears, and kept shouting, Husband, I love you. Thank you, husband. It's okay, wife. Han Dong looked firm, and kept panting. It will be over soon. I will definitely protect you, But before he finished speaking, the black-clothed sword-wielding man had already taken out the cold sword without saying a word. Then, a sword pierced in, puff, with a slight piercing sound, the sword pierced in quickly and pierced Han Dong's thigh. Ah! Han Dong's screams echoed immediately, making people's scalps numb. The hole in this position is real. The sharp pain in the leg came quickly, and a cold feeling filled the leg. Han Dong was immediately pulled back to reality. The little bit of luck in his heart was instantly shattered and disappeared. Only the instinct of survival surged into his heart. Lin Xian looked at the pale fear on Han Dong's face, and his heart was slightly horrified. He knew that the promise would be tested. Below, at this time, the black-clothed sword holder walked in front of Xiaomin, and said in the same hoarse voice, It's your turn to choose. Xiaomin looked at the black-clothed sword holder in panic, and then looked at Han Dong next to him, and tremblingly said, Then, his number 1 position? The number 1 position is the shoulder, which is considered to avoid the vital points compared to other positions. But at this time, Han Dong raised his head with a face full of shock, ignoring the severe pain in his leg, and looked at Xiaomin in horror. He hurriedly said, No, wife, no. Xiaomin looked at him nervously. Ah? Number 1 is not okay. Then what about the shoulder position of number 2? Han Dong was anxious when he heard this. Wife, it's not a question of which number. I mean, how come you have already reached the point of stabbing my shoulder, and you can still stab your legs? Everyone knows that in this situation, the position of the legs is already the safest. Xiaomin was stunned when she heard this. You? What did you say? She said in great shock. Didn't you say you would protect me? Han Dong was so sad that he wanted to cry, but had no tears. He said anxiously, But even so, you can't stab all 9 swords into me. If my shoulders are stabbed, where will you stab next? Xiaomin hurriedly defended herself at this time. I know. But I'm just a woman. Maybe I die if I stab my legs with a sword? You're a man, you can definitely last longer than me. Hearing this, Han Dong's eyes widened in fear, and a chill rose in his heart. Looking at Xiaomin's tearful eyes, Han Dong suddenly felt that the woman he loved so much was strange at this moment. He looked at Xiaomin in disbelief, not knowing that the black-clothed sword-wielding man ignored their arguments and walked over directly, picking up a long sword with a cold light. Wait! Wait! Han Dong reacted and explained immediately. But the black-clothed sword-wielding man would not listen to him at all, and directly stabbed him in the shoulder. Position 2. Dang! A crisp sound brought Han Dong, who was almost scared to death, back to his senses. His brain was blank for a few seconds, looking at the long sword that failed to pierce. His eyes were complicated. It was as if some kind of persistence and obsession in her heart became a little elusive at this moment. Great, husband, great. Seeing this scene, Xiaomin on the side cheered, You're fine, great. Huh? The black-clothed sword-wielding man stood in front of Han Dong. At this time, Han Dong came back to his senses from the horror of hell, lowered his head, cold sweat had already soaked his forehead, and his glasses were all covered with white mist. He gasped one breath after another, his face was terribly gloomy. It's your turn to choose. The black sword-wielding man asked. Silence. For a long time. Han Dong spoke slowly, he did not look up, and his gentle bangs seemed to cover his eyes. I choose, her number 6. Wait! Xiaomin exclaimed when she heard this, she screamed, Han Dong, don't you want to protect me? Seeing the black-clothed sword-wielding man slowly walking towards her at this time, Xiaomin's heart was extremely frightened, and she shouted vigorously. At this time, Han Dong slowly raised his head. Through the wet glasses, he seemed to see the pair of frightened eyes. He trembled and said, Didn't I protect you? Stop! Stop! Don't! Xiaomin screamed heartbreakingly. At this time, the black-clad swordsman had already picked up the sharp blade. Puff! A sword pierced through. Xiaomin's number 6 position was real. Ah! Xiaomin screamed sharply. The huge pain immediately made her inner fear soar to the extreme. I choose his number 3. Without even waiting for the black-clad swordsman to ask, Xiaomin said her choice without hesitation in extreme pain. As soon as these words came out, everyone's face darkened. She didn't even choose the remaining number 1 position on the shoulder, but directly chose number 3 on the abdomen. Has she lost her mind in pain? The change in the scene was beyond everyone's expectations. The two people who were full of trust just now became strangers in an instant. Lin Xian glanced around, and the faces of others became ugly at this time. This game is even more perverted than the first round. In front of everyone, it uses people's desire to survive to completely crush the trust between people. Han Dong in the room looked terrified. He watched the black-clothed swordsman come over, raised his hand, and stabbed with a sword. He closed his eyes, as if welcoming the arrival of death. Dang! Han Dong was very lucky. This position was actually fake. At this time, Han Dong no longer hesitated and decisively shouted, I choose her number 7. Number 7. Still the position of the leg. Ah! No! No, Han Dong, you bastard! The man in black came again and thrust his sword in. Puff! Xiaomin's number 7 position is still real. Ah! A shrill scream. Xiaomin, whose legs were pierced, almost fainted from the pain on the spot. At this time, her whole body was shaking and convulsing, and she cried out in pain. Han Dong, you bastard! Who would have thought that Han Dong would shout excitedly at this time? Great, wife! Xiaomin turned her head in fear, and looked at him in disbelief. What? Did you say? You feel great when I was pierced? I must be blind to like you. Are you a devil? Han Dong shook his head palely, explaining with hope in his eyes. No! Wife, listen to me. There are 9 swords and 14 holes. 6 swords have been pierced so far. 3 are fake and 3 are real. There is 1 sword on my leg, and 2 on your leg. This means that there are 6 fake holes in 8 places on our bodies, but there are only 3 swords left. Han Dong teaches mathematics, and it is rare that he can analyze the current situation rationally under such circumstances. After hearing Han Dong's words, Xiaomin finally regained some consciousness. She kept thinking, nodded slightly, and gritted her teeth and said, "Yes, there are 3 swords left. We must calm down, calm down," Han Dong said. "Calm down?" Xiaomin glared at him angrily, with grievance and hatred in her eyes, and said hoarsely, "You were only hit by 1 sword, and both my legs were injured. I am dying, you know. But I never chose your upper body." Han Dong explained at this time. "I don't care," Xiaomin said with red eyes. "Since there are still 3 swords left, I think I should give them all to you. This is fair." Han Dong's face turned pale, and his lips trembled as he said, "You are crazy. I only have 1 shoulder left, and you have stabbed my upper body twice. The remaining 2 are 1 chest and 1 waist, and you haven't stabbed your shoulder yet. How can this be fair? If any of my chest and waist is real, I will die, right? You can use your 2 shoulders and my 1 shoulder to share these 3 swords. Maybe they are all fake holes. Wouldn't we both survive this way?" Han Dong yelled, expressing his extreme incomprehension of Xiaomin's decision. "How is it possible?" Xiaomin screamed fiercely, "You stabbed me in the shoulder twice. Are you crazy?" "I'm not crazy. This game requires both of us to survive to win. I'm telling the truth. If I die, isn't it all over?" Han Dong responded. "Survive. Survive." Han Dong's words echoed in her ears. Her legs were pierced by cold swords. The intense pain made her feel great fear, as if death was approaching her step by step. At this moment, a devilish thought suddenly emerged in her mind. Han Dong saw that she didn't speak, and suddenly felt something was wrong. The bright red blood kept flowing out from under Xiaomin's armor, bringing a strong smell of blood, which made people scared and crazy. For a long time, Xiaomin slowly raised her head and looked at the red head with empty eyes. "There are still three swords left, which means that I still have 2 chances, right?" When this was said, everyone was shocked. The faces of the 4 people sitting in the room became complicated at this time, and they heard a hint of something bad. "Hey!" Xiaomin suddenly shouted at the red head. "I want to know, if a person dies, can the remaining holes on his body continue to be stabbed with swords?" Han Dong's pupils trembled when he heard this, and he looked at Xiaomin in disbelief. He immediately said in horror, "Hey, Xiaomin, wife. What are you doing?" Xiaomin did not answer him, but stared at the hatter with bloodshot eyes. At this time, the redhead suddenly laughed. It laughed very strangely, revealing a creepy feeling, as if it smelled some of its favorite smell. "The rules don't say it's not allowed," the hatter said in a low voice. "So the living can stab the dead." As soon as these words came out, Han Dong's face turned pale, and he immediately shouted at Xiaomin, "Wife! You will die. You will really die. Have you forgotten our agreement? Are we going to live together? 2 people have to survive to win, and we're about to win. What are you going to do?" The change in the scene in the room at this time made the other 4 people watching look gloomy and terrible. This trend seemed incredible, but also seemed reasonable. If 1 person survives, he can also leave. This rule seemed like a spell, and finally made Xiaomin realize something. It was like the original truth in the deepest part of human nature. Survive. Lin Xian looked at the huge red head, and he had long seen the correct way to play this game. If 2 people die, the other 4 can leave. If 1 person dies, the other person can leave. In fact, this game is to break all the intimate relationships of people. The easiest way is to deceive the person you trust the most, and then kill him with a knife. Xiaomin's face was gloomy, and her eyes were full of emptiness and fear at this time. Han Dong shouting beside her seemed to be completely blocked by her. She looked at the red head with madness and numbness, and asked with trembling lips, "Then, can I use up 2 chances at once?" The redhead smiled even more, and still replied with the same words. "The rules don't say no." But this made Han Dong crazy, and he immediately yelled at the hatter with bloodshot eyes. "How can this be? This is a foul. This is cheating," he shouted hysterically, and at this time, he seemed to react in his heart. He thought the complicated rules were so simple. Just as he was angrily denouncing the unfairness of the rules, Xiaomin on the other side lowered her head, staring at the front with empty eyes, and her eyes were already covered by the bloody smell of her legs. She looked at the black swordsman in front of her and said, "I choose his number 4 and number 5. The voice was gentle and calm. Xiaomin knew that if these 2 chances could not kill Han Dong, then his last sword would definitely choose her vitals, so she did not leave any room at all. This simple sentence made Han Dong's mind go blank instantly, and his whole body couldn't help but tremble. He understood. He finally understood. The so-called most reliable trust, the most solid love, can't resist the selfishness and desire for survival in the deepest part of people's hearts. He foolishly thought that this was a trust game. It turns out that the correct way to play this game is to have the purpose of killing the opponent from the beginning, instead of foolishly sharing the damage together. If you kill the opponent, you can completely insert all the remaining swords into the opponent's body. Even if there are only 2 swords left, as long as you insert them into your legs, you can at least guarantee your life. Even if you don't get any supplies, you can get a chance to leave and survive. Only the closest and most trusted people can play, and at the same time, you must kill the closest and most trusted people and completely destroy humanity. This is the best solution to this game. Chapter 226. Han Dong looked at Xiaomin, who was now lowering her head, with messy long hair covering her originally beautiful face. At this moment, he seemed relieved, his pupils dilated weakly, and he watched the black sword holder slowly approaching. There was no anger, no sadness, only infinite despair. The black sword holder took out 2 sharp swords, one hand aimed at his number 4 waist, and the other hand aimed at his number 5 chest. Then, suddenly pierced through. The few people outside the field were extremely nervous at this time. Seeing this scene of fratricide, they were shocked and worried about their own life and death. The 2 people on the field must die before they can survive. Wang Anjian's face was extremely ugly, and he, who had been chattering all the time, became quiet at this time. Ding, poof, hole number 5 is fake, hole number 4, the whole body is penetrated. Han Dong struggled violently. His eyes widened, blood foam continued to overflow from his nose and mouth. Miserable. Great. Seeing Han Dong's miserable state, Xiaomin said madly with red eyes, if Han Dong died, it would mean that she was saved. The last sword would not be stuck in her body. He's dead, he's dead. I won, I can go. Xiaomin cheered wildly with tears on her face. The joy of winning and surviving spread in her heart. At this moment, she seemed to be extremely relieved. But at this time, the armor on her body did not open. The redhead slowly turned around, with a strange smile on his face. Oh, don't worry, Ms. Chiao. I think it's too early for you to cheer now. This time is the most testing time for the love you have loved for a long time, isn't it? The Hatter said meaningfully. What? Xiaomin was puzzled. She seemed to have realized something at this time. She turned her head tremblingly and found out. Han Dong has not died yet. The challenger has not died yet, so the game continues. The words of the redhead sounded like the death knell of hell in Xiaomin's ears. It's your turn to choose. In front of Han Dong, the cold voice of the black sword holder sounded. Xiaomin's pupils dilated at this time, and her heart suddenly turned cold. At this time, she finally remembered an important thing, that is, even if a person is stabbed through the heart, he will not die immediately, not to mention that Han Dong was only stabbed through the waist at this time. As long as he still has a breath, doesn't he still have the right to choose? If the 2 of them cooperated at the beginning, even if Han Dong died, he might have stabbed all the remaining swords into his body before he died to save Xiaomin. In the compartment, Chen Jia, who had been silent all the time, said with a heavy face at this time. Tan Meng and Wang Anjian turned their heads to look at him. Several people looked gloomy at this time. Chen Jia's words were indeed a bit naive, but even if the Hatter revealed in advance that the sword could be inserted into the dead, the first thing most people would think of would be to kill the other party instead of sacrificing themselves. But now, everyone seemed to not care about this at all, only cared about whether these 2 people, whether they could die together. Lin Xian looked at Han Dong and Xiaomin and sighed in his heart. Since the first time Han Dong took the sword for her, maybe the man who loved her deeply could really do this. But now, it's too late. In the room, Xiaomin, who had figured this out, suddenly shouted at Han Dong like crazy. Husband, I was wrong, I'm sorry, I'm in so much pain. Please spare me, we can still win. You choose my shoulder, we can get out alive, and we can get endless supplies. I'm sorry, I'm stupid, so I didn't think it through. Please. I love you, you are the man I love most in my life. Let's not kill each other anymore, okay? Pa, blood kept flowing out of Han Dong's mouth and nose. He lowered his head, and his glasses were full of fog. The whole person revealed a desperate and gloomy atmosphere. I choose the female position 5. The hoarse voice seemed to come from a broken blower. It was covered with blood foam, cold and indifferent. Xiaomin's pupils slowly enlarged, and a chill of fear rushed straight to the top of her head. Her eyes were filled with bloodshot, and she screamed miserably. No! Puff, the cold sword pierced through Xiaomin's chest. Position 5. It's real. Before dying, Xiaomin's eyes were full of fear. At this moment, unwillingness, resentment, regret, and pain intertwined together until the pupils gradually blurred. Game over. The redhead slowly turned around. It seemed to have no expression, but everyone present at this time seemed to see a strange smile on its mouth. The whole audience was silent. Wow, the glass curtain wall in front of him suddenly went dark, and the lights in the room came on. Hua Xiaoling stood up slowly and looked at Lin Xian and Kiki. How is it? Is this experiment interesting? Lin Xian held the emotional Kiki and looked at Hua Xiaoling, saying, It's inexplicable. What do you want to explain? Hua Xiaoling took a breath and said calmly, From a scientific research perspective, we set up such an experiment to verify the theory of night evolution. When a person is near death, his mental power will have a great threshold breakthrough. At this stage, the human body will begin to integrate dark energy and undergo some genetic evolution. However, this state cannot be maintained for a long time, and it is difficult to observe under normal conditions, so we have tried many methods. For example, we directly put death pressure on the experimental subjects, but forced emotional stimulation is too simple and easy to produce numbness, so we use this kind of death game. Facts have proved that the effect is very good. Hua Xiaoling said to Lin Xian, The remaining 4 people will most likely obtain a great physical evolution in the future, and their survival ability should be stronger after they leave. From this point of view, it is also a help to them, isn't it? Lin Xian frowned and looked at Hua Xiaoling with cold eyes. You use this method to help humans evolve? Strictly speaking, we tend to follow the law of natural selection. Hua Xiaoling walked to the glass curtain wall and said in a calm voice, People who have survived floods know how to build dams, understand hydrology, and remember disaster laws. People who have experienced earthquakes also know how to build a solid foundation for a house and observe the movements of insects and animals. Humans survive one disaster virus after another, and their bodies will breed immune antibodies to fight against it. This is how humans are. They will always find a chance to survive. If we can get through it, civilization will be glorious again. If we can't get through it, it will just be the demise of a backward civilization. Hua Xiaoling looked at Lin Xian. Mr. Lin, don't you think that the dark tide of this world is another kind of disaster virus for us? So what you mean by neutrality is to let nature take its course? Lin Xian replied. No. Hua Xiaoling said directly, the Salvationists, the Independencists, the Adventists. You see, just like the first game, everyone has the same opinion and everyone can get a chance to survive. But some people have their own understanding of survival, and because of these different survival concepts, ideological confrontations arise. Haha, don't you think it's funny? At the moment of life and death for mankind, there is still such a disintegrating social organizational structure. For advanced civilizations, isn't our current civilization a backward and ignorant civilization? Do you know why? Greed, selfishness? Lin Xian replied, It's nothing more than this. Hua Xiaoling shook her head. Human nature is inherent. This is not the essence. What I want to tell you is that our human society is driven by reason, but is also shackled by emotion. This is an advantage in the early stages of civilization development, but it is also a disadvantage that restricts civilization. An excellent civilization does not need something like emotion to exist. For example, the second game, love, which has been praised for hundreds of years, the ultimate emotion, do you think it will help the survival of civilization? So, our purpose is to maintain the progress of the dark tide. Under this natural selection, everything will come to fruition, and all survival concepts will be verified, so that the unreasonable frameworks and positions within this civilization will be eliminated naturally, and we will decide our survival and extinction by ourselves. Buzz, at this time, the glass curtain wall suddenly lit up slowly. Lin Xian looked at it, and saw that outside the curtain wall was a huge research institute. Looking around, there were thousands of researchers of all kinds of war equipment for superpowers, blood sperm research instruments, and large-scale genetic research equipment, which made people extremely shocked. Only the surviving humans will be better gene inheritors. Dark energy promotes the evolution of humans and mutates them into superpowers. These are the best among them. Hua Xiaoling looked at Lin Xian. Mr. Lin, at the critical moment of the climbing elevator, you took the initiative to stand up and use your mechanical superpowers to guide a new way out. Therefore, our foundation does not just covet your mechanical superpowers, but believes that only people like you who have supreme will and high-level superpowers are worthy of being the builders of this new world and lead the new civilization to a glorious evolution. This is the purpose of our foundation. Excuse me. Lin Xian responded directly. I have no interest in building a new world. I am a layman, and I don't understand civilization and justice. You have so many complete facilities here. What I am more interested in now is, do you have fresh bread? I haven't eaten it for a long time, and I have forgotten what it tastes like. Kiki raised her head at this time, and looked at Lin Xian in astonishment. It seemed that she had finally recovered from the killing game just now. She looked at Lin Xian and whispered, bread? Hua Xiaoling's face changed slightly when she heard it. Then she was silent for a while, and her mouth corners slightly raised. She didn't say anything, but turned aside to make way. Lin Xian directly pulled Kiki to the door, stopped halfway, took out the business card that Hua Xiaoling gave him from his arms, threw it on the ground casually, and then walked out. Click, click at the door. 2 armed men with live ammunition blocked the way at this time. Let them leave. She didn't stop them, and spoke directly. The armed men immediately made way. Not only that, Hua Xiaoling also asked the staff of the institute to send the 2 away. Hua Xiaoling looked at the backs of Lin Xian and Kiki as they left. Her eyes swept to the business card at her feet, her expression neither happy nor sad, and she said meaningfully, "We will meet again." Buzz, Lin Xian, and Kiki rode out of the research institute on a motorcycle, turned around and saw that the huge research institute soon became blurred under the effect of the reflective panel. The setting sun was slightly slanting, the trees were tall, and the grass was green, and it was indeed not dark outside. If you didn't look closer, no one would have thought that such a large research institute was standing on the top of the woods. Lin Xian only rode a motorcycle, and let Kiki sit on the back seat. He saw that Kiki looked a little unhappy, and immediately said, "Don't take it personally. They say they are neutral, but in essence they are on the same side as the Adventists." Lin Xian. Kiki hugged Lin Xian's waist and pressed her body against his back, feeling the warmth. She said in a mosquito-like voice, "If I help you block the sword in the future, will you feel sad for me?" "No," Lin Xian said decisively. "Ah?" Kiki widened her eyes. Lin Xian stepped on the accelerator. "I will build you an invulnerable armor that no sword can penetrate." TSK. Kiki couldn't help but roll her eyes at him, but the gloom in her eyes disappeared for the most part, and she said loudly, "Okay, let's go back and see what Sasha and the others have gained today." Lin Xian nodded, looked back at the dome of the sky hidden under the trees in the sky, and said in a stern voice, "I don't know what they have gained, but now I know that someone must have gained something here. Who? Who else could it be? A profiteer who bought a lot of our guns." Buzz, the motorcycle sped all the way, drove onto the main road, and drove towards the direction of Hengshangwen City. Hengshangwen Train Station, Infinity. Chen Sichuan took the driving book, and took Miao Lu to count the supplies on the display shelves in carriage number 7. To be assured, Chen Sichuan had each box of food opened and carefully checked whether the food inside was damaged, leaking, or rotten or expired, and then neatly sorted them. Canned meat and canned fruit should be placed separately, and dry foods such as biscuits should also be separated from liquid foods to avoid moisture. Xiao Yu and Tao Tao put these glass jars of food in the cabinet closer to the middle, and add some spacers, otherwise if the outside of the carriage is attacked, these things will easily be shattered. Chen Sichuan was very careful, and Miao Lu next to her was also very diligent in helping. "Miao Lu, which line has news?" Chen Sichuan asked at this time. Miao Lu took out the mobile terminal and communicator and looked at them, saying, "Not yet, it's still early, they will probably come back on time." Chen Sichuan looked at the sun gradually slanting outside the car window, took a breath, and said, "I hope they have a good harvest today." "That's for sure." Miao Lu laughed. "There won't be any weird bodies in broad daylight now. If they are just some zombies, they shouldn't threaten their safety. But too many people have come to Angshan Pass. It's probably hard to find anything useful." Chen Sichuan nodded. This is the first time that Infinity has split into teams and multiple people to go out for exploration. In the past, Lin Xian went out himself, but now there are more people, especially for such ordinary urban exploration tasks. There is no great pressure to mobilize all the staff, which is just right for the people who are running all the way to relieve the pressure. Chapter 227. It is best to use the toilet and bathroom in the carriage during the day. Chen Sichuan said, "In the future, we should all get used to the concept of daytime without night. It is more dangerous at night. Based on past experience, resting during the day is more secure. But we have to travel and find supplies during the day." Miao Lu nodded. "You are right, maybe we can work in more shifts, but don't do these things at night, so that we can respond in time when encountering emergencies." "Yeah." Dong dong dong. At this time, a female team member ran over from the front carriage with a hurried look. She was the person specially arranged by Chen Sichuan to follow in the front car. Sister Chen, go and see. A container suddenly appeared on the platform at some point. Container? Chen Sichuan and Miao Lu's faces changed when they heard this. The two immediately put down their work and came to the front car. As they walked, they saw a black container appearing far away on the platform outside. The sentry system should have responded. Chen Sichuan frowned. It should be far away and not close, but how can such a big thing appear without making any sound? At this time, several people kept looking at the container. Unlike ordinary containers, this container looked like a cabin module of some kind of laboratory, with an electric door and the Phoenix logo of the Phoenix Society on it. Phoenix Society? Chen Sichuan naturally recognized the logo of the Phoenix Society. After all, when they climbed the elevator, they had seen the organization logo on by Xuanwei Kishua. Didn't the Sentinel system capture who put it there? Miao Lu said with a mobile terminal. Neither the sighting system nor the radar system on the front of the train responded. It's so strange. I thought it was just a problem with the observation angle of the sentry system. Chen Sichuan looked at the black container. A woman's sixth sense told her that there must be something wrong. At this time, many people in the other survivors' convoys in the station also noticed the box that suddenly appeared. They looked over in twos and threes. There were also many people on the Green Night Charm train looking over. Chen Sichuan picked up the communicator at this time, but all three routes were in a state of communication failure. The time for the detachment to return was approaching, and she wanted to notify Lin Xian quickly. Do you want to go down and take a look? Miao Lu asked. No, just start the defense system, and let everyone pick up their weapons and be alert. Chen Sichuan said decisively that it was best to be careful at all times. If you are not one of them, never open the door. This is what Lin Xian taught her on the first day she got on the train. Bang. At this moment, the black container suddenly made a metallic sound, and then the walls of the container collapsed in all directions. Chen Sichuan and everyone else looked at each other and found that there was a woman in the middle of the container. The woman was disheveled, and her hands and feet were wearing special mechanical shackles. There was also a fixed device on her mouth that made her speechless. She was only wearing a thin red evening dress, and her lower thighs were bare without shoes. Her hair was messy, and her whole body was dirty. Even so, she was recognized by everyone at a glance. Ah, she's not that? Miao Lu exclaimed when she saw the woman's face. Irene Clark, isn't she the Hollywood star? Because this woman was once quite famous. With a devilish figure and a beautiful face full of tears, she was now looking at the train with horror and struggling. This scene immediately caused the other survivors' team, who were also on guard, to start a commotion. The boss Chao Han on the Night Charm, surrounded by a group of female subordinates, looked over through the window. Oh my God, Irene Clark. How could this big star appear here? Is there a trick? Let's take a look first. Chao Han was not stupid, and at this time the container was on the infinity side, so everyone shifted their attention here. Sister Chen, there must be a trick. On the infinity, Miao Lu saw this situation and her first reaction was that something was wrong. Chen Sichuan raised her hand to signal everyone not to panic. She looked at the woman in shackles and said in a deep voice, no matter who it is, wait until the other teams come back before dealing with it. Chen Sichuan knew very well that the people who stayed on the train were not very strong and had no special abilities. Except for Miao Lu, who was a little better, they basically had no ability to resist. The reason why Lin Xian asked them to guard the train was because the infinity itself was their strongest means of defense and offense. As long as they didn't do anything stupid, they would be able to deal with it even if they encountered some danger. Okay, let's see what happened to that person first. At this time, the facial fixation device and anklet of Erin Clark, who was shackled, suddenly unlocked and fell to the ground with a thud. As if she had been pardoned, Erin Clark opened her mouth quickly and looked at the train not far away. She saw someone on the train, so she immediately shouted in panic, "Save me! Please save me!" He can talk, and he doesn't look like a fake person. After experiencing the incident in Yunjang, Chen Sichuan also became more cautious. She picked up a radio on the train, looked at the other party, and said softly, "Who are you? Why are you here?" I am Eileen Clark. You must have heard of me." Eileen Clark opened her mouth. Her eyes kept changing, and said eagerly, "If you can take me to contact the Phoenix Society or the Federation, my family will provide you with generous rewards." "Why are you here? Who tied you up?" Chen Sichuan asked again. "I don't know." Eileen shook her head, looked at the container next to her and said, "I was locked in this box when I woke up." "Then I'm sorry, I can't help you." Chen Sichuan heard this, and directly refused coldly. The other party appeared so inexplicably, and he didn't even know how he came. It was too suspicious. Faced with such a situation, Chen Sichuan couldn't help but doubt. When Erin Clark heard this, she immediately panicked. She tried to struggle to get up. Perhaps she had been locked up for too long, so she could not stand up at this time. So she could only use her hands and feet to crawl towards the train and beg, "Please, I really don't know who locked me up. I'm not a bad person." "She's coming." Miaolu looked at the scene and began to be alert. At this time, in carriage number 3, Ding Junyi, who was doing daily research work, suddenly found that the regional black chrysanthemum next to her was slowly emitting red. She immediately reacted, stood up from her workstation, and walked directly to the front of the car. At this time, she saw Chen Sichuan and others standing in the cockpit, and immediately asked, "Are they back?" "No, what's wrong?" Chen Sichuan responded directly when she saw Ding Junyi. "Dark mark is increasing, and someone marked is approaching us," Ding Junyi said loudly. "What?" As soon as this was said, Chen Sichuan and Miaolu's faces suddenly changed, and they subconsciously looked outside, and Ding Junyi also noticed the woman crawling outside. "Don't let that woman get close to us again, she has a dark mark on her body." Ding Junyi looked at the woman and reacted immediately. Chen Sichuan heard this and hurriedly shouted to everyone, "Quick, close the car window." Swish! In an instant, the atmosphere on the Infinity suddenly tensed, and everyone entered a state of combat readiness. Buzz! At this time, the sound of a motorcycle came. Chen Sichuan immediately looked over, and saw that Lin Xian and Kiki drove in from the entrance. Her face suddenly changed, and she pressed the communicator to Lin Xian anxiously. "Lin Xian, be careful, there is a woman outside our car, and she has a dark mark on her body." Lin Xian, who had just entered the station, immediately stepped on the brakes, and he and Kiki looked at the same time, and saw a woman approaching the Infinity on the ground. "Drive, back up, don't let her hit our car." Lin Xian was extremely shocked at this time. He didn't expect that the second time he noticed the characteristics of the dark mark, it would appear in this way. Why would a woman with a dark mark appear here? Hearing Lin Xian's words, Chen Sichuan immediately started the Infinity and drove towards the front of the platform, trying to avoid the woman. Lin Xian also drove a motorcycle, bypassing the track and heading towards the Infinity. The woman named Irene Clark panicked when she saw the train start. She looked confused and turned back to look at the other survivors on the platform. In panic, she trembled and got up from the ground, and walked towards the green train again, saying, "Save me, please save me." On the other side, the Infinity drove some distance away, and stopped again after getting away from the woman. Lin Xian drove the motorcycle onto the train, and then came to the cockpit, and shouted loudly to the platform with a loudspeaker, "Everyone stay away from that woman. She is marked by a strange body. If she goes into the night, it will cause a lot of trouble." As soon as these words came out, the faces of the other survivors on the platform changed drastically. "Mark? What is that? Is it real or fake? It's better to believe it than not, or let's retreat. She's alone, how could she attract any strange body? Is it a lie?" The people on the Night Phantom were furious when they heard this. "No way, that's Eileen Clark, she doesn't look like a bad person." "Boss, is that Infinity planning something?" "Yes, look, they haven't left either." Chao Hong carefully observed the approaching woman through the window and wondered, "No, isn't that the Phoenix Order's logo on the box just now? How could the Phoenix Order do such a thing? I think it must be fake, maybe they want us to all retreat, so that they can stay in this platform." At this time, a very smart younger brother spoke up. Chao Hong's eyes lit up immediately after hearing this. That makes sense, the group hunting effect. After saying that, he looked at the black train parked in the distance, his eyes cold. Damn, they really have a way. What about this woman? Who knows, but she looks gentle and has no weapons, so what kind of threat can she pose? Save me. At this time, Erin Clark staggered to the side of the night charm, her feet were unstable, and she fell to the ground with a plop. She raised her head and looked at Chao Hong with a sad face. "Please, save me, my family will definitely give you a lot of supplies." When the female team members on the night charm saw this scene, they immediately showed their pity and began to talk out loud. "Why don't we save her first?" "That's right, look how pitiful she is. That person on the Infinity is so heartless, it's fine if they don't save her, but they let others do nothing about it. No wonder there aren't many people on their train. Such a big train, but there are only so few people. They are really cold-blooded." At this time, on the Infinity, Lin Xian saw that many people in the convoy over there were unmoved, frowned, and shouted again in a louder voice. "Everyone, don't touch that woman. She will attract a lot of weird bodies. Do you hear me?" No one responded to him. At this time, many strange eyes were cast at the Infinity from all over the platform, especially the many female team members on the Night Charm, who were furious and began to curse. "Hypocrite, you don't dare to save a woman. What kind of man are you? You have so many weapons. What weird bodies are you afraid of? That's right. Don't you see how pitiful she is? It's really cold-blooded. She is Aaron Clark. Are you trying to trick us all into leaving the station, and then hide your team here safely? You are so scheming. Oh, these bitches." Kiki got angry when she heard this. She rolled up her sleeves and was ready to fly out of the car to argue with them, but Lin Xian grabbed her feet and dragged her back. Ouch. Stop fooling around. Lin Xian's face darkened. "Lin Xian, what do you think?" Qin Sichuan said anxiously at this time. Lin Xian looked at Ding Junyi. "Director Ding, why does a person have such a strong dark mark?" Ding Junyi raised her glasses. "It is not clear at the moment, and we don't know how this mark can be transferred, but I strongly advise us not to contact that woman, let alone let her get in the car. The intensity of the mark on her body is even stronger than when we were in U-Town before. I am worried that a large-scale disaster will happen here tonight. It's terrible. Captain Lin, is there anyone who wants to use the dark mark to poison us?" Miao Lu reacted immediately, and thought of poisoning at the first time. Poisoning? Lin Xian frowned when he heard this. Miao Lu's words made him feel a little cold in his back. He had never thought that the dark mark would actually be used in this way. If this is true, it means that the person behind it has already mastered the theory of the dark mark, and can even use it for poisoning. Not only do they know this, but they can also use this characteristic to mark and poison people as bait. It sounds absolutely insane. What kind of organization can do such a thing? Teacher Chen. Lin Xian looked at Qin Sichuan at this time. "Can we use a gun to get rid of that woman remotely?" Ding Junyi heard. "Do you want to remove the dark mark in this way?" Lin Xian asked back. "Is it not possible?" Ding Junyi shook her head. "I'm not sure. According to common sense, the hunter will stop when the prey dies, but if this mark is just a smell, a kind of energy, as long as the body is still there, it may be unavoidable." Lin Xian frowned when he heard this. If this is the case, there is no way to get rid of it. He looked at the time at this time, and it was about to get dark. Is it really the Phoenix Society? Qin Sichuan looked grim. They thought they had discovered this feature for the first time, and were going to synchronize it with the Phoenix Society, but now, such a big change has occurred. Lin Xian shook his head at this time. It doesn't matter what organization it is now. What matters is that we must evacuate now. After saying that, he looked at Kiki. "Girl, hurry up. Use the drone to see if Sasha and Shuqin have any signs of coming back." Lin Xian looked at his watch. It was already 18:05, and there were only more than 40 minutes left before dark. Logically, Sasha and the others should have returned. "What about those people at the station?" Miao Lu asked. "I can't persuade them. I won't persuade them anymore." Lin Xian's throat almost smoked, but it was useless. Since he couldn't persuade them, he didn't bother to care. At this time, he only cared about the members of his team. It was hard to persuade the damn ghosts with good words. One of them is on the east line, and the other is on the north line. Should we send someone out to pick them up? Qin Sichuan said at this time. If we evacuate now, they won't be able to find our location, and I'm worried that they won't have time to leave when they return to the station. If we don't remind them, it will be even more troublesome if they come back and contact that woman. Lin Xian nodded. "You're right. Wait another 5 minutes. If they don't come back, I go and see with Kiki separately." In terms of mobility, Kiki's flying ability and his power armor can move quickly on the car, which is the fastest and most efficient. Chapter 228. In the station, the discussions gradually subsided, and many people's eyes fell on Irene Clark. It must be said that this woman is indeed very eye-catching. Even in her miserable appearance at this time, it is difficult to hide her beautiful temperament, which makes people feel pity. When Chao Hong saw the other party coming over with a pleading look on her face, he suddenly felt a little dry in the mouth. This woman is really too beautiful. It is difficult to see such a beauty in the Doomsday. His team has always liked to accommodate beautiful women, but Chao Hong is not stupid. The women in the car are not all vases, otherwise his team would not have lasted until now. But there is a disadvantage of having too many women, that is, they chatter in the car and always affect his decision-making, which makes him a little angry. However, facing this Irene Clark, he suddenly felt that it didn't matter if there was one more woman in the car. Even if she was a vase, she was the most beautiful vase. Miss Irene, I'm sorry. Although I really want to save you, I have to consider the safety of the people in my car. I have to confirm whether you are carrying any weapons. Chow Hong said seriously. Hearing this, Irene Clark's face lit up, and she quickly explained, No. I don't have any weapons. Chow Hong shook his head. But you are wearing so much, I can't confirm it. As soon as he said this, several female team members next to him rolled their eyes. Because Irene Clark was wearing only a red evening dress at this time, which was extremely thin. How could she be wearing thick clothes? If you want her to take off her clothes, just say it directly. Why do you have to beat around the bush? On the contrary, some male team members in the car understood at this time, and they looked forward to it with bright eyes and smiles. After all, she is a Hollywood star, not an ordinary person. Many people present know this beautiful woman, and no one would mind admiring the proud figure of a Hollywood star here. Erin Clark understood immediately after hearing this, but she was not embarrassed at this time. She directly untied the shoulder straps of her dress. Wow, the red dress fell to the ground silkily. In an instant, a curvy and delicate body in a black bikini appeared in front of all the teams. The men on the night charm were immediately stunned, and even some women looked at her sideways. Look, I really don't have any weapons, please believe me. Erin Clark raised her hands and turned around on the spot. Then she saw that the other party was unmoved, and immediately reached out to unbutton her bra, ready to strip on the spot. At this time, the air seemed to be quiet, and the men held their breath and focused their eyes on Irene Clark, who knew that at this time, Chow Hong, who was staring straight, coughed lightly, interrupted Irene Clark's action, and said eagerly, Okay, I already know that you have no weapons, so you can get in the car. What a joke. Such a beauty should be left to himself to enjoy slowly. How could he let those animals take advantage of her? And when Chow Hong saw that this woman was so open and bold, he became more anxious and immediately invited Irene Clark to get in the car. Little did he know that at this time, the originally clear sunset in Hengshengwen City was gradually covered by thick dark clouds. The sky was dark, and even the air became oppressive. On the Infinity, Lin Xian and others watched the strong wind outside, which seemed to be about to rain. Everyone's heart was lifted. It's getting dark, why haven't they come back yet? Did they encounter any trouble? The cold wind blew hard, and the fallen leaves in the city streets whistled. It seemed that they felt a gloomy momentum, and a large number of wandering zombies also became violent and uneasy, making bursts of howling sounds. Boom! Silver lightning cut through the sky, as if to illuminate the sky. With the roar of thunder, a large number of raindrops began to pour down, and soon, it turned into a heavy rain. On the Infinity, Lin Xian was about to check the time, when he suddenly heard the sound of a car engine. Everyone looked and saw two armored off-road vehicles rushing out of the zombies on the street in the distance. It's Shuqin and Delu. Lin Xian took a look and immediately picked up the communicator. Shuqin, Delu. Captain Lin. We just encountered some ghosts. I don't know where they came from. Shuqin's voice sounded a little anxious. Lin Xian frowned. Are there any casualties? No, Lu Chong was slightly injured. Okay. Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief. You enter from the east side of the station and come directly from the track. Don't pass through the area where the survivors gather. In the off-road vehicle, Shuqin and Delo looked at each other in confusion, and then Shuqin immediately responded. Okay, I understand. Although she didn't know what happened, she must have followed Lin Xian's command. Did you encounter ghosts? Kiki also asked in the communicator at this time. On the street or in the building? All of them. That's why I feel it's strange. Shuqin replied. Lin Xian heard the conversation in the communicator and his expression froze. It doesn't feel like a coincidence. Jin Sichuan was a little anxious. And Sasha and the others, are they in trouble too? It should be, otherwise they wouldn't be late. Lin Xian looked at his watch, and it was less than 10 minutes before dark. Everyone, get ready to fight. Lin Xian said nothing and immediately asked everyone to take up their weapons. Buzz buzz buzz, two armored vehicles loaded with search supplies rushed from the track into the platform. Infinity had already responded in advance. The automatic explosion-proof door of carriage number 11 was opened, and the two vehicles drove in one after the other. At this time, Shuqin and Lu Chong from the building got off the car, all with a smell of blood and gunpowder. Lu Chong had one arm bleeding, and Lin Xian walked over and asked, How is it? It's okay, my hand is not broken. Lu Chong grinned. Qin Sichuan and Miao Lu came over with medical kits, checked everyone's injuries, and prepared to bandage a few people. What exactly happened? Lin Xian asked Shuqin. Shuqin was a little embarrassed, and hurriedly said to Lin Xian, There was no trouble at the beginning. We searched several commercial centers along the way, and then in an underground mall, we encountered a large number of human ghosts. But we didn't want to fight, so we ran away. But for some reason, after we escaped from the underground, many human ghosts appeared on the streets outside, and it took us a long time to get back to the car. Lin Xian. Kiki said anxiously. Sasha hasn't come back yet. I go look for her. Just as he finished speaking, Sasha's voice came from the communicator. Brother Lin, can you hear me? Lin Xian immediately pressed the communicator. I can hear you, where are you? We turned to the main street right away. There are so many zombies. Bang bang bang. At this time, gunshots kept coming from the communicator. Lin Xian looked at Kiki. Quick, get ready to support them. At this time, on the main street, an armored vehicle passed quickly, attracting a large number of zombies to follow and run. It was not dark yet. In the dark alley, black strange insects began to crawl out densely. Strange claws stretched out from the sewer. Terrifying human-shaped monsters appeared in front of the windows of abandoned buildings, and indescribable strange existences crawled out from the dark corners. Puff puff puff. Bang bang bang. The guns of the team members in Sasha's car kept shooting, and a large number of zombies around began to pounce, and frantically pounced on the hood of the armored vehicle. Sasha stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, the engine kept roaring, and knocked away a large number of zombies with bangs. You evil villains, I will burn you to ashes. Lu Xingchen lowered the car window, raised his hand, and sprayed a huge fireball at the zombies outside the car. Boom! The scorching breath rushed out, instantly burning more than a dozen zombies into charcoal. I will help you clear the way. Lu Xingchen got out of the car with his upper body and waved his hands forward. God fire wall. Boom! Instantly, two scorching walls of fire burned directly on both sides of the front of the vehicle. The blazing walls of fire burned, and large groups of zombies rushed in one after another, but they were burned into charcoal before they ran far. The corpses piled up, and the flames became more intense. Roar! Suddenly, a crawling humanoid monster rushed out of a dark alley, and directly blocked the way of the two. Lu Xingchen's eyes flashed with fire, and just as he was about to fight back, the roar of machine guns suddenly sounded on the elevated platform in the distance. Beep! The violent metal storm swept over, and the humanoid monster was instantly blasted into pieces before he could see its appearance clearly. The gravel and dust on the ground were directly blown onto the windshield of the armored vehicle. Lu Xingchen quickly shrank back, but even so, a layer of dust was blown on his face. It's our cannon! Shasha steadied the steering wheel and said excitedly at this time, It must be Brother Lin who came to save us. She stepped on the accelerator and turned the steering wheel sideways, directly knocking away a group of zombies gathered under the station platform, and drove violently towards the station platform above. Under the heavy rain, the blood stains on the armored vehicle were quickly washed away, and the two finally drove onto the platform, and a large number of zombies followed behind them. At this time, other survivors in the platform camp also felt the zombie crisis coming from all directions, and they got on the car and fired in response. Why are there so many zombies all of a sudden? The people on the green train also rolled down the windows and lowered the armored grill. They brought them in. Don't be afraid, they are just ordinary zombies. Chao Hong saw this scene and immediately picked up the intercom and ordered, Everyone, guard tightly, these zombies can't have any impact on our cars. Okay. Haha, our fortress is not afraid of such things. The subordinates echoed. At this time, Chao Hong invited Irene Clark into his private room. Looking at her figure with pity, his eyes were eager. Oh, Miss Irene, why are you so dirty? Come, take a shower first. After that, he walked to the side of the private bedroom on the train, opened a door, and the lights inside suddenly lit up, and a large white bathtub appeared in front of him. We are all good brothers and sisters on the train, and everyone likes me, so they all like to take a bath with me. In order to save water, I want to take a bath with Miss Irene. Miss Irene should not mind. Irene Clark seemed to have been nervous for too long. When she heard Chao Hong's words, she took off her long skirt without hesitation and said obediently, I don't mind. I am happy to take a bath with you. After that, she even took off all the three-point styles on her body, and in an instant, a beautiful body appeared in front of Chao Hong. Chao Hong only felt his eyes light up, smiled slightly, and turned around without saying a word to start filling the bathtub. Ugh! A group of zombies suddenly jumped out of the window, scaring Irene Clark. Seeing those zombies scratching outside the window, Chao Hong quickly comforted her. Miss Erin, don't be afraid. Those things can't hurt you at all. Our train has 3 layers of armor. Usually, Everyone is even used to sleeping surrounded by those zombies. If they are not howling and scratching outside, I can't even sleep well. Oh, really? Erin Clark's nervousness finally eased after hearing this. She walked over very gracefully and sat directly in the bathtub. The surging heat made her nerves relax. Seeing Chow Hong couldn't wait to take off his clothes and pants, she didn't say anything but showed a charming face. In the Doomsday, she was very good at using her own advantages to gain the right to survive. Although she would have this fat man killed without hesitation after returning to the family, at this moment, she knew that this disgusting fat man was her life-saving straw. What's wrong with serving him? Chow Hong took off all his clothes at this time. Looking at the beauty in the bathtub, he couldn't help sighing. That guy on the Infinity is really stupid. He doesn't know how to appreciate such beautiful art, but there are many beauties around him. Ha, this blessing can only be enjoyed by me, Chow. Ding ding. Just as he stepped into the bathtub, the alarm clock set in the room began to ring. It's getting dark. Chow Hong said calmly, Miss Irene, welcome to the night charm. Enjoy your first wonderful night. Thank you. Irene Clark smiled charmingly. Boom, a thunder exploded in the sky above Hengshan Pass, and the glass of the entire train fell trembling. Just as Chow Hong slid into the water and prepared to enjoy a rare Doomsday beauty bath, the whole train suddenly felt like it was falling down, and even the roof collapsed. Empty, empty, empty. This scared Chow Hong's little brother back, and he immediately grabbed the intercom beside him and shouted, What's going on? Caw. There was silence in the intercom. Chow Hong looked back at Irene Clark, frowned, and was about to shout again, but at this time, countless shrill shouts and screams suddenly resounded in Hengshan Station. Ah! Da-da-da. Run! Help! Caw. Suddenly, a cry came from the intercom. Boss! The monster is coming! Boom boom boom. Chow Hong was stunned for a moment, and Irene Clark beside him also stood up from the bathtub, holding her chest, with a panicked look on her face. Squeak squeak squeak. At this time, a sharp scratching sound slowly sounded on the roof of the car, very harsh, as if a big hand was scratching something on the roof. Chow Hong looked gloomy, looking at the window in front of him. Suddenly, a huge red head with a terrifying face slowly lowered its head and appeared outside the window. A pair of scarlet eyes looked into the car like two lanterns. Ah! Erin Clark screamed in fear. Chow Hong swallowed his saliva when he saw this scene. He was naked and fat, with cold sweat on his forehead. He slowly reached for a pistol on the table. At this time, he finally realized that the reminder from Infinity was true, but it was too late. Bang! The huge red monster outside attacked with its claws, directly opening his side compartment like opening a can. The sharp claws with black nails swept across with sparks. Erin Clark, who was standing in the bathtub, was immediately cut into 3 pieces, without even making a sound of struggle. The bathtub was instantly scarlet. Chow Hong trembled and cursed at this time. At least let me touch it before I die. Boom! In the dark night, a large number of strange bodies suddenly poured into Hengshan Station. The black centipede, which was thicker than the platform's load-bearing column, crawled onto the train. The large strange body, like an alien leech, fell from the top beam of the platform into the camp of a group of survivors. The 3-meter-tall red monster had a vertical mouth and lantern-like eyes bursting with a cold breath of death. It raised its long black claws, which were skewered with several people at this time, like eating skewers. The fat Chow Hong was the first to bear the brunt. Then the red monster raised its long arms and stuffed a string of people into the vertical mouth, swallowing and chewing, making a creaking sound. Dad-ada, bang bang bang. The originally safe station camp was now filled with screams and gunshots. Everyone didn't even have time to run away before they were surrounded by the monsters that suddenly swarmed out. Boom! Boom! The metal roof of the station began to collapse at this time. Under the heavy rain, thick blood began to flow into the depths of the city along the waterway. The screams and roars echoed several streets away. In the distance, on the tower of Hengshan Gymnasium, Hu Lushou picked up a telescope and looked at the train station. Sun Chong held an umbrella for him behind him. Boom! A silver lightning exploded, and his telescope immediately saw a large number of tentacles and strange shapes with fangs and claws appearing in the train station. In the darkness, it was like a tide of monster hunting. Hiss! Hu Lushou took a breath of cold air when he saw this scene, frowning and said, It's strange, how could there be so many weird bodies at Hengshan Station all of a sudden? And it seems that there are quite a few B-level ones. Sunshine also said, It's impossible. Those people have been here for more than one night. Why did they come at this time instead of earlier or later? Hu Lushou said. Could it be the herd hunting effect brought by the Infinity Fleet? It's possible. They may be finished now. Hu Lushou said in amazement. Arrange 2 groups of people to go over and take a look at it at dawn tomorrow. There may be a lot of good things to pick up. Sun Chong said, with the firepower of the Infinity and their psychics, I think they should be able to escape. Who cares? Hu Lushou threw the telescope into her arms and turned to walk downstairs. I just want to pick up the bargains. Whether they live or die is none of my business. On the other side, on the orbit around the star, the ground was shaking rapidly, rumbling. The next moment, a black heavy train hundreds of meters long rushed past with violent force, and an 1130 close-in defense gun on the rear carriage sprayed death flames, blasting a spider monster that climbed onto the Gemini nuclear-powered locomotive into pieces. On both sides of the carriage, silver armor electric blades stretched out, carrying scorching arcs, sharply harvesting the dense black-winged insects. Each of the flying black-winged insects was as big as a wash basin, shaped like a giant cockroach, and its breath spewed lava turbidity, and a bite on steel could bring up a burst of sparks and debris. Black-winged insects were like locusts passing through the border, clinging densely to the train. In addition, the huge centipede was wrapped around the roof and side of the number 3 to number 6 cars, making a piercing shriek, pressing the iron wheels of the Infinity to constantly spurt sparks, and the body of the car tilted a little. Brother Hua. Burn those insects for me. Delu, go out and cut that insect in the middle for me, girl. Cover Delu and pinch that insect. Kill the ones on the nuclear-powered locomotive for me. Shu Qin. Duh. Bang bang bang. At this time, the battle situation on the Infinity was tense. Qin Sichuan drove all the way to the south line. Because the situation of Parma grassland was not clear at present, Lin Xian decisively decided to drive to the south line first. He also had an important purpose. Lin Xian highly suspected that the bait with a dark mark was the means of the Foundation. Lin Xian thought, this might be the 3rd test of humanity. Lin Xian's previous thoughts were indeed correct. Even if he shouted his throat out, no one would believe his dark mark theory, so this was why he had to find the Phoenix Society. But this strange bait was deliberately marked with the mark of the Phoenix Society. So Lin Xian decided to confirm it again, otherwise his next plan would be completely disrupted. If he could not cooperate with the Phoenix Society, he could only run away. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Xian rushed all the way to the number 2 carriage and drilled out from the lifting port of the electromagnetic gun. At this time, a large number of black-winged elytras suddenly rushed towards him. Without saying a word, Lin Xian raised his hand to create an iron net, inserted explosives, and then suddenly sent out the black gun against it. Boom! Directional explosion, huge flames illuminated the roof of the train. He stood up and saw a huge black centipede in front of him biting the roof of the number 3 carriage frantically. Lin Xian immediately grabbed the black gun, the power armor outputted the whole body torque, made a buzzing sound, and directly aimed the black gun at the head hole of the black centipede and shot it out. Squeeze! The black gun drew a blue tail flame, and with a bang, it directly inserted into the hard head armor of the black centipede. At this time, a column of fire shot up into the sky from the number 5 carriage, instantly burning away a large number of black-winged insects. Lu Xingchen rode the fire and shouted, "Burn the sky!" Boom! The red flames exploded, carrying a shock wave to the sky, burning the black-winged insects that flew towards him to death. The building was empty, and at this time, the automatic explosion-proof door of the number 5 carriage was opened. Looking at the huge insect body dragging horizontally outside the car, he directly pulled out the steel-cutting sword, his eyes flashed red, and a violent blood appeared. He stepped forward and roared, slashing down from above. Chi! The huge force even cut out the sword energy, shaking away the rain waves outside the car. As he chopped down with his sword, the black centipede's dozens of sharp legs fell instantly. At the same time, the entire insect body was split into 2, and a large amount of internal organs and black gas sprayed out, falling on the edge of the track along the way. How disgusting! Kiki came from behind at this time, raised his hand, and blocked the internal organs and green plasma spraying into the carriage with an invisible aftermath, and then grabbed the 2 broken ends of the black centipede and twisted them in the middle. Crack! The front and tail of the black centipede felt a huge pulling force, and the legs sparked and scratched on the carriage, and were directly dragged down, and the tail fell off the carriage. On the contrary, the front end was still struggling and climbing frantically. Lin Xian climbed onto the roof and rushed over at high speed. He raised his hand, and the magnetic control engine of the black gun ran wildly, and then flew out directly from the head of the black centipede. Lin Xian rushed over and directly used the black gun to press against the black centipede's jaws. His left hand quickly made a hydraulic mouth clamp and opened the centipede's mouth. Immediately, the third mechanical arm behind him suddenly appeared, grabbing the half-meter-long warhead of the Guardian 86 air defense missile and a metal bomb made by Lin Xian on it, and stuffed it directly into the mouth of the black centipede. Immediately, Lin Xian pulled back the black gun and rolled backwards. At this time, Kiki also flew out of the number 5 carriage, raised his hand to grab the centipede's head, and pulled it out of the track. Crack, crack, crack! The countless claws of the black centipede grabbed the train armor and made a crisp sound like unbuttoning, taking away a lot of metal debris, and was caught by Kiki. Be careful! Lin Xian stretched out a mechanical iron chain, grabbed Kiki in the air, and pulled her over. At the same time, he raised his hand to form an ice shield in front of him. On the other side, Lu Xingchen watched this scene and quickly jumped in from the hatch of carriage number 5. Ding ding ding. Boom! The 30 kilograms warhead of the Guardian 86 anti-aircraft missile and Lin Xian's explosives exploded in the mouth of the black centipede, and a fireball several meters long immediately ignited in the air. The shock wave of the explosion instantly evaporated a piece of heavy rain, and countless monster limbs and fragments were sprayed everywhere, hitting the train like armor. This warhead was disassembled by Lin Xian from the slightly bent Guardian 86 anti-aircraft missile, and it came in handy at the critical moment. Buzz buzz buzz, just after the black centipede was dealt with, a large number of black-winged insects rushed towards Lin Xian and Kiki. Kiki hated these strange cockroach-like insects. Seeing this scene, he closed his eyes, gritted his teeth, and shook his hands to the sides with all his strength. Boom! A powerful invisible shock wave radiated in all directions. In an instant, the heavy rain within a few hundred meters disappeared for a moment. The large number of black-winged insects attached to the infinity, and even flying over, were all shaken away at this moment. Woo! At this time, the infinity ignored the obstacles on the track and rushed madly on the elevated rails. It quickly rushed out of Hengshangwenqing and headed towards the direction of Shijiu Lake Qinshui town. Go back quickly. Everyone was exhausted and fought for a long time, and finally escaped. As soon as we got back into the train, a strong smell of gunpowder hit us. The gun barrels of all the fighters on the train were all red from shooting. Lin Xian, Kiki, Wegu, De Lu, Sha Sha, Lu Cheng, Miao Lu and other fighters were all sweating and breathing heavily. Sure enough, that woman is really a marking bait, so scary. Kiki had just spent a lot of energy. At this time, the noise outside the train became quieter. She sat directly on the sofa in Lin Xian's number 1 carriage and kept fanning herself with her hands. Chen Xishuan was watching the road conditions in the cockpit. Seeing that the noise had stopped after leaving the city, she immediately began to slow down. Lin Xian, are we going to that town? There is no platform in Qinshui town. Lin Xian looked at the outline of the town in the distance and said directly, the laboratory is in front of that town. Find a more open place to stop. There may be strange bodies in that town. Let's not go there first. Okay. After checking that there were no other threatening creatures around the train, everyone on the train finally breathed a sigh of relief. The strange tide just now was so scary. Xu Qing came over and said to Lin Xian, I didn't expect that a mark on a person would attract so many strange bodies. Lin Xian nodded and said, it shows that the strange bodies do use this method to determine the movements of humans. If it weren't in the dark, they wouldn't be able to find us. Oh my god, there were so many people at that station, they must be finished. Sha Sha said with a look of fear, we almost died when we ran so fast, those people. Who cares about them? Kiki was full of hatred at this time. I reminded them 100 times, but they just didn't believe it, and they turned around and said we wanted to harm them. Now, they don't even have the chance to regret it. Lin Xian's face darkened slightly. If we don't have Hell Black Chrysanthemum, we can't defend against it by using a former star as bait. Besides being pretty or not, a public figure known to many people can gain a lot of trust just by being familiar with her face. Check the train. Lin Xian needed to rush back to the research institute immediately to confirm whether this thing had anything to do with the Foundation. Okay. Xu Qin and others started to move immediately. Lin Xian. At this time, Chen Xishuan suddenly shouted towards the carriage, and Lin Xian and Kiki rushed into the cockpit. Look! At this time, the fast-moving infinity had just moved from the lakeside to the direction of Qinshui town, and immediately saw that a huge gap appeared in the sky in the northeast of Qinshui town, and many flames came out of the air, looking like the sky was torn apart by some dimensional space. Lin Xian and Kiki looked at each other, and their faces changed immediately. Lin Xian, it's the sky curtain of that research institute, Kiki exclaimed. What happened? Lin Xian looked incredulous. It's only been a few hours. Has something happened? Lin Xian, do we still need to stop? Qin Sichuan asked at this time. Go straight over and see what's going on. Lin Xian activated the mechanical heart and began to speed up. Soon, the dome in the distance was getting closer and closer. With the fire, everyone saw that many trees in the forest had fallen, and there were traces of wheel tracks everywhere on both sides of the road. Buzz, 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 the green grass dam near the lake made a series of water sounds, and the lake water rolled, as if a large amount of lake water was pouring into the ground. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian stopped the train and frowned. It seems that something happened here. Do you want to go in and take a look? Lin Xian looked at Kiki. Let's go, there are a lot of good things in the institute. Even if we can't find Hua Xiaoling, it would be a good thing to find a fully automatic medical cabin. He and Kiki had seen this thing before under the guidance of Hua Xiaoling. If the train is equipped with this instrument, general external injuries can basically be treated, and even a doctor is not needed. Chapter 229. Under the dark night, the vast Sergio Lake presented a strange calm under the starlight, and the breeze stirred up some light waves. The Infinity, which had just rushed out of the strange tide that broke out at Hingshan Pass, quietly stopped on the track by the lake. The night wind was cold, and the temperature of the Yunjang plain began to drop. White mist began to emerge from the connection between the carriages. In the carriage, the lights were slowly turning on, and people were constantly walking in the corridors of the carriages. In carriage number 5, and the defense carriage behind it, many people were loading and unloading bullets, and the PX-05 engineering robot in carriage number 12 was busy laying the ammunition supply chain for the 1130 weapon station. Shu Qin and Delu took people to check the status of each carriage. In carriage number 3, the hell-black chrysanthemum, which absorbed the smoke from the black centipede, emitted a faint glow, and a little red began to appear in the stamens. The dark mark has begun to appear. Ding Junyi observed the changes of the hell-black chrysanthemum in detail, and said to Lin Xian behind him, from the reactions of the survivors at the station, everyone does not quite recognize or understand the fact that humans will be marked. It's not that they don't recognize this, but they don't recognize me. Lin Xian said, under the Doomsday, trust between people is already weak, so I want to pass this information through the Phoenix Society. Ding Junyi responded coldly. The mark cannot effectively quantify the threat value at present, nor can it be visualized through other methods. In short, we can currently assess the intensity of the next attack through the red light of the disaster plant, but even if others know it, it is difficult to prevent it. Lin Xian nodded. The most important thing is to learn to judge the threat of dark creatures and raise guns to resist. Everyone knows that blindly escaping is doomed to fail, and the spark of resistance will rise. To put it nicely, it's called burning your boats. To put it bluntly, even a rabbit will bite when it's cornered. Ding Junyi looked up at Lin Xian. Interestingly, this may give us more options for escaping to the east. Are you saying whether to kill or escape? Yes. Lin Xian did not comment. I'm worried that if the dark mark has a quantified threat value, even if you escape from the pursuit of a powerful weird body, the next one you face may not be that easy. Unfortunately, judging from the bait marked at the station, this should be true. Ding Junyi saw that Lin Xian seemed a little pessimistic and said, Science. Learning should not be rigid, but your idea is more rigid than the textbook. We were marked in the climbing channel, and after arriving in Jiazhou City, we encountered only a large number of weird bodies besieging us. This shows that although the marks are strong or weak, it is also related to whether there are powerful predators hidden in this jungle. Lin Xian's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he said sadly, Hey, you are right. Ding Junyi raised his glasses. Is this why you came to me? Lin Xian coughed lightly. No, in addition to looking at the dark mark we were infected with, I am also going to explore that research institute. Do you need me to follow you? Ding Junyi said directly. Lin Xian nodded. I will arrange a robot to go in and investigate first, if the danger level is not high. If the danger level is not high, don't ask me to go. Ding Junyi said seriously, you know, I prefer. Okay, I know. Lin Xian immediately understood, and quickly turned back to carriage number 1, preparing to let Kiki operate the PX-05 robot to cooperate with the drone to investigate the internal situation of the SID Foundation laboratory. Woo! 2 drones flew out from the roof at this time. At the same time, the hard-working PX-05 robot also flew out from the door of carriage number 11, and quickly flew into the damaged test site under Kiki's control. Weird. In the information center of carriage number 2, Kiki looked at the monitoring screen in front of him, frowned while controlling the robot and said, "Why is there no one here? You can't see it from the outside. You have to go into the Underground Research Institute," Lin Xian said at this time. "But it does seem like a large-scale evacuation." Chen Sichuan looked at the screen in confusion. "No way." Kiki looked suspicious. "Such a large research institute, could it be that it emptied out and ran away just because we came to the door?" Lin Xian slapped her on the forehead. "Pay attention." Ouch. Kiki glared at Lin Xian fiercely, and then quickly focused on the operation of the robot. The drone looked from high above, and the Qingshui town test site was empty. The PX-05 robot slowly entered from the passage where Lin Xian came out before. The originally busy laboratories, various research rooms, and corridors in the picture were now empty. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian's expression became more and more solemn. "Strange, could it be that you, silly girl, really got it right? It is really strange that an organization that can capture large strange bodies for experimental research has been deserted for no reason. But if it is said that it is because of Lin Xian, even he himself does not believe it." However, looking at the situation in front of him, Lin Xian began to think. "It seems that we have to go in and see the situation in person. Will there be an ambush?" Sasha on the side said at this time. "We started before the ambush, and our purpose is to find them, so it doesn't matter." Lin Xian showed a cold face and started to call the troops directly. "Delu, Brother Hua, Shu Qin, Xianyo and Director Ding, come with me, and the others will guard the car." At this time, Lu Xingchen winked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian walked over, but saw Lu Xingchen approaching him with a strange look and whispered to him, "Brother Lin, can you arrange for me to guard the car tonight?" Lin Xian frowned and looked at him. "Why, you don't want to go?" Lu Xingchen glanced at the research institute on the screen in front of Kiki intentionally, or unintentionally, and said in a deep voice, "I'm ashamed, I just have some resistance to this kind of claustrophobic underground place." Lin Xian nodded. "Okay, then you guard the car." "Thank you, Brother Lin," Lu Xingchen responded. Lin Xian didn't say much. He knew that Lu Xingchen was not the kind of person who was afraid of death. There must be some reasons why he didn't want to go. Lin Xian didn't ask about it, so he took Dela Shu Qin and Kiki Ding Junyi out of the car. This time, he took Ding Junyi with him mainly because Lin Xian wanted to see what the research institute was usually researching, and whether there were any useful scientific research instruments that he could get in the car. Swish, the door of the cockpit opened, and Lin Xian got out of the car with several main forces, ready to go back to the Foundation Research Institute to investigate. As soon as he got off the car, a damp and cold night lake breeze blew in his face. Ding Junyi followed behind. Although it was night, and they were about to explore a dangerous organization's location, she still kept her hands in her pockets and followed behind with a calm expression. Her expression was as simple as if she was preparing to attend a scientific seminar. Lin Xian was a little worried, so he signaled to Shu Qin on the way, asking her to take care of the scientist in the car. Although the inconspicuous green grass seedling on Ding Junyi's head indicated that she might have superpowers, for now, Director Ding was still a person with zero combat power in Lin Xian's eyes. 5 people drove a car. Because there was no platform, the off-road vehicle was directly moved down by Kiki using superpowers. Then Lin Xian drove the car and drove towards the collapsed forest. Along the way, Lin Xian noticed that there were many vehicles on the ground, even traces of aircraft docking, and a large number of empty equipment boxes, discarded documents, etc., scattered all over the ground. It seems that their retreat is very urgent. Shu Qin is very good at observing details. At this time, she said, although there is some confusion, it doesn't seem to be an encounter with any strange body, because there is no sign of exchange of fire and no corpses. Ding Junyi sat by the window and looked at the mess outside and said, abandoning such a large research institute must have some kind of determination. Maybe they have noticed some crisis in advance, such as some shocking lake monster appeared in this big lake, and will eat this research institute at night. After saying this, Lin Xian almost threw the steering wheel out. Hey, Sister Ding, don't scare us. Kiki looked at Ding Junyi, who was not stopping until she said something shocking, with a surprised face. If so, then aren't we all finished? Not necessarily, Ding Junyi said seriously. With the abilities of you guys, 1 or 2 should be able to survive. Lin Xian, After driving through the damaged curtain wall, the SUV stopped in a place similar to an indoor parking lot. At this time, the Underground Research Institute still had an electrical system, and many passages were still lit. 5 people got out of the car with alert expressions, and a sense of emptiness hit them. Whoosh, the wide corridor was full of mess, and there was a constant wind blowing out from the basement. Ding Junyi followed behind a few people, and said, "It may be that lake water poured into the underground, causing the air flow below to blow out. We must pay attention to the flooding when we go down." Yeah. Lin Xian knew that this research institute was built by the lake, and there was a black water test site built underground, which must be connected to Shurjiu Lake. If there is lake water pouring in, it means that the underground structure is damaged. Sure enough, Kiki walked to an information screen in the corridor, which had evacuation information on it. The system notified that the 11th and 12th floors underground had been flooded. It seems that they may have evacuated for this reason. Several people explored inside and found that there was no one inside and outside the Foundation Institute. Because the power system was still running, Kiki directly picked up the mobile terminal and started to access the Institute's internal system. The internal system has been self-destructed and cancelled, leaving only the basic system to maintain the operation of the base. Hey, Qinshui Town Test Field. Kiki was more and more frightened as she looked at the mobile terminal. She immediately trotted and took it to Lin Xian. "Lin Xian, look, the access control for many test fields in the system to accommodate experimental subjects has failed, and the isolation device between the test field area and the internal office area has also had problems." Lin Xian frowned. "That means the monsters they imprisoned may have escaped?" "Definitely." Kiki shrank his neck, looked suspiciously at the wide research areas around him, and said worriedly, "That means the things we encountered in the Qinshui town test site may have run into here." Bang! At this time, a stream of air rising from the ground just blew the door of a research room shut, making a loud bang, and the sound echoed in the empty and deserted research institute, which was a bit creepy. ZZ, the lights in the corridor flickered at this time because of the unstable voltage, making the atmosphere inside begin to become a bit gloomy. Feeling the chill, the building raised the Roarer K-23 electric rotary machine gun in his hand and looked around with vigilance. "Captain Lin, what did you encounter here?" Shuqin asked. "Something that doesn't look like a human or a zombie," Lin Xian said in a deep voice. "I guess it's something made by the Foundation. There must be a weird body among them. I saw a big one in a big pool before." Ding Junyi frowned slightly when she heard this. "Is the biological research level here enough to develop variants?" "I'm just guessing, not necessarily sure," Lin Xian said. After that, several people had come to the underground elevator. At this time, the elevator was still able to operate normally. Lin Xian said to Kiki, "I remember we saw the big supernatural research hall on the 9th floor, right?" Kiki nodded, swiping the mobile terminal in her hand. "Yes, if you want to find the medical cabin, it should be..." Ding Junyi looked at the screen in her hand and said directly, "7th floor, clinical experiment floor, it should be here. Whether it is used for human experiments or something else, there will be this kind of full-effect live surgical medical cabin, which is very efficient in treating bone injuries and trauma, and can also scan the original DNA sequence and use the Shada pulse to actively repair cells. The treatment of general diseases does not exceed 5 minutes. The only problem is that it is expensive and requires the use of Shada stone prepared by refining tall rare earth. This thing has super high radioactivity." Shuqin looked at her meaningfully and said, "Poor people have only heard of this thing on TV. It is said that it only takes 30 minutes to treat leukemia, but it costs 3 million. "Yes," Ding Junyi said, "the train is powered by the Gemini nuclear power system, which can support the operation of this equipment. If there is this medical system on the train, we basically don't need to equip medical personnel, but this kind of equipment is very delicate and easy to damage, so protective measures must be taken." Lin Xian was also a little confused when he heard this. He didn't think that the medical cabin was so complicated and involved radiation issues. "Let's go and have a look first. These are the problems we need to worry about later." Just like Director Ding said, such expensive equipment may have been moved away. Ding, Lin Xian pressed the elevator button and the elevator door opened. At this time, everyone's face suddenly changed. A strong fishy smell came to the face. The elevator was now full of body parts and pieces of flesh. The blood plasma almost dyed the inner wall of the elevator red. A large number of corpses inside were still bright red, and it seemed that they had just died not long ago. "Are these the researchers downstairs?" Kiki took a few steps back and frowned at this scene. She noticed the clothes of some Foundation researchers inside, and immediately said, "What happened downstairs?" Lin Xian glanced and frowned. It seems that the test subjects raised by themselves ate the breeder. Chapter 230. Can I access the monitoring system here to know the situation below? I try. Kiki quickly operated on the mobile terminal, and soon, the online monitoring system of the floor appeared on the screen. The 11th and 12th floors have been disconnected. Kiki kept switching the monitoring angles of various public areas. There is indeed flooding below. What about other floors? Lin Xian asked. No one. Kiki shook her head. To be precise, there is no living person, and no monsters were seen. Lin Xian frowned. That's strange. How did these people die? Maybe they came up from the lowest floor, which can't be seen by the surveillance. Shu Qin squatted down and looked at the outer edge of the elevator. She found some water stains and stood up immediately and said, there are two possibilities. These people either died before the flood because the elevator is well sealed, so no water entered, or something killed people from inside the elevator. Take a look at the 7th floor. If there is no problem, we will go there first. Lin Xian went straight to the target, and the exploration of other materials and equipment was secondary. Yeah. Kiki immediately switched to the 7th floor and started looking. This research institute is very large, with many different types of areas. Confidential research and internal core areas has separate monitoring systems controlled by internal systems. I can only view the public areas, but... As she spoke, her eyes suddenly lit up. Hey, there really is a full-effect live surgical medical cabin in a research laboratory. Wow, there are so many instruments in here. They didn't take them away. Lin Xian walked up to take a look, and was immediately shocked. Sure enough. If it is an emergency evacuation, it is usually in the order of core research data, advanced assets, intermediate assets, and ordinary assets. Although the full-effect live surgical medical cabin is expensive, for such a large organization, it can only be considered an intermediate asset at most. It is normal not to take it away. Ding Junyi said. What about the researchers? Shu Qin asked, puzzled. Ding Junyi raised his glasses and said calmly, except for a few senior executives, who can be considered advanced assets, the others are all below the intermediate level, and even some biological research bodies are given priority over personnel in the evacuation sequence. Okay, let's not talk about this. Lin Xian pulled out his black gun and said to everyone, before the water rises, go to the 7th floor to see if you can get the medical cabin out, and then look for other things. He immediately pressed the elevator, and the 5 people began to go underground. Arriving at the 7th underground floor, as soon as the elevator opened, everyone smelled a very strong smell of disinfectant, even stronger than the smell in the hospital. Lin Xian frowned, and walked out of the elevator slowly with a few people on guard, and found that this floor was very large, and even divided into many areas. Gene Research and Development Area, Tissue Regeneration Engineering Area, Cell Culture, Molecular Genetics, Biochemistry Area. This is even larger than the Biological Research Institute in the number 9 underground city. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. A stream of air rushed through several corridors, and then the ground shook slightly, and a large amount of scattered research data flew up. Ding Junyi reached out to take one, raised her glasses to check, and then said, this institute's research on dark creatures is much deeper than the Federation, and the amount of data here is also huge, but I have some doubts. Lin Xian walked over and grabbed her arm, leading her forward. The water is rising below, let's walk and see. First find the full-effect live surgical medical cabin. Oh! Several people walked quickly. Along the corridor, there were various research laboratories, most of which were very closed, and some of the research institutes used radiation-proof lead doors at the gates, which made people look solemn. Going forward, Lin Xian's faces became darker and darker, and some large biochemical research laboratories appeared in front of them. A large number of weird human limbs, human ghosts, zombies, and even some completely incomprehensible biological tissues appeared in the high-strength transparent partition windows. It was obviously a bright, clean and standard research room, but it gave people a very bloody and weird visual impact. It seems that the conjoined people we met in Qinshui town before were the product of their experiments, Lin Xian said. Ding Junyi was very surprised at this time. She looked at the scenery inside carefully and said solemnly, when I was a federal employee before, the entire scientific research system's research on dark creatures was still at an extremely early stage. It was impossible to carry out human mutation transformation and even limb fusion like this. As they talked, several people turned into a biological research area. The automatic door of the largest research room was locked. Through the window, they could see that there was a white treatment cabin in the center. It looked like some kind of human hibernation equipment. It was much larger than Lin Xian imagined. At a glance, it was estimated to weigh at least tons. This is it. Lin Xian looked happy. He didn't expect it to be so smooth this time. When Hua Xiaoling took him to the Underground Research Institute before, he thought that the Foundation might have such equipment. Originally, he wanted to scan the drawings under the name of Understanding, and then make one on the train himself. As a result, after watching the Death Game, he found out that the Foundation was a crazy organization, and he had no chance to get in touch with this thing. Kiki quickly operated on the mobile terminal, and the access control of the laboratory was opened. Lin Xian rushed in and started scanning with a mechanical heart. Only after the scan, he knew what the overall system of this full-effect life surgical medical cabin was like. If the equipment was good, he could just dismantle it and put it back. Anyway, with the building and Kiki, it was not difficult to take this thing away, so he saved the trouble of making it. It may take me about 30 minutes. Lin Xian looked back at the others and said, "Search other areas and be careful. There may be strange bodies here." "Okay." Kiki clapped her hands and said, "There are a lot of good things here. If you can't take them away, you can use them to devour them." Lin Xian nodded and said, "I think so too, but the premise is that there is no trouble here. Now the lake water is pouring in, so we can only take away what we can while ensuring safety. Then we have to go to other floors." Kiki took the mobile. The terminal frowned and said, "Look, there is a special armed equipment area on the 5th floor, and there is also the 9th floor we went to before. It seems that it is the core floor. There is such a large research hall, and there may be a lot of good things." Lin Xian knew that Kiki wanted to bring back a mecha, so he said to Shu Qin and the building, "How about this? The three of you go to the 9th floor first, and Director Ding stays here. Let's not be too scattered. If we are sure that this full-effect life surgical medical cabin is okay in about 30 minutes, we will take it back first, so as not to lose the big picture when picking up sesame seeds. You are too cautious now." Kiki squinted and smiled. "I didn't see any monsters from the surveillance. I guess even if there are any, they are in the water below." Lin Xian glared at her directly. "Go quickly, stop talking, and pay attention to safety." For searching for supplies, Lin Xian now has a very clear purpose, that is, the main target must be ensured first, and then the secondary ones can be solved. There are too many changes when going deep into unknown areas, and greed often leads to big troubles. This full-effect life surgical medical cabin is something Lin Xian has been thinking about for a long time. In the past, major and minor injuries were all treated with bandages. Fortunately, except for the incident with Kiki, there were no serious injuries in the team, but this problem has been hanging over Lin Xian's head. He knows that many team members are injured. In addition to considering the problem of dark invasion, it also puts a huge burden on the team's operations and treatment. This is not a small problem. If this thing is put on the car, then Teacher Chen and Niao Lu will not have to be so busy bandaging the wounded. "Okay, then you should be careful too." Lin Xian nodded, and when he saw the three people preparing to leave, he suddenly called out to Delu. "Delu? Hey, Brother Xian, what's wrong?" Delu turned around and said. Lin Xian said, "There should be Hua Xiaoling's office on the 9th floor. You can go in and look for tea leaves to bring back to Brother Hua." "Oh, okay." Delu nodded. After the three people left, Lin Xian began to concentrate on letting go of the mechanical heart and began to scan. Scanning target, progress 15%. Ding Junyi, who stayed here, began to get busy. She didn't say a word at this time, with a solemn look on her face, and kept picking up some research materials scattered on the ground and began to look through them. She seemed to be very interested in the information scattered in the hall, corridor, and even in the shredder. After a while, she had a large pile of information in her hands, and her face became more and more serious. Lin Xian looked at Ding Junyi's face and noticed something. Director Ding rarely showed an exaggerated expression. Even when facing zombies and strange bodies surrounding the train, she could remain calm. The heavy expression on her face was completely different from before. "What's wrong, Director Ding? Did you find anything?" Lin Xian saw her walking around, so he asked. He brought Ding Junyi here for this purpose, because Lin Xian suspected that the marking bait at the station might be the work of Hua Xiaoling. So he came to this research institute to investigate and see if the Foundation had conducted research in this area. Ding Junyi didn't speak, and the speed of flipping through the information in her hand became faster and faster. Her chest kept rising and falling, and her eyes flickered. After a long time, she looked at Lin Xian in surprise. "It's strange. I'm not surprised that they use living people for experimental projects, but why was the GH mitotic cell catalysis project launched 10 years ago?" Lin Xian was confused. "What does it mean?" GH mitotic cells are a common human tissue extracted from human ghosts and superpowers by the Federation after the apocalypse. It is currently one of the research directions for all parties to study the mutation of biological tissues during the Dark Invasion. When our laboratory conducts night experiments, It will use a specific method to perform dark catalysis on living experimental subjects to obtain verification data. But the problem is, Ding Junyi raised a piece of shredded paper in her hand. This report that mentioned GH mitotic cells is from 2059. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed. You mean, the Foundation started the Knight research 10 years ago? Ding Junyi shook her head. I can't be sure of this. She looked at the shredded and spliced data in her hand, her eyes full of shock from rational cognition. This data can't see the whole picture. Maybe it's just a mistake like the date printing error. Lin Xian was also shocked at this time. Date printing error? Maybe. But Ding Junyi also said that many projects in this institute are very advanced, even more in-depth than the Federation and the Phoenix Society, which makes people feel confused. How can a Foundation organization be stronger in scientific research than the last Salvation organization that has gathered the world's surviving countries? It's simply unbelievable. But the appearance of the marked babe made Lin Xian extremely suspicious. If you think along this line of thought, is there anyone in this world who knows the arrival of the apocalypse day in advance? Thinking of this, Lin Xian felt a chill on his back. He raised his head, and his eyes met Ding Junyi's. They both saw a hint of disbelief in each other's eyes. He knew that Ding Junyi was also trying to suppress her rationality with emotion, although she didn't have any emotional genes. One thing is certain. Ding Junyi raised her glasses and looked at the biochemical research floor where she was, and said, the scientific research strength of this foundation is not inferior to that of the Federation and the Phoenix Society. Or maybe they chose the right research direction very accurately from the beginning and invested all their funds. Lin Xian looked at her. Do you believe what you said? Although Lin Xian is only a college student, and certainly cannot compare with Ding Junyi in terms of knowledge, he also knows that no scientific research is right from the beginning. From theory to experiment, from experiment to application, there are thousands of roads that have been hit by obstacles. The development of modern science has reached its limit. It takes at least 40 years for a new human to learn knowledge from 0 to 1. Occasionally, geniuses will expand this limit a little, but the remaining 99% of scientific researchers are constantly looking for the truth in countless experiments. There are only two possibilities for determining a research direction, and investing a lot of money at the beginning. Gambler or cheater. Ding Junyi did not answer him, but looked down at the research materials in her hand and said, I have to take these back. Oh, and these? As she said, she began to pick up various materials scattered on the ground frantically, and carefully collected the information that might be useful from them. Scanning successful. Obtained Wei Chuang No. 1 Full Effect Life Surgical Medical Cabin, Blueprint. Body scanning successful. No faults found. Lin Xian saw the light screen in front of him, and now he turned his attention back and breathed a sigh of relief. He pressed the communicator. Kiki, building, Shuqin, I've got it done here. How's the situation on your side? Lin Xian. At this time, Kiki's call came from the communicator. Quick! Come to the 9th floor. We found something good.